turn to stop Christian.
Yeah, I think Kim would have had to hit 4 for 4 crushing hammers to really brought that back. But missed both of them at the end there. So we'll be going into game 2. We get a glance of the prizes here. Pheasantipity in the prizes, Chen Pao, Raging Bolt. Again, nothing too crazy on either side, I don't believe.
No.
So it's Kim starting, and he's just got an energy attachment to that Yveltal. Dark energy at least, which is nice, so that you can utilize clutch at some stage. But Christian does open with a Cyrano, and I'm sure we're going to see that Latias EX come down. We're going to see Mega Kangaskhan.
Is that the hand?
Oh, well. Yeah, there you go. He's opened with 3 Meowths in his hand, which is pretty cute. He does play all 3.
Okay, lovely. So we're going to get some mega card draw here, and Latios coming down as well to give the Meowth free retreat. We're going to be able to attach to Ogerpon. I mean, if I had to be devil's advocate, you could knock out that Yveltal this turn.
Yes, it's definitely possible. It's a scary 4, but I wonder if you're in Christian's shoes, you want to just take it a little bit slower, get yourself set up. Christian's, as when I spoke to him, he was happy going into this matchup, right?
I mean, it depends what he gets off the teal dance. That's the big one.
Very true. And a run errand. Don't forget that. And
now there's a run errand. So we're not going to be able to retreat another time. We are committing to taking it slow.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do get... Oh, there's the teal dance. Well, I think it was an Ultra Ball and a Glass Trumpet here.
Ooh,
so we'll, at the very
lovely.
least, get an attachment to the active. And then we have Meow for Crispin on future turn as well. But it's just whether we decide to maybe Ultra Ball away some of those energies, maybe get the Glass Trumpet going, because we can get it onto the Meowth on the bench.
Ooh, I like.
Opening for energy switch as well. But let's just take our time here. Surely we don't need to rush things. We're in a good little spot here. Got the right energies. But Ultra Ball first.
No, I like it. I like the Ultra Ball play, Alex. I like your thinking. I think Christian does too. Going for that second Mega Kangaskhan and a grass type energy. Going to get that Trumpet a little bit on board. And we can only really attach to the Meowth anyway right now. It might not be impactful now, but might be impactful later. So important to grab the Meowth now and have the energy in the discard pile to be able to utilize that at all.
Yeah, and also kind of plays down some of those item cards which wouldn't be able to play it if Kim is able to get into the Badoo, for example. But it's just a pass. He does get the Lily's Clefairy EX, threatening it as an attacker on a future turn.
Oh,
what's
Alex,
that hand looking like, Amy?
Bad. Bad with a capital B-A-D. But Meowth is in the back. So we do have a Meowth. We can get a draw supporter. We can change it up a little. But this, you know, Meowth into a Lily's, I assume, is going to be kind of big.
Yeah, and this is kind of the decision here from Kim, actually just kind of deliberating. Are we going to go for the
boss and try and clutch early on? We're going for the Meowth, trying to use clutch to kind of slow Christian's play down a bit before we go into anything too crazy.
Yeah, I don't dislike this because Meowth isn't really going to be knocking anything out anytime soon. Does also get an energy onto the Monkey Dory, so that's also an opportunity to have a pivot Pokemon at some stage, as well as we do get a Teal Dance now from the Teal Mask. Ogerpon EX. Now we're just going to start committing some energies there and maybe eventually Tucktail, which allows you to go run away back into the deck.
I think it's probably going to happen. I think we get the attach for turn here. It's probably a pass, or we are going to Trumpet. We're going to threaten it now and say, look, I've got the opportunities. I'm going to do it. I'm going to put energy on this Meowth. We're going to put another one on Kangaskhan just to get it ready. And we're going in for our own Meowth.
Yeah, I also like, it looks like he also top decked that Team Rocket's Watchtower as well. So I wonder, no, he's not going to play it yet. He's going to keep it into hand for the moment. Lily's determination now is an opportunity to set up that board and continue clutching, because usually this will give him an opportunity to have at least 2 more turns. Depends if Christian can find something like the energy switch to Tucktail sooner rather than later.
Oh, let's find out. It's going to be a tricky situation, if not, because Kim then kind of has all of the time in the world.
Could Crushing Hammer those energies away as well and make it real annoying for Christian's side.
Could be frustrating indeed. So yeah, actually Meowth could be stuck in the active for quite a while, taking a cat nap.
Didn't find a Buddy Poffin though, only had to Pokebad for that one Dreepy. Does have access to a Dracloak in hand, but ideally would have wanted to find a couple of those Dreepy pieces just to really start getting into your big bad attackers at some stage. But can continue being really annoying with boss's orders at some point as well. Here's another clutch, 40 damage on the Meowth EX now, down to 130.
Meowth stuck in the active once again.
I think he's hit a Crispin.
Oh, we got a Crispin. We could go ahead and Tucktail this turn, and that would allow Meowth to go back. So we would actually get to put all this Pokemon and all attached cards into your hand. So then the grass type energy we can reattach to the Ogerpon using Teal Dance. So actually I really like this because specifically the energy bounces back to your hand as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also you have access to Meowth once again for another last ditch catch. I mean, Kim's not to know that he actually has multiple already hands. 60 damage to the Yveltal right now, but this is the opportunity. Does Kim go for after this Recon Directive? Depending on what we draw here, there's a Dreepy and another Dreepy in hand, so can put another 2 down here. He's putting that Dreepy away, just taking the Dracloak. Gets another Dreepy down. Do we just boss his orders here? Maybe try and slow the game down a little bit further. I do like this.
Yeah, there we go. Latias coming forward, and yeah, going to be another couple of turns of clutching at straws and making sure that Latias isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And then Christian's put in an awkward position. Here we go. We have an energy switch, but we don't have any psychic type energy in play currently, and doesn't look like we've got a Crispin. We can play the Meowth to force a Crispin into play, but then we do still need more energy than that because we're going to need more psychic. Crispin has to get us 2 different types of energy.
Absolutely, and only plays 2 psychic energies. 1 is prize, so Latias won't be able to attack in this scenario. But again, Kim's not to know that. He's just causing an annoyance, dealing 40 damage because of the dark weakness on the Latias. Here comes Meowth back down again for the last ditch catch. Let's see the direction that we go down.
Yeah,
we're double checking what's available. But do we just even threaten it anyway and just say, look, we'll get some energy attachments. Are you sure you want to leave my Latias in the active spot maybe at some stage? There you go.
Put some pressure on. Try and make it seem like we can, just so that Kim takes the knockout. Because the earlier Kim takes the knockout, the earlier Christian can start to kind of fight back. So putting some pressure on Kim to try and illuminate that, you know, I can totally attack with this. And you know what? It can take out a Dragapult. So it might kind of feel to Kim like they're forced into a situation where the Dragapult needs to come out now. However, currently, that isn't the case. It's just not possible.
And what if I hit a Crushing Hammer? I know we just sent one to the bottom of the deck with Recon Directive. We get a Poképad now being utilized or worked into to get a Pokemon into the hand. So Poképad, such a great card in decks like these, in so many decks actually. It just opens the doors for so many for that card to be accessing so many different types of Pokemon. Non-rule box Pokemon, of course, but when you're getting things like Dracloak, you're getting things like Alakazams. It's such a great card, great consistency. That's hit a lot of decks right now.
Certainly has. Ooh, okay, finally got a fire energy on our Dracloak. We're going to boss Meowth and we're going to keep going with this clutch parade and just say, no, okay, I am afraid of that actually. Clutch Meowth instead. So Meowth's back in the active again. And we're in this sticky situation where once again we might have to Crispin onto the Meowth.
Yeah, and it's one of those scenarios now where Kim's going to be looking for that dark energy. Because I think, is that just a fire energy on the Monkey Dory for the moment?
Yeah, it is indeed.
We won't be able to utilize and use Adrenabrain with that dark energy to try and heal up some of that Yveltal play, because we're going Crispin straight to the active right now, and it looks like we're going to get that energy switch being worked on in this scenario, which means that Meowth with 2 attacks will be able to take down a Yveltal with 110 HP.
Tucktail putting in some work. Meowth's got moves. Getting some energy attached there. We only need 1 more. We could energy switch, but we also have Teal Dance still online. So I'm going to go ahead and move one of those grass energy for now, and then we're going to Teal Dance. And again, I love that these energy bounce back to the hand with the Meowth as well, so we can keep dancing turns and turns ahead as well. So Tucktail indeed going to take out Yveltal.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen a real archetype which has that kind of bouncing attack, either back to the bench or even back to hand, but we've seen it played and worked on with this Meowth so far. I mean, we've got another Meowth on the bench right now, so we could potentially see more Tucks at some point. But here we go. Kim working with that Recon Directive see what we've got. There's the Monkey Dory coming to hand.
So much fire energy and no psychic to be seen every single time. We just haven't seen any psychic energy yet. We've only seen darkness. There it is, but we're debating taking the psychic energy. We have taken it rather than the Crispin because this way we can use the Crispin and the Crushing Hammer and try and make a sticky situation for Christian. Here we go. We got the head. So now Kim has to pick which energy is taken away. We're going for that psychic energy, kind of telepathing that I'm not comfortable with that situation.
Yeah, it's key to look at with Christian actually taking one prize already. Did actually get the second psychic energy, the one that was prized off the prizes there, as we do get the combo of the Team Rocket's Watchtower and the Judge now. So just saying to Christian, well, you won't be able to utilize your run errands alongside anything like the last ditch catch.
No, Mega Kangaskhan and Meowth both offline. Rocket's Watchtower says normal types are not going to have any abilities. They are offline. We can use the Teal Mask Ogapon, but that is it. And there's only going to draw us one card. So Christian will be working with a hand of 5 after their draw for turn, and we'll see whether they can then get anywhere further. Last game, Judge didn't do them many favors, but maybe this time it'll be different. So going for a Pokepad before our Recon Directive so that we can thin the deck of a card that we would rather not see on the Recon Directive.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragapult EX in the active spot now, trying to exploit the fact that Mega Kangaskhan won't be able to draw more cards, or Meowth EX able to use that ability, that fantastic search for a supporter ability as well. Recon Directive seeing double Night Stretcher in that scenario, and now it's on Kim to work out exactly where he's going to place that Phantom Dive damage counters on Christian's side of the board. Again, he put 6 straight on the Clefairy last time, but then this time is deciding to target both the Teal Mask Ogapon EX, the 1, and then the 6 onto the Latias. That's the one.
Terror.
Is there a damage counter?
Oh, it's a damage counter. Oh, yeah, it's counter, not damage.
We're okay.
Oh,
we're okay. No, it's great to call out just in case, because that's a Terra Pokemon. This one's got one of those unique abilities that stops damage onto your bench or bench Terra Pokemon, which is a very unique thing here. We do instantly have the Area Zero under deck, so we do get access to that run errand now as well. We'll get Teal Dance as well. There's 4 energies on that Teal Mask Ogapon EX.
I always forget its damage count is not damage, and so we can still go ahead and just 1 is enough, making its HP down to 200. Such a terrifying notion for Christian. It's one of the reasons I kind of always wonder whether Dragapult, you know, really does have a bit of a pocket of opportunity here now to be able to use boss's orders, but we've already used up so many in the early game just to keep managing to rebuild a board state.
No, yeah, I think we've got 1 in hand, right? I think it's been a lot of Crispins for the Meowth and the Latias EX. He did use a number of the boss's orders in the first game as well. But again, he's only got access to 2, so that's the key thing here that Christian has to be wary of. Just deciding which direction we go down, because what should he target down? Can take 2 prizes with Meowth, can take a prize with the Dracloak, and yes, he goes for the draw power, try and limit what Kim has access to. So Christian down to 4 prizes now, already 1 game up, 14 minutes to go. Kim's got to try and turn this around as soon as possible.
You know what? I think they can do it as well. That's the thing with Dragapult. You can take those big multi-prize turns, and there's a bunch of damage already littered around the board. So it's not far-fetched to say that we could be able to do this.
Yep, absolutely. Recon Directive here, as we do get the Night Stretcher now for the second Recon Directive. That's going to be a Crushing Hammer to hand.
Ooh, okay, that could make the difference. That could start to slow things down as well.
And we know we don't have any damage on our side of the board at the moment. We can start prepping some other Pokemon, like other Dracloaks, other Dragapults, effectively, just in case one does go down. That Monkey Dory still hanging in there with that fire energy on it. Not typical, but does sometimes find it in a way to just retreat as a pivot Pokemon, which is always good.
Yeah, without our Yveltal, that just kind of gives us the natural pivot of the Yveltal's effect, but without having to worry about attaching for turn. So Crispin then allows us to get that double attachment on that Dracloak, and we're ready to rumble. Are we going to just attack? We are.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kangaskhan's down. We're taking 3 prize cards, but where is the rest of the damage going to be littered?
So really unique Pokemon to choose from here, because that Latias is down to 120, so 2 Phantom Dives could very easily knock it out, and it looks like it is going to be the 6 straight onto the Latias EX, but we could have gone down the 10 to the Pheasantipity once again, the 4 to the Raging Bolt EX, because that would have put it within range of another Phantom Dive as well. So there was a few different options, just committing to that Latias EX for the moment, as we now get the Lily's Clefairy EX in the active spot. Of course, with Skyliner, it doesn't matter anyway. We've got that in the active spot for the time being. Pheasantipity flipping the script, does have access to Crispin and also an energy switch here. Crispin, I think the Psychic Energy went back into deck, does have another Grass there, so it is live.
We've got it. Going for the Lightning and the Psychic.
Yeah, this is pretty important here. One of the key things, though, if we leave that Lily's Clefairy EX in the active spot, a Dragapult EX can come up, swing away with Phantom Dive, knock out the Lily's Clefairy EX, and take a knockout on the Latias EX as well. So Christian's gone down the route of the Raging Bolt EX instead. 240 HP and a bit more bulkier, maybe could withstand a Phantom Dive.
Yeah, we've got to go with what's going to stick in there for the long game, because Kim's very good at taking multiple prize cards. Too good, in fact, at taking multiple prize cards. So we need to put every single barrier, every hoop to jump through. And, you know, we did telepath earlier that, of course, lots of boss's orders have already been used on Kim's side. So actually, it could get a bit sticky if Kim's just not able to draw into more of those. They do run 4, but we've used 3 of those 4 already.
Yep, here we go. So it's a massive knockout from the Raging Bolt, Bellowing Thunder to take the knockout here. Unfortunately, Latias EX is still on the board. If Kim can find the Dragapult EX, a boss's orders on the Tilmask Ogerpon EX, that would be able to take 4 prizes with 3 just left to take. So can we do it here? We're just kind of maybe thinning out the deck perhaps before the Recon Directive. We're Dragapult EX and the boss's orders away from actually taking multiple prizes. I just want to double check. I am not missing anything else.
No, I don't think so. We are just hunting down those last puzzle pieces. We've got the Monkey Dory with the energy. We've got energy on Under Cloak. We have just those few little bits left to grab now. Here we go. There's a Pheasantipity. That's going to help out.
We're going to see so many cards, Amy. So, again, it doesn't have to even be on the Tilmask Ogerpon EX. The Lily's Clefairy is still less than 200 damage. There's Flip the Script. There's an Ultra Ball. So that's one piece of the puzzle. And then just needs the Phantom Dive onto that Latias EX with 60 HP remaining. Can we get there?
It's going to be a long road, but we might be able to.
We're seeing 4 more cards at least.
Hopefully it's the one. We've got not a lot of cards left in deck, but only one of those is a boss's orders. And, you know, that's... I don't like the odds. I wouldn't get it.
Yeah,
not in a million years.
We've had to play, we've had to play 3 already,
3
right?
already, yep. So here we go. First Recon Directive.
Not
We've got
hit.
Judge.
Judge will slow
take
things
that as
down.
a just in case. It's not a bad one. All right, second Recon Directive, Alex.
He's not. He's missed it so far.
We've got a hammer and a watchtower.
The watchtower could be quite nice because we can bump the stadium. That removes the opportunity of something like the Chien Pao play to remove that Latias EX. Or do we? Nah, we can't really swing into this right now. I think we're just gonna have to slow the game down.
I think you've got to. Crushing hammer. It fails. No.
Maybe it's a, here we go, Monkey Dory also hitting the field. Now that we have a Terra Pokemon of our own, we are allowed to have 8 benched at the same time. Watchtower, we can now bump away one of those Pokemon, and Meowth goes. And now, do we just play the Judge, maybe maneuver into Badu at some stage as an option?
Attaching a Psychic Energy, we might Mind Bend, you know?
Yeah.
Confusion can be very disruptive. Opponent has to flip a coin to see whether they get to attack or not and do any damage, and then that 30 damage that would go on Raging Bolt if it fails could be effective later. So being able to utilize a possible Confusion plus Judge combo could be good, because if Christian doesn't get enough cards off this Judge plus draw for turn to attach more energy after a retreat to a different attacker, that could buy the time that Kim needs.
Yep, so with Kim missing that boss's orders, I think he actually ended up finding it off the judge. So next turn, he just needs to do it. Here comes the Mindbender, confusion on the Raging
ticking.
Bolt. Just over 8 minutes remaining. Christian is currently 1 game up here in Swiss round 9. Kim looking for a way to get out of it.
We like that.
Showcasing all of them.
And I don't think the hand is great otherwise. I'm not going to lie to you. I think it's a not great situation.
I think, was there a Meowth in hand? So we can go into a last-ditch catch.
Okay.
Is that enough to maybe try and find some pieces? Right now, Chien-Pao is still somewhere in the deck. So we do get the Meowth coming down. So we do get to use that ability, find ourselves a supporter. Maybe just thinking about going into Mega Kangaskhan as an option.
Yeah, maybe to be able to draw some cards and see if that can get us out of this situation.
Or maybe eyeing up his own sort of retreat lock with Sob as well. So there's a few avenues we can go down. I mean, your Wellspring Ogerpon then does get sort of mind-bended as well, which is a bit annoying, because you then can't sort of make the play where you're trying to take a double knockout with Wellspring. But maybe that's the direction you got to try and go down here. But is that enough?
Kangaskhan, Meowth, and Wellspring.
So Kangaskhan into the bench right now. It's got 1 more bench space available. So maybe it's not the Wellspring Ogerpon. It may be just going into a run errand to see some more cards. Feels like that's what Christian's a little bit short of right now with the double Area 0 Unadepts that he's already shown to Kim after picking up 3 from that judges that Kim had played. So now the direction here, yeah, it's going to be a retreat into the Mega Kangaskhan EX. Here we go, run errands. We need to find Ultra Ball, Chien-Pao. I don't think we found it. It was a boss's orders, Persimmon as well. Because we know Kim, as the eye in the sky, that Kim does have boss's orders. There it is. So Kim will take game 2 here in the Swiss round 9. Just kind of eventually piecing all those combos together, getting the final boss's orders, and eventually taking his final 3 prizes through a double knockout, because that Latias EX had 60 HP remaining there. So 1-1 apiece here in Swiss round 9, the final round of today, as we have already moved into phase 2, but both players looking to take as many points as possible here. And I think, both players in good spirits, enjoying the conversation, enjoying the matchup. Christian here, this is the first time you had the chance to face up against Dragon Ball. It's 1 apiece. 5 minutes remaining on the clock, Amy.
Christian was pretty confident, but Kim's showing them, giving them the run around a bit and saying, no, I got this. Enough disruption is enough to keep you at bay. And we did see it to full effect that game. Actually went very well for Kim. Those heads on the crushing hammers and the judge at the right time. Yeah. Obviously, the Rockets Watchtower didn't stick, but it was enough. And unfortunately, Christian's hand was littered with too much Area 0. Yeah,
the Yveltal also coming up trumps as well with that clutch plays, especially with the multiple bosses orders being worked with to exploit only the free retreat that Christian has access to with that Skyliner ability. And Kim's going to be pretty happy with how he played that. He found the line, he found the gaps that Christian wasn't really able to work out of. But Christian's going to be maybe a little bit disappointed, especially when it felt like he was starting to take a bit of a commanding position.
Yeah, for sure. But that's what Dragapult's all about, right? Those comeback plays are huge, which is why in game 1 we didn't see Kim give up.
Yep.
Kim knew that there was a potential of a 6-prize turn. Oh my goodness gracious, golly.
4 energies for Kim there, but Christian's going to be kicking us off for this game 3 of Swiss round 9. Ultra Ball sort of immediately pitching away that second Latias EX and one of his 2 bosses orders as well. Just saying that I need to really apply a lot of pressure here. It's going to be that Mega Kangaskhan immediately coming down and just going straight into that run errand. If we can get an energy attachment, it's going to be ever so key, so we can start rapid fire combo as soon as possible. Times is of the essence right now.
Time is of the essence. 3 minutes and a bit. on the clock.
There you go.
Don't have a lot. Energy went flying. There we go. The Palpad, Pokepad even, looking for our outs now, looking for Badoo. We need to slow things down a bit. I don't think we're going to have time for this one to conclude. I'm going to be real with you, Alex. 3 minutes doesn't feel like enough when we've got multiple Pokemon on the field already. There was an opportunity that Kim could have not had anything else in their hand, couldn't get more basics out, but that isn't the case. Kim does have more basics, and those basics include Badoo, who is rather an annoying little thing.
Yeah, especially when you're getting an Ultra Ball as well. So we're getting some Dreepies down. At the same time, we have Meowth as well, and also just another Dreepy in hand. So we're going to be Meowth using that last-ditch catch on his side, and then also grabbing that Lily's Determination. So almost a full bench. Looking pretty happy with himself, just being able to then have that pivot option with that energy attachment as well, and a fresh 8 cards to work with.
Indeed. Let's see how far we can get into this game. If someone could take some prize cards and just pull ahead in this race. We go. We're going to get lots of cards. See if they're going to help us out, but I'm not sure. Of course, we've gone and got that Monkey Dory already with the retreat cost already. We've got, okay, we've got Stamp, we've got some hammers. That's pretty good.
Double Crushing Hammer. Feels good. Especially if you're going to Badoo Itchy Pollen Lock as well at some point.
Whoa,
there's a head.
It's gone.
And there we go. Straight into the Badoo. We're going to then just work with what we have in hand as well.
Itchy Pollen.
10 damage, little tickle.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay, I'll believe you for that
one. You should. I've been itchy pollened a lot.
Serrano hits the field now. 1 minute 45 seconds to come. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Wellspring Ogerpon EX as well, and then maybe just one other, at least going to hand.
It's an Ogerpon party down there.
Yeah, we're just gonna get, I'm sure, a Teal Dance to work. See what we work with. And then also what else we can do. Yeah, I think
there's
both our players...
handshake. We know that it's a tie. Neither player can pull out a win during the time that we have left. So they're having a nice chat about it. These guys, they've seen each other on the circuit before. They know how it goes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's always great to sort of discuss with your opponents. Generally, you know, when you're at this stage, when you're both 7-1 or 8-1 or whatever very high records you are, you're talking to very other high-level players at the same time. You can work out roughly how that game was going to go.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
$395 masters, 77 seniors, and 64 juniors have made it here into phase 2. We're live in Utrecht, home of the letters of Utrecht, a never-ending poem etched into the streets. And we're also creating poetry in motion. Our players have already begun writing the story of the day as we see them ready in their rounds and playing ferociously. My name is Amy Wasley and I am here with Alex Dow.
Yep, happy to be back once again. So much to look forward to.
Shay Burton.
It's phase 2 time, baby. This is the fun bit.
And Mike Ellis.
So many great players in phase 2. Can't wait to see how it pans out.
And of course, we've had so much excitement and drama from the season gone by, but we've still got a few events left to enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had an amazing list of locations that we've gone through so far. And we're right here in Utrecht right now. We do have Turin just round the corner, another special championships on the way as well, before we get to the final international championship in NAIC in New Orleans, before that final massive double-header event of Pokemon XP and the Pokemon World Championships.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I'm excited for that Pokemon XP for the very first time. And you guys can get involved as well if you go to Pokemon.com or RK9.gg even /events/Pokemon. You need to make sure that you're getting all of the information about all of our events, whether you want to participate or whether you'd like to spectate. We've already played some good old Sandshrew skee ball yesterday to show off just some of the activities that are going on with each day that goes by here at our regionals. Now, of course, getting down to the nitty-gritty of it, what's everyone playing for today, Shay?
They're playing for championship points and the possibility of walking out of here a regional champion. If you do walk out of here champion, you will get an auto invitation to World Championships Happy Days in San Francisco. However, for the other 135 masters in the European region, if you place in the top 135 of championship points, you will get your invitations. The only way to get to Worlds, either win a regional or special or place in the top 135 in Europe and NA. As you can see on the left, that is the amount of championship points our participants will be getting. So it really is all to play for.
And it all goes down to top 1,024 players at this event getting 20 CP. So every player is in contention all the way through phase 1, but now every player in phase 2 is looking to try and maximize the points and maybe even get some prizes.
Oh, and we love prizes here. We do. We don't only get booster packs, we get cash prizing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much on the line at these regional championships. There are $10,000 for the winner of the Masters division, $2,500 also for the juniors and seniors, but this trickles down based on sort of the large sizes of these tournaments as well. But alongside that, not only are they competing for those upper echelon positions to potentially take home some money, they get those booster packs as well.
Oh, everybody loves the booster packs. Again, trickling down to lower positions, but really the juniors and seniors getting good reward there too. As you mentioned, a lot of them making it through to phase 2 will be competing for those big opportunities. And of course, we're getting to the end of the season, so it's starting to be really important to make Worlds. And what better way to make Worlds than earn a bit of cash to help you travel to the events and so on. So all these players trying to snowball that competition, win prizes, travel to more events.
I honestly wish that I was playing when I was a junior, because that kind of prize structure is mind-boggling for a master, let alone the juniors and seniors. I can only imagine how excited they are to open their booster packs at the end of the day, whether they wait till they're home with their friends or they just can't wait and open them in their hotel rooms tonight. I don't know which one I'd pick, because I think it's a tricky decision.
Oh, definitely the hotel room, you know. I can't have sealed booster packs around me. If they're in my vicinity, they're getting open at the earliest opportunity. So I'd definitely be hotel room.
Absolutely. Just picture this, Shay lying on the bed, energy cards all around him, and then just the hits on his chest.
Oh my
That's
God.
assuming he wins some booster packs, though.
Yeah, wishful thinking, but that's why I talk about the game, everybody.
But it's not just prizes, all right? We've got a really tough competition this year, because we do have that travel prizing as well, which is really important for being able to get around, like Mike just said.
Yeah, one of the key things a lot of our players are also competing for in particular periods, especially where you look at the qualification time periods right now, is up until NAIC and including NAIC, they're going to be competing for this kind of additional travel pricing, travel stipends, which they can utilize for their future events, especially ICs that are coming up as well. But as you can see there, that trickles down all the way to top 16 in that regular consistency period that you can actually be playing for. But then you also get priority registration, I should say.
And the ICs are really the key events of the season. Everyone wants to be going to. There's more points on the line, more prize money on the line. So every player competing within their region who might struggle to go abroad, if they can do well within their local events, they can then find a way to travel all the way, and that money covering the cost of it. I know LAIC and NAIC for us here in Europe, great events to go to, but can be quite tricky for some of our players. So Travel Award making it possible.
Honestly, just getting more cash on top of cash prizing feels like a win-win situation. And some of these players out there, although they may have already got their invitation to the World Championships, we've seen Ethan Wild, Ted Tobin, they're here, they're doing well, they're in day 2, and they're going ahead and trying for that travel stipend. Surely they're going towards the top of the bracket. And why don't we have a look at who is in this phase 2 at the moment? Who's playing on this Sunday?
Yeah, you know, got a bit of an all-star lineup here. We had Ted Tobin on stream yesterday, and he's doing rather well as he continues his phase 2 run throughout the day. We had Jovis on stream, Oscar Madsen, a previous regional champion. Quite honestly, Benjamin Farron we had on stream with that high drop ball, poetry in motion, watching that fly. I wonder how his phase 2 is doing. Joshua Van Elvershoulder, you know, popular in the community, piloting that Team Rockets Honchcrow. Would love to see if we can feature that at some point. Alberto Conti, previous Rio champion as well. Quite honestly, this is like a who's of the EU players right now.
Yeah, you could pluck any name off that list, bring up their accolades and be like, oh my goodness gracious, that's a lot. And I think that's the beauty of these events. It doesn't matter how late in the season we get it. That CP leaderboard is consistently shifting about and moving, and all of the players have to keep being on their A game to not only get the championship points for World Championships, but they also want to be looking towards those travel awards and sometimes just a bit of personal pride.
Yeah.
100%. I think what's really interesting this season is how consistent some players have been, getting regular top 32s, top 16s, and getting rewarded for it. With that best finish limit of 5 regional or IC level events, the players need to get high finishes and consistently. Someone like Christian Fontenot hasn't had a final this season, but is currently 16th in Europe. And we featured him yesterday, and you can see why he's consistently making those big finishes with strong archetypes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're starting to see a lot of newer names kind of join the list as well, so we get a chance to have a glimpse of the current European leaderboard there, just to kind of let everyone know that little golden ticket beside one of those names means they've already earned themselves a direct invitation to the World Championships this year. This is either from winning a regional championships, a special championships, or even finishing in the top 4 of an international championship there.
What's really interesting about this leaderboard is the majority of these points were earned pre-rotation, and we're now seeing which decks these players are choosing. Someone like Drew Stevenson, an amazing Golden Go EX player, now can't play that archetype. So having to find the deck for the current format, and will be playing that archetype likely to Worlds this season. So really interesting how that switched up the leaderboard at the end of the season.
And there's a lot of players that we saw on that leaderboard who are doing really well in our competition today. We saw that Kim was on that list. Let's check out the standings as they stand right now.
Wow, Joshua Van Elvershoulder with that Team Rockets Honchcrow. Currently our first seed, 10 wins and only 1 loss as well. I love that. As we go down, Oscar Madsen, we featured him on stream. Miroslav, you know, previous IC champion. Ted Tobin had him on stream as well. Rebecca Vanderlei has been known to play some kooky decks in the past. Seems to be working well for her here as well at the 8th seed.
And a little teaser, we won't say who, but there is an Ethan's Typhlosion amongst this top 16.
Lurking in the shadows, that single prize deck can hit some ferocious damage counts. I would say, you know, it's not the best time for a Dragapult.
That's a big claim there, I think. That's a big claim.
I don't think it's a great time for Dragapult. We've got big HP Pokemon. They're easy to evolve up because you're searching those Ethan's Adventures out. And honestly, I think it could be a really good call. Depends if they get a lot of grass type matchups up into those top points.
Well, if you want a big call, Alex, I've been known to wear a lot of colors on stream. Today, as you can see, I'm wearing all black. The reason for that is I'm here to pay respects to Dragapult EX. Dragapult EX is not going to win this event. You've heard it here first.
It's a big claim. That's a hot take.
Clip that. Clip that. When I'm right, I want you to all post it. If I'm wrong, don't worry about it.
No, if you're wrong, we're going to say that didn't age well. Let's check out our players to watch and see how they're doing.
I think we made some good calls on these players to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a chance to already showcase Owen in one of the featured matches already. And a lot of these players have been able to make it into phase 2 as well. We have Sander, for example, currently 7-3-1 heading into the next round. Consta 7-2-2, and we just mentioned Owen at 8-2-1 record right now. But all of these players really looking to try and really fulfill themselves in this phase 2. And as we head into some of these more international players, we are in the regional championships after all. We've got a few players we wanted to keep an eye out on. Jackson Ford has been a previous regional champion, didn't quite make it into phase 2, but our other 2 picks for this tournament, Kieran Farah currently 7-1-3, and Kato, a player we've regularly seen in this sort of part of the world, actually at 9-2 of a record.
A phenomenal start for these players going into our phase 2. Did pretty well on our predictions there, I'd say. Very, very strong from all of them. Kind of 7 wins on any of those sides is incredible at an event this vast, with this many players, with this many top level players as well. The room is kind of stacked.
And the only player to not make phase 2, Jackson Ford, already has an automatic invite to Worlds. So mainly coming out here to try and work towards those travel awards, get more experience in the current format. But that's the advantage for these players who have the invite, is they can play confidently knowing they don't need to get those wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also just that opportunity for them to play a new format as well, learn the meta game. We've only had now the 3rd sort of major event in this sort of regions and areas, because this is our 2nd after Prague. It's just that opportunity to play more Pokemon. That's why we're all here. It's why we love the game, right? This is an opportunity for us to learn and just develop into the meta so much more.
Let's remember back to yesterday about our meta phase 1 and how that was shaping up after the dramatic Dragapult kind of overwhelming number in LA.
Yeah, I mean, having represented 25%, instead of a quarter of the room, which is still a ridiculous number, a little bit lower than what we've seen in Prague and Los Angeles. So it's basically Dragapult versus the world here. The rest of this graph is 6%, 6%, 6%, 5%, 5%. And spoiler alert, for the best of the rest is all about the same as well. So it's just a lot of decks trying to have a crack at Dragapult. Let's see how successful they are. One thing I want to keep an eye on, though, is if you was to add up both the Mega Lopunny variants there at the bottom of this, that would actually be the 2nd most represented deck here. So keep an eye on Mega Lopunny. As I was walking around the top tables, I did see quite a lot of it earlier, so I'm intrigued to see if they've hung around.
I mean, it's a strong card. We know that it's got a lot of flexibility into a lot of these decks, so it's not just targeting down that Dragapult. It is kind of going towards trying to filter through some of those other decks lower down in the bracket as well.
Our number 1 European player, Tord Reklev, brought it to this event, but went 5-3. So even then, when our top players are playing it, it's not the answer to the Dragapult necessarily. And I think he made a comment on social media saying, should have just brought Dragapult, because it is just so strong in the current field that a top player playing it should do well.
It's a can't beat 'em, join 'em over here, unfortunately for us, but hopefully we will see someone kind of trouncing over and finding some momentum with getting through those Dragapult today.
Yeah, I mean, with Dragapult, it's one of those things which simply, there's so many different variants right there, right now. And we can see the Dragapult's variants collectively being 31%. We've seen an increase in terms of the percentages, in terms of the conversion here. But we've also seen spikes and increases in Raging Bolt going up to 9% as well. There's still a strong number of different decks, variations, not just within Dragapult itself, but across the field, that really have an opportunity to take the crown here.
And that Ogerpon Meganium historically was with Arboliva, but Hydrapple has been the partner for it at this event, really helping it take down decks like Dragapult. And for the best of the rest, I think it's really clear that there are a lot of decks right now that can win and can do well, but there are tough matchups across the board. And really, if you can't take down Dragapult, then you're going to struggle to go all the way, but you can still have a good run with any deck.
There were a lot of decks that were unfeatured on here as well. We've got a really high percentage of kind of just trying new things things out going into this space with an undefined archetype as well. So we've got a lot more decks that were just on that graph. If you saw, there were actually more other decks than there were Dragapult altogether. So there's actually a lot that just aren't accounted for, and that's because we are in this kind of space where everyone is experimenting.
And even amongst the Dragapults, we've got many different varieties there. And it seems like the Crushing Hammer build has been doing particularly well at this event off the back of Andrew Hedrick's win in LA. But there's still Dragapult Blaziken, Dragapult Dusknoir, Dragapult with the Dunsparce, a variety of ace specs now after the original Unfair Stamp Assumption. You got Neo Upper Energy and Hero's Cape doing well. So the variety even within each archetype is massive at this stage.
Yeah, it all seems to be broadening out. We even saw the Legacy Energy with that Starmie build yesterday. It was brilliant to see lots of innovation going on. And I honestly think that when you pair together all of those innovative decks that we just don't have on the graphic because they don't have a defined archetype yet, I think actually the room is much more diverse than initially you think.
Yeah, the diversity amongst the way people are playing and also the strategies people are choosing to go for. You have a lot of one prize decks. You also have the megas in the format with 3 prizes, as well as those big stage 2 prizes like Dragapult. So every deck has a different kind of prize mapping. And what we're seeing, like we mentioned, Honchkrow, Team Rocket's Honchkrow is currently the only deck with 10 wins, which is a unique one prize deck that has a very different matchup spread to a lot of the other archetypes.
It's so true. And, you know, we're going to have a little look at the conversion rate for said decks now, which will shine a bit of a light on the room.
Absolutely. First of all, Lead, again, in Prague, it had a really high conversion rate. Again here, 29%, the highest conversion rate. So what we're looking at here, viewers, as well, is that this is the percentage of players that took this deck from phase 1 and actually made it into phase 2. So if you took a Dragapult EX deck, you had a 23% chance of making it through into phase 2. Raging Bot there, 26. Alakazam Dunsparce also at 26. You know, Ogre Meganium kind of underperforming if you're looking at this, but I mean, it's quite safe to say it's quite normal compared to what we saw in Prague. But the Dragapult variants did have a lot higher, I saw in LA. That has actually dropped down a bit. People have adapted their game plans now, saying, I've had enough of this Phantom Dive. I'm going to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, with Prague, there was a lot of unknown there, whereas I think people have understood the format a lot better with LA, with Prague to study, and I think people have come in with much more understanding of what they need to target and how they need to adapt their decks to the format.
Absolutely. Shall we see how our caster predictions are turning out? Have a little chat about that, shall we?
Yeah,
I'm looking at you, Shay.
Okay, well, I'll start off with me. Milotic. So this wasn't me necessarily saying I expect Milotic to go and win the whole event. What I was basically saying is I need you as a player base to stop this Dragapult takeover. While I'm casting, I can't do it myself, you see, so I need you to do it. Here's Milotic. There's a freebie for you. And then we got Battle Cage there as well. It's a bit more of a, you know, well-known card there. But I'm just saying, I'm imploring you, please, let's stop these Phantom Dives.
A little look behind the curtain. Alex and I were talking to Shay yesterday after the event, asking him how you would play Milotic, and he doesn't even know how it would fit into a deck. He just wanted to put it up there. He was hoping someone would work something out, but unfortunately Milotic hasn't squeezed into any decks. But speaking of squeezing into decks, I think Alex, Amy, we've got a little bit of a question for you. Why are you going for the most obvious picks? Dragapult and Unfair Stamp, eh?
The question is most likely to succeed. So I've gone for the deck I honestly think has the best chance to succeed. So it makes absolute, in my opinion, sense because there's so many different variations. And I think that's true in the game where we're going to see lots of intricate game plans and game plays between different players, different decks. And I still think Dragapult's the deck to beat. It has to be the one that's most likely to succeed. I'm going to be correct.
Unfair Stamp's good, yo.
I completely agree.
Tell you what, Mike, these two are going to be hurting sitting on the fence this long. Come on, make a good prediction.
I mean, Grimstyle, there are currently 3 in phase 2.
That's 3 more than Milotic.
So yeah, I don't know if Grimstyle's going to do so well. I think there's one who might still be in the running last time I checked, but yeah, I think Grimstyle's out the running now.
I think there's a good few Alakazam up there, so I'm feeling good with my kind of main prediction, my whole deck prediction. I think the only thing that could let it down is that Unfair Stamp, so I kind of went for a little bit of a duality there.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's no Marnie's Grimstar because you're here, Mike. I was going to give you some flowers.
That's making a big assumption that I would make phase 2, so I appreciate that, Alex.
Honestly, there were so many things that we could have picked. I think that realistically, there are a lot of expectations of people coming into this event and trying to target down Dragapult, bringing in cards to their decks that are going to disrupt or frustrate the Dragapult players. And you kind of touched on that with the handheld fan, Alex, and it also kind of hits those festival lead decks. And I think it's a really underrated tool card at this point.
Yeah, handheld fan is a really unique card. It's not something we see too often. We've seen it in a lot of sort of control archetypes. But again, when we're starting to see something like Dragapult having to fit in crushing hammers, it's another way to just combat the energy accounts, especially when you're getting attacked into and when you're kind of maneuvering the energies away from the actual different attackers. And Festival Lead, just kind of a really unique hard counter to being able to stop a double Duda wave because of Festival League's ability and the Festival Ground Stadium as well. I think it's got a lot of opportunity there to actually come to the fore, but I don't know how many there are right now in the rest of phase 2. I guess it's a little bit harder to find those counts.
I think the key there is you mentioned disruption, not in the form of hand disruption, which we were so used to last format with Iono, but now with Unfair Stamp, which is a once per game, and Judge, which is not as strong as previously Iono was. We're having to find other ways to disrupt the field. Crushing Hammer has been that popular choice that won LA, handheld fan, but you've also got things like Wally's Compassion and Ace Roller's Mischief, which are disrupting the board in different ways by making you more stable against a certain attack here and there. So players are having to think differently about the board state, where previously it was, can I take away their option? Now it's, can I take away the option on the board instead?
I think that might be the future of deck building to an extent, is if we're thinking about the ways that instead of kind of dealing damage, how am I preventing my opponent from being able to execute their plans? So all of this energy denial, combining the handheld fan with crushing hammers somehow, maybe increasing the cost of attacks with nighttime mine and things like that. Maybe that is the future. Maybe we just need to go a bit heavier on that, or maybe that doesn't leave us enough room for power cards.
Yeah, I always think when you play Pokemon, you're either going to be trying one-hit KOs or you're two-hit KOing with some form of disruption. I think, as you said, Mike, coming out of this rotation, losing stuff like Iono, the sort of disruption packages are much more unique now. We saw Crystal, obviously, in Prague do super well. So players are definitely thinking, well, if I can't hand disrupt, outside of stuff like Zerosic, we need to get creative with mine, Wally's Compassion, handheld fan, as you do say. So I'll be very intrigued to see as this phase 2 pans out, if those sort of cards counters float to the top.
Absolutely, and if everyone at home wants to get involved, then don't forget that you need to go to pokemon.com/broadcast so that you don't miss a penny of the action, as we've got plenty coming, and hopefully all of those cards will float to the top, and maybe we'll see Dragapult struggle a little bit today. Shay, you've got your black suit on ready to go, and I believe we're going to manifest it. We're going to manifest it together, or maybe it will just take it away. But let's hear your opinion on the matter using our social media accounts. You can follow us and you can use #PlayPokemon to kind of get in touch with us. We like to know about what's going on, whether you're in the hall here today in phase 2, whether you're doing some side events, whether you're at home chilling with your cats. So whatever's going on, feel free to use #PlayPokemon on any of our social media accounts so that you know and we know what's going on outside of the hall, because we're kind of stuck back here. We got to know what else is going on. And of course, follow the channels on YouTube and Twitch so that you can not miss a single minute of the action. You want to be making sure you've got them followed. You want notifications on, please. And of course, I know that you had your alarm set from last night, so very well done, everyone. Right, we're gonna have to go get ready, so let's get suited and booted and let's get on with the show.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top-cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Hi everyone. Yes, we did just have to rush straight over from the couch. You got another little glimpse there, of course, but it's great to just finally get this show on the go, really. And I'm happy to say my name is Alex Dale. I'm here with Amy Worsley. How are we feeling? Are you ready for phase 2?
I'm ecstatic and very ready for the continuation of phase 2. No, that's okay. The players are already, of course, playing. They've been playing for a few rounds already today, and now we're heading into the midst of the action.
Absolutely, and this is where it really is crunch time for all of our players, because these last couple of rounds that we will eventually be showcasing and featuring here at the Utrecht Regional Championships, this is really where they just need those final couple of points, maybe a few points, to just get themselves into that top cut, and it's just going to be so exciting to see who makes it.
Yeah, we've already got a star-studded lineup of players in the Masters division, but we also have plenty of amazing juniors and seniors who have been battling it out throughout the entire weekend. It's not all about our Masters. We've got plenty more where that came from. Let's take a look at the phase 1 deck analysis for our juniors.
Yep, just for everyone to know as well, this is 163 junior trainers who are here piloting and playing the Pokémon TCG here in Utrecht. 39% of them did decide to bring a variant of Dragapult EX, sort of following the trends of what we've seen in the last couple of tournaments, but there are a few, and actually many, I should say, that actually brought a number of different decks. Maybe some of those pet decks that they didn't get a chance to play previously really sort of come to the fore here as well. That Mega Lucario EX is something we haven't had a chance to feature too much so far this weekend. Crustle, we know, had that fantastic performance in Prague, but then there's a few of those other decks that we've already seen. Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX with that Spidops and that Mega Lopunny sort of Mega Frostlass deck. There's a lot of opportunities there, but straight into phase 2, Amy, this is what it looks like.
It's changed up a lot. Crustal's kind of dropped off, and we still have a lot of Dragapult variants, but actually 42% for all of the variants is not too bad when you consider that actually 11% there on the Mega Lopunny and Frostlass is pretty impressive. For the juniors have definitely been putting up a fight against the Dragapult overcast of all of those variants.
Yeah, absolutely. 64 of them making it into phase 2 is a fantastic achievement already. And now, just like the Masters division, just like the Seniors division, they're going to be trying to push themselves up as high as possible to try and make it into that top cut of their own and maybe take down this tournament as well. Win some of that prize money, win some more of those booster packs, win some more of those championship points that are available to them as well, in the hope to qualify for the World Championships.
It's an exciting time for a junior or a senior to be able to go all the way to San Francisco for that amazing opportunity of not only the World Championships, but our first taste of Pokemon XP.
Yep, and this is our seniors phase 1 meta breakdown. So this is 198 senior trainers if you are just looking at this for the first time. Again, following that similar trend, 43% all of the senior players piloting a Dragapult variant there. But this time, we've got Raging Bolt coming up as the second most popular deck in phase 1, with 14 of those bringing it in. And again, it's those similar decks that we've seen before. We do get a little glimpse of that Ogerpon Meganium as well, so that may sort of bring in a lot of different grass archetype decks, because that it could include something like the Hydrapple or what we've seen before with the Arboliva EX as well. So this is a really unique take in terms of how the seniors think about the metagame at the same time. Of course, with the card pool that we have now, following this rotation, that we are limited by what we currently have, and we're starting to see some of those similar decks that have performed well so far here once again.
Absolutely, and you know, as they go into this phase 2, we can see Festival Lead is leading the way alongside Raging Bolt, and a little peek of Cynthia's Garchomp there to battle it out against the Dragapult variants, which are much lesser here in the seniors division with only 38%. So juniors definitely taking the stride so far.
Yeah, absolutely. 77 players in phase 2 for our senior trainers. All of these decks that you currently see of the top 6, roughly sort of 75%. 100% because there are 20 other decks that are currently not shown on what would usually be part of the best of the rest. But this is again where we're starting to see some of those decks like Festival Lead really say, well, actually, maybe there is a game plan against some of these other decks. And now I know I'm likely to be facing up against some of these Dragapults, which maybe I haven't been able to do so in phase 1. So again, all of these players really trying to battle it out to try and get to that upper echelons.
Dragapult's proving very popular in all divisions, so let's take a little bit of a closer look at how Dragapult does.
Hi Pokemon trainers, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to take a crash course into the Dragapult EX archetype, the deck that won Dortmund Regionals and got second place at Lille as well. Let's Phantom dive in. Dragapult EX is built around the amazing attack Phantom Dive, which for a fire and a psychic energy deals 200 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon, and then you can spread 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. This, as you can imagine, applies a ton of pressure on your opponent's board state, since not only are you dealing massive damage into the active, that 2-shots everything in format, but you're also peppering your opponent's bench, meaning their bench sitters like Fezandipity or Hoot Hoot now have a big target on them. Worth noting that the stage 1 Draglock can provide a ton of value here too, since its Recon Directive ability lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and then you can put one in your hand and the other one goes to the bottom of your deck. Letting you see more cards in a turn is never a bad thing. With the aim of the game being bench damage, Dragapult EX decks can play Dusknoir, whose ability fits this strategy perfectly, letting you KO the Dusknoir with its ability, but then you can place 13 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, making Phantom Dive even more terrifying. Some players even opt to use Hawlucha now as well, whose flying entry ability lets you put 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon when you put Hawlucha into play, which would let Phantom Dive KO 70 HP benched Pokemon like Charmander or Dreepy. The most awkward part about Dragapult is that split energy cost, so Dragapult players will now use Sparkling Crystal as their ace spec to help alleviate that, since it reduces the attack cost of the Terra Pokemon it's attached to by 1 energy of any type. So now Phantom Dive can be used for 1 energy. Crispin can help out here too, since it lets you search your deck for 2 basic energy cards, put 1 in your hand, and the other one you can attach to one of your Pokemon. So at any point, Crispin basically reads start using Phantom Dive. With all these tools in the tool belt, Dragapult EX has become a spectacular deck in this format, and it's something that on any given weekend could take the event down. Speaking of which, let's get back to the stream and see if any damage counters are being spread right now.
We've seen an unholy amount of damage counters already dropped on many bench Pokemon across the years that we've had Dragapult there. Of course, that Dragapult story continues and how it is adapted and changed with the format, with rotation and things as well. So we've seen and spoken about a number of different variations of Dragapult so far. Amy, do you have a favorite?
Well, I gotta say that as a usual single prize lady, I do love the Dunsparce. The Dunsparce build is kind of where I have been sitting with this format for a while. Previously, I played Conkeldurr to the competitive events, and then I moved on to Alakazam. So I'm very familiar with that engine, and it feels like a piece of home.
And being able to just draw more cards is a fantastic way to get into the Pokemon game, especially when you're getting into different sort of matchups as well. I think I did really enjoy one that we did feature yesterday, which was this Mega Starmie EX in combination with that Dragapult. I think it's just having that efficient attacker for the early stages rather than having to rely on something like a Badoo to slow the game down. I feel like starts to apply a lot of pressure, and with the damage output that Mega Starmie has, doesn't necessarily have to start taking knockouts and you'll get an unfair stamp on yourself. You can start just prepping a lot of damage counters around the board, and then Phantom Dive could be something that sweeps a bit later as well. But when we talk about different Dragapult variants, we have different ways of playing it and showing it already. We have a little bit of a breakdown of that massive percentage that we saw in the phase 2 already. Your favorite, Amy, Dragapult EX, the Dunsparce, is the most played archetype here. And that could include the variants with the Dunsparce, with the Crushing Hammers as well, which is what we've seen, which is quite a unique take on it from last week.
And we even saw the Dunsparce EX coming into some builds as well, just as that additional attacking body, a way to make these Pokemon even bigger so that they have larger HP totals so they can withstand some larger attacks. So actually, we've got a long way to go even with this build. There's still flexibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just being able to utilize that runaway draw just gives additional draw power to what you already have with Recon Directive. And then, as you've already mentioned, the Dunsparce EX was a bit of a very powerful, important attacker that we saw in Prague because it has the ability to hit through the Crustle. And then that's what ended up with Mateus actually taking down the tournament itself. You do have to kind of sometimes prep the board in a different way, the whole game plan. This is where it gets really intricate with Dragapult sometimes, but that's what makes it really interesting right now. And I know a lot of people say, oh, well, there's too much Dragapult, but there's so many different ways of playing Dragapult, even in just Dragapult the Dunsparce, which makes it really interesting.
Exactly. There's plenty of room for exploration of that archetype. And I've loved seeing the video from Shay being able to show us that actually there already has been so much Dragapult history and we're only adding to that with each event. And there's new developments every single time because the more Dragapult there are, the more you have to be prepared for the mirror match.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you are prepared for a mirror match, and what we've seen from previous formats as well, is actually a Dragapult Dusknoir variant, which we haven't featured yet. But we know how powerful it is. Being able to utilize a partner in Dusknoir with that Curse Blast ability for massive swing turns, whether that's taking out bigger Pokemon which you need to deal more damage to, or maybe sort of decimating your opponent's board by just removing sort of smaller HP Pokemon. And it just means that you can then, well, let's say pre-rotation, you can then sort of combo that with sort of hand disruption cards like the Ionos and Expectations of things. But in this sort of format now, when you know that there's big mega Pokemon which have that sort of higher thresholds of HP, it's a really interesting way to take those and take the free prizes as well. It's really interesting because it can be easily countered, but this is where we go swings and roundabouts of a format, because sometimes Psyduck's in an opposing deck, sometimes it's Shaman, and to combat different ways of sort of bench damage onto your board state. And maybe if it's not respected as much, something like Dusknoir and Curse Blast can really sort of come to the front.
Yeah, you're so right. And I think a lot of players have kind of thought, oh, I don't know, feel like Psyduck's a bit of a fraud. But then those who haven't included it in their list have really probably noticed it this event especially. But we have another variant that we did see yesterday that we haven't chatted about yet, and that's that Blaziken build, where you slow roll the beginning, you've got this nice setup, but once you're there, actually it can be really devastating.
Yeah, absolutely. You do rely a little bit more on the rare candies. You try and slow the game down, but get into the rare candies so you get into those Blazikens. It's a really sort of nice way to come back into this game now after last week's Crushing Hammers, because what does Crushing Hammers do? It removes energy. And what does Seething Spirit do? It accelerates energy from the discard pile. So those are coming straight back onto the board, meaning you're able to sort of chain attackers. And what we actually did end up seeing yesterday as well is to try and get around that Team Rocket's Mimikyu, we saw that Blaziken EX as a bit of an attacker as well. So it gives you a bit more type coverage into those grass types at the same time. So I think, again, it's another unique way. And I've seen a sprinkling of a couple of them actually doing pretty well this tournament as well.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased to see it. It's a really innovative way. And I think when that Blaziken first came out, we saw lots of players kind of trying to fit it in with the correct deck and having the best partner for it, because you can accelerate any energy type from the discard pile. So that works really well with the Monkey Dory. It works really well with our Dragapults because they utilize different energy types. And so actually you can be a little bit more frivolous with your energy usage. And we saw it yesterday. We saw a lot of unusual energy types being attached to Monkey Dory to use as a retreat cost, and then you can actually pop it straight onto the Dragapult. So really great innovation there. And the Smolder Soul attack we saw used to avoid Mimikyu entirely, and that worked a treat too.
Yeah, absolutely. And 200 damage is still, I mean, it's the same as Fanzive. You don't get obviously the damage counter placement as well, but you're racking up those damage on your opponent's side of the board, and then you can try and sweep a bit later as well. So a few different routes and routes to actual victory. We didn't actually even see attack cards in that Dragapult Blaziken, which was the sort of smaller non-EX Blaziken as well, which does 120 and 120 to your opponent's bench Pokemon. So when, again, I just mentioned Shaman as an example, where Shaman hasn't really seen a lot of play recently, but this is where maybe that opportunity where something like Wellspring Ogerpon EX or something like the non-EX Blaziken has an opportunity to really just shine at them in certain moments.
I think absolutely. I think that's one point that we have to really remember, is that Shaman's another one of those cards that needs to be respected in this format. And although it doesn't help initially against Dragapult, we would only have Rabska for that. It helps in so many other matchups that actually it's a really key card to consider putting in your deck. In fact, some of our players might have done that very thing and popped that Shamans and Psyducks in. So let's check out the updated standings and how they're feeling right now about all of those tricky scenarios that they might have got themselves into.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to figure out exactly which players, which decks are really starting to come to the top of that list and standings, because then we're going to start to figure out who's going to be facing off against one another. This is heading into Swiss round 13. So right now, Joshua continuing his sort of decimation of the sort of field right now with that Honchkrow deck that we haven't had a chance to really showcase at the moment, which is really interesting. And then, of course, some of these other players which we've already highlighted and seen across the feature match area as well. Kim currently in that second sort of standing, 10-0-2, undefeated across the tournament. Edwin Mesman, an EUIC champion of this season, already has that direct invitation, but looking to take down his home regional championship as well. I mean, there's so many other names. I've got a good friend in Luke Burke. He's also 10-1-1, a previous top 4 at the World Championships in one of the younger divisions, again showcasing that the juniors and the seniors really are the future of our Pokemon trading card game, because they get the opportunity to keep growing and adapting and evolving with our metagame and formats as well.
I was very poetic, Alex. Very, very poetic. And you're so true. And it's very important that we remember that actually a lot of these players have been playing for a really long time. They're not just good in this format. They've got so many accolades behind them. They've had so much practice with just the mechanics of the game. And we've got so many cards right now that really challenge the core mechanics of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Challenging it in just a way of even deck building. We've kind of mentioned so many different tech cards, and this is one of the key things right now. What we had in previous format is like we had a very mature format and we knew what the deck's sort of 58 cards could be. We're now talking about things like Dragapult, which we might know to 52. There's 8 slots that sometimes you can kind of mess around with to try and tech against a different format, a different meta. Tournament to tournament, things can change. And I know we're talking about Dragapult a lot, but even just with other decks, we've seen with the Meganium decks, we've gone from Arboloba to Hydrapple. And sometimes with Hydrapple, you can, if you face up against a festival lead, you can do the wave yourself and actually take 2 prizes that way as well. So it's a really cool, unique way and take, because we have seen something like festival lead really come up trumps in our European circuit so far.
And you know, there are loads of single prize decks already that we've seen doing really well today. We've seen that Ethan's Typhlosion on the standings, and we've also seen that Honchkrow, which is our current kind of limelight moment, that 10-1 deck right now with Joshua. So Team Rocket's Honchkrow has potential for huge damage output, and then you've got those Porygon later for that late game pressure. Really good into any kind of double prize matchups, but does suffer traditionally to Dragapult variants due to lower HP Pokemon in general. But so far, we've seen it do really well in this event. So hopefully we'll get to see that it just continues this feathery flurry to the top, managing to either dodge the Dragapult or somehow they've managed to come up trumps.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a player of Joshua's standing as well, he's piloting it for across a couple of tournaments now. He loves playing these types of decks, which aren't the complete sort of best deck of the meta, for example. Yeah, the typical decks we'd like to see. But he's being able to pilot in a field where he knows he's going to be facing some Dragapult, so he must have a way of playing around it or an answer in some way, shape, or form. So I'm intrigued to maybe eventually get an opportunity to feature it as well. But, you know, we're heading shortly into our Swiss round 13. A lot of our players are getting to that moment where they can almost taste top cut.
So close, yet so far. We've still got action to bring, and we've got some beautiful decks and some fantastic matchups as we've seen the standings have updated now. The players are getting ready for the next round. We're heading into, what is it now? Swiss round 14?
13, I believe.
13?
Yeah, 13,
My goodness, the day is flying already.
I know. And we still got this one. We still got one more Swiss round as well, where we get to finally sort of actually finalize what our top cut or potential asymmetric isometric top cut would be. And then it's just those players battling it out in that knockout type format once they make it in there to try and become the one right at the tippy top, like you say, Amy, to become the Utrecht Regional Champion.
Our players are here at the table.
Ooh.
We're graced with their presence. Let's check out who it is. And my word, we've got a treat for you all. We've got Yari and Yasmin, who both have brought their A game today. Both very different decks. We've got some different A specs going on, and we're ready to rumble. They're shuffling up and getting ready to show down as we see our first possible champion. When you look at those accolades, Yari is definitely getting to the pinnacle of what it means to be a competitive Pokemon player, with many top 256 at EUIC and Stuttgart Regional top 4 in 2023.
Yeah, a player we've seen with plenty of performances, very strong performances as well. But here is Yasmin, a long-time player of the Pokemon trading card game. You can see that very top one, a world top 8 finish once upon a time, quite some time ago, but then again showcasing, coming back into the game potentially, and then having that level of consistency. She's been able to finish with a great finish in Prague with top 128, and that was just put in this rotation format as well. EUIC also making it through to phase 2. So I think we're really in for an interesting matchup, and this is one that we know we're excited for because we've been teasing it a little bit, but we've been talking about this Ethan's Typhlosion deck, and we finally get a chance to see it here live.
I think it will be an interesting matchup. I have a feeling that Ethan's Typhlosion has the potential to do really well. They do have the potential of getting a one-hit KO with the cards in their deck on a Dragapult, but then the rest would have to be 2-hit KOs. But when you're trading 1-for-1 like this, then it's not too bad, because Dragapult's going to take hopefully only one prize at a time. That's what they've got to aim for. If Dragapult goes a bit faster, then it's not going to be great, and that one of Kieran is stuck in the prize cards, so we won't be able to get that one-hit KO quite so easily on a Dragapult EX.
Absolutely, and there you get a glimpse of the crushing hammer as well, so you know which variant. This is Swiss round 13. Both our players are kicking us off here. Our first feature match of today, it will be a Dragapult variant up against Ethan's Typhlosion, and Yasmin's kicking us off, immediately being able to bench a second Cyndaquil, and that Dreepy really just kind of will be a way to set up the board here, and it's a pass over Yari straight into a Buddy Poffin.
Yari starting strong with that Yveltal. However, Yasmin does have some good tricks up her sleeve to be able to bring out some ferocious attackers quite soon on in the game, with Ethan's Typhlosion only needing the 1 energy to do Buddy Blast attacks. So can get things online pretty quickly, and that's what she's going to be kind of going for to go ahead in this matchup. So even if Yari does manage to get multiple prize cards on a turn, Yasmin might be able to keep pace by putting on the pressure really early. 2 Dreepy join us on the bench from the Buddy Poffin to just start getting set up.
Yep, so it looks like Yari is playing a similar build to what we might have seen with Andrew Hedrick's winning list with the Crushing Hammers, the 1-1 line of the Dunsparce, and it'd be really interesting to see how we navigate this as well. I do want to keep an eye on that Yveltal at some stages, because Clutch can really be super important in this matchup. We've actually seen it before in a previous tournament as well, where Clutch really completely slowed down the game for an Ethan's Typhlosion player. As we do get the Meowth coming down now, the Meowth EX with that last-ditch catch. It will be a Lily's Determination for 8 fresh cards. Shuffle in. You get to draw 8 if you haven't taken a prize yet. So there's a great opportunity to continue building out the board, maybe find a way to stem the flow of the game, at least in these early stages, with something like a Badoo.
A really strong start. 8 cards, one of the strongest draw supporters we've had in a long time for sheer amount of cards drawn in the early game. And Meowth is the perfect partner to get Lily's attention, drag her out of the deck and say, go on, Lily, I'll have 8 cards, please. And there's the Badoo, fresh in hand. Don't even have to search for it.
Yeah, so we get an energy attachment as well. We know it's ever so important for these decks to be able to get the energy attachments on. Badoo does hit the field now. It's a nice, easy way to slow the game down a little bit, also potentially get knocked out quite simply and then get the unfair stamp going. But looks like it's likely to be just an itchy pollen here. Cyndaquil has taken 10 damage, but let's see how we maneuver this turn as well. We get straight evolution into that Quilava, Ethan's Quilava, I should say, bonded by the journey, an ability we get the chance to see for the first time here, Amy.
Yes, absolutely. A strong ability at that. We love any ability that can search something specifically out of our deck, and Ethan's Adventure is, of course, that very card. Search your deck for up to 3 in any combination of Ethan's Pokemon and basic Fire-type energy cards and put them in your hand. So not only can we advance our play by getting more Quilava and getting more Typhlosion, but we also get those energy. And this deck doesn't run a lot of energy because you just simply don't need to due to the frequency of being able to play Ethan's Adventure quite so easily. And of course, it encourages our lovely Typhlosion to do more damage with each Ethan that hits that discard pile.
Yep, and one of the great things about the Ethan's Quilava, you can keep chaining them so long as you have them on the board, say, to pull out those Ethan's Adventure cards. As you can see, a second Bonded by the Journey has been used now to really kind of exploit getting some of those cards out of the deck. And like you mentioned, Amy, when you can then cherry pick more Ethan's Pokemon, more energy cards, it's a really nice way to get a nice synergistic combination going to start firing away massive attacks. We do have the opportunity now to take the first prize with Combustion if we choose to do so as well. But it's just going to be interesting whether Yasmin wants to start activating the prize race here.
Yeah, indeed. We've got our Dreepy, but we don't have Dracloak yet as our primary draw engine. Quilava does take that first prize card, but do down.
Now Yveltal back in the active spot, another free retreat Pokemon. So Yari does have a way to just continue maneuvering into some really useful, annoying Pokemon if he chooses to do so. It is an Ultra Ball here, pitching away a Dragapult EX and that Psychic Energy. We already have one attached, of course. We're going straight into the Dracloak to be able to utilize and use that Recon Directive already in this game, especially when Yasmin's also going to be looking to do the same thing as well, being able to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, pick one and put the other to the bottom.
It's a very strong ability, managing to cycle out all of that nonsense that you don't need, put it at the bottom of the deck, and then you're going to be taking plenty more from the top. So both players activating this incredibly strong draw engine, but only one of them using the evolution in order to attack.
Yeah, this is going to be the interesting aspect here, because that Yveltal now, Clutch is live. We're just going to slow down the game where we can. Just target the Dreepy. I mean, there wasn't very good targets that were available because Dreepy can just evolve up, and then that nullifies the effect of the Clutch because it's during your opponent's next turn. The defending Pokemon can't retreat. Well, the Pokemon evolves, it becomes slightly different. And here comes a Pokepad. I'm sure we're just going for that Dracloak there. Another, well, I have to say, the fantastic arts of the sort of Dreepy and the Dracloaks. It's really cool to have a little look at because, I mean, just look at it go.
They're so stunning. The little guys that could. And we're going in for another Bonded by the Journey. Pluck out another Ethan from the deck so that we can continue that barrage of not only being able to get our Pokemon and energy into play, but also you can use it to place into the discard pile with the effects of an Ultra Ball and things like that, so that you can actually accelerate the damage output that you're doing. You don't have to play the Ethans. You just have to have them in the discard pile. So as you said, Alex, very well, that when this Dreepy evolves, because it becomes a different Pokemon entirely, it's no longer the initial defending Pokemon, so the effect of Clutch is nullified. So we will be able to retreat this Dracloak now because it's a different Pokemon. He's grown up from Dreepy and no longer affected by Clutch.
Yep, so does find an Ultra Ball, so can find an easy way to pitch away more Ethan's Adventure. Just decides to play it for the moment. Only really needs access to, I mean, another Quilava is quite nice, because then you could just get another from Bonded by the Journey. You can get another Fire Energy to be able to retreat should you need to do so. And you can always get that big, bad Ethan's Typhlosion as well, as we see both of them get pulled out of the deck now. It's got a fantastic attack, Body Blast, 40 plus, 60 more damage for each Ethan's Adventure in your discard pile. So it can start ramping up very, very quickly.
And that's exactly what we're going to need in this matchup because, unfortunately, Yari's Pokemon have so much HP when they get fully evolved. So we're going to need to play our best to be able to get anywhere close to big knockouts. So taking these early game knockouts are essential to keep the pace of the game, especially when there's kind of lingering damage from previous attacks like Clutch and the Itchy Pollen. Into our first Ethan's Typhlosion of this Utrecht Regional Championships. We're going into the second Ethan's Typhlosion as well, making sure that we are staying very tough in our board state, making sure we've got backup attackers. The Brave Bangle goes on. That's going to be dealing 30 more damage to any EX Pokemon, and a Victini to boot, and that's going to increase our damage by 10, but only on evolved fire-type Pokemon. And that's the key to this. We can knock out one full-power Dragapult, but only if we manage to secure that Kieran.
Yeah, and we get the Ultra Ball here to pitch away the rest of the Ethan's Adventure. I believe that should be all 4 now in the discard pile. So we are, with Typhlosion, at full power based on the discard pile here. So it will be 60 times 4, which is 240 damage, plus the 40 from Buddy Blast. So it's doing 280 damage base right now. So plenty to knock out. Takes a massive knockout on the Yveltal. Ethan's Typhlosion wasn't on my bingo card.
I'm not mad at it though. One of my all-time favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. It was my first ever first partner Pokemon, so I have a special place in my heart for it. So we're getting up there with the damage output now. We're finally there. The Bangle and the Victini making all the difference there, getting us up to a very respectable damage output, being able to finally look to the future at those one-hit KOs on some larger Pokemon HP totals without need for the Kieran, which is exceptional. I'll be honest, I missed the Victini entirely in the deck list, and when I saw that come down, I was like, oh my goodness, that's genius.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the other way to stretch to that 320 HP Pokemon, especially with Dragapults. You are just feasting on those Dragon Stage 2s if you're able to get going, and Yasmin set up the board impeccably right now. As we sort of do the counting again, 280 damage base just from the attack alone. Silver Bangle will add another 30 damage, so we do go to 310. The victory cheer, then cheering away an additional 10 damage from your evolved fire Pokemon will mean you can hit that 320 HP. But Yari, can we find a way to just stem the flow here? Just because you're going to be staring down at a very damaging Ethan's Typhlosion shortly.
It's absolutely terrifying to be looking at a single price Pokemon that can one-hit KO, but only with the help of its friend Victini, which I think is absolutely magical. Of course, sadly, Victini will be taking a little bit of damage here just to put it in range of a future attack from the Dragapult, being able to Phantom Dive just an kind of litter damage across the board in order to make knockouts easier and go for those multiple prize turns that we've seen have been so effective throughout this whole event.
Absolutely. One Ethan Typhlosion has gone down. The one with the Silver Bangle now maneuvers into the active spot. We do get double Drag Cloak now, so Recon Directive, we can see further 4 cards, putting one to the bottom of the deck, and we do find a Night Stretcher, so that guarantees the energy if we need that to attack. But let's see what else we can pull from the deck first.
Oh, another Night Stretcher. That's lovely. We're just accelerating that point. Maybe get the Ethan's Typhlosion that's in the discard pile back and continue to go. And here we go. It's probably the energy first, I imagine, though, Alex.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty important. We can't attack without the energy, and it's only one that you need. And it will be able to make and take a massive knockout here with that fantastic attack that it has, just dealing 320. We do get the other Ethan's Typhlosion also evolved up now, and also
Battle Cage.
There we go.
My
There's a scoop up. I think that's the writing on the wall there. Ethan's Typhlosion dealing so much damage so simply on that Dragapult, and Yari just saying, well, I can't deal with this right now. I only had 2 Dreepy on the bench, so congratulations to Yasmin. Takes game 1 of this Swiss round 13.
Yasmin has used Pokémath to the max, and I'm so proud to see it, making sure that there are lots of ways in her deck to be able to get up to those important HP totals.
Yep, and in this game 1 replay now, we get a chance to see that early knockout on the Badoo. There was nothing to come back, however, trying to slow the game down a little bit with that annoying clutch attack. but once you evolve up and then get the manual retreat with the fire energy, again, that Yveltal's going down. I think at this moment, this is where Yasmin really ramped up the damage as well, utilizing and using both Ethan's Adventures before discarding 2 further of them. So all 4 hit the discard pile, meant you're dealing 280 damage, and then of course with the Victory's Cheer, you're starting to ramp up even more. There's a Yveltal knockout. That's 2 prizes taken, and Yari was able to finally get a Dragon Ball EX and start sprinkling some damage across. But once Yasmin was able to get the stadium, get all the pieces, and that massive knockout on that Dragon Ball EX, meant there was no real way back for Yari.
It was beautiful. Poetry in motion, as we saw that Yasmin combined so many different effects that actually was too difficult for Yari to come back from that scenario, knowing that there was another Typhlosion waiting in the wings to be able to potentially do the same. Although we didn't have the Bangle yet, there were ways to get there, and using that Dracloak engine was a brilliant way of doing so. I agree with you that the clutch Yveltal could have been so impactful this game. If we start using that on something like a Dracloak, then the switching options become really limited. So that could slow the game down enough for Yari to make a comeback in the future.
And that's one thing that we need to keep an eye on, whether Yari can sort of work out that that's one sort of route to victory, just simply just kind of getting those damage counters on, maybe having to really use clutch in a way where that's where I'm going to start spreading a lot of damage on, or maybe if Yasmin starts something like Pheasantipity, but you can't really hang your hopes on that sometimes, right? You don't typically see something like Pheasantipity unless Yasmin really needs to draw. But if we start getting other Pokemon down like the Victini, there's some targets there that can be really annoying to deal with.
Exactly. Unfortunately, the Battle Cage kind of started to see that actually that's going to be a lot more difficult as well. One of these really key tech cards against Dragapult. We've seen it be included in a lot more decks recently as the kind of stadium of choice if your deck is a little bit weak to Dragapult. Being able to prevent them from placing those damage counters on the benched Pokemon can be so impactful. We saw one set be able to be placed, but then as soon as that Battle Cage comes down, if you don't have the stadium bump, that becomes tremendously difficult.
Yeah, and if you're Yari right now, you're also going to be hoping you can decimate the board before Yasmin's able to get anywhere. Unfair Stamp is prized. One of those Ethan's Typhlosion. Also, the Ethan's Adventure there will limit the amount of attack damage that Ethan's Typhlosion will have, because one is prized and is straight over to Yari to kick things off for us. He is going first this time. Double Buddy Buddy Poffin being played from the hand, so we'll be able to start setting up the board. Has opened with that Pheasantipity EX, however, I feel like I sort of jinxed that a little bit.
Sometimes you just start with the Pheasantipity and there's not much you can do about it. It's not a problem when you kind of get into those knockout stages of the game, but having it kind of sat there early on against a single prize deck is not the most fun. But thankfully for Yari, Yasmin does have some limitations there on her damage output. We do have the Unfair Stamp prized this game, though, which again is really not great for Yari when they're wanting to try and disrupt Yasmin, as Yasmin does have kind of that limited card draw of the deck.
Yeah, so this is where Yari is just double checking what is currently prized as well. You know, we do have one of those Dreepies prized, so he has gone triple Dreepy and one Dunsparce for the moment. There is one Dragapult EX that has been prized as well, so we'll see how Yari can maneuver some of those turns to get eventually into a big attacker and maybe start whittling away at some of these smaller HP Pokemon that generally will be on Yasmin's side of the board, but because of that engine that it has with Ethan's Adventure, there's very quick ways of sort of getting up into an Ethan's Typhlosion. And here comes the Fire Energy attachment to the Pheasantipity, just saying, well, I do now have a retreat option, and it's a pass over to Yasmin for her first turn of this Swiss round 13 in game 2.
Ethan's Adventure hitting the field nice and early, so now Yasmin will be able to check in the deck and see exactly what she's got available. Again, we can have any combination of Ethan's Pokemon and Fire Energy, basic fire type energy. So we've got a lot to decide here, whether we want kind of multiple Cyndaquil, how many Quilava we'd like, if we want an energy this early to start dealing damage or not. The Cyndaquil actually has a not bad attack in and of itself, so it might be worth kind of littering some damage early just to make it easier to sponge some damage later and just kind of do little whittling bits, especially if we're going to struggle to get our Ethan's Adventures in the discard pile.
Yeah, the key parts here for Yasmin is being able to get a lot more of those Cynicals down as soon as possible. It's just saying, well, I've seen you play Buddy Buddy Poffin, well, I raise you and I'll just grab 3 from my Ethan's Typhlosion if I want to as well. I believe there is one Quilava already in hand. So that does mean we can start chaining a lot of those Quilavas just on the next turn with another Ethan's Adventure being pulled out from Bonded by the Journey as well. As we do get the Fire Energy alongside double Cyndaquil, we'll see both of those, I'm sure, hit the bench. Get the attachment. I mean, the attack does enough damage. It's 30 damage, which is pretty good. You do have to discard it, though, so it does mean then you're looking for another piece sometimes. So I wonder how Yasmin's gonna play this turn out with that energy attachment at the same time, because we want to just try and preserve it. Because we know we only play a few, but we do just only need one energy attachment to actually start swinging away.
So true. That's the nice thing about a lot of these decks at the moment, is that the low energy commitment to be able to attack is really crucial, especially against all of these fast decks in format at the moment. So it looks like we are just passing the turn over. We're over to Yari to now start to put together this Dragapult engine and get chugging towards, hopefully, a more advantageous start.
Yeah, we're going to have to grab that Lily's Determination. The rest of the hand wasn't looking too pretty. We do find...
The Crushing Hammer, here we go. It's a heads.
Maybe we should have attacked anyway.
It would have gone regardless. But there's one energy in the discard pile, and as Ethan's Typhlosion is a deck that runs very few energy, that sometimes can be the kind of thorn in their side.
Yeah, the crux of the deck, especially if we aren't able to really use and make sort of full value of those night stretchers, because sometimes you need them for the actual Pokemon themselves. As we do get the Lily's Determination for the full 8 now, Recon Directive already used on that turn to find it. Let's see if we can get into more Dracloaks so we can get more Recon Directives going. 8 cards here. Let's see what we're working with. We do get Pokepad, double Pokepad, which is nice. We can also go into the Dunsparce if we choose to do so as well. That Runaway Draw is another nice way to go into 3 further cards, but I think the Dracloak probably makes more sense just to kind of build up that board a little bit more.
How many cards do you want to see in one turn? Plenty is the answer, because Yari's going to be able to see more from this Dracloak. And like you said, I think it's great to build up the board. You've got that consistent draw rather than Dunsparce, which gives you that power spike of draw power, but doesn't last the game. Whereas getting Dracloak down early not only advances your play, but also allows you to just at any point jump up into that Dragapult. So, you know, the Dunsparce into Dunsparce engine, great for some spike when you need that extra card draw, but right now at the beginning of the game, it isn't the time. So, okay, we're going for the Crispin here, considering it, maybe not. Yeah, we'll have Crispin. There we go. And again, that energy acceleration is crucial for this deck at this stage. Going for the attachment there on a Dracloak, but I think that's all she wrote. So, yep, we are back onto Yasmin's turn. Yep,
so just over to Yasmin, whether we can get into the full engine of the deck now, as we do see the evolution up of the Dreepy and the Ethan Cyndaquil. So we now have a Quilava with Bonded by the Journey live. We have Recon Directed live on her side of the board as well. Does currently hold a Buddy Buddy Poffin, but just chooses right now maybe just to double check also what she might have access to, grab another Ethan's Adventure out. I'm sure she's already full aware that one of those Ethan's Adventures are in the prizes. She should be also aware right now, she's double checks as well, that one Cyndaquil and one Victini is also prized. And that's kind of now trying to navigate the game plan to work out what is needed to then start taking knockouts, start really protecting the board, because that Dragapult is going to be coming down shortly soon. Sure.
Yeah, putting the pressure on before a big Dragapult would be great. It'd be nice if we could take a 2 prize easily on the Pheasantipity at some point, just to not have to stress so much about getting those higher HP totals. But at the moment, we're just going for the Ethan's Adventure. Of course, 2 more Quilava down, get that consistency on board, always be able to search an energy. Even if you run out of Ethans, you can still use it to get that energy on board, and you can still get ready with that. So although 1 energy was discarded from a Crushing Hammer, we're still able to go. We're Bonded by the Journey again, grabbing another Ethan, and that will help out exponentially. Again, we can use the Ultra Ball to speed that along if we need to, but I don't think it's necessary at the moment.
No, so we're just kind of going through and getting some more of those pieces where necessary. Buddy Poppin being played now. Another Dreepy comes down again. Another way to kind of protect the board. Also, that Victini hitting the field as well. Plays 2 copies, 70 HP Pokemon. Victory Cheer, as we've already mentioned, helps to boost the damage output of Evolution Fire-type Pokemon. And that's the way that Ethan Typhlosion can really stretch to those super high HP of certain Pokemon here. So see the direction. We don't have an energy in. Oh, we do have a fire energy in hand, but we don't want to commit it because we know Yari plays Crushing Hammers. So we're just kind of holding on to it for the moment, and there's a pass over. So a bit of a passive couple of turns from both players, just setting up their boards first. Who's going to be the first to bite?
It might be Yari, as we see that we can continue now. There's no battle cage in play, so we are able to litter some damage on the bench. Going through all those recon directives, managed to grab a Monkey Dory. Might be relevant if, you know, we're not able to take a one-hit KO if we're Yasmin, so that might come into play at some point as well. We seem to, want to bench that. Again, energy onto our Dracloak. So now we're almost ready. We just need that Dragapult.
Yeah, so just deciding to play the Lily's Determination. Had plenty of cards in hand. Pitched a number of cards to the bottom of the deck as well, but obviously that now will be shuffled around because of the effect of Lily's Determination. And we're going to be looking for one of those Ultra Balls or Dragapult EX. Remember, as I've mentioned before, one is prized. There should be a couple more in the deck as well. Just trying to find it from here and really start applying that pressure. Take easy knockouts, start setting up some of those weaker, smaller HP Pokemon as well, because Victini only has 70. That Dreepy right now only has 70. We put some 10 damage counters or even 3 on that Dreepy, even if it evolves up. And we do find the Dragapult EX,
there
Amy.
He is. And we got the Dunsparce, so we have a bit of an extra spike of draw if we need it, some more draw power, or we can save that for later, which is, again, a great advantage of this deck, is that if you just don't find the card you're after, you can pop that to Dunsparce's ability whenever you'd like to shuffle it back into the deck after drawing 3 cards. And there it is, the first Phantom Dive of this Game 2 here in Utrecht.
Yeah, would love to see the 1 damage counter on the Victini, I think, just to kind of put it in range. Maybe 3 on the Dracloak. Or just decides to go for the 5 on the Victini. At least a similar sort of thing. As long as you get the damage counters on, those aren't evolving up. Well, Victini's not evolving up anytime soon.
Very, very true. There's the attachment for turn. So here we go. The comeback is here. We might struggle to deal enough damage, though. Monkey Dory is kind of threatening that board now and saying, actually, I am here and I'm quite scary. So looks like Yasmin might be trying to kind of get towards maybe a boss's orders or just solidify that card draw, obviously, through this Dracloak. Then kind of think of a plan B, because we're not going to be able to knock out this Dragapult right now.
Yep, even with 3 Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile, you're capped at 220, plus Victory Cheer, 230. Even with a Bangle, 260. I mean, it's still not quite enough. You're dealing a hefty amount of damage, but then you're also looking at a Monkey Dory on the other side of the field and thinking, well, some of that damage counter is going to come straight back. But we've protected the Dreepy that was on the field now. It is now a Dracloak. We do get a chance to see 8 cards herself here to see whether they can help actually then turn this game around, because we right now are behind Yari in prizes. Here comes the first recon directive.
I think we're probably hunting for a battle cage here, maybe to prevent damage from coming back so that we can dish out some damage without so much of a threat of it coming back. We do have a secret box in hand, so the potential of that is there this turn. It's whether Yasmin wants to use resources to be able to gain some back. That's always a risk versus reward scenario with secret box. You do have to discard 3 cards from your hand first to be able to then cherry pick 4.
Yeah, being able to cherry pick an item card, a tool card, a supporter, and a stadium does give you a great opportunity to kind of protect your board in a way that Dragapult cannot just take more than 1 prize at a turn. We do see here some tough decisions being made. The Dracloak, the Buddy Poppin, and the Lily's Determination now being pitched away, discarded from the secret box. An A-Spec we haven't seen too much of recently. We've seen a lot of unfair stamps. If we do get the Silver Bangle, not Silver Bangle, it's
Brave Bangle.
Brave Bangle.
It's brave, very brave indeed. We need to be brave against Dragapult in these times. Taking, of course, the Battle Cage and Redeemable Ticket.
Redeemable tickets, one big way that we're going to be able to try and search out certain cards back and get them out of the prizes. It says count your prize cards, shuffle them, and put them on the bottom of your deck. Then take as many cards from your top of your deck and put them face down. So that's one way to completely switch around, a bit of switcheroo with the Ethan's Adventure that might be prized, so long as we don't find another way to put one in there. So this is one unique way to start stretching above to that massive amounts of damage. Here it is, Redeemable Ticket being played here from Yasmin.
And hopefully we might be able to get towards getting some Pokemon and goodies out of the prize cards. One of the only ways that you can interact with your prize cards in this format. And yes, we have managed to, of course, liberate that Ethan's Adventure. However, we have now got 2 Pokepad in the prize cards instead.
Yep, and now we can use Bonded by the Journey to pull it out of the deck. We can utilize Ultra Ball to pitch those away into the discard pile now as well. So this kind of synergy and combo is a great opportunity to really start stretching for massive amounts of damage. Want to just double check how many more remain. There comes the Ethan's Typhlosion now also into Yasmin's hand. That will be evolving up, I'm sure. Has all 4 Ethan's Adventure now hit the discard pile?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the last one. So now we are full power Typhlosion in the active spot. Yes, there's the Battle Cage, there's the Brave Bangle, and now we're cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be dealing 320 damage. So long as we just get that full confirmation that Ethan's Adventure are all in this discard pile. It is a massive knockout on that Dragapult EX. And now Yari's really got his back up against the wall. He would have been hoping that Monkey Dory could start flinging some damage counters back, but no more. Dragapult has gone down. Crispin's being played now. And let's see if we're going to find a way to come back into this.
That's one way to avoid a Monkey Dory and say, not today, is just to not leave any damage on the board. That's exactly what Yasmin's trying to do with this deck right now, and seamlessly pull together all of the pieces. Absolute poetry in motion, a beautiful explanation of how you can make sure that your deck can be the best deck in format as it shows.
Yeah, what a great combo that we saw with the Redeemable Ticket, with all of those pieces coming together. I mean, we didn't want to highlight every single tips and tricks that Yasmin will be piloting in that deck, but that Redeemable Ticket really coming up trumps as we now get some more draw power from the Pheasantipities. Flip the script. We now get some more recon directives. We need to get hold of a Night Stretcher to be able to get a Dragapult back online. Oh no, we'd had 3. There should be potentially another opportunity to grab one from deck with that Ultra Ball.
Ooh, lovely. And again, we still have that Dunsparce just lingering on the bench as a just in case. And I love this utilization of it. We are absolutely just... Yep, there we go. Yeah, we're going for the draw. We're going for the runaway draw as well. We're going to maximize our opportunity of getting everything we need this turn. We need to be able to make a comeback. We need Yasmin's board to start to chip away. We need to dismantle things that are really putting the pressure on. Risky Ruins is a great way of doing that, because we're going to be able to add damage to our own board state in order to use Monkey Dory to pick apart Yasmin's bench. And that's exactly what we're going to start doing here as we buddy pop in to get our first set of Risky Ruins damage into play.
Yeah, so here we go. Dunsparce, 20 damage on the little critter. Now we can kind of muck around with some damage shenanigans. But we can't get a Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory for the time being, with Crispin loading up that active Dracloak. So here's the Ultra Ball now. So we will get Dragapult going here. And then one of those Brave Bangles is gone. One of them has entered the prize cards from that Redeemable Ticket.
True.
So the only way to reach back up that extra 30 is to find that Kieran.
Yeah, that could be a little bit of a struggle. And of course, then we have to try and get another Victini into play, because I imagine that will be perishing this turn as well and heading to the discard pile. So really, it starts to become sticky if you're Yasmin, because you need to combo all those pieces. It's a large combo deck. Dragapult is just going to keep trying to string together attacks. Phantom Dive is pretty easy to string together, whereas Yasmin has lots of these moving parts that she's going to need to get back into play to reestablish.
Yeah, massive knockout here. Ethan's Typhlosion going down. Victini going down. 30 damage counters on that Dreepy now, or Dracloak, I should say, and then 20 on the other. So we'll be taking 2 prizes. Yari does find the unfair stamp. So on a future turn, we can find a way back around this as well. What are we working with here, Yasmin? Just 1 Quilava available. There's the Poképad. That will be able to be a way to reestablish that Victini.
Just checking everything that's left in deck at this point, because 4 prizes to 3 at this point when you're running a single prize deck is quite a scary situation to be in. We're wanting to try and maximize the potential of being able to make a full comeback here now, Yasmin. Yeah, the pressure is on because Yari has managed to really make a ferocious board state off the back of an initial really big KO from Yasmin.
Yeah, so double Poképad grabbing Ethan's Typhlosion. Need that as an attacker, of course, and an Ethan Cyndaquil to try and rebuild up some additional Pokemon on the board, because those are your only sort of attackers in this deck. So what are we working with here? What else can we do on this turn? As we get some Recon Directives, we're going to need drawing some good cards here. Does find a Night Stretcher.
We're going to need that recursion. We're going to really need to start setting up more Cyndaquil on this bench at this point so that we can string together at least 1 more attack after this turn. The prize map is looking a little dingy right now. We're able to take 2 more prize cards, but with this board, we wouldn't be able to take another yet. We do have a Cyndaquil in hand, so that's going to be at least 1. But again, it's scary now that that Risky Ruins is down, and Yari's given himself damage to play with that you can't remove.
I wonder if Yasmin will have to try and grab that Pheasantipity that was pitched away with that secret box at some point, because that would allow you to draw 3 further cards as well if you really need to dig through to look for something like that Kieran. So we do now get the Ultra Ball to discard another Ultra Ball and the Lily's Determination. Have Cyndaquil in hand already. We know Victini's in there somewhere as well. A second one, or second copy, I believe it should be there. Unless it was pitched away and discarded at the same time. Nope, there it is.
There we are. There's Victini. So we have that extra 10 damage from Victini and its wonderful ability. Victory cheer, cheering Yasmin on to victory, but not quite enough yet. We've still got some hoops to jump through.
Yeah, so let's see the direction we go down here. I do wonder if we do need to see more cards. Don't want to have Monkey Dory sending more damage counters over. And you don't want this Ethan's Typhlosion to go down, because you have to then rare candy your Cyndaquil. Especially if you deal damage here as well. Especially if Monkey Dory does fling some damage counters back over with Adrenabrain. That means you can take out both Ethan's Typhlosion and Cyndaquil together. It's a scary situation you find yourself in.
I think we're going to need to flip the script here, because we really need to replace that Risky Ruins, but we do only play 2 copies of that Battle Cage. We've seen 1 already, so that's gone to the discard pile. And that would help to maybe sponge some of that damage and prevent Yari from being able to take out a Cyndaquil with ease on the bench. So yeah, it's a tricky situation. We need to bench the Cyndaquil because we need to start evolving, but equally we also need to... Yeah,
also,
we do take the damage straight away.
Semi-forgot about that, yeah.
It's a really horrific situation to be in right now. We really need to replace that stadium, but the chances are low. So we're instead going wide and trying just to have as many Cyndaquil on the bench as possible, using boss's orders to bring Pheasantipity into the active. It looks like we might just be knocking out the Pheasantipity. Yep. Instead for that next 2 prize cards.
Yeah, so there's the prize mapping. Now we're going to have to really dig through to try and get to the final 2 prizes as well. I mean, double Cyndaquil down does mean that just the 1 Monkey Dory wouldn't be able to swipe away and take the massive knockouts on both the Cyndaquils alongside Adrenabrain and the Phantom Dive, because you're really just throwing 9 damage counters over. There's 100 between them that remain. So it's a really, really interesting heads-up play here. Don't want to put that Pheasantipity in play for this turn, because we don't want that as an easy target for Yari to close out the game. So, but this is the moment. Can we find something like the Crispin to get double Dark Energy attached to the board here?
We've got 1. We need that 1 more. It's not far-fetched.
No, we don't have the Crispin. It's going to be the Ultra Ball. We don't have any bench space for Meowth, but it's just going to be, yeah, we're going to have to try and go for it. Fire the unfair stamp. Unfair.
Everyone shuffles their hand back into their deck. Yari's going to get a lovely, plentiful hand of 5 cards, whereas Yasmin will be left with only 2. And that limited card draw comes into effect, where Yasmin will have the draw for turn and the 2 Recon Directive off the Dracloak, but not more than that, which might be too difficult to string together these complex combination of cards.
Hits the Dark Energy, but we've already committed the attachment to... committed the attachment to the one of the Monkey Dories, so won't be able to attach a second Dark Energy from hand.
So we want it back in the deck, which we can absolutely do with Recon Directive. That's put back in, but we don't have a Crispin. We don't have the bench space for the Meowth, so that went back as well. And we are just going with the Phantom Dive, knocking out the active and a benched Dracloak. The Cyndaquils live, Alex!
Yeah, with just 1 Recon Directive available. Does have access to that 1 unique other Disruption card and Harlequin in hand. Each player shuffles their hand into their deck. Some we haven't seen yet, but here comes Recon Directive first. Does find a
Pokepad.
with Pokepad.
There's the Victini back. So we did manage to get them. They're down, but with damage from Risky Ruins. Okay, yeah, now we're going ahead with that Night Stretcher for either the Typhlosion or an energy card.
Yeah, so it's just going to be, it might be a real risky Harlequin. Like, sorry, I was mentioning it a moment ago. Each player shuffles their hand in his deck, then flip a coin. If heads, you draw 5 and your opponent draws 3. If tails,
here it is.
If tails, you draw 3 cards and your opponent draws 5. So this is...
Alex, I'll be honest, that went over my head. That's a lot of math. Let's do the coin flip and you tell me what we do, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. So both players are shuffling their deck right now. Yasmin gets to flip the coin. And it comes down to what lands here. So if Yasmin flips her heads, Yasmin will get to draw 5, and Yari will draw 3. But if Yasmin flips tails, then she will be drawing 3 cards, and Yari 5. So here we go.
Here we go. It's
the heads.
What does that mean, Alex?
So there's an opportunity to get 5 new cards. Can we find a rare candy? There's rare candy. There's Night Stretcher. Can we find any other pieces? I don't think there's any other way to deal enough damage.
Because we can't use the Kieran. We've already used the Supporter. The Sacred Ash is nice to put things back into the deck, but it's not quite what we need right now. We can't draw cards in any other way.
Maybe there was just no real way from this scenario, because the other Brave Bangle is still sitting in the prizes. That's the other modifier to increase your output. And that's the unfortunate struggle that Yasmin finds herself in. So 10 minutes on the clock. Does it look like Yari has been able to close out this game, really decimating that board? Yeah, Yasmin, I think, is calling it quits here. Looks like a concession. It's going to be Yari who takes game 2 of this Swiss round 13. We had a great lot of fun with that Harlequin, but not enough to turn this game around. Yari finding an out, finding the right pieces, and really just essentially taking down those Ethan's Typhlosion without any retaliation, I should say.
Yeah, the risk versus reward of that redeemable ticket didn't quite get us there, as Yasmin had a really strong start, but Yari did too. And Yari had that threat of the Monkey Dory on the board this time, and that made all of the difference. Littering damage across the board, Yari was able to pick up extra prize cards here and there, and ended up in quite a demanding position. And Yasmin was just struggling from that point to combine these tricky item cards, tools, and supporters to get the extra damage. And what really kind of sealed it all together was that unfair stamp, making it difficult to Yasmin to get all of those combination pieces into hand. Cyndaquils managed to pull forward, but it just wasn't enough, and Yasmin saw the writing on the wall as Yari takes this game 2 in Swiss round 13 here in Utrecht.
Yeah, it's a really riveting back and forth here, especially when you have sort of this one-hit knockout possibility with Ethan's Typhlosion, and then this way from what we've seen with very strong Dragapult decks throughout the years, this way of decimating a board, really sort of picking apart your opponent's board state. But we do just have, I believe it was just under 10 minutes. It's currently 1-1, both players looking to try and just cement a potential place in an asymmetrical top cut or just top cut, depending on how it all pans out as well. As both our players now setting up for game 3. It'll be really, really interesting to see who goes first, because Yasmin went first in game 1, won that. Yari went first in game 2, and won that one.
So we'll see what pans out for either player. Let's take a cheeky peek at the prize cards.
Yeah, this is going to be real tricky for Yasmin.
Ooh, that's rough.
We do know that Yasmin has an out, but here it is. Game 3, 8 minutes on the clock. Oh, we got a double, we got a buddy popping and a Pokemon array, so we get a chance to go through the deck, work out what is prized right now, and then that way know that Yasmin has to find a way into a redeemable ticket, but has to time it impeccably because we don't want to send more Ethan's adventure into there.
Also a little bit more difficult when we don't have access to our secret box for that extra draw and being able to cherry pick it from the deck. So actually a really difficult prize scenario here for Yasmin. And we did see the redeemable ticket wasn't that redeeming factor in the end, actually putting another key piece of the puzzle into the prize cards and did end up being really impactful for Yasmin, not being able to piece together that combo.
Yari, though, only just get the Fire Energy and then a Lily's Determination, has to find some extra pieces here. He knows Yasmin plays Rare Candy.
The opportunity for an explosive attack from a Typhlosion is there. Let's see whether Yari gets something. That's a huge hand. Yeah. Surely there's a puzzle piece in there. There's a Dreepy and a Buddy Poffin and a Pokepad. I think we're okay.
Yeah, we're safe. We're okay. Dreepy, you can continue. So moving on, we're getting a game here. This is absolutely important from both sides of the field to really set up and see the direction that we take. But Yari will be pretty pleased that he's able to now set up a board state where he has 4 Dreepies down. And also the Pokepad for a future turn as well to grab another Dracloak. Just on his side, I mean, it's just one Dragapult EX currently prized again alongside that Pheasantipity, which is absolutely fine because we didn't really want to see it opening with it in game 2 anyway, but it didn't really matter too much as Dunsparce now hits the field also.
Here we go. We've got that engine starting to come together. A really beautiful hand for next turn. Just passing over to Yasmin as we get another Cyndaquil down and our first Quilava going in with Bonded by the Journey and grabbing our first set of Ethan pieces of the puzzle. And then I imagine Ethan's going to get played as well. And we're going to carry on with this Ethan's Typhlosion deck, which has just that seamless synergy with all of its cards for a Fire Energy, another Quilava, I'm not surprised, and possibly even another, or we'll just have to go for that Typhlosion because we do have the 2 Quilava prized, which is quite fishy. Yeah,
just getting the energy because I believe there's an Ethan's Typhlosion already in hand, so we can Rare Candy up and start swinging away with that attack of that big pad attack, I should say, of the Buddy Blast, should she choose to do so. Does also Bonded by the Journey with the second Quilava now, and we Rare Candy into the Ethan's Typhlosion. Turn 2, we're going to start applying so much pressure. Remember, this is time of the essence right now because we need to try and just apply so much pressure. Taken a prize, has taken a Quilava out of the prizes right now.
Dreepy down as our first little guy hits the discard pile. Yari was right to litter the board with as many as possible, not only because we need that early game pressure of the Dracloak to draw cards, but also because Yasmin can make these explosive starts, and that she did.
Yeah, and there we go. All Pokemon evolved up on Yari's side of the board right now. So shuffling up the Dunsparce in the active spot, of course, can just use that runaway draw to run back into the deck, draw 3 further cards as well. So let's see what we find from the first Recon Directive. There's the Ultra Ball. So we won't be firing off a Dragapult EX Phantom Dive anytime soon because we haven't been able to Rare Candy. We don't play that. Right now, we just have to find a way to maybe slow the game down a little bit as we get a third Recon Directive. Another Buddy Poffin, maybe sort of deciding, do I need to go into Badoo here?
Hopefully that might help to slow things down just a little bit, but maybe not enough. Again, if Yasmin takes enough prize cards at the beginning here, it could spell disaster for Yari, although Dragapult is very well known for taking those multiple prize turns. So we're just going to have to see. Both players are set up incredibly well for what their archetype is trying to achieve. Going for the double Psychic off that Crispin, one from the hand, then one from the effect of the Crispin, and keeping the Fire Energy in hand just to try and spread out those Psychic Energy, knowing that Fire type energy is going to be our more sparse resource in this game.
Yep, absolutely. Now we get a chance to see the direction here because just holding that fire means even if you target one of the Dracloaks, I have an attacker for next turn. Going to be utilizing that runaway draw now. Let's see 3 more cards that we'll have to shuffle away, and then one of the Dracloaks will have to maneuver to the active spot. It will be the one without energy attached to it. So it looks like it may be a bit of a sacrificial lamb here to an Ethan's Typhlosion. But we do have attackers for the next turn. We have Dragapult EX in hand.
Oh my goodness, look at the fury, the flurry of cards going down. Yasmin knows that time is of the essence. We need to get as many prize cards as we can. It can be one of the challenges of running single prize decks in that we need to play as quickly as possible to be able to physically take as many prize cards as we need to within the time limits. And we only have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock as it stands.
I do wonder sometimes with the extra energy attachment that's been committed as well. You know, your opponent plays Crushing Hammers. There are now 3 Ethan's Typhlosions on Yasmin's side of the board.
That's a lot of Typhlosion, and 2 of them have energy all ready to go. And there's not much that Yasmin really needs more than that. Maybe some modifiers in case a Dragapult does come into play. Looks like Yveltal's coming into the party, maybe making it difficult for Yasmin to close out this game in time.
Exactly. It's one thing I wanted to highlight as something that we do need to keep an eye on. And we do get the Dragapult evolved in the active spot. Phantom Dive is now live, so we can start sprinkling some damage on Yasmin's side of the board. And then here comes a Recon Directive first, just to see what else we have access to. Takes the Dragcloak over the Ultra Ball. Yeah, they kind of, I don't think it's too impactful right now because we don't have another Dreepy to evolve up yet, at least. But maybe, just maybe we get a Dreepy for the moment to get back onto the board. Maybe that's actually a really important thing to do first.
Yeah, and again, not only advancing our play in regards to being able to draw more cards, but also securing our place to being able to get as many Dragapult into play as possible. Going in with a Lily's determination to draw more cards. We're going to get a fresh 8 here, so that's plenty to work with. Although Yasmin has evolved up that board so far that actually a Phantom Dive doesn't have the desired impact, as those Typhlosion have quite high HP totals. And although we won't be able to get the evolution on that Quilava, it's going to take more than just one Phantom Dive to take it down.
Absolutely, and we might even see Yasmin, after one of these Ethan's Typhlosions go down, Night Stretcher it back up and just evolve it up again, and it takes a further extra turn of Phantom Dive damage because it will have 170 HP at that point, or at least a maximum 170 HP, and it's 3 Phantom Dives to actually start whittling it away. We do get the Dunsparce now from the Pokepad. I think Yari's just looking for any opportunity to restabilize the board, as we do get the Phantom Dive knockout on the Ethan's Typhlosion and a 6 going on that Ethan's Quilava. Ethan's Typhlosion maneuvered into the active spot. Do we have the pieces for a massive knockout here? Energy attachment. We have Pokepad for Victini. Then it's just finding, or even Buddy Poffin for the Victini. And then it's just finding any other way, maybe to try and get a redeemable ticket, because one of those Ethan's Adventures is in the prizes right now.
It would take a lot, but it's not impossible. But we don't have any natural card draw on the board right now. We would need Dracloak. So unfortunately, it looks like it might not quite be enough in time, as time is about to be called.
Yeah, 3 seconds remaining on Yasmin's turn right now. Victini does hit the field. Time has been called, it looks like, as we're about to just get a play from Yasmin here with that Lily's Determination. Well, we have to shuffle in and draw 6 new cards, of course. But that Dragapult looks very likely to be surviving a Buddy Blast this turn.
Does indeed. And that is a huge thorn in Yasmin's side with only 2. So we've got a combination of 3 total turns. After this one, we've got 2 extra turns each. So this isn't really going to be enough for Yasmin to take enough prize cards. If we don't take a KO this turn, then Yasmin's going to be looking to try and pull together a tie instead, rather than losing on this occasion.
Yep, so both players in this Swiss round 13 already taking a game apiece, as we do get now a Night Stretcher for that Ethan's Typhlosion, just as I mentioned a little bit earlier, evolved up to that Typhlosion that damaged Quilava. And now it's out of range of a second Phantom Dive. We'll need one more after that for it to even go down.
It's a long way to go. And with limited card draw, just don't think we're going to be able to get there in time. You never know, though. Yasmin made some absolutely wondrous plays in game one and did manage to string together an unexpected knockout.
Yeah, and we do get an Ultra Ball now, but as we've entered time, of course, on Yasmin's turn, she will be turn 0, and I think you might be able to see just about the couple of dies at the top there, but Yasmin will be turn 0, Yara will be turn 1, Yasmin will be turn 2, and Yari will finalize this game, this feature match game, as turn 3 at the end of time rules, which are applied once we hit that counter there. So we do get now this Ultra Ball just pitching away a few different cards. We do get a Pheasantipity come down now. Does that open any doors? I don't believe so. Just in terms of knockouts, Yari does have 2 turns of attacks remaining.
So at this point, it would be Yasmin's opportunity to try and stay in the game and just string together enough to not lose. We're playing not to lose at this point if we're Yasmin now, after launching a Buddy Blast into the Dragapult, but not quite dealing enough damage.
So this is turn 1 of time. We do get that ever so important, or it looks like he's just second guessed himself first, but Dracloak first, just to kind of work out what else we have access to. I'm sure we are likely to see that Monkey Dory come down. We can open up bench space anyway with something like that, the Dunsparce coming down and Runaway Draw being worked in to draw and see 3 more cards. Here comes the Ultra Ball, pitching away 2 crushing hammers.
Possibly, as you said, to get more card draw on the board. We want to try and sequence this turn perfectly to see as many cards as possible to string together the perfect plethora of attacks to attempt to take enough prize cards. We've got 5 prize cards left to take with Yari and 2 turns to do so. It is absolutely within Dragapult's wheelhouse to be able to achieve this.
And I wonder if it is possible now, if we're able to establish something like double Monkey Dories, get another Dragapult EX attacking, as we do see the Runaway Draw now, so that will be shuffled back into there. We did hit the Unfair Stamp, not as useful right now because Yasmin hasn't been able to take a knockout on a previous turn. Monkey Dory hitting the field with a Darkness Energy right now. But if we can't keep establishing some and keeping some damage counters on the board stay, we can't keep flinging damage counters over because that Dragapult will go down at some stage.
Absolutely, and that's the worry at this stage is, although Yasmin's given you kind of 1 turn of damage, you need to be able to keep that flowing, otherwise it's not going to be enough. We've kind of, now got no bench space left for this turn, so another Monkey Dory is not going to happen, but it could next turn. Gone for the Dunsparce just to guarantee us that we're going to be able to draw more cards next turn, because we do have 1 more turn after this for Yari. So if Yari can make enough kind of damage counter mess of Yasmin board right now, it could be possible.
So it's just eyeing up maybe using that boss's orders to stick some real amounts of damage counters across Yasmin's board, maybe fire off a massive attack. Monkey Dory Adrenabrain right now, just thinking about where this placement of the 30 damage counters is going. Looks like it's going to be going on that Victini. It is a smaller, more squishier Pokemon because it can't be evolved up, of course. And now it's just, what direction do we go in? Do we have Crispin in hand as well? So that could have been another way we get another Monkey Dory live with Dark Energy, or potentially get a second Dragapult EX as an attacker ready as well. So this is kind of the unique scenario Final Cell's in. No Fire Energy from the deck, so can't accelerate to the other Dracloak to evolve up into Dragapult and attack that way. So just getting the energy on the Dreepy, which is a bit of a shame, missing out on something like that Monkey Dory. Could have been quite fun to see double Monkey Dory shenanigans.
It would have been, but instead we're going to go for a little bit more card draw. We've got another Recon Directive live. Going ahead, grabbing another Ultra Ball, I think it was. Yes, and now it's probably just absolutely that Phantom Dive, diving into the Typhlosion and littering damage all across the bench to hopefully string together more prize cards next time. We'd only need to take 3, which is not out of the question.
Absolutely not, especially when you're staring down at that Pheasantipity and that Dreepy, who may evolve up to a Dracloak to have some extra protection. But effectively, Yari would only be a Fire Energy, a Boss's Orders, Well, I guess we'll need to find a way to get Risky Ruins now because that Dragapult will also be going down. And that's the scary thing. Can Yari piece together and actually take the win here? This has become a real interesting, intriguing matchup in this scenario, especially when Yasmin was really sort of applying a lot of pressure early on, but just ran out of steam a little bit. This is Yasmin's final turn, remember. What can we do to not lose this game? I think you have to take out this Dragapult EX. Just to kind of ask a question, and do you? I guess then you're kind of giving opportunities for Pheasantipity as well. There's so many different factors in play here. That's a scary thing, I think.
I think you might consider taking the Monkey Dory, knowing that that's probably one of the biggest threats to your board right now. But if your opponent does have that boss's orders, it's still pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, if you take out Monkey Dory, you know your opponent's used one Night Stretcher. It does mean he'll have to find Monkey Dory and Dark Energy once again. So it's just an announcement of an attack. Yari, can you piece together a way to win this Swiss round 13? We need boss's orders. We need Monkey Dory. We need Dark Energy. We know there's Dark Energy in hand. We know there's Ultra Ball in hand. There's 2 pieces. Can we get, and we got Meowth as well. That means we do need the Dunsparce to come in and maybe give us space away again. Couple of different pieces.
Monkey Dory, yep, being considered and taken from that Ultra Ball. Still staying in the game for now. We can take 3 prize cards, but it must be meticulously managed.
We still have draw power with the Dracloak Recon directives as well. Yep, there's Monkey Dory being lined up with the Dark Energy here. Adrenabrain Live has to put that damage counter, well, once the Battle Cage goes as well, onto that Dracloak. There's the boss's orders, so a few pieces coming together here. Do we have any more? Do we have anything else? We have Unfair Stamp. See 5 more cards plus the Dracloak's Recon Directive. We're going to see 9 cards here, Amy, at the least.
Ooh, let's see if it's enough. We just need to be able to string together that attack. We just got a little bit more out of it. That's the thing when Yasmin has such a full bench of Pokemon that are evolved up that little bit more. We do need just a bit more damage on that Dracloak. We're going to need that Dunsparce. Let's see what we can get.
There's Ultra Ball.
Okay.
So that
we
and
can get the
Pokepad.
Pokepad, so we can get the Dunsparce, and that might get us a little bit closer to getting rid of that Battle Cage.
You want to start thinning the deck as well with Ultra Balls and other cards maybe at the same time.
Surely we see the Risky Ruins. We're going to see a lot of cards, and there's not a lot of cards left in deck.
Yeah, we're going to see another 7 cards just from the draw power on this board state. Maybe if we open up space, we have options for Pheasantipity to also come down as well. Yeah, I think it's just kind of deciding here to try and maximize the value of what we see. There's Pheasantipity, so we're going to see 10 cards in addition to the ones that we pulled out of the deck as well. We just need to find the right piece here, Amy. Here's Runaway Draw.
The first Runaway Draw. No Recon Directive.
Fire Energy, is that Stadium? That's Risky Ruins. Is that enough here? It's just going to be the retreat into the Dragapult. 200 damage. Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain, that's going to be 3 prizes for Yari. He's been able to clear it off.
Phantom diving, plunging into the winner's seat in this game 3 here in Utrecht with Ethan's Typhlosion versus Dragapult EX. Yasmin put up a heck of a fight, but Yari was able to close out that game spectacularly and bringing that stealth Pokemon Dragapult once again into the limelight.
Yeah, we get a chance to look back at this amazing Swiss round 13 between Ethan's Typhlosion and Dragapult. Yasmin here in game 1, really completely setting up the board with those Draclos, getting the draw power, getting the Kolavas, getting up to the maximum amount of damage you can deal with Ethan's Typhlosion. As we do see here, again, this is the massive over knockout on that Yveltal when we got all 4 of the Ethan's Adventure into the discard pile. We already have Brave Bangle ready for a future turn and the Victini's Victory Cheer ready to go as well. But this Dragapult wasn't long for the field and came down after that Battle Cage went and took game 1 there.
And Yari was right to save time in that match as we did go to a full game 3, but here in game 2, we saw that Yari had this much stronger board state and Yasmin really had to struggle to put together the pieces. Even after gathering some of them from the prize cards with their redeemable ticket, we still then then after this knockout, struggled to get that back online. We weren't able to deal enough damage to a Dragapult, and unfortunately with the threat of 2 Monkey Dory plus this unfair stamp, it was just the writing on the wall for Yasmin as they couldn't recover. And although the Cyndaquil managed to hang on in there, it just wasn't enough.
Yep, so close. It was only really 1 card away because he had that rare candy into that Ethan's Typhlosion again. And this game 3 was where Yasmin was really just trying to apply so much pressure, able to get a full sort of board of that Quilava and Ethan's Typhlosion nice and early. Turn 2 rare candy, Buddy Blast, and knock out the Dreepy with the energy attached. But then, despite having that board state, with some certain levels of disruption and massive knockouts from the Dragapult itself, wasn't able to retaliate. And then when you got the crazy Adrenabrains from that Monkey Dory sending and flinging back damage counters across alongside that Phantom Dive, you're building up a board that, despite the Monkey Dory going down, Yari was able to piece together all the combo pieces with all of that incredible draw power he had on that board. The Dunsparce, Runaway Draw, Recon Directive, and the Pheasant Dipsy. Didn't even need to use it all, but found the risky ruins in the end with just the first attempt.
Honestly, I think we would have got there. There was so much card draw on the board, and that's where this Dunsparce build of Dragapult really shines.
Yeah, and it's only a 1-1. That's all you need.
That's all you need.
It's just an extra free retreater to pivot, to boost, like you just say, to draw power. And it really came to the fore there where it just was so impactful, despite being not the core draw engine, which we've seen in other decks that the Dunsparce has really sort of come to light with.
Absolutely, and that's why this Dunsparce has kind of wormed its way into this Dragapult deck, even on a thin line, and we saw how effective it was there for those power spike moments where we needed to just push that little bit further with the card draw and with being able to retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, Amy, I need a moment, and I think we want to give a moment to Yari, because he's right there with Shay ready.
Exactly that, Alex. This is Yari's moment right now, advancing to that 11-1-1 record. We can see off camera just how much this means to you. My first question is, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, amazing. I never thought I was going to make this. The thing is that another from the Netherlands asked me to do a ID on 5-1. And I was like, okay, I haven't made day 2 for a long time. It is not the play, but I did it, and now we're here, so it's amazing.
Yeah, there you go. Sometimes it all falls your way. Now, let's be honest. When we saw what your opponent was playing, let's say you sit down now for this game, knowing how much this means, and your opponent flips over Ethan's Cyndaquil. What's going through your heads there?
Well, I knew she was playing.
Okay.
But it was for me never a match that I actually tested. So everything went on the fly. For me, it was mostly a favorite matchup.
Okay.
But when I saw my hand in the first game, I was like, okay, this is going to be tough. And that's why I scooped pretty early so that I at least can get 3 games out.
Yeah, no, and it obviously proved to be, well, fantastic, yeah, just enough time. Talk to us a little bit about that game 3 scenario then. So going into game 3, not a lot of time was left. It was a nail biter, right? Went right down to the wire. What's going through your head as you piece together those final turns?
Yeah, basically she said to me after that she went for the win. And that's why she placed the vest down. So when that happened, I was like, wait, there's now 4 prizes I can take. If everything goes right. Basically, she didn't have to get the KO and then hope that I can get rid of the battle cage. And then, yeah, you saw what happened. And then it was able to get the 4 prizes that I needed.
Yeah, it all came together for you perfectly there on that last turn. So let's talk a bit more about your deck then, the Dragapult EX archetype. What's made you want to play that this weekend?
Well, I have tried many decks. Garchomp was one, Festival Lead, and nothing felt right. And for me, I've played Dragapult for a long time, before post-rotation as well. And yeah, stick with what you know, basically. Yeah. And that made me choose this deck. When I saw Andrew Hedrick creating the hammers,
Yep.
it felt right because of the fact that you can make the mirror more favored for yourself if you flip heads. So yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I think that's a good little knowledge for you guys at home there. Play with what you know is always the safest picks. You'll get a lot of wins just like Yari here. Thank you so much for your time, Yari. It's been a pleasure. Good luck in the rest of your rounds moving forward. But for now, if you're watching at home and you want to know a little bit more about the Pokemon trading card game, well, guess what? You're in luck because we have some content for you.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokemon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokemon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokemon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokemon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokemon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokemon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokemon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in one turn.
Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokemon TCG.
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round 1 is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round 1.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player, and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
This is the moment, the make or break, win or go home. This is the last round of Swiss here at Utrecht before we advance to our asymmetrical top cut and beyond. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Mike Ellis. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I'm looking forward to some of the decks around the top tables that are unexpected to be doing well. We just got to see Ethan's Typhlosion, unfortunately falling short at the final moment, but there are many other decks that people wouldn't have expected to make it all this way.
Yeah, you're right. It's all here, there, and everywhere as we can consult our Masters Swiss rankings. Edwin Mesman, currently our #1 seed with Joshua Van Elfshelver tied with that 11-1-1 record. And Yari, obviously, we just had on stream in the last round at our 3rd seed, Mike.
And Hermione, the Charizard Master from pre-rotation, coming to their first event post-rotation as they missed out on Prague, looking to try and show they are more than just the one deck player, as they are currently 3rd in Europe, looking to try and secure an automatic invite, even though they're so far ahead in that standings, but wanting to show off what they're capable of in this new format.
Must be nice to be in that position, eh? Something I don't think I'll ever be in. But I believe our table is ready for our win and in action for asymmetrical top cut and beyond. So let's head down there. And quite honestly, this is going to be an all-star matchup. We have Miloslav on the left versus Mateo on the right.
And Miloslav, what a player. LAIC champion and many other great finishes to boot. One of those that's always there to watch out for, a very strong contender and looking to try and make this their first regional level win. Has got a final in the past, but LAIC champion, really the standout result for Miloslav, putting him on the map.
Yep, and then facing off against him on the right will be Mateo with some very recent finishes, might I say. EUIC top 256 and Birmingham top 296 as well.
And this is looking like one of those events that could push him in the running for a Worlds invite, as their strong finishes in this season, playing Gardevoir at those previous events, looking to try and take a different archetype here to success, and already outperforming both those finishes just with this current standing. But with a win here, will be making their way into that top cut contention.
2 copies of Dunsparce prized there for Miloslav and 2 copies of Dreepy currently prized for Mateo. It's going to give us a little insight into what both players are playing. We will get into that soon. But here we go, our Swiss, last round of Swiss winning in action here at the Utrecht Regional Championships. Mateo's getting us started.
I'm going to be straight away with that buddy poppin'. A strong start for both sides, as the Fan Rotom on Miloslav's side will set up the majority of that deck. But we have Mateo here with Dragapult Blaziken, a deck we've looked at for this event as one that is in a strong position considering the Crushing Hammer build is about.
Yeah, that's all down to that Blaziken that we're using here, that Seething Spirit ability that lets you attach a basic energy card from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. So, in past events, this would have been useful for setting up Monkey Dory or setting up Dragapult. But right now, Mike, as you do say, because Crushing Hammer is so much more prevalent, this also helps with that.
But really it is the Dracloak that's the priority early on with every form of Dragapult, as it allows you to get that draw with Recon Directive. So 2 Dreepy coming down off the Buddy and attach to the active and pass over to the other side. And it's that fan call from Fan Rotom allowing Miloslav to set up here.
Yeah, that fan call room is going to be finding any combination of Dunsparce and Baneri because, yep, Miloslav is playing a Mega Lopunny focused deck. A scary attacker once it gets rolling with that Gale Thrust attack, Mike.
Exactly. We saw it early on in the stream when we had Owen Kammerman playing it, and it looks so consistent, so powerful. One of the few decks currently in format which has very little required to attack each turn. And it's the combination of the Dunsparce with that Mega Lopunny that allows you to reset the active and use the Gale Thrust over and over again.
Yeah, that Gale Thrust doing 60 plus 170 if you can maneuver Mega Lopunny into the active on this turn. But that Spiky Hopper attack, Mike, is also very helpful.
Exactly, able to get through some of the nastier matchups in the format. Things like Crustle, able to get through any of those kind of effects. But really, it is just a strong Pokemon attacking very efficiently. And it's also a Mega Evolution Pokemon, which allows you to combine it with Wally's Compassion, which is why I think it's so strong in the format right now. Healing damage in a Dragapult format is very powerful.
Yeah, basically erasing any Phantom Dive while it's compassionate, and you remove all damage from one of your Mega Evolution Pokemon EX and just put all energy attached to it into your hand. But when you are Mega Lopunny that is attacking for 1 energy with Gale Thrust, that's mighty fine.
Because it's a colorless attack for 1 energy, Mist Energy, 4 of them in the deck. A great way to protect some of your bench Pokemon from the sprinkles of Phantom Dive. Those damage counters cannot be placed on Pokemon with Mist Energy. So you can see where the synergy here is in Miloslav's deck to take down Dragapult. And it will be that early pressure that will decide which deck goes ahead and which one is able to stay ahead. For Miloslav, able to continually attack, not quite enough to knock out because the 230 from Gale Thrust can't take a 1-hit knockout on the Dragapult.
No.
But when you're trading 2-hit knockouts and you've got healing and your opponent doesn't, generally the healing deck comes out on top.
Yeah, so it's definitely a deck that is built to try and do rather well against the Dragapult EX archetype, and let's see how it all pans out here for Miloslav, as he is going to end the turn, it looks like, with 2 Baneri and 2 Dunsparce in play. Well, worth noting, those are Dunsparce is an incredible draw engine, runaway draw, and you shuffle itself away into the deck and draw 3.
Now, for Mateo, we mentioned the Dracloak being the key way to set up early on, and this is exactly why. Recon Directive, looking at those top 2 cards.
Ooh,
allows you
big
to set
card
up
there. Sorry, that's going to the hand there, Mike, that Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Allowing you to shut down all colorless Pokemon with abilities, which would take away the Dunsparce runaway draw, which is a key part of Miloslav setting up in this early stage.
It looks like we are going to see Ultra Ball for Dragapult EX. Rare Candy Dragapult into the crisp. Oh dear, is this going to be a turn 2 Phantom Dive? Look at the increase in tempo for Mateo. He knows he's onto a winner here.
And with those 60 HP Dunsparce on the bench, can take a double knockout at this stage, not only getting prize cards, but reducing the draw for Miloslav.
And putting down the Team Rocket's Watchtower. I'm not sure you could piece together a more perfect turn 2 here for Mateo. Phantom Dive, 200 damage to the active, 6 damage counter spread on Dunsparce, 2 prize cards for Mateo. Miloslav is in trouble.
What a way to kick things off. And the battle cage coming straight down, saying, you're not going to deny my abilities, but really taking away the Dunsparce is the bigger factor here. 1 less runaway draw, and that early hand from Miloslav doesn't have a huge amount of options. Looking for the energy, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a big runaway draw. Worth noting, that play was only possible because Miloslav actually prized both copies of his 70 hit point Dunsparce, so was forced to put down the 60 hit point one, immediately coming back to bite him. Here is the runaway draw though, Mike.
Exactly, the 70 HP, the Dunsparce of choice into Dragapult, thanks to that 10 HP, taking it just out of range. Some unfortunate prize cards at this stage.
But he did join some fire energy there, though, Mike. So that means Gale Thrust is live. We'll be able to fire back and attack. But looking at that bench, that is looking rather anemic to me. Not a lot going on.
So Team Rocket's Watchtower, one of the stadiums for Mateo. The other one, the Risky Ruins, which could come into be quite a vital card. But actually, the Battle Cage coming down now, there's 3 for Miloslav. So we'll be able to eventually get a Battle Cage to stick, which could completely change the course of this match.
Yeah, that Battle Cage is another sort of Dragapult EX tech. Prevent all damage counter being placed on your benched Pokemon via attacks and abilities. Basically saying no Adrenaline Brain and no Phantom Dive.
There we go. There's that energy.
Oh.
That Mega Lopunny did come from the bench this turn. Has to be evolved before it moves into the active. Otherwise, you do not get the benefits of Gale Thrust. So we saw Miloslav do that. And that will be hitting for 230 this turn. But the Lily's Determination for Miloslav, just looking to try and find more resources. And as we mentioned, there's no 70 HP Dunsparce available. So might be relying on this Battle Cage to protect them.
And it only has 1 Dunsparce in the deck right now. Right? The other one has been discarded, so ideally we'd love to try and get both Dunsparce into play here, right? But that would require drawing into it or a way to find it, and then a Night Stretcher as well. Let's see what those 8 cards from the lead is going to get him. I see an Ultra Ball, and you could use that to get Dunsparce, but very costly.
And you mentioned about being the perfect turn for Mateo. Getting that Dragapult attack off was key, but the stability of the board behind it isn't looking so strong. Only the 1 Dracloak will make it quite hard, and there's no knockout coming here as the Mega Lopunny will just be hitting for 230. So the draw is limited for Mateo, and so at this stage, that Battle Cage might be in a strong position to stick.
Yeah. Miloslav definitely needs that Battle Cage to stick, but there is going to be the big, bad, scary Gale Thrust is over to Mateo now. Does have unfair step, and I can't use that, of course. Yeah, as you're right, though, with the draw power looking rather limited here, though, Mike. That hand isn't the greatest. Going to be a big Recon Directive here, I feel.
Yeah, just 2 cards there. Poker Pad and an Unfair Stamp. One of them will be great next turn, potentially, when Miloslav looks to take a knockout. But at this stage, that poker pad just trying to thin out maybe another Dreepy or get the
Monkey Dory, maybe?
Monkey Dory, yeah.
Or the Torchic, of course.
Oh, yeah. We've got this, the Blaziken build.
Yeah, obviously, the Blaziken EX. It's not a bad little attacker. 200 damage with that Smolder Salt attack. I mean, you can use it.
I mean, once the Battle Cage sticks, it's basically the same as the Dragobolt in terms of attacks.
Yeah, great point. Here we go. Big Recon Directive then. Crispin and a Pokepad. I mean, it's a supporter.
Get some energy.
Probably not the one you want.
Might be able to spread some damage with that Monkey Dory.
Oh, not with Battle Cage, can't.
Well, onto the active. Those Mega Lopunnies are so big.
Yeah.
Another 30 healed away with Wally's Compassion is not going to do much.
Yeah, so Miloslav needed to buy a turn here. That would be his pipeline back into the game. Looks like that Battle Cage has been that. Stemming the flow of bleeding here, we'll be able to get back in the game.
You can see the hand for Miloslav on the other side, full of those missed energy. So where energy can often be the hardest thing for this Mega Lopunny deck to find. Once it's in play and you're healing it back into your hand with the Wally's Compassion, you're normally all right. But that first energy can be a challenge. For Miloslav at this stage, has been able to successfully get that. Has the air balloon, making pivoting easier. So everything at this stage for Miloslav is set up reasonably well, despite the 2 Dunsparce prize. Meanwhile, for Matteo, almost looking forward to a knockout here to be able to utilize that unfair stamp to its best potential.
Ooh, are we going to see a retreat into the Torchic for a collect? Is that the level of desperation right here? I think it might be. Or we could do a combustion for 10. I don't imagine we'll see that. I mean, the hand is that bad.
Well, I guess the 30 over, and if you set up another Monkey Dory, you might be able to get a knockout.
Oh, it's just going to be the collect. Yeah, draw 1. Torchic coming in. Of course, Battle Cage only protecting benched Pokemon. That's why you can adrenaline rain to the active, of course, is over to Miloslav now, whose hand again, we did see the Lilies. What has he got to work with here? I see some mist energy.
I might just be able to retreat into the other Mega Lopunny.
Yep.
Evolve the Dunsparce up. Doesn't need anything else at this stage.
I mean, you'd love to try and boss his orders up the Dragapult, right? Just remove that threat.
Take 2 prizes.
Take 2 prizes at the same time. This isn't a turn to use Wally's Compassion, obviously, because it's only 30 damage.
Lots to think about. It's a slow game plan for the Mega Lopunny, looking to apply pressure, heal away damage, apply more pressure. So just going to be using
Boss's orders found up the runaway draw, Mike.
And a Wally's Compassion that would look great in that hand, but we know the other side, that unfair stamp is waiting to trigger upon a knockout here, and everything on Matteo's side of the board would get knocked out through that Gale Thrust.
Yep. And that's where if you mess up, you want to really try and develop that the Dunsparce again, because you know that Dragapult EX decks love that unfair stamp.
Feeling more and more confident with that Battle Cage sticking at this stage.
Yeah.
You know, what a key card that could be in this game. After that early Team Rocket's Watchtower goes down, means only 1 stadium bump for Matteo in deck. With very little draw on board, that's going to be hard to hit. And so Miloslav, confident that it's going to be a Mega Lopunny sponge in the active, but needs the draw for the other side of a potential unfair stamp should it come through.
So very wishful Ultra Ball there, discarding 2 mist energy. Sorry, I meant to say mist there, not wish energy. That's something else, isn't it? Getting rid of both the mist energy for that Dunsparce, which is so crucial. He's really having to recur that Dunsparce over and over and over again, because you need that draw power. There's the boss's orders, Mike, onto the Dragapult EX. Free retreat thanks to Air Balloon. Gale Thrust, that'll be a KO.
Exactly, and we'll be able to continually swing for a few turns, even with the disruption, but the stability of both boards isn't as preferable as you'd like. And so it will be now Matteo's chance to disrupt and build a huge board here.
Here we go. Pheasantipity off the top now. Got to be careful using that. You'd love to use it, but that is a card that can get one-hit KO by Gale Thrust. But here we go. Unfair stamp. Matteo's ace-spec. This is his swing turn to get the Pendulum of Power back over to him. 5 cards for him and 2 for Miloslav.
Loads of draw on the other side. One of the huge benefits of Dragapult in this format, where unfair stamp is a common ace-spec, is you do have those Dracloaks and often Pheasantipity too. Sometimes even the Dunsparce to allow you to draw cards in case of disruption. So 5 cards to Matteo, plus 2 Dracloak, plus 2 Fez, is really going to be able to build up a huge accordion hand here and see lots of power this turn. What's it going to be off the first recon?
No stadium jet in that hand, by the way. Blaziken and Lily. You might pick that Blaziken. It's just to try and get a rare candy bailout here. It does play 3 copies of that. Oh, what did he take them? I didn't see. What was it? It was the Blaziken. Do we see a rare candy that will actually give us an attack this turn?
One has been used.
Yeah, one has been used. So 2 available. None are in the prizes, but hasn't got access to them. Could flip the script into them, of course.
Interesting to use the recons first. Typically, we see people flip the script, see what's on the other side, but maybe looking to try and find that Lily's Determination. But then off the back of that, Blaziken is now looking to draw as many as possible.
I mean, we could see the Ultra Ball to do some thinning, perhaps, if you're really hunting for a rare candy this turn. Looks like that is going to be the case. Getting rid of Budu. I think that time has been and gone. Oh, maybe not. Flip the script, one of the premier abilities in this game. 1, 2, and it was the rare candy, Mike, the Pokemon GO one.
There we go, rare
Big
candy. Blaziken EX will be coming into the active and we'll be able to set up an attack this turn. So with all that draw, finding the 2 pieces needed to set up a strong attack here.
Seething Spirit, letting you attach an energy from your discard pile. That is how Smolder Assault will be alive. It looks like Mateo's debating what to do with this Ultra Ball. He could set up a Dreepy, perhaps.
And everything here going in Mateo's favor. Exactly the turn he'd want.
Yeah.
Able to keep those Dracloak behind the Blaziken to allow for more draw in the future. Might even look to evolve them up into Dragapult to create as many large targets as possible. But what really needs to happen for Mateo here is he needs to put damage on the board that he can then also follow up with an attack, because Wally's Compassion is the scary aspect of Miloslav's deck, but after the Unfair Stamp should be tricky for him to find.
Yeah, we haven't had, that's the double-edged sword of this term. I haven't been able to see Miloslav's hand yet, but Mateo's done everything he needed to do. Ultra Ball for the Dragapult EX. We're going to see the Night Stretcher, turn attach. We still have Blaziken to attach the second Fire Energy Seething Spirit, and that will be the Smolder Assault for 200. What a reload turn there for Mateo.
Works so synergistically with the Dragapult.
Oh, has a boss thought? Are we going to go after the Dunsparce here?
I think just going to be debating what the option is. Sometimes when you've not used a supporter for turn, your instinct is you must use a supporter, but actually going to be holding that boss's orders here. Lots to think about, high pressure situation, and 200 to the active here onto that Mega Lopunny EX.
Okay, what has Miroslav got then? I see a Wally or Lily. No, Lily, Energy. Haven't been able to look at that third card yet. Was it an air balloon? I thought it was a fire energy. So it is a okay. Fire energy debating whether to be attached. Oh, is it a Wally? Wally and a Lily, I believe.
I mean, that Wally could be huge just to reset that damage.
It could. I mean, I think that's what I'd be playing for sure.
And I guess working out if it's possible to get the Mist energy onto the Dunsparce as well. Perhaps thinking about that.
Not sure.
I think that's possible at this stage. And the other question is, if you go for the Lilies, you'll see more cards, and maybe you're comfortable with the idea of the knockout at this stage. So going to be playing, the Lilies getting prepped to play. That is a tough decision.
It is a tough decision. You're basically saying, right, one Mega Lopunny will be going down here, but I cannot operate with this hand. So Miroslav opting to get the card economy now. We'll be giving up 3 prize cards, we imagine, off this Mega Lopunny KO. But we'll be taking 6 cards here.
Our 2025 LAIC champion, Miroslav, experience in those high-pressure moments. And for many, playing on stream on your winning game for Asymmetrical Top Cut can be the highest pressure you'll experience.
Oh, I don't think we saw a
Miroslav.
way to Dunsparce there, Mike.
Does have the air balloon, which will mean energy will stay on the Mega Lopunny. I can just see such tough decisions.
Oh, that hand really isn't good. It's just Battle Cage energy and air balloons.
Looking to use the energy to retreat here.
So you can preserve the Mist energy. So it is just going to be the retreat into the Gelfrost.
Wow.
Big, interesting turn here. This might be the turn that Mateo needed.
Mateo can win this turn if he's able to find a stadium to bump here. Able to gust up that bench Mega Lopunny and take out the Dunsparce.
Wow.
But doesn't find a stadium off that first recon directive. No knockouts. There won't be a Pheasantipity here.
Yeah. So, yeah, just stage him, right? Because you can bring up Mega Lopunny, KO. Oh, no. Is that all both recon directive now? I think it is, isn't it?
That is. So no stadium at this stage. We'll need to use the boss's orders here in order to get that Mega Lopunny up. But maybe that's enough at that stage. No Shem Power in the deck. No. That Ultra Ball.
Oh, yeah, that would have got you there. That Battle Cage is really doing its thing. We are going to see a retreat, of course.
Oh, Dragapult goes to the active with his little buddy Drakloak.
Drakloak wants to get involved. There is the Seething Spirit.
And now we're going to see that boss's orders potentially involved at this stage. Perhaps trying to work out how to use the Monkey Dory as well, but we'll be using the boss's orders. No more cards to hand. We'll be taking out a knockout at this stage.
And even though Phantom Dive is essentially reading 200 damage into the active, that's all Mateo needs for a big KO, going down to 1 prize card.
1 prize card remaining as Mega Lopunny and Dunsparce remain on board. Damage on the Blaziken EX, but would require a boss's orders to get to it. And a Hilda is played straight away, so no Gust this turn.
No, we're going to play the Hilda, letting you grab an Evolution Pokemon and an Energy card, revealing Miloslav's A-Spec of choice, enriching energy. When you attach it, draw 4 cards. Obviously, a lot of synergy there with Wally, because you can attach it, draw 4, Wally puts it back in hand, attach it again, or you can put it onto Dunsparce, shuffle it away, and we use it again.
And I wonder if we're going to see this turn ended with a single Pokemon in play for Miloslav, just recognizing that the Dunsparce on the bench is too much of a liability with 1 prize card remaining for Mateo. Might even just look to use that Wally's Compassion to stay in the game for a few turns.
And start doing Spiky Hopper. Is it 160 that does, right? That does 2-shot, doesn't it? Yeah, 160. I mean, it does. It does get you there.
Enriching energy as well. And we've got the Abra, which allows you to keep resetting the Mega Lopunny without needing to have a basic Pokemon in play. So that Abra goes to hand there.
Yeah, that Abra, when it's in the active, you can shuffle it away back into the deck via its ability, Transporter. Okay, I think you might be right. No more liabilities for Miloslav now. Back against the wall in the corner. Mateo picking out that Battle Cage. Yeah, that does do what it does, unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess wondering at this stage, maybe should have moved some damage onto that Mega Lopunny before putting it to the bench, as then it might have been in range with a few Monkey Dories. Would have been asking quite a lot, as you need to hit 130 damage outside of the 200 you can do from Phantom Dive. But you've also got to think about how much that 60 for a Monkey Dory attack might do. Maybe we'll see a confusion as well, as that's going to be the 2 energy on the Mega Lopunny in the active.
Yeah, because he hasn't got Mist Energy on there, so Mind Bend is currently live, actually. You are correct. That would put a Scupper in this 1 Pokemon game plan, but there's the Gale Frost. Okay, Miloslav, we're going for the 1 Pokemon strategy now. What can Mateo do? It looking like we can just swing for 200, whether it's Phantom Dive or Smolder Assault, but you could, as you say, go for the Mind Bend just to be a bit cheeky and confuse as well.
You see in that hand for Miloslav, does have a Wally's Compassion, does have a way to get an Abra for a few turns now, so we'll be able to reset some damage, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting few turns here for Mateo. What do you do to take down this 330 HP Mega Pokemon?
Yeah, especially especially when your attackers, I say only, are doing 200. I mean, and they both took damage now as well, so it's not outside the realm of possibility for Miloslav to do, you know, KO Dragapult, KO Blaziken, and then that's the game 1 for Miloslav. How do you say it has the Abra, so it can recycle without having to put down Pokemon. Leave them in play, of course.
Use that Unfair Stamp early as well, so it doesn't have a way to disrupt the hand of Miloslav. So at this stage, we'll just continually add cards to a huge hand already.
So yeah, this is a very interesting game here, showing how versatile the Mega Lopunny deck can go. Like, you would think traditionally it goes very wide, draws a lot of cards, but can shift gears immediately and say, right, deal with this Mega Pokemon that's in the active.
This is a classic strategy we see from 3 prize Pokemon decks, is forcing your opponent to take more prize cards than the 6.
Yeah.
Where at this stage, Mateo has taken 5. In order to take the Mega Lopunny out, it's like the equivalent of taking 8 prize cards in the game. You're forcing them down the hardest route to victory, the most damage required to take a victory. And now Miloslav will just be resetting a Mega Lopunny over and over again until the game is won, and it's up to Mateo to try and find a way to stop that.
We are going to see Monkey Dory come down, and then the Lily's Determination. That will be 6 cards. There was no KO last turn for Miloslav, so Flip the Script is not live. Recon Directive currently is, though. So 6 cards first from Lily. Let's have a look. Dark Energy found, so Adrenabrain ×2 is live.
It's crazy to think back a few turns. Matteo was that stadium away from winning the game.
Yeah, he was.
Unable to find it at the time. Now has it in hand. Not much use now.
You take the Pokepad, Dreepy go down to the bottom via Recon Directive. And so we are going to see a retreat. Is it going to be a Mind Bend? It is going to be the Mind Bend. So we're going to see the Seething Spirit there to attach that Psych Energy. Mind Bend, no, Adrenabrain first, I should say. Going to move 30 on, and then you can move another 30 from that Adrenabrain. So it's going to be an effective, 120 Mind Bend for what it's worth.
And there we go, and the Confusion too, which will get reset with the
retreat,
the musical chairs, as you call it, next turn. But now it's going to be Miloslav to show us exactly what this deck does in this scenario, how it resets over and over again. But by forcing a 1-prizer in the active, you're forcing more Wally's Compassions over the turn. So it's not just about Matteo attacking this turn with the Monkey Dory. It's about forcing a 1-prize knockout for Miloslav, making him do the most work to get back into this game.
This is where we're going to see the synergy with the Wallies and the Enriching Energy as well, because you can put it back into your hand. Here we go. Heal all the damage. And then you can just reattach it to draw 4. Wink. There we go. Now that's efficiency right there. That's Pokemon trading cards.
With 4 Wally's Compassion in the deck.
Yeah, any Power Pad? No Power Pad.
That's going to be a lot of healing over these turns. There's that Abra. For anyone who was wondering, why'd you play the Abra when you've got the Dunsparce? It's this exact reason.
This exact situation, yeah.
The end game reset where you don't need to have a Dunsparce down on board at all. You can add it into play and get it out of play in the same turn.
Now, there is something I want to keep an eye on here. There is no other Wally's Compassion in that hand, Mike. I think that's the first one we've seen get played. One is in the prize cards. Might take it on this KO, but we'll need to try and find it. And it looks like, I wonder if we're just going to do some thinning here. I imagine to take cards that aren't Wally's Compassion out of the deck so you can try and draw into them. I doubt we're going to see a bench Pokemon put down now.
Yeah, it would be tough. And I think could try and risk it, assuming that there's no stadium bump. But as we mentioned, Matteo is holding on to that.
But that'd be very risky. Going to get back the Abra. Of course, that is one thing you do have to do. If you want to keep doing this one Pokemon loop, you will need to constantly keep finding the Abra because it does shuffle itself back into the deck.
Could be just trying to optimize the top deck for next turn as much as
Frost.
possible. Prize card taken, and it is the Wally's Compassion.
The Wally. What a find there for Miloslav. And this is a really interesting game because even though it seems like it's going a little bit slower than normal, honestly, this could go either way still. Matteo's board is peppered with damage. And Miloslav is not given any easy prizes. You have to deal with my 330 hit point Mega Lopunny.
And might just look to chain Monkey Dory, pushing all that damage over, as we saw in the previous turn, as it does put the Mega Lopunny in range, forces a Wally's Compassion, but then you can't combine it with a boss's orders. So it will force Miloslav to take 1-prizer after 1-prizer, reducing the likelihood of him chaining those Wally's Compassions for the rest of the game.
Wait, he needs a turn. Oh, no, he's got one in the active. Okay. So, wait, what was that? Was that a turn attachment, or was that the Seething Spirit?
I think that was a Night Stretcher for the Monkey Dory, and then use the Seething Spirit to get that Dark Energy.
How are we attacking? He hasn't got energy in hand.
Well, hopefully trying to find it from the deck here. There we go.
Oh, there was a chaos. You can try and flip the script into it. Okay. I mean, that means we're not guaranteed an attack here.
Yeah, risky to go down that route.
Risky, risky ruins, you could say. I mean, that is a Matteo Stadium of choice here. Or we could Recon Directive into it as well. Okay, here we go. Oh, not yet.
That's not it. Might even look to try and find a supporter to
perhaps
try and get it. Maybe there's a Crispin in there.
Is there energy in deck?
There is a Psychic in there.
Oh, there is a Psychic in deck. Okay.
Just get that Moltres out to thin.
I mean, one is prized. Here's Flip the Script. 1, 2, and the third.
Ooh. No energy in.
So prioritizing the Seething Spirit for the Dark Energy, we might not be seeing an attack here. And when you're trying to force your opponent to use Wally's Compassion, not attacking is not going to advance your game plan.
And didn't need to do the Blaziken when he did.
Yeah.
If that's what's happened here. It's hard to know because we can't see if the Blaziken was used. Might already have the Blaziken available.
No, he's counting the energy here.
So just the one Psychic left in deck. We'll need to try and find it off these 6 cards.
So we have Judges is going to shuffle this deck here. You can request that at any time. 6 cards. Are we going to see a Psychic Energy? It'd be rather nice. Here we go, Mike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's the Psychic? Last one.
Oh, it's not there.
Uh-oh.
That's not going to be an attack on this turn, so we'll have to move some damage over, but not going to be able to swing with that Mind Bend like he did in the last turn.
So the turn will just be moving 6 damage over. And that's... You don't even need to play Wallet's Compassion now if you're Miloslav, because... Wait, do 270? No, because you can only do 200 damage into the active, move over 6. That's... You'll be 10 away. So Miloslav gets a free turn here to not... Wally could even weave in a boss's orders here if he likes. Oh, going to play anyway.
Does get you that draw back as well.
Does get you to draw 4, yeah.
Might find another Wally's off that draw.
Oh, he did. Last card.
And this is the chain we mentioned earlier on.
Yep.
This is exactly what this deck can do in the final moments. Just keep resetting 230 over and over again. And when you're healing damage each turn, you eventually come out the victor.
Yep.
As 2-hit knockouts where you heal 4 times in a game tend to go in favor of the player healing.
Yeah, what this deck is essentially doing, as we are going to see the Gelfus KO there, Miroslav going down to 2 prize cards, 1 boss's orders away from winning, is, yeah, you've essentially reduced Dragapult and Blaziken to just being a, I hit the active for 200 damage. That's essentially all we're doing. There is a staging replacement for what it's worth. So I'm going to get Battle Cage sent to the discard pile. Here comes the Buddy Poffin, just for shuffling the deck. And now, Mike, this is a really, this could honestly go either way here. I mean, safe to say, would you say Mateo's on the back foot?
I think Mateo is hoping that Miloslav cannot reset the active, but there's always the opportunity to use Megalopony's Spiky Hopper for 162.
There is.
But if you can't reset the active, the confusion could be enough at this stage, so...
Careful not to deck yourself out here, Mateo.
Yeah, looking to just use that Mind Bend once again. So moving 30 over, it's essentially a Mind Bend for 90.
Yeah.
And that will be putting in the best position to try and disrupt this board for Miloslav, but such a big hand from each of those enriching energy usages.
Boss orders in hand. Is there a way to find Abra, Mike? There is a Buddy Poffin. That finds Abra. Boss's orders will bring up the Blaziken, and that will be Miloslav winning game 1.
Miloslav coming through with the Mega Lopunny chained back to back to back to back, maybe even more backs, as that was just a recursion at the very finest. Abra over and over and over again. What a way to show off this deck. So consistent, but it's that end game control of being able to keep attacking whilst healing every turn.
And yeah, this is interesting because Miloslav was on the back foot, right? We saw the turn 2, I should say, Rare Candy Phantom Dive, but Miloslav was just able to weather the storm, get slowly back into this game, and as you say, as soon as it got to the point where Miloslav, where Mateo only had 1 prize card left, he said, right, deal with this Mega Evolution Pokemon. I'm not going to give you any other targets. And when you just play Wally turn after turn after turn, Mike, it's just no good.
And what better ace spec to have than Enriching Energy? Very few ace specs get reused.
Yep.
But this deck, one of the few that can, thanks to that Wally's Compassion, putting it back into the active. And at this point, for Miloslav, he just had to hit the combo of Retreat, Abra, reset the attacker, reset the damage, and swing for another 230.
Yeah, it's quite honestly poetry in motion watching that go out, to be honest. When you reduce the Dragapult Blaze deck to just doing 200 damage to the active, and you're healing that 200 damage off every turn, what can you do?
I think a lot of people will be watching that and thinking there's not much you could do, but there was a single moment in that game where Mateo could have won had he drawn into his stadium.
True. Unfair stamp prized, 2 Baneri prized.
Wow.
Okay, how many? Does only play 3 Baneri, Mike?
So that could make things a little bit tricky at this stage.
Have to keep an eye on that. But here we go, going into game 2, our Swiss round 14 feature match here. Win and in action. Mateo starting us off, GP in the active, Torchic on the bench, and the pass.
Does have that Rare Candy in hand, looking for an explosive turn next turn, but for Miloslav, needs to set up wide. Last time had the Fan Rate, and this time we'll find it off the Buddy Poffin.
But they can only find 1 Baneri.
Does have the 70 HP Dunsparce this time.
Does have the 70 hit point Dunsparce in the active this time, you are correct. But we saw how impactful being able to cycle between 2 Mega Lopunny really was in the last game. And until Miloslav, you know, traditionally players take their prizes bottom to top, not all the time though. So until Miloslav can liberate one of those Baneri, it's going to be, you know, for a little bit stuck.
And with the 2 Buddy Poffin in hand, won't even need the Fan Rotom at this stage because can naturally get all of the basics out. Other decks look to use the Fan Rotom to find the stage 1s, but for Miloslav, all of the stage 1s in this case are too large, above that 100 HP. So we'll be getting 4 Dunsparce in play, 1 Baneri, and this will signal very clearly to Matteo that there is 2 Baneri prized and only 1 available.
I'll tell you what, Rare Candy, Boss's Orders, Energy, and that's all she wrote for this game, I can tell you that. This has been a good turn for Assault Landing. Oh, Enriching Energy turn 1. I think... Oh, tell you what, Matteo's hand is very close to that. Boss's Orders in hand already, and so is a Rare Candy. Pokepad, though, for the Dunsparce. Okay. How much hit point? It has 70 hit points on the Baneri. It does. Okay, so then we're not going to get KO'd on the bench from Phantom Dive.
You know, we don't want to see what happened last time for Matteo, where early aggression came through, but not much support behind it. So might look to try and develop a more stable board.
Wait a minute. Wait. Did Matteo have Blaziken in hand?
He does.
Oh, he can carry the Baneri then, because you can just. Oh, doesn't he? You can just see then. Oh no, he's energy in the discard part. Oh, he's in the discard part. That Boss's Orders makes it much harder actually. What a heads-up play. Because there was a world in which you Rare Candy, Blaziken, Retreat, Attach, Seething Spirit. Oh wait, was any of them Fire Energy? Oh, there's no Fire Energy. I was getting too ahead of myself. I was getting too excited, Mike.
There was a way. Now it would have got rid of the Enriching Energy as well. So a really strong potential knockout this stage. And Matteo has been close, but not quite able to find these combinations at the right points. Unfair Stamp, the ace spec of choice for Matteo, is in the prize cards, but could be taken quite early on, as generally the Dragapult deck will go ahead in this matchup.
For sure.
As it has the ability to sprinkle that damage and bump the stadiums at the right time. But whether that's the case here, we will see, as it seems to be a slower strategy for Matteo.
Yeah, it's going to be the Attach, Retreat, and the Itchy Pod. How often have we seen that? Rare Candy, Blaziken, Meowth. Ooh, what are we going for here then? This is getting Lily Determination. Okay. Now, bear in mind that Meowth can get KO'd by Gelfos very easily. But Matteo's hand wasn't that great, so he's going to have to use that last-ditch catch when you bench it. Grab any supporter card you like. In this case, Lily's Determination.
You can see the heads-up Pokepad from Miloslav on the other side, preemptively getting the Dunsparce in preparation for a potential Budu.
Yep. That was great heads-up play there. Obviously, that Budu for 0 energy does 10 damage and stops your opponent from playing any item cards next turn.
Typically seen in all of our Dragapult builds to try and slow down the game.
Yeah, because Dragapult needs a couple turns to get going, but when it does get rolling, it's obviously the strongest attack in the game.
One of the best draw engines too with the Dracloak.
Yeah, honestly, it's just poetry. When you get it rolling, like you're drawing cards, you're hitting the bench, you're maneuvering damage via Adrenabrain. You know, what's not to like, Mike?
I think one of those reconning Dracloaks going to be hitting the board here off the back of the Ultra Ball, getting rid of a Fire Energy, which is one of the best aspects of this Blaziken deck. You can get the energy in the discard pile and continually get it back, where for some of the Dragapult variants, energy in the discard pile is quite a big negative, hence why Crushing Hammer has been one of the main answers in decks like Andrew Hedrick's winning LA deck, LA Regional.
Yeah.
Miloslav, the LAIC champion here.
And this is interesting, because I would have thought we are going to see the Seething Spirit there. In a rare can... Oh, hold on, wait. We retreated already, didn't we?
We did, into that Budu.
Oh, okay, we're just going to Rare Candy. So he's going to Rare Candy into that Dragapult, very nice, and then a Ichipon as well.
Yeah,
scary turn.
If he held off on the retreat there, might have been able to get a Dragapult attack, taking out 2 Dunsparce.
Yeah. We are going to see the Dunsparce evolve into the active. Okay, so that means Gelfos is like, does he have a Boss's Orders? I think he does. I think that's a gets this art, but I'm going to go for Lily's instead. Okay. Don't mind it. 8 cards, best draw support in the game.
Best time to play it, early on when you haven't taken a prize card. See as many cards as possible. And I don't think it had the Wally's Compassion in hand either. And when you've only got 1 Baneri available, that Wally's Compassion is going to be gold dust for Miloslav here. Needs it every single turn. Otherwise, Mega Lopunny #1 will be the only Mega Lopunny for him.
And yeah, and if we're just playing as a Dunsparce deck, I don't see how you're going to win many games with that. I'm going to be honest with you, Mike. So we are going to see the Lily Determination for 8 then. Let's have a look. I don't see a Wally's there. I see a Pokegear though. Do you play that now? Oh, no, you can't play that now. Sorry, Itchy Poland, right?
Yeah, and the board for Mateo ready to instantly respond to anything at this stage.
Yep.
So great position for him. One of the advantages of the Blaziken deck is it does tend to have everything on board once the Blaziken is played.
Yep.
Because that way you can get the energy you need to retreat or to attack. And just the first runaway draw of game 2 here for Miloslav will push that Mega Lopunny into the active. Does have the free retreat Dunsparce as well, so might be able to push that forward just to hold off on a decision.
Yep, for sure.
So everything at this stage working as expected for both our players here, looking to try and make their way into asymmetrical top cut, as this is the final round of Swiss. Winner will be playing for that champion title here in Utrecht.
Yep, and $10,000 as well. There we're going to see the mist energy. Nope, want to bring that back. Don't see, I guess that would prevent it from being Phantom Dove because there is no staging at this time. We are going to see a fire energy attached, it looks like, to the active potentially. Guess that lets you pay retreat and do some Abra shenanigans. We are going to see the Gelfos though. First prize card taken here for Miloslav. If Miloslav win this game, he will advance to asymmetrical top cut. Mateo needs to win this game and game 3 to find himself there. Recon directive. He's playing fast.
Knows he's got a lot to climb through here as there's only 11 minutes left. So in order to win, Mateo needs to win this game and have a quick game 2 success, or game 3 success, which is very tough to do against a deck with Fan Rotom as it so often sets up wide early on. But with 3 prize Pokemon in play for Mateo, a great opportunity to take a lot in one turn. Just really tough with this board to take multiple prize cards. We'll be able to guarantee one of those 60 HP Dunsparce, which is similar to what happened in the last game. But Mega Lopunny will get healed next turn with the Wally's Compassion in Miloslav's hand, which is something he will be worried about at this stage.
Okay, just had some confirmation. There is actually a 1 minute time extension due to Miloslav getting a slow pay penalty. So the timer will be extended by a minute, just to keep an eye on that. But time will be a factor here in this one, Mike.
100%. And it's at these early stages, you want to try and apply as much pressure as Dragapult to take away options. As soon as Miloslav is able to draw loads of cards with that runaway draw, we'll have multiple Wally's Compassion, multiple boss, and be able to chain those attacks.
Pokegears. Oh, big Team Rocket's Watchtower, though, Mike. You mentioned how impactful runaway draw was. That's going to turn those off. Colorless Pokemon have no abilities. 200 damage into the active, 6 damage counter spread on Dunsparce. 200 damage into the active now. Over to Miloslav. Remember, this is his only Mega Lopunny. This needs to survive. Wally's Compassion.
I think there was one in hand. No unfair stamp either for Mateo, so won't be able to disrupt yet until he takes a prize card. So if Miloslav continually heals, that would take away the opportunity for Mateo to disrupt him ever, unless he knocks out one of these Dunsparce on the bench to get it, as the unfair stamp still remains in the prize cards. The Dunsparce runaway draw.
We haven't got the Wallies yet. There is a Pokegear. That runaway draw didn't get it either. We need to see it, Mike. Otherwise, all you can do is put the Dunsparce in the active, but you're going to have to make that decision now. This could be a really, really important Pokegear, Mike. A game-defining Pokegear. Is there a Wally's there?
I think there's just one in there. There it is.
Oh, there is. Oh, you were hiding, Wally. Find Wally. Where's Wally? There he is. Healing all that damage. And then you get the enriching as well.
So much draw return. Runaway draw for 3. And then that 4 draw from the enriching energy. So many cards. And this is why disruption is so key here. Last game, the unfair stamp created a small window for Mateo. At this point, it's in the prize cards and needs to be a factor in this game. Otherwise, for the rest of this game, Miloslav will continually hit for 230 and heal away the damage.
Yep. If we are going to get into a 2-shot war, Miloslav will win that every time because he has 4 Wally Compassion to back him up. We are going to see a Pokepad going to grab a Dunsparce, put it on the bench, and also going to see an Ultra Ball being played here as well. I imagine this could be for another Dunsparce. Maybe this could be... Well, it can't be for Baneri, can it, to be fair? It is going to be for Dunsparce.
Just going down the 60 HP one there.
And the plays a 2 split of each, so...
Advantage of the runaway draw is at the point where you don't want them in play anymore. You can just get rid of them all in one turn with that draw engine. But potentially some liabilities here that could stay in play should disruption come through. Miloslav doesn't know what we know. We know the unfair stamp is in that prize cards. But on this occasion, the battle cage might be enough to protect those Dunsparce like it was in the last match.
There we go. So the big Gale Frost now is over to Matteo. Does have the risky Ruins in hand, Mike. So we'll be able to pepper that Dunsparce, 60 hit point Dunsparce on the bench.
I wonder whether you try and take 2 Dunsparce out of play this turn.
Maybe.
Get down to that 3 prize cards.
I don't think that's a bad play. We are going to see the risky Ruins come down. We are going to see Recon Directive, Psychic Energy being taken here. We now have a backup Jackalope ready to go. A backup Dragapult EX ready to go. Pay Retreat. Remember that energy isn't used, can be used with Seething Spirit, don't forget.
And the damage banked on that Dragapult 2.
Yep.
Monkey Dory will have a reservoir of damage to move over.
What a word. Great word.
Boss's orders preemptively held, ready to go, just thinking about what's the right line here. As time is ticking away, does have to try and think about the prize map too. Has 5 prize cards remaining. If you take 2 Dunsparce out, that's 3 prize cards after the board, which is that Mega Lopunny.
I think this is what I'd be doing, yep. Basically saying, if your opponent needs to keep recycling Wally's Compassion, remove their draw engine, make that as hard as possible. Adrenabrain going to move 30 to Mega Lopunny, double KO because of the Phantom Dive, Mike. Matteo doing everything he can to win this game too. Miloslav, over to you.
And takes the unfair stamp off the prize cards, which would be a huge turn, hitting into the Mega Lopunny whilst also disrupting. That could be the big turn for Matteo. He needs to take this game away.
The only problem with that is, though, Mike, is that Miloslav how much points does he have left? No, yeah. I'm not sure if he's taken a carry, is what I'm trying to say. The unfair stamp might not be live on this next coming turn. It will be at some point, sure, perhaps. Or maybe for Miloslav thinking, well, the way this best of 3 could be panning out, maybe I don't want to take any more KOs.
Potentially, and we see the fresh Dragapult in the active will sponge a hit first.
Yep.
Miloslav only has 4 Wally's Compassions too, so eventually Matteo will watch him run out. And that battle cage...
battle cage is going to stick, Mike.
100%, the last stadium available to switch.
Yep, Dragapult is locked into that battle cage now. Buddy Poffin, is that going to be a fail? I'm not even sure if any... Oh no, there is Dunsparce left there as well. There we go.
The advantage with the 3 prize cards remaining for Matteo is the Dunsparce are kind of freebies. You can put them on the bench and not worry about if they get taken out.
Yeah. But with the battle cage being locked in, because there is no stadium replacement for Matteo and there is no Chen Power or anything like this, is that battle cage will be staying there. So now, Phantom Dive for the rest of this game basically reads 200 damage into the active.
2 Baneri, still in the prize cards for Miloslav, so only has this singular Mega Lopunny for the rest of the game.
Can this be the heroic Mega Lopunny, the one that could book Miloslav a slot here in our asymmetrical top cut and beyond? Or can Matteo Phantom Dive it out the way and win a game 2 and 3?
It's been a while in the Pokemon TCG since we've had a walling archetype succeed, and I think Mega Lopunny is one of the strongest we've seen in a while, able to take hit after hit and heal it away whilst peppering damage each turn. I think now that Dragapult is so prominent and hitting for 200 into the active, looking to get those 2-hit knockouts, we've seen a rise in Wally's Compassion, whether it's Mega Lucario, Mega Frostlass, or Mega Lopunny. And on this occasion, you can see exactly why. It's just so much damage to build up over multiple turns onto a 330 HP Pokemon, and it looks like the Gale Thrust is being prepped, ready to go. Miloslav, another swing.
I think, yeah, just debating. I think Matteo's getting the dice ready there. Miloslav just debating something. Missed energy into the active. Is that a Spike Hopper or Gale Frost?
I think that's going to be a Gale Thrust there for 230 damage. 90 left on the Dragapult EX. And we're getting into the crunch time now. 5 minutes left on the clock. And it's going to be a chance now for Matteo to string together a few swings into the Mega Lopunny and hope that Miloslav can't heal it off.
That's all he can do. That is literally all he can do. If Matteo can break through his Mega Lopunny, he will win. If Miloslav can maintain this Mega Lopunny, keep it alive via Wally's Compassion, then Miloslav will win. That's all Matteo needs to do. And it sounds easy on paper. Will it be? I'm not so sure.
Not at all.
Unfair Stamp's still not live, Mike.
No knockout taken last turn for Miloslav, just using that Ultra Ball to thin... Oh, there's going to be the Crispin to take the energy out of the deck. Just trying to set up as many options as possible. chain those Dragapult. If the opponent has to use Wally's Compassion, they cannot use Boss's Orders, so you'll be able to keep retreating and moving into a new attacker. And the strategy for Mateo, rather than being healing, is to set up as many large Pokemon to sponge an attack. And while that's happening, heal the first Dragapult and perhaps put that one back into the active.
The only problem with this play is, though, we are going to see the Adrenabrain and then into the Phantom Dive, is that Mateo only played 2 copies of Dragapult EX. So all the walling Pokemon are essentially out now. The Blaziken and the Dragapult, 2 of which have taken a hit. Is over to Miloslav, though. Where is the Wall? I think it's in hand already, if I'm being honest. That hand is accordion-like, as it were. Ooh, wait a minute.
Does have a Poké Gear?
Does have a Poké Gear. Once you retreat, we do need to... I mean, you could just... Oh, no, if you're going to Wallage, you have to do Gale Force, don't we, to attack. Okay. So, retreat committed. Runaway draw.
The Dunsparce in the active.
Oh, we're going to go for the 1 Pokemon play here, then. If you put down Abra, we probably are, right?
Runaway draw for 3.
Compassion found, Mike.
That's going to allow the heal of the turn.
Yep.
Abra in play. Can reset the active again.
Yeah, and I think you're safe to just leave Abra in play, right? With Battle Cage, you're fine. If you Boss's Order it, I mean, he's not going to Boss's Order it, so... Yeah, I think you have to just to put a Pokemon in the active spot here. I mean, you could go for Abra and then teleport if you like. Just add an extra step in. I mean, you could. There's Wally's Compassion. Heal off the damage, enriching energy, and then put it back down again, draw 4.
Will take a knockout on the active, which livens up that unfair stamp.
It does.
4 draw here will get shuffled back into the deck next turn. I think Mateo almost recognized he wanted this Dragapult to go down this turn.
Tell you what, Mateo can very easily still win this, right? If Miloslav is going to go down this 1 Pokemon play and you're going to get unfair stamped, that's a good few cards you need to draw here.
Well, with 3 prize cards remaining on Mateo's side, doesn't need to worry about putting things like Dunsparce down.
Oh, okay, so he isn't going to go for the 1 Pokemon route. Okay, yeah. There's a preemptively find that. He's going to bench that, actually.
I think he can bench it.
You can, yeah. I think you're safe to.
Should be safe. Would be a weird target to go for Mateo, as it would just... Oh, just going to keep it in hand.
Okay, so Gale Frost for the KO. I'm guessing this was a KO.
Oh, just hasn't...
Oh, he passed.
Oh, he's just passed. Doesn't want to take that knockout.
Damage back. Well, then he plays around the unfair stamp, right? This is the thing. I wasn't sure if Miloslav would actually take care. He knows unfair stamps on the deck, and that ruins his game plan. So, yeah, just going to be Phantom Dive back.
Wow, this is an interesting scenario right here.
How many Wallies has he played? He hasn't got that many left, surely. He's played 3, right?
I don't think so. I mean, he's played 2, maybe 3. None in the prize cards.
I think it's been 3 played.
He has 1 in hand there, so we'll be able to reset the damage once again.
I mean, this is going to be quite scary. 3 have been played back. This is your last one. I don't actually know how you can get away with this then if you're Miloslav. Guess we'll find out. Runaway draw. Oh, okay. Nope, there's 2 in hand now. Okay.
Wow, this is an interesting strategy. Time is eking away. Just 45 seconds left on the clock. And with +3 turns, you know, there's still a route where Mateo finds a way in the final moments.
But even if he does have 2 left, with time rules, Mateo can out-survive them, surely.
We'll see as the Abra comes down.
Okay, there's the enriching energy, draw 4.
Maybe just looking to set up the board a little bit better before taking that knockout. Maybe thin the deck a little bit.
There's the 3 retreat. Thanks to Air Balloon into the Abra Teleporter combination. So Gale Frost would be live. Is Miloslav going to go for it now? I mean, going by last turn, probably not. Oh, are we? Bench Dunsparce. Ultra Ball to find Abra, I imagine. Oh, don't know. Dunsparce. Okay.
So just looking to go through the motions here. Maybe will attack this time, recognizing that now we're starting to get into those turns.
Yeah, I think so, actually. That's why I think we see a massive increase of pace of players. Actually, I cannot wait this game out, as it were, with Wallies. I'm going to actually need to try and take some prize cards here. But with 5 prize cards remaining for Miloslav to take, it's not the easiest one. Nope, it's going to be a pass instead.
The only disruption for Mateo is on the condition of a knockout.
Oh, it looks like
Miloslav.
Has time been called? Looks like that dice has been there. We'll get confirmation of that, but it looks like time has been called. So this is turn 1 there for Mateo.
So Mateo gets 1 turn here. Miloslav, turn 2. And to finish this game off, Mateo will be turn number 3. So quite a lot to ask at this stage. We'll need to get a knockout on this Mega Lopunny, and we know that Miloslav has got that Wally's Compassion in hand to reset the damage, so heads up play, recognizing that he doesn't need to take knockouts at this stage. It just opens up disruption.
Yeah, you're right. So with that Wally's in hand, Mateo swings into active, right? That'll be for this turn 1. Miloslav heals it, going into Mateo's last turn, and that could be Ushiro.
3 prize cards there for Mateo. Just needs to find a knockout on the Mega Lopunny. I don't think it's going to be possible at this stage. Only 2 turns to make it happen, and with a Wally's Compassion, that would confirm it. Miloslav takes a big hit from Phantom Dive, is going to find a way to heal it off.
Where is Wally? There's the Compassion, completely healing that damage, going to reattach the Enriching Energy Sustain. Is it a Yume? No, I think you have to draw. Looks like, oh, careful of the... Ooh.
Just 1 card
I think that's fine.
There.
That's all we need. I think we just saw Mateo with the pass. Is there any way Mateo can discard that last card of the deck? I'm not sure, Mike.
This is the last turn of the game. Mateo will be unable to take this knockout on Mega Lopunny. 3 prize cards remaining, staring down a Mega Pokemon, which would reward those 3 prize cards needed. But Miloslav chained Wally's Compassion enough, and there it is.
There is the game. Miloslav will win this last round of Swiss here at the Utrecht Regional Championship. Winning in action. We should see him in asymmetrical Top Cup, Mike.
Showing exactly why many top players chose to bring that Mega Lopunny deck to this event. We saw Owen Cameron before. We know Tord played it as well, but Miloslav, the highest placing with the deck, and you can see exactly why.
Yeah, that deck, honestly, you can just win it when all the wheels are turning, you're runaway drawing, and you're enriching. It just makes a mockery of Phantom Dive. Basically saying your attack isn't doing much. I'm just going to heal it off.
When you're doing 2-hit knockouts, generally favors the deck that can heal it away. Mateo tried to set up multiple stage 2s to sponge the hits and swing right back. But in the end, Miloslav just had too much healing in game 2. But game 1, it looked like Mateo was going to win at one point.
It really did. Game was just, what, a staging replacement away, right, to win game 1. Couldn't find it. And Miloslav was able to weather the storm. And then with only 1 prize card remaining, he went into this solo Mega Lopunny and win mode.
I mean, Wally's Compassion in combination with Enriching Energy reads a little bit better. It's heal your active Pokemon and attach the energy back to it and draw 4, which in combination is an incredible effect.
Yeah, I mean, if Wally's Compassion read that as text, everyone would be playing it. But in combination with that A-Spec, you know, just letting you choose, draw for your deck, and just makes the whole playing Wally turn after turn after turn so much more easier.
Those 3 Battle Cage for Miloslav, eventually locking out Mateo from ever winning the stadium battle, and hitting for 230 over and over again. Eventually it stopped announcing attacks.
Yep, such a heads-up play, realizing if all I need to do to win this game is play Wally's Compassion turn after turn, then attacking doesn't actually help me, because I don't want to walk into the unfair stamp and reduce my hand size. So I'm just going to keep doing my Wally's play and just leave it over to you.
And this highlight reel is just Wally's Compassion, attach Enriching Energy, draw 4. And that was how powerful it was in the end game. In combination with the Abra as a guaranteed reset, or the Dudunsparce, if it was available, you'd get so much draw per turn. And you can see how simple this deck is in terms of strategy, but how complex it can be against certain matchups. Those decisions by Miloslav throughout were exceptional.
They really were, and I think I found myself my new favorite deck in format. I love watching that. I love decks that are just super simple on paper. Right? Looking at the list, you know, all it is like Lilies, Boss, Hilda, and Wally. And then a 1-energy attacker. That sounds good to me.
Do you know what Mega Lopunny's done for us, though?
What's that?
It's given us a lot of Phantom Dives that have been announced in that particular match.
Yeah, it has, yeah.
And we're counting how many Phantom Dives are going to be happening here in Utrecht, as we knew there's going to be a lot of Dragapult. But really put it into perspective, we wanted to see how much dive damage there was, and there it is, 2,040.
That's silly, isn't it? 2,000 damage counters have been spread just from Phantom Dive, just on this stream. 2,000!
I mean, some of that was blocked by Battle Cage. You know, There was a little bit of, no you don't, no sprinkles on my bench. But yeah, the amount of Phantom Dives that we've seen announced here, and that's just on the feature table.
Yep.
With around 30% of the field being Dragapult out there, there's been plenty more around. And that was a huge round right there. That was the final round of our Swiss competition. So we'll be looking into asymmetrical top cuts soon, and we'll know which decks have risen to the top.
Yeah, we will. So I don't want you to go anywhere for that. I also don't want you to go anywhere because we can head down to Amy and hear from Miloslav, our last round winner.
Thanks, Shay and Mike. I'm here on the floor with Miloslav, the winner of our feature match with that incredible Lopunny deck. Milo, how are we feeling? Are you going to go all the way?
I sure hope so. I mean, I'm probably making it into top cut, so yeah, we'll see how it goes there.
I'd say it feels pretty certain at this point, but you never know what could happen. How many Dragapult have you faced throughout this tournament?
Well, I actually don't know the exact number, but I know day 2 I only played against Dragapult, so 5 is the minimum. And I think day 1 I faced 2 or 3 at the very least as well. So yeah, I got very good matchmaking this tournament.
Very, very good matchmaking. Was the kind of thought behind this deck that actually I'm so strong into Dragapult, I know exactly how to do it, that this event should be okay?
So generally my thought process regarding my preparation is I lock my deck in super fast and I just jam games in. But this time I did neither. I chose the deck like week before the tournament, or like I started looking at it and I played 0 games. The first game I played with the deck was during round 1, so yeah, not much to say besides this, unfortunately.
That's incredible. It really shows what a fantastic player.
I have been getting a feeling that the deck is like super similar to old school Zoropod. I mean, not power level wise, but it's like similar because you're also creating like board states where your opponent is struggling to knock stuff out, and yeah, it's also super consistent. So yeah.
Honestly, it's working really well. Yes. We saw the deck played with absolute mastery in that round, so thank you for giving us such a great show. Is there any deck that you're thinking you really don't want to see during this event now?
Oh yeah, if I face Lucario, Garchomp, I'm packing it up. I'm not even gonna play the card. I'm just gonna get some fries.
You can have a break. Just like, no, thank you. But you've been lucky so far. No Lucario.
No, 0 fighting lists so far.
0 fighting lists. We love to see it.
I think the worst matchup I played, yeah, it was actually a Dragapult build with a double Watchtower. Like that one is kind of scary if they manage to stick the Watchtower. And yeah, I lost to one, I beat one with a very lucky streak because I was able to actually draw the stadium bumps.
Oh, thank goodness.
But yeah, besides the Watchtower Dragapults, I didn't face a single bad matchup.
No, I thought the Watchtower might be something people were teching more coming into this event because of the amount of Dunsparce decks going around. Is this something you had worried about? Did you play around with the stadiums in your deck at all?
Yeah, not really. I was still feeling like most players aren't going to play the Watchtowers, and I'd say I was right, so yeah.
Honestly, it seems to have done you incredibly well.
Sure.
Is there anything you did in particular to prepare for this event in particular with the kind of results from LA?
Yeah, so basically I looked at the top 8 list and I bought the Hell's Guide. And then I knew the deck was originated by Tord, so definitely shout out to him. I'm subscribed to him as well. And yeah, I basically just collected both information from these guys and used them to learn about the deck as much as possible, and yeah,
amazing.
Worked out pretty well.
Community coming together and making it work. Thank you so much. That's absolutely incredible, Milo. Thank you for your time. And yeah, we're going to go and see how you guys can get involved in your local scene very soon.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Play that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Yep, if you want to get involved at your locals like Miloslav and many of us do, then we have the treat for you. All you got to do is get out your smartphone or camera of choice, scan that QR code there in the middle of the screen, and then that will take you to a lovely little event locator. And all you got to do is punch in where you live, and then it will tell you where your nearest leagues are. Couldn't be any simpler, Mike.
And I know for you, Shay, you're going to be going to your nearest locals and playing that Mega Lopunny deck.
Yeah,
it's almost guaranteed with how much you've been in awe of it at this event. I'll be going every single week to mine. Absolutely huge part of every one of these top players' practice, as well as an opportunity to compete and earn CP as well in those challenges and league cups. So if you're a competitor, want to get started, or just want to find friends with similar interests, it's a great place to go.
Yeah, or you can work towards that Ace Trainer award now as well at locals. You can very easily do that. And yeah, I love locals for just being able to work out some funny kooky decks, try them at locals, and then if it's any good, maybe you can graduate to a League Challenge or a League Cup. And if it's not, back in the binder.
And how frequently does that happen for you, Shay?
Too much, unfortunately. we have struck gold a couple times, but we haven't. But I would be saying a lot more times it's just, oh, that didn't work, back in the binder, but you know how it is.
Meanwhile, I think I've played Grimsnarl at like 90% of my local events over the last year, so more of a one trick over here, where you're a bit more kooky and try new things, see what's available. What was really interesting from Miroslav there, talking about the previous results at Prague, and looking at the top lists and getting the guide from our 5th place finisher over in Prague, which is a huge opportunity for these top players to quickly learn decks that they want to bring to future events.
Yeah, and it's just interesting to see how the metagame does develop. And speaking of Prague, I think we can actually have a little catch-up with Prague and how it all panned out. Oh, maybe
see how it went. Yeah,
see how it went. Yeah.
Honestly, with Prague, the biggest takeaway was Dragapult being such a huge percentage of the room.
Yes.
And then there was a few decks like Crustal and Festival League that came out of nowhere. This event, it feels like the decks have been more stable. People understand the current format a lot better, which has meant that we've seen more consistency in the conversion. And there's going to be a few decks, maybe like that Mega Lopunny deck, that convert more than expected, thanks to the top players all picking it up.
Yeah, it's always interesting as well as you go. We had Prague, then into LA, the Crushing Hammer build getting popularized, and maybe that's why Blaziken, in theory, is being played a little bit more to get around that. It's always interesting to see how the metagame develops. And as you said, Prague was our last EU regional, and I think we're going to have a little catch up with that now. Ooh, there's no audio. Something's gone wrong.
For the first regional level event following rotation, a brand new format full of uncertainty, adaptation, and opportunity. My name's Alex Dow, and Prague gave us our first glimpse of what this new format could become. Early on, one card seemed to tower above the rest. Dragapult EX once again defining the early meta. In Phase 1, Dragapult variants dominated, making up roughly a quarter of the metagame just from the top 2 most played decks alone. The rest included new decks, new takes on old favorites, and decks finally emerging from the shadows. But by the end of 14 rounds of Swiss, Prague's asymmetric top cut had given us something far more exciting. 14 players, 8 different archetypes, and no clear script for what came next. The standout surprise, it had to be Crustle. With its mysterious rock-in ability, it had spent the weekend scurrying its way through the competition. 3 made it deep into the tournament, and 1 went all the way to the finals, piloted by Germany's Elmar Tresp. But standing across from him was Poland's Mateusz Laszkiewicz, a regional champion from last season, known for his consistency, creativity, and unique takes on established decks. This time in a final with Dragapult the Dunsparce. It was not the final many had predicted, but it perfectly captured post-rotation Pokémon TCG, creative answers, and decks adapting in real time. All weekend, Crustle asked one question. What happens when your Pokémon EX cannot deal damage? Unlike so many others, Mateusz had the answer. In both games of the final, by curating the right hand, forward came a heroic the Dunsparce EX with its Hero's Cape, Destructive Drill piercing straight through Crustle's protection and opening Mateusz's path to victory. In the end, Mateusz didn't just survive the unknown of a new format, he embraced it and cooked his way to yet another regional title. Prague gave us Dragapult at the top once again, Crustle as the breakout star, and one clear message for the rest of the season. This format is only just beginning. Make sure you don't miss a moment of the action. Follow future events at pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokémon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of two of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the finals table, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival? Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat. All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul Garcia-Griego. We always have good games when we play. We play each other a lot in local events, and then in the top 8s, top 4s of major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have 2 familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia-Griego. Hey, these 2 players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Glycopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities. Zoroark GX with its Trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench set up. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Glycopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Glycopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Glycopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale is shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Glycopod GX and Garbodor with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Pramawat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Pramawat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Pramawat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycopod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower and is now in the lead 2-5 prizes. Azul finally plays the N that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycopod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Pramawat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycopod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 Puzzle of Time allow Pramawat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garbodor in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Pramawat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament, check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went 1st or 2nd, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Who you want me to be? Do I wanna be you? Is it only a dream? Is it only a dream? Think you're too complex to understand.
Trainers, we're back, so make sure you're glued to your seats because we're ready to get into the thick of it.
Absolutely. We're in the final moments now of this Utrecht Regional Championships. We've whittled down to our final players here in an asymmetrical top cut, and we're going to be bringing you all the action as soon as possible. We're just getting things just sorted in the background here, and we'll be trying to get our feature match as soon as possible. But we do have our final top 11 players in our asymmetrical top cut, Amy.
Here's the bracket. Of course, we've got Kim there at the top. Hermione versus Luke Burke. Yari, of course, is going to be up against Miloslav, who we've seen both of on our broadcast already today, so that's bound to be quite the tussle. Joshua through already to our top 8, which is great with that Haunch Crow deck, and Edwin, our EUIC champion.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are unfamiliar with why we have an asymmetrical top cut, we have players who have met the same minimum lowest part of the threshold, going beyond the top 8, which is why we've ended up with 11 players. Now, from the 8th place, they'll have to play 9th, 7th place will have to play 10th, and then 6th place will have to play 11th for an opportunity to be part of the overall top 8.
But we've got a few people who have already solidified their places, and we're going to be getting into that very matchup very soon. We're going to jump straight into our top 8. Let the asymmetrical top cut form as we go along. Hopefully we'll be able to have some updates for you guys on how that is going as we go along as well, and we'll do our best to bring you all of the action from every thread of this event.
Absolutely. I couldn't put it better any way, Amy. But there's so many different decks in this top cut as well. We've seen many of the players already across the featured matches, across this weekend. I mean, we just had Miloslav with that fantastic display of the Mega Lopunny deck. And then we've got loads of other different Dragapult variants as well, which is very intriguing to watch how the game plans sort of really come together and which direction they take it in. But then, like you said, there's that Team Rocket's Honchkrow, which is not something we've had a real opportunity to showcase yet thus far.
No, but hopefully we will in the not so distant future. Hopefully we'll get to see that as they do progress into our top 8. Joshua bringing a unique archetype and showing us the Dragapult isn't all it's, you know, crowned up to be right now. So hopefully we'll get some real diversity. We also have that Enzoroark that Armani is going up against Luke with at the moment. We've still got a Teal Mask Ogerpon who's in the mix there, and lots of other decks that are coming to the top. Yes, we have a lot of Dragapult, but we have decks that are out there to try and claim that title themselves.
Yeah, and so many previous champions as well, once again, or even finalists or other players who've had top cuts in their previous event finishes at the same time. You know, there's Fabio Battistella, who's piloting that Teal Mask Ogerpon sort of Clefairy type list. And then we've already got players like Ted Tobin, who's already won a tournament this season, that Seville Special Championships. We've already mentioned Miloslav multiple times, but he's trying to get that regional championships under his belt as well. So I'm excited for a pretty damn stacked top cut.
And although we haven't actually seen Joshua on our stream yet, Shay actually got a chance to catch up with him earlier. So we'll pop over and see how that went.
Right then, so this weekend, I've been very outspoken in saying I don't think Dragapult is going to win. Now, we have a player who is piloting a very unique and scary archetype and is doing it rather well. The one, the only, Joshua Van Elvershelder.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
How are you feeling this weekend? Going quite well?
Yeah, I'm feeling really confident in my deck choice. I'm playing Honchkrow, believe it or not. People always give me like, yeah, they're saying like, oh, why are you playing Honchkrow? The deck is bad, but it's very good if you realize how to pilot it perfectly. So I've defeated 5 Dragapults already. Who's next?
I love that confidence. Now, this is a deck that you've got a lot of practice with before, though, right?
Correct. So I always say practice makes perfect. I have over 300 games with the deck. I played well in Prague, but with the extra games that I actually were able to like get into going into this Utrecht regionals, I was able to like have a deeper run than in Prague.
I love that for you. Well, practice is always so important. So we all know the raw power level of a Team Rocket's Honchkrow. What's made you want to pick it for this event then?
Well, in the past, I played Blacephalon back in the days of Unbroken Bonds. Very similar, a one-price deck, knocking out Mega Pokemon. Like back in the days, there were tag teams. Knocking out 3-price Pokemon is always good. Slap some Mega Lopunnies left and right. It feels good to take half of your prize cards with a one-price Pokemon. And don't get me wrong, like the deck is fragile, but Murkrow saved me so many times because of the Deceit attack. I've used the Deceit attack more than almost the main attack, pretty much.
Oh, interesting. So Deceit attack, for the viewers who don't know, what does that do?
Well, it allows you to get a Team Rocket supporter from the deck. As you know, Team Rocket's Honchkrow plays 20 supporters, so you have the flexibility to get yourself Gust, Disruption through the means of Archer, or raw draw power with Ariana. The cool thing is that if you get Unfair Stamped, and if you have a Murkrow on your field, whether you're getting Unfair Stamped, sometimes you get it raw Ariana, sometimes you get a Transceiver, sometimes you have to build a bit of luck with the Roto Stick, but more importantly, if you have a Murkrow, you're going to be able to utilize any energy, to utilize the seed to get a supporter, and that means they cannot play Unfair Stamp twice in a row.
Oh, that's really interesting, because I think one of the things, you know, that a lot of put people off Team Rocket's Honchkrow is the fact that Unfair Stamp is so popular. But the fact you've got so many else, 20 supporters, the Transceivers, and now Murkrow, has that been like your biggest defense against that?
Yeah, always when I see like I'm going for the attack, knowing that the opponent can actually use Unfair Stamp on their next turn, I always try to have 2 additional Murkrows on my bench. The reason why you have to do this is that you don't always get yourself a supporter from Unfair Stamp. Sometimes they are unfair indeed. What happens then is that you can push up a Murkrow. If you do get an energy from the Unfair Stamp, you're good to go. You can go for Deceit, get Ariana, sacrifice 1 Murkrow, and you're back swinging.
Wow, there we go. So everyone watching, we feel like we're getting a masterclass there into the Team Rocket Honchkrow archetype. Thank you so much for your time, Joshua. It's been a pleasure. Good luck in your next few rounds in Top Cut, hopefully, and beyond. Will Team Rocket's Honchkrow be writing Dragapult EX's Grimoire this weekend? That's only one way to find out, and that's by watching the rest of the stream. But for now, let's get back to the action.
Certainly, if anything, that Joshua would have anything to do with that matchup there. Team Rocket's Honchkrow, it's not something, again, we expected, but he's been doing so well with an archetype that he's really kind of honed in on. You heard that little bit of excerpts around just how technical it can be when you utilize things like the Murkrow to attack as well and really get yourself out of a bind.
Absolutely, that really was like a mini masterclass for us all. What a treat that was. Thanks, Shay, and of course, Joshua, for giving us just a glimpse of what's been going on during this event. It would be so amazing if we would be able to show every single matchup that could possibly go on, but there just isn't the time in the day. We must boogie on with things. So it's nice to be able to catch up with Joshua where we can, and he's such a charismatic guy, so really a great explanation of how those mechanics work.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a great sort of person to have in the community, because obviously everything that he does outside of events as well, but just being able to pilot a deck like this and then just showcase the level of power that you can get, then just the amount of sort of synergies that you get with the different types of supporters that you get in the deck as well. And of course, you're ramping up that damage. It does kind of sound a bit more like what was quote unquote a theme deck in terms of not energies this time, but 20 supporters does sound like a lot. Yeah.
It really is. I think my average kind of supporter count when I'm deck building is between like 10 and 14.
Yeah.
I always think that if I go over 14, I'm like, no, it's too many. It's too many. I must narrow this down a bit, because you've got to think with supporters about how many turns normally, traditionally, you're playing during the game, and you would deck build for that. So you think, okay, well, if I'm going to take 2 knockouts here, 2 knockouts here, maybe a couple of setup turns, and then 1 knockout here, and that will probably be game. Okay, that's 6 supporters or 7 supporters. So however many turns of the game, you're usually just kind of trying to prep for how many times you'll need a supporter because they're so strong. But with Team Rocket's Honchkrow, you want as many as you can get as long as it's Team Rocket in the name.
And as Joshua said, all of them are so strong. Whether it's disruption, whether it's setting up the board or drawing cards of Ariana, for example, or just using the power gust versions with the Giovannis.
Absolutely, bringing a bit of kind of a Guzma-esque effect back to us once again. And that, you know, in its time was such a powerful card with a great effect. And Giovanni's giving that more engine, giving that kind of more space in this meta. And we also get then the stadium usage as often as possible as well, increasing our card draw. So although you might be cherry picking something with Team Rocket's Petrol, for example, and you only get 1 card, it feels a bit bad sometimes. Playing 1 card to get 1 card, it's like, we've just had Arvin, come on. But actually then being able to draw off the Team Rocket's factory feels a lot stronger.
Yes, that extra 2 draw power, that little bonus that you get, you've already cherry picked whatever card you want. Of course, it has to be a trainer card, but being able to then just draw 2 extra bonus cards sometimes can completely turn your game plan on its head and be like, actually, what I can now do is this and go down a different route, go down a different line, take a different knockout. And that's where it gets really sort of interesting how our players think about those future turns, especially when they've already kind of almost telegraphed a direction if they've cherry-picked a particular card.
Yeah, you're so right. It's just one of those moments where actually you can pick up this game using a specific archetype and it be successful. And I think that's something that we underestimate within Pokemon as well, is that we've seen multiple specific archetypes do really well in this event. We've seen Ethan's Typhlosion. We've seen, of course, kind of the Team Rocket's Mewtwo version of a Team Rocket's archetype. And then we've seen the Honchkrow. And these little kind of, we've had Marnie's Grimmsnarl in the past, and that's done okay today. Not amazing, but there has been one on relatively high tables all day. Those kind of decks that work well together because the cards are made to do so are so underrated in these sorts of formats. I've seen a lot of Steven's Metacross around, which obviously goes really well into Alakazam, which has done very well because of the Empoleon you can use. So many great archetypes out there that can really help a new player jump into deck building.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when you're talking about different engines as well alongside that, we've seen things like the Dreepy, Drakcloak, Recon Directives in decks that don't necessarily even have to utilize a Dragapult EX as an attacker. It can, other decks which maybe use things like the Dunsparce to be able to run away draw and really just then be able to set themselves up for other attackers, other actual attackers of the deck, like Mega Lopunny EX as a deck, for example, that we've seen just do so well. And especially when from events onto other events, like last week, what we've had in LA, we had a great finish with Mega Lopunny anyway. We saw Miloslav already featured on our stream with the deck as well. And it looked so tricky because he had to keep chaining those Wally's Compassion, but was able to find it, use that enriching energy, and that little Abra as well.
Yeah, what a great card.
Just meant it was actually such a cool combo of cards that we could see.
I feel like Wally's Compassion, definitely one of those cards that slipped under the radar a little bit initially. And everyone was like, that's strong.
Yeah.
That's really good. I want to be able to heal my Pokemon like that. But where does it fit? Which deck is it going into? And we've been looking at these Pokemon with really high HP totals and thinking that probably is it. But actually now it's finally started to come into its own in this Mega Lopunny deck, which initially a lot of people were thinking that Lopunny was a good addition to another style of deck, like that you could always put Lopunny in. It's a colorless attacker. Let's put it in everything. Actually, this kind of centers around that as the main attacker, and I think that's just something that we hadn't explored a lot until this point.
Yeah, I love that. And we're still starting to see lots of other cards build around this as well, because then we start to include things, cards that we've seen before. Fan Rotom is back into decks because they're all colorless Pokemon, and that means we can then sort of weave in additional combos, and that's without even talking about other engine cards like the Noctowls with Jewel Seeker alongside those other Terra Pokemon. So there's so much going in the Pokemon trading card game now that there's so many different avenues you can go down in terms of the deck building. Just like you said, Amy, we're talking about all of the supporters, the engines to build around your different attackers, and then you've got different decks where you're actually hitting for weakness and you're targeting specific archetypes. I think it's quite an exciting time right now, and it's only going to grow as you get more and more sets again.
Exactly. We've kind of got a bit of a limited card pool right now. Rotations just occurred, and we're at this point where we're like, oh, okay, we saw Harlequin being used. Yeah. That's a slightly more unusual supporter card, but it is a disruption supporter. So if we're looking for things that are going to slow our opponents down, currently we have that really limited card pool, which A, can lead to very innovative decks and very interesting choices in and of its own, but also it allows us to have breadth for the future. It's looking at your cards and thinking, oh, that is really good. What could that be good with? And then waiting for that perfect partner card to come along.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we start to see a lot of decks where they include cards like Harlequin, maybe later down the line there's another card with a similar effect that's a little bit more powerful, where you can just sub it in, and you've been playing with that effect already. It just means that you're used to it and you're a bit more comfortable, and then you can kind of grow with it. That's why a lot of our players who have maybe been piloting Dragapult previously in sort of previous formats have been quite comfortable again. I mean, I had a chance to speak to Luke Burke a moment ago, because it's always great to see him do well with a deck. He had a great finish in Prague with a similar archetype, Dragapult Dusknoir, and he's doing it again. Put himself in a position where he's in that asymmetrical top cut, but it's with a deck he's been piloting for a number of months now. So he becomes really comfortable with the lines, really comfortable with the direction that we have to take it in, and it just looks really good for a player to be consistently doing well with a deck.
I think that's what it's all about, right? If you're piloting this deck from what we'll call kind of turn zero, day zero of its existence, and then you get really good at it, all you're doing then is subbing out cards, like you said, and upgrading the deck when new cards come out. It doesn't have to be a whole change. We could be using Harlequin for now, and then maybe an Iono type supporter or a Marnie type supporter comes out. We think, oh, actually, that's going to be a little bit stronger. So then we pivot into that. Or you just stick with the Harlequin for the fun of it, because it's a wonderful card, but actually one of the only disruption supporters that we've got in format right now.
Yeah, we get a chance to kind of showcase it there for everyone as a bit of a reminder as well. I know we had that moment where for Yasmin, who actually played the card, it depended depends on that person who played the supporter to flip the coin. If heads, you draw 5, your opponent draws 3. If tails, your opponent draws 5 and you draw 3. So it does have that kind of risk-reward opportunity with a card like this. I know some other cards which might actually have a similar sort of disruption effect can sometimes only be utilized when you are behind on prizes, for example.
Of course.
Or had a knockout that's happened. This one can be instantly played, and that just kind of causes a bit more disruption without having a drawback on it.
Although sometimes you don't mind your opponent having extra cards. If we're against a Mega Frostlass, for example, Mega Frostlass EX wants your opponent to have lots of cards in hand. So maybe they're down to a low hand size, or maybe that one card left in hand. You know they cherry picked with Meowth last turn. They want that. It's a Lilies. But actually, I'm going to Harlequin. I'm going to force you to draw more cards, and then my Mega Frostlass EX is going to do more damage.
Yeah, it's a card we haven't seen too much across this weekend, which is a bit of a shame, really, because I felt like it can be part of certain different archetypes because it's got a really unique attack there. So 50 times the number of cards in your opponent's hand with just one water energy. And we've seen decks like Marnie's Grimmsnarl really use the Frostlass just to kind of tick up a lot of damage counters and then sort of cause havoc with things like Badoo. It's a deck archetype in its own right as well, but it's also comboed with things like the Mega Starmie. So there are lots of opportunities here, especially if you have a particular favorite Pokemon. There's probably a way to find something that is viable. You just have to maybe be a bit more creative with how you play it.
Absolutely, and I saw a lot of them doing really well on our phase 1 of this competition. So there is something in there. It just didn't quite hit the mark, and maybe that's because the perfect partner Pokemon hasn't come out for that deck yet. Maybe it's a different supporter. Maybe it's another item card that needs to come out yet that's in our future. So I'd never ever let a deck feel like it's underappreciated in that respect. If you enjoy playing it, A, keep training as much as Joshua did and you're going to succeed, or maybe just in our not so distant future, we're going to have that perfect card that's just going to pair into that deck and make it absolutely spectacular. And you've had all this practice already.
Yeah, you can just park it to the side for a little bit, maybe try out some of the other decks, you know, get used to everything else in the meta, because that's another way to just really learn and build your confidence in the game as well. Being able to pick up most decks and just say, this is roughly the direction of how this deck should be piloted. These are the types of lines, especially in these types of matchups. And then when you go back to the deck that you want to be piloting, you want to be playing, you know what your opponent's going to be trying to do most of the time, which means you can find different angles to kind of go around that. And it could be you who takes yourself into a position like the asymmetrical top cut.
Speaking of our top cut, it's time to get down to the table. The players are gearing up. They're ready. They're looking at each other's lists. Of course, we get to have a little peek about what our opponent is playing. And in this instance, we're going to be looking at Dragapult with Crushing Hammers versus, of course, Milo, who we just saw with that Mega Lopunny. What are your first thoughts about this matchup, Alex?
I mean, we've seen a very unique way how Miloslav was sort of piloting that kind of type of matchup already. He obviously was Dragapult Blaziken. It's going up against a slightly different build here with the Crushing Hammers and so on, but a little bit less impactful because, again, we'd speak about that Mega Lopunny being a very efficient one energy attacker. So if we can kind of keep those chains, this is the kind of matchup that I think Miloslav's arguably quite happy going into. It comes down to what Yari's going to be able to do to really combat those kind of weird scenarios that he can be forced into because of things like Wally's Compassion. We do get a chance to hope you had a glimpse of their accomplishments thus far, as well as both players have a quick study of those lists. It's one of the unique things now that we have as part of the asymmetrical top cut. It was quite amusing actually because Miloslav was handed his own deck list and he was just studying it for a moment. Like, what was in this again?
I know, let me have a little looky.
But knowing Miloslav quite well, I'm pretty sure he's 100% understands his list, understands his game plan. It goes down to whether Yari's put enough time into this type of matchup as well. We know Yari played a blinder in that feature match that we had previously as well to really take the game away and force himself into this top cut position.
Yari has some interesting cards in deck that I think will have an advantage into Miloslav's build of Mega Lopunny. It's whether the cards come out in the right order, who gets set up well, and there is no room for error here with these two players. They're both fantastic. They both know exactly what they're doing with these decks. They've likely practiced this matchup, and one small slip could spell doom in this top cut here in Utrecht.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see both our players now. So they've handed back each other's deck list. They both had a chance to glimpse it. And it's just going to be settle those nerves and getting themselves in a position where they can push themselves into the top 4 of this Utrecht Regional Championship. So just a reminder for everyone, we're showcasing the Masters top 8 here. So both of these players had the record, had the placement, the standings to say that they were guaranteed that top 8 spot. And now they're playing it out for a potential top 4 spot to be one step closer to being the Utrecht Special Regional Championship champion.
Both on 11-1-2, an absolutely tremendously incredible accolade at this stage of the competition. Not only will they have had to have faced off against many amazing decks, but many amazing players to get to this point. Both of them guaranteeing themselves in top 8. What a position to be in. You don't even have to battle through the asymmetrical bracket to get in. They're already there, and now this really comes down to a battle of the titans.
Yeah, so both players now just kind of getting ready to set up. We get a chance to have a little glimpse of what Miloslav is working with, as well as Yari there. Both players do have basic there, so we can begin to set up. Both players will be placing their prizes in due course, and we'll get a chance to have a little look what is available there as well. So let's take a gander. Double Risky Ruins.
Oh, I don't like that,
Yari's
Alex.
side. That does mean he won't be able to play around with the damage counters as much as he would like. That Yveltal, I think, is, again, I'm always keeping an eye on that clutch. But here we go. We're kicking things off. Masters top 8 here. Our first match of this top cut. Let's see what goes down. Miloslav Posledny up against Yari Bonsi. And it's going to be Miloslav kicking things off.
Baneri in the active, but Ultra Brawling away another Baneri.
Yeah, very interesting decisions there, but I guess when the hand maybe is pretty strong, that you just have to kind of give up the Baneri for the moment. If you're unaware of how this deck functions, we'll be looking to find something like the Fan Rotom to use that incredible Fan Call ability. Start searching out some of those colorless Pokemon, evolve them up. You'll have the Dunsparce to evolve up into the Dunsparce at some stage, so you get Runaway Draw. You eventually get some more Baneris to evolve up into your Mega Lopunny EX, and you start swinging away for a lot of damage. As you do see there, the Fan Rotom instantly the pick from that Ultra Ball, so we get triple Dunsparce out.
Dunsparce is the name of the game here, digging your heels in just as they like to dig back into the deck and creating a board state that just becomes unbreakable. You're giving yourself maximum card draw, being able to make sure the next turn you explode with this flurry of cards and just give yourself every opportunity to hit the cards you need as quickly as possible before Yari really gets off the mark as well.
So one of the key things Miloslav will be working out with as he just deliberates the attachment, because he knows his opponent is playing Crushing Hammers, and it will just be a passover. So attachment to the active, so does have that pivot option ready for himself on a future turn. And Yari now will get a chance to consult the deck and realize a couple of those stadium cards, well, actually all of his stadium cards are prized with the double Risky Ruins that we saw a moment ago as well, which does mean, and something we'll keep an eye out for, that Miloslav's battle cages will stick around if he gets them in, at least until Yari starts taking some prizes.
Yeah, Dragon Ball doesn't love being in a cage. It really does not appreciate it. When it's stuck in that cage, it just can't see over to the bench to pick some targets. So unfortunately, can only damage the active Pokemon, which is not really in its game plan.
Yep, and that's going to be the tricky moment. But here's a Pokepad, so we get the second Dreepy down now as well. We get an energy attachment, and typically with Yari's side, outside of trying to get into a Badu, there's not really too much that he will be able to do. And that hand there doesn't look too pretty. Oh, no, we do have
Lily's
lilies.
here to help, determined to give Yari another chance at this turn.
Yeah, I did see that unfair stamp already in the hand a moment ago, but of course cannot be played. That single ace spec of choice for Yari there, being able to disrupt your opponent. We know how important those cards are when already what we discussed. But this fresh new 8 cards will be a way for Yari to try and stabilize the board a little bit more, maybe to a point where we can start taking some prizes after a couple more turns.
Yari's kind of on a bit of a ticking time clock here. We know that from the previous time we saw Miloslav play that once those Dunsparce get churning around, they kind of disappear quite quickly. So they're not great targets for Dragapult excess damage from that Phantom Dive. So we're kind of really looking to get started off as quickly as we can. Normally, a Risky Ruins would be really great as well because we can target the benched Baneri and try and stop Miloslav from getting that lock of that kind of turbo combination of these Baneri being able to flick between each other. You just don't want him to get that whole mechanic online.
Yep, so we do see the Buddy pop in to grab 2 further Dreepies onto the board now, so we have a number of other item cards we can play out. Pokebad once again, I should say, hitting the field. We do get Dracloak ready for the next turn as well, so we won't be maneuvering into a Budu here. Nothing to slow the game down. And it'll be over to Miloslav to maybe just take an initiative here. But this is not much else we can really do, I don't think. Just a pass over. So over to Miloslav. Turn 2 now. What can we work with?
We got a lot of Dunsparce. We got our Baneri. But I'm not sure what else is in hand to give us a helping hand forward. We've got the Enriching Energy, one of the only ace specs that can truly be recycled. We can use that more than once thanks to the effect of Wally's Compassion and Dunsparce. So either target are really great, but I tell you what Enriching Energy does not love, Alex. Crushing Hammers.
Yeah, that's one way to limit the amount of times you can draw with it, as we do get a Pokegear 3.0. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck. Select a supporter you find there and put it into your hand. Doesn't look like there was a Boss's Orders target, so is that a direction we could go down right now? No access to anything like the Mega Lopunny EX, so probably not ideal, but maybe it's worth just taking for the moment. Kind of reducing the number of cards, even if it's just 1 out of the deck for the time being.
We can still run away draw, so we've still got opportunity to draw more cards this turn. And is that a Hilda?
That is a Hilda.
Oh, Hilda is effectively a draw 7 in decks like this. We've already played the Enriching, so we can't use that as our target, but we do get another Mist Energy, which is, of course, incredibly important in this matchup also. And we get an Evolution Pokemon, which is going to get us that Lopunny, finally!
Yeah, now with 2 energies attached, we have access to Spiky Hopper, which will deal 160 damage. It's one of those attacks that can go through effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. There's the Mega Evolution up on the active Pokemon there. There's the Air Balloon also attached. I think you just prepared the Dunsparce for a future turn, and it is a Spiky Hopper. First prize taken of this Masters top 8. Now applying a lot of pressure. One thing we'll have to keep an eye out for Miloslav, and I think this is what he's trying to do. He's waiting to almost bait out the unfair stamp, and then once he keeps the Dunsparces on the board, that's the one way to kind of prep against it. And then he doesn't really need them as much anymore because there's not too many impactful hand disruption cards from then onwards.
I like this, taking the hammer. We are considering it. We've got 2 in hand now, and we still get the card draw. We only are running the 1-1 really thin line of Dunsparce and Dunsparce. It's not the key mechanic here for Yari in regard to card draw. It does give him that extra power, that extra boost, but it's not the be-all and end-all. Into Crispin to get our significant amount of energy out of that deck, because we're going to need to utilize it as soon as possible. We need to start putting pressure on, even if it's just poking away this Lopunny, to force Miloslav to start that loop.
Yep, absolutely. We saw this from Yari's earlier feature match as well, prepping sometimes a second Dracloak with that Psychic Energy, just as we saw there, and keeping hold of the fire for a future turn. I think there's a couple in hand, so it does commit 1 already, but may have to give up yet another prize. But again, we've spoken about Dragapult many times before. It's not the worst.
Here comes the hammer. I'm excited. It's no,
Tails.
it's a Tails.
Goes for another one.
He's going again. Let's go.
Heads ahead.
Goodbye. Enriching Energy will not be able to be utilized for the rest of the game now. It does severely limit Miloslav's game plan.
What's really interesting as well, but by having both of those energies on that Mega Lopunny in the active, it's a missed energy on the other one. That's also another card you kind of want to get rid of. But you can't get rid of that because you want to get rid of their draw power.
Yep.
Which means that missed energy is still on there, and it knows we can't target it with a Phantom Dive, even if Battle Cage wasn't around as well. So
true.
It's kind of a little catch-22 sometimes, but you know that Enriching Energy has so much value you can get from the draw power.
Yeah, you've got to realize that, especially with Hilda's in deck as well, you just can't underestimate how powerful that is. It limits Hilda down to a kind of what I would call a regular draw supporter amount of cards rather than a colossal draw 7. So realistically, with that, it kind of does depower your supporter cards as well. It gives them a bit more of a limitation. And I think this is where Yari might have a slight advantage into Milo's build if he manages to hit heads on those crushing hammers.
Yep, so we get the Dunsparce evolution up there on a second Dunsparce here as well. Another energy committed to the active. I like this because then we don't have to worry about maneuvering around. And it's also a Gust with that boss's orders on the double energy Dratcloak. So another Spiky Hopper KO here, down to 4 prizes, and you're still keeping those draw power, a runaway draw on the bench for the future turn when surely an unfair stand will hit at some stage, but you're just protected against it.
Yeah, really ideal scenario here if you're Miloslav, keeping everything on the board. Now Yari's going to need to kind of go a bit faster at this stage. We can't one-hit KO Mega Lopunny, but we can continue to make a mess of the bench right now, as Miloslav doesn't have anything to protect those benched Pokemon yet. So we are able to scatter some damage if we get evolved up this turn. We really need to start putting that pressure on. The Dragapult is in hand. We've got a Monkey Dory. We don't have any way of currently getting any damage on our own Pokemon, though.
Yeah, so this is the slight awkward moment. We do have Buddy Poffin just kind of deliberating what he has access to. There's the Dragapult EX and Fire Energy committed to the active now. And now, what else are we working with? There's a boss's order, so maybe knowing we need to start trying to take some prizes. So let's remove one of those draw power Pokemon out of play. We're targeting down the Dunsparce with the runaway draw. We're going to be hitting that with a Phantom Dive and then maybe just sprinkling down some damage. Looks like 10 going on the Phantom Rotom. And then now is here. Which direction do we go in? If we put it onto the Dunsparce, we know they can run away. So we're going to try and target that Baneri there. 5 damage counters, 1 prize taken. Phantom Dive, very incredible attack. Doesn't yet hit the stadium. Gets the Psychic Energy to hand for the moment.
Really clever from Yari. They know that letting Miloslav have draw power is game over. So Miloslav doesn't have any recursion cards, and they've seen each other's deck lists. Yuri knows this, and so putting things like the Enriching Energy in the discard pile, that can't come back. There's no way you can get an A-Spec back from the discard pile. Putting a Dunsparce and a Dunsparce in the discard pile, you're not getting that back, is limiting the amount of draw that Miloslav has to create this loop and to continuously get into these Wally's Compassions when they need to, and further energy. So this is a fantastic strategy from Yari, choosing not to go aggressive and to instead target down the integral cogs and nuts and bolts of Miloslav's deck instead.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do get one of the runaway draws now going straight back into the deck, and then another Dunsparce coming straight back out with the Buddy Poffin. Does deliberate with that Abra now coming down to the field as well. That really unique ability it's got to come onto the field, get into the active spot, and then just teleport her away back into the deck, and then reactivates your Mega Lopunny's first attack, that Gale Thrust, to increase 60 base damage to 230 with 170 more because it's maneuvered from the bench to the active spot.
Very clever way of getting Lopunny back online using an Abra, and the Abra doesn't even have to stay in play long enough for your opponent to be able to react to it. So although it only has 40 HP, you do not care. It's going to go back into the deck. It's also a really great way of preventing yourself from running out of cards and from what we call decking out, and that's obviously another win condition for your opponent. Not only does the Dunsparce engine help with this, but also that Abra.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see now the Hilda being played to grab one of those evolution Pokemon. It is going to be another Mega Lopunny EX now and another Mist Energy. So we're going to be committing some of that to the board now. There's a Baneri evolving up to the Mega Lopunny. So now we have 2 Megas on the field, which if we take those 2 as big knockouts, effectively means Yari will be taking 7 prizes, which is what you try and force a lot of the time, as we do see the retreat with the air balloon into the Abra now means the Gale Thrust is activated for full damage, 230 damage on that Dragapult EX. That Abra has gone to hide away back into the deck also. Just kind of making sure before that attack is announced there's anything else he would like to do as well. There's the Dunsparce with the 60 HP and the Mist Energy, and there it is. Gale Thrust, 230, Dragapult down to 90 HP remaining.
So there's an opportunity here. If we get another Crushing Hammer and manage to remove the Mist Energy off that Dunsparce, with only 60 HP, it would be susceptible, but we're really low on resources here. We've got, a Judge. That's an interesting pickup.
Is that a moment? I think Yari may have just asked how many cards you have in hand.
Yeah.
Miroslav just quickly fanned out. It looks like 5 cards available. Chooses to go down the Poképad route, grabs the Dracloak. So then we've reshuffled that Judge around the deck anyway, because we've had to do the deck search and now have to shuffle back up after that Poképad. So what can we work with here? One more Recon Directive.
Yari needs a way to get the Dracloak with some more energy on. We do have 1 Psychic in hand, so that might be enough for now. A Monkey Dory with a Darkness Energy on it wouldn't go amiss. What have we got there? That was 2 supporter cards. I didn't quite get to see what they were. You guys at home might have caught a better glance than me, so if you know, pop it in the chat. Oh, it's a Crispin. Okay.
Crispin. It's always nice if you're having to commit the energy to something like the Monkey Dory, at least being able to then also attach an energy to another Dracloak or Dragapult EX is key as well. So just benches the Monkey Dory first, then plays the Crispin.
I like that. Yep, there's the Darkness Energy, and we've got a Fire as well. So you can pick 1 to go into the hand, and 1 gets attached by the effective Crispin, keeping things cooking in the kitchen, making sure the Monkey Dory and Dracloak get enough energy each. And then we'll actually finally be able to start using Adrenabrain, but not on any of the Pokemon that have those Mist Energy.
Absolutely. And I mean, if we could have found maybe another Monkey Dory and another Dark, could have been one way to just take out that Dunsparce with the Mist Energy on it, because it's only protecting from effects of attacks.
That is true, not abilities, so we can go ahead. I did forget that. You're quite right.
But Monkey Dory now, by throwing and flinging back some damage counters over that 70 HP Dunsparce, instead is targeted. And that's the 4 damage counters on that Dunsparce. That will be a knockout on there. 200 to the active. And then where do we place the other 2 damage counters? Looks like it's just kind of applying a little bit more pressure to that Fan Rotom as well. So that goes up to 2, I believe. And then 1 on the other Dunsparce.
I really like that. Again, we're trying to limit our opponent's card draw. You're absolutely right. The Battle Cage wasn't down. I'm in Battle Cage mode in my head with the Monkey Dory. I'm so used to it with those Alakazam decks we've seen already today. And yeah, no, it's a really great strategy here if you're Yari to, again, not worry too much about the Lopunny. Yes, okay, that's probably getting recurred. That's fine. Right now, Yari is trying to limit the amount of draw power Miloslav has so that they have the perfect time to use those Judges, to use that unfair stamp, whereas Miloslav in the early game was really trying to protect against that. The options are becoming more limited, and the window is closing for that.
I wonder if there's ever a world where Yari's starting to think about just putting the damage counters on the other Mega Lopunny as well, just to maybe try and limit the amount that you can Wally's Compassion, because we do see it now instantly on that benched one he's just removed back. Attaches the energy to the active that's just maneuvered to the active spot, and Gale Thrust again for another 230 damage. That wipes out that Dragapult EX in the active spot, and it's looking pretty rosy right now for Miloslav as he takes himself 2 prizes closer to this game 1.
Dragapult truly is a phantom right now of its former self in the discard pile. We might be able to get another one, though. We've got plenty in the hand to be able to achieve that, and we've got more draw power off of our Dracloak as well. Looks like we're eyeing up, yes, the Ultra Ball, getting rid of another Ultra Ball and the Yveltal for now. Again, we can grab that back later in a pinch, but not a great kind of adversary against Miloslav's deck. Other than the Fan Rotom, we don't really have a great target for it.
Yeah, with the 2 prizes Yari's taken, he is 1 step closer to those risky ruins. He doesn't have it quite yet, as Dragapult does hit the field. We do get the unfair stamp now finally played. Can this be enough to really slow down Miloslav's game plan? Right now, not really being able to take a 2 prize knockout. Dragapult, yes, it is big and bulky and can withstand the Gale Thrust, but can't withstand 2.
What it might be advantageous to get at this point would be some sort of gust for that Dunsparce, because we want to limit the next set of card draw for Miloslav as much as possible so that they can't get into this loop of Wally's Compassion.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. I really want to know what both our players have drawn into.
Well, we're going to be able to see at least one hand here. We've got another Monkey Dory, which is good, and we do have the Night Stretcher, but we didn't get any sort of like gusting option like Boss's Orders. So let's go for this Recon Directive and see if that shines any lights. Dragapult and a Darkness Energy, so we can get another Monkey Dory online, but that would have been better last turn, not this turn, when we haven't got any energy to play with on the board.
Yeah, but I think maybe you still just kind of commit to that bit right now, because that Dragapult, unless Miloslav also finds a gust opportunity, that Dragapult will take some damage, but I guess we had to attach already to the active, so we are Phantom Diving again. We haven't seen Battle Cage yet.
No.
As that Fan Rotom goes down, Yari down to 3 prize cards remaining, and that Mega Lopunny has now taken a lot of damage. I see an Abra. What also is working in that hand there? That's going to be the most important thing. There's a Poke Pad, so we can get some more draw power as well, not just. And I think it actually might be a Wally's Compassion as the other card as well.
That would be absolutely bonkers. We've got 2 to Dunsparce, so we can draw another 6 cards. And if we already have the Wally's Compassion, you're just setting yourself up for success. There's 2 choices at that point. Do you Wally's Compassion this turn and then not worry too much about it? If you've got the Abra in hand as well, you can utilize that and then keep these to Dunsparce, or are we going to run away draw? I think the one with the damage on feels very strong. We definitely want to be limiting the amount of damage on our board state, but I can't quite see what they are.
Looks like a Lily's Determination. I think there might be a Battle Cage finally in the hand as well. I think we're looking for another energy of sorts, because we need to be able to retreat the active, which doesn't have an air balloon as well, and then also get an energy attachment. So that's going to be a key aspect that Miloslav will be looking for if he hasn't already hit it, which I don't think's there. Yeah, Battle Cage, Abra, Wally's Compassion. Let's Poker Gear first.
Want to make sure that we've seen as many cards as we can before we make a decision.
I mean, looking at the first 3 cards, I think he just drew just to look through for that Poker Gear. He wouldn't have hit an energy card with another runaway draw yet anyway. So we do pick up the Boss's Orders. It wouldn't surprise me if we do see another runaway draw in this moment as well.
I suppose the risky part is then if you don't re-establish the Dunsparce, that can be quite scary. So you're leaving yourself a bit vulnerable to those judge cards.
There's an energy. So we do have attacks with Wally's Compassion as a combo now. So that's going to be key here. So I would expect a retreat from the active of Wally's Compassion to heal it back up. And then an energy attachment from hand to the one with the air balloon. And that will be able to Gale Thrust to the active. I mean, you have to just keep applying pressure. You know those Monkey Dories are on your opponent's side of the board. But at that stage, there's not much else you can do here. There's the retreats to the active, and there's the Wallies. I love that slide.
That was very stylish, wasn't it? Slide that off, because we're going to reset that damage total. We are limited in the amount of energy that we've got left at this point as well. Remembering.
I was going to say, sorry, Amy, we finally see the Battle Cage, which we know is important right now. We know Yari did take 1 Risky Ruins off the prize cards as well, so there will be a way to truly turn that around. So it's going to be that Gale Thrust. Sorry, Amy.
No, so true. Absolutely. It's an important call that Stadium finally in play, but actually is going to be able to be punished right away and replaced. So at this point, we can get that double Monkey Dory on board, and this is exactly what we wanted to see earlier, and it just wasn't able to be achieved. We can now move 6 of these damage counters across to the other side of the board, and of course, we can get rid of that Battle Cage, so we can finish off that Dunsparce, and it is again going to limit Miloslav's draw, and we could combo that with the Judge in hand to boot.
Yeah, well, what else could we be working with here? Do we have an easy way to get a dark energy? I'm not too sure if they're... Oh, no, he's got both already attached.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, they're on. We've already attached for turn there, so we're all good. Ultra Ball now. Maybe just thin the deck a little bit or take another basic Pokemon if we have it, although I think we're a bit out of luck. We got the Meowth, but again, I feel like because of this matchup, you've got to save the Meowth for a final turn where you're taking that win.
I do wonder if you have to find some more energies for that second Dragapult EX as well. As you committed the energy attachment to the Monkey Dory, if your active Dragapult EX does go down, which is very, very likely, it means you could be in a bit of a pickle, especially if it gets taken out by another Gale Thrust or even a Spiky Hopper at this stage. Judge is played, so we are going to be effectively attacking Miloslav's hand to try and limit what he has access to. But yeah, real intriguing scenario, just because we'll be able to fire off a Phantom Dive, and then what can we do on subsequent turns?
If Miloslav doesn't manage to get another energy, it might be difficult to be able to loop that Lopunny again to be able to use Gale Thrust at its full power. So it's going to be a difficult turn if he doesn't draw into anything advantageous at this stage. Not only going to be getting 4 cards, and that's going to be quite limiting. I think he managed to get an energy. Yeah, he's got 2, in fact. That's impressive.
Fire and a Mist energy still in hand there. And it does just look like a Pokepad being played from Yari's side right now. And we do have access to a Meowth on a future turn as well, so we can get a Crispin line going. But oh, sorry, I meant to say we need to double check as well. Miloslav's down to only 2 prize cards remaining, so if we leave this Dragapult in the active spot, that would be a game so long as Miloslav has an energy. But here we go. Tails on a Crushing Hammer as well, so 1 for 3 now. Here's Monkey Dory causing havoc. 6 damage counters on that Dunsparce, I should say.
And we've just got to hope that Judge has had a large enough effect at this point that he wouldn't have the energy, but he does. So that made a mess of that. And Miloslav takes game 1 using the aggressive stance of this deck, which we didn't get to see much of earlier. Yari's hammers were not enough to put this bunny back in its burrow.
Yeah, I think Miloslav was there thinking that he actually might have had a little bit of a struggle if he weren't able to draw some more Wally's Compassions there, but he had the energy. Yari wasn't really able to impact the play too much as we get a chance to relive this game 1. Mega Lopunny, nice and early, starts swinging away with that Spiky Hopper, starting to take a couple of prizes nice and early on, especially even after the Crushing Hammer on that Enriching Energy. Boss's orders on that Drakloak as well, really just trying to stop Yari from firing off a Phantom Dive that easily. That 60 HP Dunsparce was protected, but we did see a Monkey Dory come down and really start firing away with Adrenabrain and also knocking out some of those Dunsparces as well. But it got to a stage where we had kind of back-to-back Mega Lopunny EXs. It's really hard to deal with that little slide away from that Wally's.
I still love that.
And it just meant, yeah, and it just meant even with the Battle Cage and a Battle Cage counter of Risky Ruins, it wasn't really enough when Miloslav's down to 2 prizes remaining.
No, exactly that, Alex. And it was just the writing on the wall at that point. Flashed that fire energy to show, actually, I've got it. Sorry, mate. And then we move on to game 2. It was close. That could have gone either way. It was just whether Yari was able to disrupt enough and let that stick. I do love the approach of targeting down the card draw mechanics from your opponent and saying, okay, I'm going to try this and see if I can't one-hit KO your Mega Lopunny. So what can I do? Is going to negatively impact your gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Called it all right there, Amy. And it's just, I think immediately just showing for both our players. So just setting up right now for game 2. We get a chance to glimpse of their prizes as well. One of those Mega Lopunnies is in there. 1-1 line, 1 stadium. Nothing too impactful from either side. We do kick things off for this game 2 now. Yari looking to turn things around. Actually just trying to flip the script with that Fezandipity in the active spot as well. But it is a buddy Poffin to kick things off as he's starting this game off. To begin with, I'm sure it's just going to be double Treepy. There you go.
Yeah, Fezandipity not really what you want to have lying around in this matchup, but at least Yari will be able to draw some more cards this time and hopefully get into that stronger position early on if Miloslav has a similar game to game 1 where they have to go aggressive quite early.
Yeah, it's always quite nice for Miloslav to see that because it's an easy target because of Gale Thrust over KOing it by dealing 230 damage. And being able to take 2 prizes, essentially accelerating the game state by taking prizes even more so quicker. It just means Miloslav must have a little cheeky smile on his face when he's seeing that as the opening Pokemon on Yari's side. But Yari's going to be doing his utmost to try and limit what Miloslav will be able to do. So energy attachment to the active, gives himself the pivot option, and it's a pass over.
Let's see how much we can establish this board state now. I can see at least one more Dunsparce in hand, so maybe not as much need for something like the Fan Rotom, because that is one of the kind of clutch targets of that Yveltal. We've got the Baniri as well, so that's fantastic. I believe we've got an Ultra Ball. So looking like quite a strong hand to start out with, but just thinking about the long game here is that we need to put as many Dunsparce in the board state as humanly possible. We need it to be anything but sparse. We need it to be flush with those little critters so that we have lots of ongoing draw for the rest of the game. Looks like we are, using an Ultra Ball away from Moltres and one of our Woolly's Compassion to continue to establish this board nice and strong.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to have to go down the Fan Rotom route of Fan Core, one, because it helps to thin the deck, and also helps to grab the Dunsparce. Oh, no, it doesn't, because I'm not on 100 HP.
No,
but it's grabbing
unlike,
just your Dunsparce, preparing other stuff.
Yeah, unlike the commonly known kind of Noctowl engine that we've been so used to. This one does just get our Dunsparce, but you can also grab those Baniri. So actually a really great addition to this deck regardless, but just getting that to Dunsparce and going ahead and using Boss's Orders on one of those Dreepy to force it into the active, and it kind of gets that Darkness energy stuck on the Pheasantipity for now until we are able to get it into the active and retreat it to spend the energy. It's stuck there.
Yep, for the moment, and we know, and Miloslav knows, that his opponent is not playing any rare candies, so we're not going to see any crazy stuff that's going to happen from Yari's side of the board at the moment, so he has an opportunity just to get into that, the Dunsparce, runaway draw, and just try and see some additional cards, because we didn't have quite any sort of draw power supporters there a moment ago.
No, very, very true. Going ahead and getting that Cloak online, we're going to need to. Pheasantipity at some point might be able to attack. Cruel Arrow is very good if you have a little Baniri there on the bench, I can see, with nothing protecting it. That might be quite good, but because now Ardra Cloak is kind of trapped in the active, we wouldn't be able to do that. It's just too much energy to commit. So instead, probably better just to commit to this moment, going for the Night Stretcher, and now for that Crispin. Maybe we're going for the Dragon Headbutt.
Yeah, we certainly can. That'll be one way to really force the issue. You know, Miloslav wasn't really able to do too much, and it's just holding on to the Dunsparce that we grabbed with that Ultra Ball. So this is going to be a real interesting way to kind of force the issue here. It's not something we used to get a chance to see too often, but maybe Yari's thinking this is an opportunity to really take a commanding position in this matchup.
Absolutely. With one Dunsparce down now, and Miloslav won't ever be able to get it back. That is limiting the card draw from the very, very beginning. And now we've got one runaway draw to try and help us get back into this game too.
Yeah, I'm not too sure there's much else in that hand, so we're going to have to draw three. Lily's Determination.
And a Buddy Poppin. Oh, we're good. Dunsparce has done its job very well, digging back into the deck, finding 3 ideal cards to really slip Miloslav out of that position.
Yeah, it was just a shame we couldn't quite see a Mega Lopunny EX from that top deck on his turn, as we now get the Buddy Poppin for another Dunsparce. We're just going to have to start setting up the board, getting yourself prepared, knowing that a Phantom Dive is very likely to come shattering down on your side of the board shortly as well if you can't protect it. We know we have the Stadium in hand, but it's just a Stadium bump away from just then opening the doors back up.
The truth is whether it goes down, it does, and then we hit the Lily's Determination, and she's going to come through, give us 8 fresh cards, and we'll see whether we can continue to establish a strong board state. Mist Energy would be nice here just to top everything off, and then we'll have a bit more protection against Dragapult and all of its shenanigans.
Right, let's see what we're working with, Milo. You've had a bit of a struggle in that turn 1. 8 cards from this Lily's Determination. Can we build ourselves in a position where we're not having to just give up prizes when you don't need to or just don't want to, really. It's a few different pieces. We do get some energy as well.
The enriching energy is nice if we want to continue to draw cards and try and get into that Mega Lopunny, I suppose.
Yeah,
we did get into it.
We can immediately just deal 60 damage. Unless we find Abra as well.
Yeah.
We could actually Gale Frost here. We do have enriching, so this is one way to do it. If we could find an Ultra Ball, that's one way to get the Abra. So we can actually Gale Frost this active Dracloak right now.
That could be dangerous.
And this is looking like it's turning around. Is there a Poképad as well? But we're just looking maybe to thin the deck for the moment, just Ultra Balling away some less useful pieces, perhaps, like that Fan Rotom.
Wild stuff going on here in Utrecht Masters top 8. This is game 2. Miloslav versus Yari. Miloslav is 1 game up and just about to turn the tide of this battle. Was looking a little bit scary, but now everything has turned around. These Dunsparce have made their maze-like nests into a tunnel of opportunity for Miloslav.
Absolutely, and I think just that one moment to try and use Dragon's Headbutt, as we do get the teleporter ability. Abra coming and hitting the field with that Ultra Ball, immediately maneuvering into the active spot, and then running straight away back into the deck means Gale Frost is live and takes a massive knockout. 2 energies being committed already to that Dracloak, really forcing the issue here. Yari does have flipped the script, but we only have 1 Dreepy on the bench. Does find Badu, but is that really enough in this scenario?
We might need a Crushing Hammer for a bit of a helping hand, and maybe we'll be able to hang on in there. We've got Lilies and a Buddy Poppin to re-establish some basic Pokemon, so that's helpful, but we are really severely on the back foot now, as a slow start has not been helpful.
Yeah, when you're a deck utilizing things like Crushing Hammers, you don't play the rare candies. You're not really that aggressive deck like we've seen with some other Dragapult variants, where you are trying to get energies on board, trying to get a Dragapult immediately. You do usually spend some time just building up your board, getting those Dracloaks into play. And now we're just trying to re-establish some way and shape or form. We do get 1 Dracloak now with that Recon Directive. I think Yari is just going to be looking at this board state going, I was so close. If that runaway draw just didn't hit those cards that Miloslav drew into, I could be really going into a Dragapult EX right now and Phantom Diving around his side of the board.
But we got to take things a little bit slower, so we're going to need to try really hard here of Yari to now disrupt what Miloslav is trying to do. We need that Recon Directive to hit something big. Whoa, it's not quite it. We got that Stretcher and we got a Fire Energy to choose from. Unfortunately, neither are going to really push us forward into where we want to be right now. Really is a bit of a struggle. It might be a Badu turn just to prevent item usage, but honestly, it's not too troublesome if you're Miloslav, but it might just be a way to prevent a more important knockout being taken.
Yeah, so we get a Lily Determination now, only to 6. We did take that knockout with that Dracloak on the Dunsparce. And this is where, yeah, this is going to be real tough to try and come back from. But if there's any deck that can come from behind and actually take multiple prize knockouts, take a win, it is usually Dragapult. We're going to have to rely on some Itchy Pollen work here. So we do get 6 cards from this Lilies. What can we work with here in this scenario? 1 more. Now, let's see this hand, Yari. Is it helpful?
Okay, we can get rid of the Battle Cage. That'll be good later, but actually right now you kind of want it to stick around, because the more you kind of play around with it, the less likely that you're going to have your stadium in when you need it. And we're not going to be using that Dragapult, but we are going to Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, that will try and slow the game down into Miloslav's turn. We don't have the Dunsparce, but of course, there are Dunsparces waiting in the wings to be evolved up. This could be one of those ways to try and get back into the game, especially alongside an Itchy Pollen as well, Amy.
Indeed. Do you want to know a fun Dunsparce fact?
Hit me.
It's the tallest normal type Pokemon.
The tallest normal type Pokemon if it stands on its tail?
Yeah. The tallest guy, if he stands on his tail and he can blow up, get a bit bigger, he can be quite intimidating. But in this instance, he's running away.
Yeah, certainly scurrying away there. But here we go, the retreat into the Badoo now. Itchy Pollen announced. Mega Lopunny feeling the tickle. And now we can't use those item cards, Miroslav. And it's just
going to take the easy knockout. You don't even need to pivot at that point. You can just do the base damage of Gale Thrust, which is 60, more than enough to take out a Badoo.
Yeah, there you go. So it's just going to be, just to get that clarity, we'll just use the other dice there to show that it's had 10 damage. And now, Yari, can you capitalize on this moment? Miroslav took another prize with that Gale Thrust, 60 damage. But you can start to launch a Phantom Dive here. You can take down one of those Dunsparce, but you're not too sure what else is in Miroslav's hand. He didn't play anything, but he was under item lock after all.
Establishing Mordra Cloak is never a bad thing if you are. You want to be able to get as much draw power online as possible because both decks are doing that very thing. Drawing as many cards as they can to get into the opportune combination of cards they need to take each other's strategy down. Now we still have the opportunity to use Pheasantipity as well, and we have 3 Recon Directive on board.
Yep, and I believe he shuffled in that stadium he had in hand with the unfair stamp, right? So
Yes.
Now Balcage still putting in work for the moment, at least.
Okay, we have a Crushing Hammer. That's quite nice.
Yeah, very second one,
I think that's another one and a Crispin to decide between. That's a tough decision.
Definitely, because one's a guarantee energy sort of acceleration or sort of equaling measure of energies on the board state. One is a 50-50 to try and slow your opponent down.
I think we have to take the Crispin. We have to go for the guarantee.
Can we find that stadium? It's the Yveltal and the Monkey.
Dory. Okay, we've got one more Recon Directive on the active. We're going for a Crushing Hammer.
Tails.
Failed.
Enriching Energy sticks around for the moment. Dragapult EX, do we have a final Recon Directive? Can we find it here?
I can't see what it is.
It's the Dunsparce, so we can draw some more cards.
Okay, there we go. It might be worth kind of using something to shuffle if we can first. But no, we're going to go on in. Here we go.
We want to see 3 more
cards. We've got the Crushing Hammer, a Boss, and a Pokepad. That's pretty good.
It's good. That Battle Cage is still in action right now. We do get a Pokepad straight away for that Dunsparce once again.
True, true.
Come on,
Such a shame we weren't able to grab that Battle Cage just yet.
I'm just eyeing up that Crispin here. Just set up the board a little bit more. I mean, did we have a Fire Energy in hand right now? Yeah, so we have to go down this route.
Are we going to... Yeah, we're going to Crispin first, and then we'll consider the Crushing Hammer afterwards, I think. We're going to have to. It's such a shame we weren't able to remove the Battle Cage, so Dragapult is in its cage, and it can't see those little guys on the bench. It's just too far away, and it can't get any closer.
And that's it. So Phantom Dive now readily available for Yari to start swinging away. It's another Crushing Hammer. Where are we going? It's a Tails again.
No, it's another Tails. That's awful. I suppose that's the risk of these coin flips. When you get them, they feel great, but when you don't...
No prize, no prize. There you go. Just double checking, Miroslav. Yeah, very well caught there by Miroslav. Yeah, there you go. I think there's a respectful handshake there between our players. No, you don't take the prize. But Miroslav's going to be pretty happy with this scenario here because he just needs to start finding some of those Wally's Compassion once again. And he has a number of item cards. So he does have Wally's in hand as well and an Ultra Ball. He can really do a number of things here. The Dunsparce in hand. He's got so many options.
It's all about sequencing with this deck, right? You need to be able to play these cards and runaway draw in the correct order so that you're giving yourself the optimum opportunity to utilize each card in its most fruitful way.
Yeah, just trying to get that maximum value, especially when you're having to draw the top 3 cards, shuffle them back around again because the Dunsparce hides away back in. It's not just to the Dunsparce heads back in as well. I think we did draw into another Dunsparce, so if we wanted to continue draw, we can. But is that the direction here? There's a Wally's Compassion to enriching.
Again.
And straight back on for another 4 cards to draw. That's already 7 cards, plus the draw for turn. That's 8 cards seen this turn just from 2 cards effectively being played. There's another Mega Lopunny coming down now as well. No damage counters on the board. That gets an air balloon.
Goodness.
You get an air balloon. I get an air balloon. We all get air balloons. We're all maneuvering everywhere.
I'm going to be really sad if you don't give me an air balloon after this now. I'll be really upset. I better get a red balloon when we're done casting.
Right, I promise you a red balloon, Amy. Sick. Habra also in hand as well. So we just got so many options here, but this is really all you need. Maybe another Dunsparce to come down just to kind of prep yourself for another turn, as we do see the Dunsparce being targeted with that Ultra Ball now. And it's looking pretty, like I said a little moment ago, pretty rosy for the Lopunny deck. Really showcasing exactly why it's a real contender in this format right now.
Yeah, just jumping around the board, getting all of those draw power in as well, being able to utilize the Dunsparce, as we just saw there, to be able to put that into the active runaway draw, and then it kind of disappears with Lopunny just to jump back into the active, and Gale thrust its way towards the win there, taking more damage onto that Dragapult. And once again, these are both two-hit KOing one another. They can't deal enough damage in one go, and that's where the skill in this matchup comes.
Yeah, absolutely. Skill and Wally's compassion being the key components here, I feel. Crushing Hammer being brought to the hand once again with that Recon Directive. Second one coming in, that's a Rescue Stretcher or the Yveltal. Just kind of deliberating, maybe that's one way, but when you think about and look at Miloslav's board now, there's not anything like a Fan Rotom or a random Moltres that has come onto the field. It just means all of those cards can just find a way home.
Here we go. Third hammer. No!
This is just not one of those games. Like you said, one of those risks.
Crushing hammer, crushing hearts.
Yari, what else can we do here? We need to start powering up some other Pokemon. We need to be finding other Dragapult EXs. We can't keep giving up these two prizes, especially with that simplistic, oh my god, I couldn't say that. Simple attack from Mega Lopunny, where it's just a energy.
Just one energy. That's all. That's all you need. That's the beautiful thing about it. It's just so easy. And that's why it's such a troublesome deck to deal with in the way that it works, and how you can pivot it around the deck so quickly, and you can just move it around the field to be able to reactivate Gale Thrust. Of course, we managed to get the Dunsparce there. We've run away drawn, and we've used the Pokepad to put the Dunsparce back on the bench so that we can continue that card draw. Love that even with the 1-1 Dunsparce line, actually this is working a treat, and we're able to keep repeating these draw tactics again and again regardless. Risky Ruins finally comes down, and Battle Cage is gone, letting Dragapult run amok.
So we get the Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy now as well, so we can wipe out that Dunsparce on the bench. So we will and can go down to 4 prizes remaining, equaling the prize map between both players here. Also sticks 20 damage on itself because it is a Psychic type and not a Dark type. Risky Ruins being that very unique stadium to help you increase the damage counters, the manipulation you can have with Monkey Dories.
Guess what? He's back again. The Dunsparce back in the hand, ready for next turn. Can't put him down now. Every Pokemon has to be in play for at least 1 full turn before it can evolve. Dunsparce is tired. He was on the bench, then he evolved, now he's back in the deck, and now he's back again. You know, he's done a lot. He's had a long day.
He's putting on a lot of work, certainly. Adrenabrain now, slightly healing the Dragapult EX in the active spot to that Dunsparce. Ooh, wow, we both like this. The Dunsparce coming to the active spot. That will remove all draw power from Miloslav's board state right now. We'll have to kind of throw around some additional damage counters. Just 2 on the other Mega Lopunny there. Both knocked out, 2 prizes, down to 3, and only needs to take 1 of these knockouts on these Mega Lopunny EXs and could take this game.
That was a stunning prize map, Alex. Beyond what my little brain could even fathom this deck would be capable of. Absolutely beautifully played there from Yari, a real true master of Dragapult, showing us just how easily the deck can adapt to these really tricky situations, limit your opponent's card draw, and then hopefully it'll be harder for them to loop these bunnies. But Lopunny is very good at doing some hop, skipping, and jumping between the two of them as we use that air balloon, which gives us that free retreat cost, jumping into the other Lopunny and just simply taking the knockout on this Dragapult EX for 2 more prize cards. Miloslav needs 2 more to seal the win.
Yep, and that's a case of just finding an energy and a boss's orders. I think he did just kind of slightly flash his hand there. He might have boss's orders in hand already. Whether he has the energy is another thing we have to keep an eye out on as well. But Yari does have ways to disrupt that hand.
Oh, yes, they do.
That judge there. Flip the script first. Maybe he knows what's remaining in that deck. There's the Dragapult EX, which is always key. And
we're going to need one of those.
It's got this Night Stretcher as well for the fire energy. So we can do something here. Recon Directive before we evolve up, of course.
Take another one. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
I like this strategy. It's likely we're going to judge this turn, so being able to kind of take as many cards as you can, just essentially draw your whole deck and then make decisions and play out the cards that you have in the moment and then judge. You don't mind that you've got a smaller hand size at that point because you've already done it. You've already used the Night Stretcher to get the fire energy and attach it. You've already played the Dragapult. You don't need the other cards in the deck right now. You've done what you needed to do, and there it is. There's Judge. So the boss's orders for Miloslav is now shuffled back into the deck, and it might be trickier for them to get into a play next turn.
Yeah, blowing a whistle to try and pause that game plan, pause the game state, and see if we can turn this back around. 3 prize cards remaining for Yari, 2 for Miloslav. We're in the final stages of this second game here. Miloslav is 1 game up right now, and we'll be looking at those forecasts to see what he'd be able to work with. Is there anything there right now? No energies. Does have Poké Gear and Poké Pad. There's a Wally's Compassion, which means he will be able to then keep drawing with that enriching energy as well. So still looking pretty good. I mean, it just means he doesn't win in 1 turn. There's a runaway draw. Now shuffling himself back in. Does also still have 1 Recon Directive. We will see a Phantom Dive here. Oh, we need a Pokemon EX spot first. There you go.
There we go. And there's the Buddy Pop in to bring back the Dunsparce, so we've got that loop continuing.
Yep, another little cheeky 2 damage counters on it because of that risky ruin.
And we like the risky ruins. We want the damage. We need Monkey Dory to have lots to play with.
Rushing Hammer. This could be really impactful.
Last one.
He's got it.
Heads.
That's going to slow down the draw power that Miloslav has. And especially when Miloslav doesn't have any energy right now. May have to rely on that Poké Gear to eventually find one.
Looks like we are using that Adrenabrain. 2 damage counters.
Where do you want to put it? Maybe just start applying some more pressure on your opponent's side of the field. Maybe just on that benched one. If you Phantom Dive, you put that up to 100, which means it's got 230 HP remaining. Is that right? Yep, 230. And then you're only really 1 Monkey Dory and a Phantom Dive away from knocking it out from either Pokemon. So then you're setting up both. I feel like that feels like the right game plan.
I agree. I think that feels like pretty good math, especially when you've got the Monkey Dory. You've already got a couple of damage in play to move about with, and you can absolutely establish another one. So, yep, good plan here. Get damage on the board on both of them. You can't heal both.
What are we working with, Miloslav?
What we got?
We can only heal 1 with Wally's Compassion.
We're not going to be able to do 2.
What do we work with here? We're just missing energy. That Crushing Hammer heads actually was massive here, and I feel it's put Miloslav in a bit of a bind, especially with the Phantom Dive setting up both Mega Lopunnies for a potential knockout here. However, I guess Monkey Dory right now only has 2 damage counters to play with, so we're going to have to find a second one.
Yeah, we're going to have to put another Monkey Dory down, put damage on itself, then attach an energy. We got a little ways to go, but Yari does have a very thin deck at this point and still has draw power on board.
Yeah, so this is a tricky moment. Poké Pad for the Dunsparce. No other Pokemon he would like to take out of the deck, or even maybe available to take out for at least a moment. Just double checking what resources his opponent has been already used so far.
Yeah, we've got through all the Crushing Hammers now. 3 fails, 1 success, but is that success what we needed to just draw this game out long enough to take the win?
Dunsparce onto the bench. I guess that's
a pass over. Here we go. We've got a boss in hand. We've got the Dunsparce. We've got a Darkness Energy. We need a Monkey Dory.
We just a Monkey Dory. Is a Monkey Dory in the discard?
I think it's in deck.
So if it's in deck, we
should be able to draw into it.
We've got 5 cards to draw. It's definitely not prized. We're just gonna double check that ourselves as well.
That's a good point. That's a good shout. He's just seeing how many cards are there.
What is
Let's have a look. Is that a Monkey Dory?
Ultra Ball.
No, but it's an Ultra Ball.
Is that it? If we can see it right now, Ultra Ball, 2 cards away. Get the Monkey Dory. It'll put 2 damage counters on itself. Maneuver both damage counters from both Monkey Dories to the benched Mega Lopunny. That'll put it to 140 damage on it.
No, we're attaching for turn onto the Dracloak, so we can't do the Monkey Dory play.
Maybe we haven't seen it. Maybe I've gotten it wrong, but we're just going for the knockout on that Dunsparce. We have seen double Monkey Dory earlier, but here we go. Down to 2 prizes now. Is there still anything? Has there been enough, maybe? If we found a Hilda, but that's not a way to boss's orders at the same time.
No, you can't do both. Still lacking energy. Pokegear, see if that gets us out of this situation. Are we going to see a supporter? We've seen 2 energy, but no supporter. So Hilda it is. Gets us 1 energy and an evolution Pokemon. It thins the deck a little bit, and we do get that fire energy into play, but we're not going to be able to knock out a Dragapult right now. So Yari's still feeling pretty good, I imagine, because we're not going to be able to heal off these Lopunny this turn. Here it goes. We're going in for a Gale, and there's the boss's orders for the win. Yari bringing it back and proving the Dragapult has given these bunnies the run around this time.
Yep, some impressive gameplay there, and only having to work with 1 Crushing Hammer, but that 1 Crushing Hammer really slowed the game down for Miloslav alongside that Judge, and that has brought Yari back into this round. They're back into this top 8, back in contention for top 4. This was game 2 now. Yari being able to find that risky Ruins, did have that very damaged Dragapult EX in the active spot, but once we took down the draw power of Miloslav's board state, as we do get the Adrenabrain there, as you can see, and the boss's orders under the Dunsparce, it meant Miloslav could only work with, at that stage, 2 Mega Lopunny EXs.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we did just manage to pick apart that board. This was such a pivotal turn in the game where Yari was able to boss's orders that Dunsparce, take out the Dunsparce and the Dunsparce, limiting what Miloslav was going to be able to draw going forward. And then we saw that Crushing Hammer come down after this Judge to be able to just make it so difficult for Miloslav to progress at all with this game. Now disrupted and energyless, Miloslav was unable to do much as Yari began to actually span lots of damage counters across both Lopunny. You can't heal both of them, eventually taking out this Dunsparce just to continue that real onslaught of you're not going to draw any cards, Miloslav. Miloslav was unable to do enough damage. Boss's orders swept up the end of the game.
Right, straight into game 3. We get to see those prizes. Unfair stamp on Yari's side of the board.
I think it's okay that early on. I think we're okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say the rest is okay because we could just start swinging away at some point. Miloslav is kicking things off. This is game 3 now. Just under 20 minutes, of course, in Top Cup. We do play 75 minutes. Best of 3. It's 1 apiece right now for that spot in top 4 here at the Utrecht Regional Championships. Buddy Poffin is going to be able to grab something like that Fan Rotom, and we're going to be able to fan call once again this game.
Top 4 is no easy feat. The field was strong and the players were even stronger. So it's going to be a real tussle between these two to make it there. We've got the Fan Rotom and a Barnieri by the looks of things. Fan Rotom we saw in game 1, but we didn't have it punished at any point by that Yveltal. But it is necessary in this game 3 as we're going to need to get as many Pokemon on board as possible. We've highlighted that card draw is the key to success.
Yep, absolutely. And this is just kind of setting up the board state once again. We're going to get a full board of 5 benched Pokemon, and then it's just going to be Yari with that one Dreamy for the time being. Yari's going to have that first turn opportunity to maybe maneuver into something like a Badoo, maneuver into some other Pokemon as well. And now it's over to, well, no, he hasn't benched those Pokemon yet, of course.
almost.
It felt like he was about to. I'm getting ahead of myself, but there's plenty of time remaining, and that's why we don't have to rush things.
No, and that's exactly why we want to give as much opportunity to see these games out as possible. Going for that Pokepad, getting the Dunsparce in hand nice and early to establish that board so quick. And we're seeing now just a plethora of Dunsparce hit the board with their friends Baniri.
Yeah, for sure. It's really interesting to see those double 60 HP Dunsparce as well. You know, it's not something we like to see too often, but when you're well protected because of Battle Cage and Mist Energies, you don't mind it too often. Immediately, that Badoo hits the board as well. What can we do here? Here's the Lily's Determination Energy Attachment, so we can pivot into the Badoo and start locking down some of those item cards that Miloslav does, of course, play in his deck. But is it enough here? Because we don't really need too much to start swinging away.
No, and I think that's the thing with Miloslav's deck, is that actually we already have shown that we have played our item cards ready for this eventuality. We played the Pokepad so that we already have the Dunsparce in deck, so that it doesn't really matter if Badoo comes in this turn. We've already got exactly what we wanted in hand. You searched the deck for it a minute ago. You haven't disrupted me. You can't disrupt me. And so realistically, we're going to be drawing a lot of cards with the Dunsparce this turn. And although we can't play the item cards, items are usually to try and get us something in the deck that actually we might just draw into anyway because of the sheer amount of card draw that we're about to unleash.
I mean, again, it's going to be one of those scenarios where Miloslav wants to try and time it as well. So that's the other options for both our players. But it's still on Yari here to just kind of build out that board to a position where he can try and capitalize on moments where there is a slight bit of weakness in draw power at points. The 60 HP Dunsparce taking the 10 damage from Itchy Pollen wouldn't really be too impactful because it's within range of a Phantom Dive anyway, but I guess this is a nicer way because you can just run away draw and effectively heal it or nullify the damage that your opponent has done on that turn regardless.
So true. That's the trouble. Badoo normally would be able to maybe scatter 10 damage here and there, and actually that can be impactful, but in this instance, it's really not that. It's gonna item lock, but it's not achieving a whole lot more in this current moment. But Badoo is in the active regardless, just to make it a little bit trickier for our opponent while we set up.
Yep, absolutely. Here, final stages. There's the Dunsparce in the active spot. Runaway draw immediately activated. Now we're going to shuffle back into the deck that Dunsparce and the Dunsparce. Another Dunsparce goes to the active. I've said that a few too many times. Very short amount of time. So let's see. We get a Hilda being played now as well. So we can't play item cards, remember. But what we can do is keep drawing cards with things like the Enriching Energy, like things of further the Dunsparce as well. But we're going for the Mega Lopunny EX. Let's get that primed and ready.
Yeah, that's going to hop us straight into the driver's seat of this game. We saw the early aggression worked out great in game one. We don't want to give any room for Yari to get evolved up quickly, because that's exactly what happened in game two, which spelled a bit of doom for Miloslav. So Miloslav's going to be needing to get this Lopunny raring to go as quickly as we can.
Just to give a bit of an update as we're getting some information throughout our tournament so far of the asymmetrical top cut, Luke Burke has overcome Hermione in the asymmetrical top cut. Fabio Battistella, we just see a knockout on the Badoo, just very quickly. Fabio Battistella has taken down Ted Tobin, our Severe Special Championships champion. And then also Hassan Hunaku has also taken down Message in a Dragapult mirror as well. So our top 8 has been finalized now. And we are obviously now in our first of the top 8 matches.
We got more Dreepy for our buck. It's getting creepy with Dreepy on this bench as Yari establishes plenty more card draw to continue this game with his own Dunsparce in the active and a Lilies to go for it as well. We're going to be drawing a lot of cards this turn. It's going to be 8 here from the Lilies, a potential 3 more from Dunsparce. We've got 1 Recon Directive as well. So really the world is our oyster in regards to card draw right now. We've just tapping those 2 Dreepy to say I played those this turn so they can't evolve, but the one that's next to the existing Dracloak can still carry on.
Yep, it's a nice way for all of us to visually see how game states can just be as clean as possible, because that's the main thing for us, to make sure we can actually see and describe what's happening. There's Recon Directive now being just twisted there.
Ooh, going for the hammer.
And here's another
hammer.
We can go again.
Could go again.
Do we need to?
I think the Pokepad's nicer here, personally.
Yeah, I think so. Just to be able to sort of prep for another turn as well. Here's the Dunsparce runaway draw. Let's draw 3 cards.
Oh, all supporters. Great for later, not great for now. So we're going to shuffle in and have to pick a Pokemon to promote. It is just going to be a lone Dreepy. And then we're going to, of course, use Buddy Poffin to get our Dunsparce back.
Yeah, like you say, he's putting on a lot of work, Amy. Just running away and then being forced to come back out multiple times every turn at this stage, but that draw power ever so present, ever so important in something like this. Who knew, if you had Recon Directive, that you actually needed more draw power in a deck?
Well, in this instance, it's only a 1/1 Dunsparce line, but it's showing how impactful even that can be. Here we go, just a pass over now to Miloslav's turn as we carry on our bunny barrage of attacks. And we're really jumping into the driver's seat here because we are able now to not only draw cards, we've got the energy, and we're going to be able to establish 2 Mega Lopunny EX.
Yeah, just committing the enriching energy, it looks like, to one of the Dunsparce. Just to draw some energy cards. Doesn't want to commit it to necessarily a Mega Lopunny right now, because we want to keep it for later attachments for draw power should your Dunsparce go down, and then you just need to use your Mega Lopunny EXs as the draw power alongside Wally's Compassion and the enriching energy. So Air Balloon also committed to the active. We can just Spiky Hopper and take the knockout on the active Dreepy. We do get the Pokepad for the Dunsparce as well now. So lots more actions to come potentially, especially if we want to try and preserve that enriching energy.
Exactly, and that's what we got to try and do. We've seen it be crushing hammered away far too many times now. Want to try and protect that resource by jumping it back into the deck immediately so that it is protected for future turns and can continue to allow us to draw cards, because we've been very unlucky with those hammers in the last 2 games, of both times enriching energy has been the target.
And just like Yari's Dunsparce and the Dunsparce, Hilda grabs it straight back out again, enriching energy, following along as well. Hilda, a great supporter in a deck like this where you just want to be able to grab those ever so important evolution Pokemon like Mega Lopunny EX, like the Dunsparce, and then also grabbing something like that enriching energy, or even Mist when you're trying to stop all of those crazy Phantom dives hitting your side of the field.
Yeah, a very strong combination of cards coming together, showing really why the colorless type is so versatile in our game and giving it a really good chance of success. We've gone up against a lot of Dragapults today. Miloslav once again going up against another one. It's been a whole day of it. So very, very, very kind of practiced in the matchup right now. I've got a Monkey Dory and a Boss's Orders, chose to go with the Boss's Orders. We've got another Recon Directive. We've got another choice. It's a Dragapult or Dragapult, so I think he's going to take Dragapult. And there's the evolution and attach for turn. And I'm not sure if there's much else we can do, but we do need to 2-hit KO this Lopunny regardless. So even a little bit of damage is not bad from a Jet Headbutt.
Yeah, we'll start just applying some pressure. Recon Directive happening again. Does find
Crispin.
So that's usually one way. Oh, just targets down the little Baneri on the bench there. We know that's an easy target with the Jet Headbutt. Only 70 HP, and that limits the number of Baneris or potential Mega Lopunny EXs on Miloslav's side of the board.
Bunnery back into the burrow of the discard pile and not going to be able to establish that double Mega Lopunny that we have seen be so successful for Miloslav thus far. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that loop to be created. At the moment, this Mega Lopunny just still here with plenty of energy and an air balloon. So still very much fine and in it to win it. But gonna have to try and re-establish a Bunnery at some point, but there's no recursion cards in deck.
No, that's gonna be the one tricky scenario because Miloslav would usually just want to be going for getting those Mega Lopunnies out when needed, or it's all about just protecting this singular one now. So we do get the Hilda, another the Dunsparce, another missed energy there. I think it was pretty heads up from Yari to target down the Bunnery. Now, what angle do we go from this scenario? Of course, Mega Lopunny can start dealing a lot of damage, and Yari doesn't have any of those healing aspects. We do get a retreat into the Abra, so we have activated Gale Thrust now for 230.
We can start to make a mess of this board state by just plummeting Dragapult with damage turn and turn again, as Dragapult cannot heal the damage off in the same way that Lopunny can.
So just deliberating what else Miloslav can do on this turn. 230 will bring Dragapult down to 90 HP. Does commit the missed energy because we know Fan Rotom can't be evolved out of the 70 HP range only. So 230 on that Dragapult EX. Only has 1 energy, so we have to commit some energy to it to be able to send off a Phantom Dive. Double Recon Directive.
Oh, we got a Fire Energy, but that's no good. We do still have the Dunsparce.
We still had that Crispin in hand that came in from
So
a previous
true.
turn as well, because he chose to use the boss's orders instead. So is that the angle we go in? We can get the energy attachment to the active. We can get another to a benched Dracloak, or we can go down the angle of a Monkey Dory as well. But is that as impactful? We do just get the Night Stretcher here, so maybe just for now wanted to save the Crispin for a future turn.
Whoa, we're going for the hammer. Are we going to crush hearts or crush that energy?
Tails.
Ooh,
He looks for his
no
hand
good.
again. There's another.
Let's go again.
There we go.
Oh, going for the, oh, yeah, the missed energy off the Fan Rotom there. And now we can consider our next move for that Monkey Dory, and we can start to target down that 70 HP Fan Rotom.
I guess the scary thing now is that it looks like we're trying to target down the Dunsparce here.
Oh, that's scary. We've seen that. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
I'm getting flashbacks of Game 2 here.
But it does leave that Mega Lopunny EX in a position still just to keep swiping away, swinging away, I should say, with Gale Thrust. And 60 damage counters from Phantom Dive on Fan Rotom now. Yari down to 4 prize cards, leveling up this game 3. Just under 6 minutes remaining for both of our players. Miloslav will be able to take down this Dragapult EX. And then it's just going to be on Yari to try and stem the flow here. Miss Energy comes back on to that Fan Rotom. There won't be any damage counters once Mega Lopunny takes the knockout here for Monkey Dory to send it across. I think maybe that's one thing that Yari might be reading as well. Just want to double check what actually it stops. There is effects of attacks from your opponent's active Pokemon, as he did just stare at his Monkey Dory in his hand.
Yeah, Monkey Dory can still play around with that, so it's a-okay to have left damage on it, pending for later. Here comes the second Bunnery, and Dragapult goes down to a hop, skip, and a jump and a Gale Thrust.
There you go. Now down to 2 prizes remaining. Yari here sends up the Dunsparce to begin with, to fire off another big attack. We will have to use Crispin. Has another Crushing Hammer in hand as well. Can it be impactful enough? Oh, I think Miloslav there just sorting his discard a little bit. Just there we go, it's not fine.
It's about sequencing this turn. That's going to be a big thing. Which order do we do these actions in? We're going to go for a Recon Directive first and second.
Finds Dark Energy.
Okay.
But again, we have to commit some more energies to the Dracloak, or effectively will be a Dragapult. has decided to use both Recon Directive, is also holding the unfair stamp. Of course, he is staring down at 2 the Dunsparces on Miloslav's side of the board. Crushing Hammer here.
Success!
Heads. That's
now,
big.
that changes things. We could use Crispin and Dragapult. We still get to take a knockout this turn.
And apply a lot of pressure to that Mega Lopunny EX as well in the active spot.
So much so.
Sending it down to 130 HP. If we get the Phantom Dive off, here's the Crispin. I think we were just playing a Buddy Poffin. Double check the energy counts that were in there.
Smart.
Plenty of energies to work with. They both go on that Dragapult EX now. Phantom Dive once again live.
And sadly, we won't be able to get a Monkey Dory set up this turn, but that's okay. It's still good for later on. No stadium to bump. Don't have to worry about that right now, but we are going to run away draw to get this Dunsparce out of the active spot. And I imagine we're going to be looking to re-establish the Dunsparce on the bench as soon as possible, ready for future turns, because we do have a bit of limited card draw for Yari right now. And we want to be able to keep going back to back to back and make sure that we're always getting that Dunsparce. There it is.
Yeah, it's gone through so many different cycles to come straight back onto that board state. Novik's not threatened by really anything that Miloslav has, because Miloslav would rather be attacking those 2 prizes. It's got to be trying to think now. If we get 2 attacks off on that Dragapult EX, that will be a way to just take the final 2 prize cards, of course. Now it's just over to Yari. Can we do anything or do enough to slow Miloslav's game plans down?
Taking an extra Monkey Dory, just thinning the deck a bit more, giving us a better chance of getting into what we need to next turn, because although the deck is thin, we don't really have a lot of card draw. We've only got a draw for turn and the Recon Directive currently, and maybe just giving ourselves the opportunity of getting into that Dunsparce after this this unfair stamp. There we go.
Yeah, why not? Makes sense to try and limit what is in Miloslav's hand as well as the runaway draw. So let's utilize it now in a way that you can only have so many cards for the next turn, especially if I'm going to be hitting into this Mega Lopunny EX.
Indeed, we need to put the pressure on, keep it going, and once again, disrupt Miloslav's hand and hope that it's enough, even though he does have 2 Dunsparce on the bench already. Okay, we managed to get into our own Dunsparce. That's great for next turn, so here's time to put on the pressure. Gonna put 5 onto the Bunnery and take down that Van Rotom to grab an extra prize card for Yari, now only needing to knock out 1 Mega Lopunny for the win.
Miloslav getting ahead of himself, just getting the draw card before the damage counters were on there, but we both know that they go on the active Mega Lopunny EX now. Just looking at that hand, we have options, of course. You can't give up this Mega Lopunny EX. We have to be able to draw cards here and find something like that Wally's Compassion to heal that active Mega Lopunny EX, because we cannot afford another Phantom Dive on that Pokemon.
No.
Yari is 3 prizes away from taking this game away from Miloslav and maneuvering himself into top 4.
Indeed, and Yari has plenty of card draw on their side for next turn. They've thinned the deck. They have Meowth available in it, so they can make that winning play. It's too risky to put Meowth down on any previous turn, but to take the win, we absolutely can do. So just checking out each other's discard piles now to see exactly what is left. Time on the round is about to be called for these players, so we're going to get to a conclusion relatively soon, but there is still time for a conclusion to be made. This is likely to be turn 0 on Miloslav's turn, and then we'll have Yari, Miloslav, Yari taking 2 extra turns each, and then that will be the end of the game.
Yeah, that's right. As soon as time is called, 3 further turns in addition to the turn that the time is called on, and that's why we have 2 each. So Miloslav will be turn 0, and that's going to be ever so important, because if this game ends and Miloslav is still ahead on prizes, effectively he would take the win here. But Yari right now is staring down at a very damaged Mega Lopunny EX. If it's in the active spot, one would think Miloslav is drawn into something. or still has to keep digging through with another Dunsparce. Oh, he's immediately got it.
Wally's Compassion.
Big turn there for Miloslav, completely nullifying that Phantom Dive on that Mega Lopunny EX, and now being able to still Gale Thrust this Dragapult EX and say, you're on a 1-turn clock. If you can't take a knockout on this Mega Lopunny EX, I will be able to take a knockout on your Dragapult and take my final 2 prizes.
Yari has 2 more turns, so they can knock out a Mega Lopunny because they will be able to launch 2 more attacks, but will they be able to within the time limit that Miloslav has now set? Miloslav will also, of course, do damage to this active Dragapult. Yari's going to need to retreat it to the bench and probably set up a Dracloak, but then won't be able to set up a Monkey Dory simultaneously. It's a really sticky situation for both players to get just over that final mark. Bunnery becomes a Mega Lopunny EX, and of course, Gale Thrust is once again launched into Dragapult EX.
I'm not too sure. There's many ways for Yari's deck to deal 330 damage on this turn. He doesn't have another attacker ready right now. Can he get one? Can he maybe go into something else that would allow him to apply pressure with more damage counters and more damage onto Miloslav's side? And Mega Lopunny on the bench currently has 280 HP remaining, so it's still not enough from that aspect. Ultra Ball now. Looks like we're going for that Meowth. Last-ditch catch. Is there something that he can do in this scenario? Well, maybe not. Going for the Dragapult EX instead.
Makes sense. We're going to need to try and establish one more Dragapult to have any chance of winning. This one just has taken too much damage, but we are really lacking the resources to do so. Here's another Monkey Dory. 1 Recon Directive. And we got a Crushing Hammer.
And a Crushing Hammer. But is that enough? We're very lucky to have the kind of caster view of energies in Miloslav's hand. There's a Crushing Hammer heads.
Oh, it's a heads.
Some missed energy goes from the active. Pretty sure I did see another energy in Miloslav's hand here. Do we then just kind of retreat into another Dragapult and just Jet Headbutt and just put some damage on the board?
Might have to be it, unfortunately. We could play Judge. That might mix things up a bit. And we're going to put Risky Ruins down. Yep, we're going to Judge. So hopefully Miloslav doesn't get any energy. If you're Yari, that's the hope, right? And then if that is the case, maybe there is a chance to just pull forward and take victory and head into our top 4.
Miloslav will need to find an energy and a boss's orders if Yari's going to retreat into the fresh Dragapult EX to be able to take the win here on the second turn of time. This is turn 1, if you've been following along as well. Miloslav gets 4 cards, gets runaway draw, gets top deck draw for his turn as well. So there's the retreat.
Oh, there's an energy in Miloslav's hand.
Then it's just a boss's orders away. Jet Headbutt available.
Yep,
Simple,
there we are.
70 damage there. Miloslav, what can we do? Can we find boss's orders for the win here?
Okay,
top deck.
Draw for turn. It's Lilies.
Not quite.
We have a runaway draw. We can replace with a Battle Cage.
3
Here
cards.
we go.
Pokegear.
Pokegear. We got another shot. We can look at another 7 cards after shuffling it in this Dunsparce. Oh, it's getting tense. Do we see the boss's orders for the definitive victory here in our Masters top 8 here in Utrecht? Oh.
Just an opportunity. Yari's got to cut the deck.
Here we go.
Top 7. Pokegear 3.0.
This is a huge Pokegear. Let's see what we get.
He's found it. Boss's orders.
We're going to go ahead and be able to knock out that Dragapult, and Miloslav hops themselves into the top 4.
Real nervy moments, taking it all the way to time in this matchup. Yari doing his utmost to try and stop Mega Lopunny in its tracks, but Miloslav there able to find the right pieces, the right draw, and be able to take this Masters top 8. Here was game 1, where Mega Lopunny was able to spiky hopper all of those ever so important Pokemon, especially that Draclo with double energies. We can keep maneuvering around with that Wally's Compassion, healing up, getting the energy into attachments where you need to, and we were just dealing a ton of damage with Gale Thrust. And all we needed in the end was back-to-back Wally's Compassion, getting those energy attachments for draw power, with that enriching energy as examples, and then that Dragapult just kept getting whacked into by that Gale Thrust. Eventually, it was more than enough. There wasn't too much Yari could do at this stage, and then we were that energy to be able to send that attack. And here was game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that as the game went on and on again in game 2, we were able to use disruption to our advantage with some crushing hammers, hitting those heads, taking away the enriching energy to limit Miloslav's card draw. And then Yari was able to take on this demanding position and actually say, right, I'm going to be so oppressive. I'm going to keep showing you that I can put as much energy, as much damage onto these Lopunny as possible, because you can only heal one at a time. Switching between them just wasn't enough, and eventually Yari was able to take enough prize cards for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And we went into game 3 here, where both players were able to set up. We did have some awkward knockouts here on Yari's side of the board. We did start firing away and did take down a Baneri, which felt like a really good play at the time, limiting the opportunity for Miloslav to maneuver across both of those Lopunny EXs. But it came a point where Mega Lopunny was finally able to just keep sending away those Dragapult EXs, and it just came to this stage. This Wally's Compassion being able to remove all that damage counters, the evolution up of that Mega Lopunny EX meant there was no real way for Yari to take the knockout or take 3 prizes, regardless of how Miloslav worked out this turn. And there was the final boss's orders just to win it on his own turn. On his own terms, I was always going to say as well.
But also on his own turn. We do need that
absolutely.
to be the case. Honestly, fantastic, masterful play from both of our players there. It was so interesting and informative to see how each was trying to not only progress their own game state, but also try to pick apart each other's boards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw different actions that Yari tried to go down the route of the Dragon Headbutt to try and limit what Miloslav had access to. We saw Miloslav really showcase the bounce around ability of the Mega Lopunnies with the Abras, with the Dunsparces, being able to utilize and really sort of go full Gale Force and Gale Thrust into the Dragapult EXs. So it was really interesting to see how these both of these decks actually worked in action and just really demonstrate their ability in their format.
Yeah, we got to see them both at full power, but a really important element of that was the mathematics of getting the damage counters right. Neither could one hit KO one another. So let's learn a bit more about Pokemath so we're ready for next time.
Hi trainers, I'm Amy Wosley and welcome to Professor Amy's Classroom. Today we're learning Pokemon TCG mathematics. When building your deck, there are a few mathematical questions we need to ask ourselves. How much damage can my Pokemon deal, and what HP totals are important right now? Let's look at an example. Raging Bolt EX has 240 HP. Say I'm building Miraidon EX, which can only deal 220 damage at a time. How can I ensure my damage is meaningful? Well, if I add 2 Zapdos to my bench, their abilities add 10 damage to my Lightning Pokemon's attacks, so I deal 240 in one go. Bye-bye, Raging Bolt. Let's do another. Jim O'Brien's Okie Dokie deck does 170 damage a turn with Good Punch. using the buff from its ability. 170 damage is enough to KO many 2-prize Pokemon in format, such as Squawkabilly EX, Luminion V, or Fezandipity EX and Terrapagos EX with weakness. With Okidogi being a single-prize Pokemon, your opponent will take twice as long as you to take all their prize cards, while having to work through your huge HP total. So, although Good Punch for 70 damage may look small, with the magic of Pokemon mathematics, we come out with a brilliant deck that nobody was expecting to see on the stage at Louisville. The final mathematical tip I'll leave you with for your deck building today is how much energy do I need to put in my deck? Well, let's use Charizard EX as an example. I want to make sure that all of my Pokemon can use their attacks to take 6 prize cards across a game. Charizard EX needs 2 energy to attack, however it searches those energy out of the deck when it evolves. Handy! So, let's say I need Charizard to attack 3 times to take 3 2-prize knockouts. I may need 3 Charizard to do this, so 6 energy makes sense, right? Especially since I can search it out of the deck. But some may choose to run even fewer energy and utilize cards such as Super Rod to save space in the deck and streamline the flexibility of your cards. So, when building your deck, always remember to calculate your damage output to the HP of your opponent, consider weakness and how the meta is shaping up, and put enough energy for your attacks in your deck. Catch you next time, trainers, in Professor Amy's classroom.
All right, welcome back. We're getting ready for our second top 8 match here at the Utrecht Regional Championships. I'm Shea Burton. I cannot wait to be your tour guide through this top cut action. And I'm joined with the one, the only, Mike Ellis. How are we?
Oh, I'm very excited for this. We've got some exciting decks going into this top 8 match, as well as a great set of players who've made their way into our top cut. And we are now at the stage where every win means so much more. And this is how it went down in that asymmetrical top cut. The match we just watched, that was already there. Miloslav versus Yari.
Yep.
Miloslav coming out the victor, but there was some games off screen. So Ted Tobin, our Seville champion, going down in the asymmetrical top cut, as well as an interesting one, Hermione playing Enzarok, losing out to Luke Burke playing Dragapult.
Yeah, and then at the bottom, Edwin Mesman obviously going straight through there into top 8. And then Matches, who was playing a very interesting Dragapult Frost last deck, unfortunately has lost to Hassan, who will be advancing into top 8. So that is our bracket and how it has been panning out, and we can confirm we will be taking Joshua Vanelva Shoulder. He is versus Fabio Battistella. That's going to be our next top 8 match, and quite honestly, this is going to be a fun one.
And Joshua's been sat at the top of the Swiss rankings pretty much the whole way through. The first player to reach 10 victories. And is sitting in a strong position here in the top cut. Now, with the higher seed player getting that win on the coin flip, it means so much more to be sitting at the top and playing an interesting archetype too.
Yeah, playing that very interesting Team Rockets Honchkrow. If you've been watching this stream all day, which you should have been doing, we actually managed to catch up with Joshua earlier, give us a little bit of insight into the deck. It's a deck that I think a lot of people had written off, but hey, the way he's been piling it with a lot of reps under his belt, it seems to be he's found his exact 60 and how good it is.
Shay, do you know what I want to see?
What do you want to see?
I want to see the deck in action. Let's see how the top 8 pans out as our players are just getting ready there on the stage. Joshua versus Fabio, both coming into the top 8 with decks to take down the Dragapult meta, but we'll have to first face each other to see who gets the chance in top 4.
Yeah, so here we go. Let's get started. There is Joshua, knows his way around the Pokemon TCG tables with a top World's top 32, Lille top 8, EUIC top 32, and Liverpool Regional top 16.
Always there or thereabouts as well.
He is, isn't he? Always in the mix.
Often playing unusual decks too, you know, someone who looks around the main meta decks to try and find what can take it down. Often liking those aggressive decks.
Yep.
And I think Honchkrow a great example of that. But also sometimes liking combo decks. You know, was a big popular fan of the Reggies back in the day. So has gone around those unusual archetypes for sure.
But playing against him will be Fabio Battistella, a regional champion there in Lille. EUIC top 8 as a senior, top 64 EUIC, just gone by the way, and in 2023 World's top 128 as well.
Seeing that top 64 for EUIC, definitely you'll be thinking about this event as a chance to get really close to that World's invite, if not already. And that's what these events are all about. The final few regional level events to try and secure as much CP to put you in the best running for top 135 in Europe and make it to Worlds. And I think this event combined with the top 64 at EUIC will be good. And here are those prize cards.
Reset stamp in the middle for Fabio, 1 Ignition Energy, and the Porygon there, a Porygon I should say, for Joshua. Does play 2 copies, so I think Joshua has won the prize card war there, but it looks like, here we go, our top 8 feature match here at the Utrecht Regional Championship is kicking us off, and it is Joshua going first.
And Fabio just getting the mulligan there, and what a way to start things off with all of these Team Rockets decks. It's all about that Proton.
Interesting. Viewers are thinking, hold on, what's going on here? Joshua is going first and he's playing a supporter. That's not right. However, you can do that with Team Rockets Pro, and it says if you go first, you can use this card in your first turn. Search your deck for 3 basic Team Rockets Pokemon, reveal them, put them in your hands.
Looking through Joshua's list, it is just built for consistency. There's 4 counts of pretty much everything. All 5 Team Rocket supporters in a 4 count, 4 Pokebad, 4 Team Rockets transceivers, and really the energy is the big challenge for this deck, having 4 Team Rockets energy as well as those 4 ignition. So hoping to draw naturally into them, looking to play as few supporters as possible because you want to be using those for your attacking damage.
Hold on a second, Mike. Can I just say, Joshua's got all 4 of his Murkrow, and I think he's got 3 Team Rocket Honchkrow in his hand. If that hand stays like that, next turn he could be, he could have 3 Team Rocket Honchkrow in play. Talk about efficiency and perfection.
The format has these 1 prize decks like Joshua's playing here.
It's ridiculous.
They do so well into the 2 prize decks like Fabio has. So this early start for Joshua putting him in a great position to take this game.
All right, then, so it is over to Fabio now. Looks like we've got an Ultra Ball to play and a Meowth. While he does that, Mike, why don't you run us through Fabio's deck?
So Fabio has one of those decks that plays a lot of very good cards all together, playing the best EXs in the format, as well as a few little supporting attackers. Mega Kangaskhan EX, one of the main draw engines for the deck, drawing 2 when in the active spot, but it's those Teal Mask Ogerpon EX on the bench that accelerate energy as well as drawing cards, all in combination to try and set up some powerful attackers like Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, the Persimmon, which is great into many of those fighting weak Pokemon, but Lily's Clefairy has been the MVP into the Dragapult across the field.
Yeah, I call these sort of decks, they always play hot potato with their energy because the energy gets attached to Teal Mask Ogerpon, then you quickly energy switch it off to your multitude of attackers. Here is a Serrano being found off the Meowth EX there, then you search your deck for any 3 EX Pokemon, and it looks like we're going to go for a Teal Mask Ogerpon, Latias EX, and that Wellspring Ogerpon.
Such great synergy in this deck. The Latias combined with the Mega Kangaskhan, often a combo that you're looking to get, but if you've got any of the pieces you need in your hand already, it just allows you to get extra EXs to help you set up, and on this occasion that was those 2 forms of Ogerpon.
So we're going to see Teal Dance activation, and you attach your Grass Energy to your hand and then draw 1 card. There's Latias, a 3 retreat cost on that. Lily's Clefairy. I don't see any energy switchy. I see an energy actually. What else we got there?
There's that Tool Scrapper, not going to be useful in this matchup as there's no tools in Joshua's
and a pass. Now, I want to draw attention. Joshua's hand isn't very good right now. What have we got? Giovanni and 3 Honchkrow and some Ignition Energy. Team Rocket's Petrels lets you search like for any trainer. Is this going to be searching for a Roto Stick? No, we're going to go for the Team Rocket's Adriana. Okay.
Just for next turn, I imagine. Happy to confidently wait here.
We're not going to go swinging. We actually haven't mentioned Joshua's deck. Built around the Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Rocket Feathers attack for 2 energy does 60 damage for each Team Rocket supporter that you have in your hand.
And I think it's going to be loads of evolutions. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. And that's going to protect those Honchkrows from that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
There we go. Look at that. Perfection. Team Rocket's Honchkrow all around the venue here in Utrecht, batting down the windows, but I think, yeah, it might just be a pass here though, Mike.
And this is the advantage for 1 prize decks, whether it's Alakazam or the Honchkrow, able to just wait, because you don't need to pace yourself too much because you're trading so favorably. 1 prizer into 2 prizer. And so just playing that ignition energy, I think has 2 in hand, so able to then thin that hand down to see as many supporters as possible next turn
from
with
that
the Ariana.
Yeah. Is over to Fabio now, though. Has been the Crispin. There's like, he's going to line up the Torrential Pump. Does 100 damage into the active, and then 120 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Could take out the Murkrow, of course. But the scary thing about this for Fabio is that if you're using 2 prizes to attack into a 1 prizer, in theory, if the 1 prizer can keep up the trade, that's something you always lose. Energy switch, Mike. Free retreat is going to be the Torrential Pump. That's going to be the KO'd on the Murkrow. 100 damage on the active. Fabio's taking the first prize cards here in our top 8 feature match.
Team Rocket's Murkrow on the bench goes down, 100 to the active, setting up for potential future KOs. So Fabio's starting the pressure. He has to, because he has the 2 prize deck, where for Joshua, he has so many cards. And this Team Rocket's Ariane's going to see so many cards at this stage.
Draw up to 8 cards in your hand. Here we go. Team Rocket Factory, draw another 2. This is where the deck starts to flowing.
Lots of supporters in there, and if not, there's ways to find them. Roto Stick, Transceiver.
We need 4, right? 6, 12, 1, 8. Yeah, we need 4 supporters to take the 1-hit KO. Roto Stick, look at top 4 cards of your deck. Grab any supporters you find there, put them in your hand. That's 1.
Just the 1.
I think we have enough now, though. I think when we talked to Joshua earlier, said he played 20 supporters here in his deck.
All 5 Team Rocket supporters.
All 5 Team Rockets, all at 4. So I don't think it's a, an improbable calculation here that he can take this KO.
Oh, that
Shouldn't that go in hand? Should that not go in hand? Yep.
There we go.
It's hard to say.
And he has the Transceiver to potentially get the final one.
He's got 4 supporters there, Mike. This is the beauty of this Team Rocket deck. There's so many ways of just filtering. You have the Team Rocket's Factory, you have the Team Rocket Transceiver. Got Miracle Headset A-Spec. There's the Transceiver, Mike.
One thing to bear in mind, though, with this deck is it feels great at this stage. When you're flowing, you get the draw and everything's going great. But there's one card in this format that has been the bane of Team Rocket's Honchkrow, and that's Unfair Stamp, which features in Fabio's deck as the ace-spec of choice. And so at some point in this match, we will see the effect of that. But currently, it's in the prize card. So Joshua, for now, in full control as he takes a 2-prize knockout on the active.
There we go. Team Rocket Feathers raining down here in the venue in Utrecht. The big 2-prize KO over to Fabio Battistella. Now, what can he do about this?
Interesting card in his hand right now. A Lily's Pearl. You see it being attached there to the Lily's Clefairy, effectively turning it into a 1-prize Pokemon, which can slow the Team Rocket's strategy and make it harder to chain 2-prize knockouts.
This is true. Lily's Pearl, the tool card, when it's attached to a Lily's Pokemon, you give up 1 less prize card when it gets KO. We're going to see a Meowth coming down to grab a Crispin. But if you're Joshua, I think it's a lot of... The thing is about the Meowth, that only requires 3 Team Rocket supporters to get discarded with Rocket Feather to take a KO versus 4 for anything else. So a lot easier to weave in a KO on a Meowth via Giovanni than it is versus anything else.
We see the Lily's Clefairy getting powered up there with the Psychic and another energy. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as you get that Psychic energy down. Crispin able to attach 1 through the effect of Crispin and the other from hand.
Full Moon Rondo, Mike.
1-prize attacker effectively with the tool.
1-prize attacker, 190 hit point, 1-prize attacker. That's rather high. Is over to Joshua, who's going to have to start reloading these Murkrow and Honchkrow at some point. There's the Team Rocket energy, though. Here comes a Pokepad. Nice stretcher, I should say. There's the Murkrow. We mentioned we needed that. Here comes the Pokepad. We're going to start developing Porygon at this point then, or we're just going to... Let's have a look. We can take cards out of deck. There's the Porygon.
So that Porygon, a key part of the end game for Team Rocket's Honchkrow. As you're discarding supporters throughout the game, you can sometimes run out of supporters to hit those big knockouts, but that's where Team Rocket's Porygon 2 is able to attack based off of how many supporters are in the discard pile.
Yep, 20 for each supporter in your discard pile that has the Team Rocket tag. Worth noting, that would require an Ignition energy to attack, though, because that Porygon 2 attack is for 3 colorless energy. Keep an eye on that. But here is the Adriana getting to draw 4, I believe that was. So we're not going to see any Giovanni this turn, so we will be swinging into Clefairy. Team Rocket Factory might too.
So much draw when you've got a small hand size. Ariana drawing you up to 8, another 2 from the factory. And because these item cards in Joshua's deck allow you to find the supporters after you've drawn, you can draw into them and then find excess on top, sometimes not even needing to use them. But you see 2 transceivers there finding Team Rocket supporters.
Getting Team Rocket on the walkie-talkie, and they are announcing and coming. There's going to be the Team Rocket petrol there. I think Proton was found off the first transceiver, not as helpful now, of course. Yeah, but when you watch the deck go like this, Mike, it's just, you know, it's just free-flowing, isn't it?
It's ridiculous, and going to have to swing into the active, which will mean only a 1 prize for this knockout, but still keeping that tempo up. Joshua would go down to 3 prize cards remaining, and there it is.
The Rocket Feathers, 240 damage. A 1-hit KO is only going to be for 1 prize card, of course, thanks to that Lily's Pearl. But still, Joshua Vanova Shoulder, 3 prize cards left to take over to Fabio, who is, you know, having to work a lot harder for these carries, I feel, having to utilize Energy Switch, Teal Dance, multiple Meowth. One thing I want to keep an eye on here, though, is that if Fabio does take a prize card, will he liberate that unfair stamp from his prizes?
Which will be a key endgame strategy to try and finish off the game. No matter what, the Porygon 2 will always need an energy card, so you can disrupt out those endgame scenarios, and otherwise Honchkrow would need a huge hand of supporters to get return KOs. So Joshua's deck is very good at consistently taking knockouts, but with disruption, as it needs so much of its attack in hand, can often struggle to find it under an unfair stamp. So at this stage, it looks like Fabio just looking to try and get set up a little bit more, set up an attacker to try and take this next knockout, and it will be next turn that will be key.
Well, he did draw into Cypher Maniac's Deciphering, so we'll be able to use, well, grab whatever card he likes in combination with 1 Aaron, because we did see Area 0 under depths. Interesting to keep an eye on here, though, is that if Fabio starts to fill his bench, if Joshua was to replace the stadium with Team Rocket's, that'd actually let Fabio discard these Meowth.
And a huge factor here is by taking that 1 prize card last turn, Joshua only needs 3 prize cards left to win. A Mega Kangaskhan EX would be enough. So by taking that single prize card, Joshua actually locked him out of using Mega Kangaskhan, or has put himself in a position to be 1 knockout away.
Yep, and Team Rockets does have access to that Giovanni. I don't think we've seen any so far. Players from a long time ago remember Guzma as essentially what Team Rockets Giovanni does. It swaps your opponent's active and yours as well. And you can find them off the transceiver.
I think the only way this Mega Kangaskhan can be removed from play is an Iron Leaves in combination with a Stadium Bump to remove it from play. So there is a way to get rid of it, and it looks like that was created off of that top deck. So there's the Ultra Ball, and I think we're going to see that Iron Leaves come straight down. And then the question is, will the Stadium be bumped, or is it relying on no gust to come through?
Going to say we played the Area 0 this turn, so Iron Leaf's going to Verdant Wind all those energies to itself. Big KO with that edge attack, 180 damage. But can Joshua do the unthinkable here? Team Rocket's Giovanni plus the Rocket Feathers for the KO. I mean, it is likely, well, you know, it's not like it's possible, I should say. The promotion of Porygon is interesting. Hedging your bets a little bit here. Might be able to use our command to take the KO on the Iron Leaves. There we go. Right on cue. There's the ignition.
We did see him counting the supports in the discard pile.
So 20 for each one. So we'd need, what, 10, right? Because Iron Leaves has 180 hit points.
220. So we'll just need...
I apologize.
11 supports in the discard pile. Does look like there isn't that in the hand.
Got to be careful replacing that Stadium, though. That is going to let Fabio remove a bench set that he doesn't like. Could we make a Kangaskhan here, perhaps? Meowth has to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's just 1 that gets to go.
Well, I think the Kangaskhan at this stage would not be too relevant, because the assumption is the knockout's going to be happening on the active.
Yeah, you're right. You are correct.
And there it is.
Oh, it was the KO already. The big R command for the Team Rockets Porygon 2. Joshua, 1 prize card left to take. Wow.
Had no supporter in that hand, so we'll be hoping to have taken it off the prize cards or off the top deck for next turn. This is the problem with the Honchkrow deck. It can run out of steam, and Fabio is hoping that that happens at this stage as Crispin played.
Worth noting, Fabio did not take the unfair stamp from the prizes, so it looks like Fabio could be saying, right, well, if you have one knockout to take, let's put the biggest Pokemon in the active and swing with that Mega Kangaskhan. Force Joshua to take extra prize cards.
Teal dance there, energy onto the Ogerpon. Would need an energy switch here to attack with the active. Don't know if
Hasn't
it's in
got
that
it.
hand.
Hasn't got it yet. Uh-oh.
Has already used Crispin, so no
has
supporter.
Has used Crispin, yep. Has used Teal Dance.
Gets another Teal Dance here with that Night Stretcher. Will it be an energy switch? Oh!
It's a Prism, and it's going to be the concession from Fabio. Joshua takes game 1.
Too much, but it was Porygon 2 in the end that had the simplest of attacks. Our command to take the knockout on Iron Leaves, and that is exactly how this deck works. From the off, set up the Honchkrows, and at the end, Porygon can finish things off.
Yep, this turn 1 and turn 2, look at that. Turn 1, get all your Murkrow out. Turn 2, get all your Honchkrow out. You can't really ask for more than that. And after that, Joshua was just off to the races every turn, saying, whatever you've got in the active, I'm going to KO it.
Asking a lot of Fabio each turn to try and keep up with the race. Crispin getting used to keep accelerating energy, but as soon as those attackers were used, they were getting knocked out straight back, meaning that Fabio...
Big R command there, Mike.
Yeah, Fabio
that.
had to use 3 energy to set up that attacker, and it was all gone in a flash.
Yeah, like, this is the thing. Fabio just felt like he was doing so much that game, right? He has to attach energy here, energy switch there, Crispin, do all that shenanigans, and then Joshua just goes, evolve, ignition, KO.
Yeah, simple stuff, really.
That's all you need, our command.
And that's why Joshua has made it all the way to this top cut with that 12-1-2 record, putting him in a favorable position as he will have that coin flip advantage throughout the top 8. And in this occasion was able to choose first, but now it's for Fabio to choose the starter. Oh, the Articuno.
Ooh, yeah, did notice that. That starter for Joshua was not something I think he would like. However, with Team Rocket's Giovanni, you know, might not be the easiest to... Let's consult the prize cards here. I think when you're playing so many, that's fine there for Joshua. And for Fabio, 2 copies of Serrano potentially could be impactful. But here's our game 2. Fabio is getting started with that Lili's Clefairy in the active again.
And for Fabio, knowing that Joshua won't be able to evolve into Honchkrows so quickly, will be really wanting to put pressure on with that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
Does he play 2 copies? He does, because 1 is in the prize cards, but he does play 2 copies of that. This hand isn't that explosive, though, Mike.
Next turn, we'll have the Meowth as a supporter, but really does need to try and find the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to attach an energy, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, I think I have to Ultra Ball for it, though.
Maybe look to just go into the Mega Kangaskhan to start drawing.
Articuno, yeah, damage is not an effect. So Articuno will not stop any torrential pump shenanigans.
And this is really the key. There's the unfair stamp, acknowledging that in the deck. Fabio had it in the prize cards all of last game, and it's such a key card against decks like Team Rocket's Honchkrow.
Just got to try and stop them drawing, because when the deck gets going, right, Adriana, Team Rocket Factory, that's like 10 cards. That's a ridiculous amount. We are going to see the Ultra Ball concluding for the Mega Kangaskhan EX. Now, does Fabio have a way to maneuver it in the active? You would imagine that if you're going to grab it this early on, you probably do.
I think he has a Psychic Energy in hand to attach retreat. Not the ideal way you want to do it, as you want to try and get as much energy in play as possible, but drawing 2 every turn is such a key part of this deck.
Tell you what, that hand, that Meowth's going to have to bail him out. That hand isn't that great for next turn. Is over to Joshua now, though. Does he have the Proton? That makes or breaks these Team Rocket decks. Has the Transceiver. Proton's on his way.
100%. Such a great card to add to these Team Rockets decks. Means that you have essentially a Poké Gear for guaranteed supporter. A card
It's
that
insane.
we see the Poké Gear played in so many of our top decks. We saw it in the last match on the feature table. Only looking at the top 7, whereas Transceiver allows you to look through your whole deck and choose a Team Rocket supporter. On that first turn, it'll be Proton. Later on, it'll be things like Giovanni and Ariana to get you in the game.
It's insane because the Team Rocket supporters are so versatile, right? Adriana lets you draw up to you have 8. Archer lets you hand limit your opponents. Giovanni is essentially boss's orders. Proton sets up your bench, and then Proton grabs you any trainer. Bear in mind that Team Rocket Transceiver can grab you any one of those at any time. One of the most versatile, scary cards in format. And that's why when you can lump all these Team Rocket cards together, you can see just how consistent and how realistically scary Honchkrow can be.
Actually, looking now at that Articuno start, it kind of protects Joshua from an early Wellspring 2 knockout, as the Articuno has 120 HP, which protects it from the 100 damage to the active of Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. If that was a Honchkrow, then that would mean that the active and a bench Honchkrow would be in range, which is exactly what Fabio wants to try and do, is take 2 prizes as early as possible.
We are going to see a Pokepad going to go grab the Honchkrow. And it's interesting because going into this Top Cup match, both players get to look at each other's deck list. And I think Joshua's saying, you don't play any hand disruption, so I'm free to play these Pokepads early and grab this now, not worrying about any hand disrupt coming, apart from the unfair stamp, of course.
And has the double ignition in hand, similar to last game. So might want to try and commit that to reduce that hand size again.
Roto stick for 3. Wow. One of them was the Giovanni as well.
I mean, that just shows you the power of Roto Stick.
That would be an extra 180 damage if you was doing a Rocket's Feathers right now.
There was a debate in the community as to whether Roto Stick was good in this deck when people were first trying it out. And for Joshua, he's put 4 in his deck because he feels the value of that turn we saw just there is just too key.
So I think with all those actions now, I imagine we are going to see the pass over. Just debate whether to attach an ignition or not, just to get it out of hand so you can draw more off a potential Adriana next turn. The hand is looking a little bit clogged.
Has everything he needs now
be the pass
to be able to take a knockout next turn on anything. As we'll be able to Giovanni up something on the bench. But we'll want to try and see more cards, I'm sure. On the other side, the Mega Kangaskhan's such a great sponge at the front of these decks, whether it's Raging Bolt or these kind of mixed attackers, because it allows you to avoid getting a knockout early. But when you're against Team Rocket's Honchkrow, you can knock out the Mega Kang.
I was about to say, if you are going to go for some early rapid-fire combos, normally, as you say, Mega Kangaskhan is safe for at least 1 turn. What you don't want to do, is it looks like we are going to see, is an early commitment to the rapid-fire combo, which would take a prize card here, sure, but then immediately get response carry with a Rocket's Feathers mark. That could be devastating. Well, not could be. It would be devastating.
100%. Fabio recognizing how important that Mega Kangaskhan draw is right now and almost hoping that it doesn't get knocked out, because that would just put him so far behind at this stage. Does have that energy switch to be able to move the grass to the active.
He's going for it, Mike. Rapid fire combo. Always going to be a KO here. 200 plus 50 for each coin flip that you flip heads in a row. That's fine. But this does give Joshua a little bit of leeway here, an opening in this match. Will he be able to fly his Honchkrow through it?
And with that hand on the other side, there is a way to potentially find more supporters once you get up the top.
Here we go.
Another Murkrow has the Honchkrow.
Here we go. This could be the turn. Ignition energy. Does he have it in hand? 6, 12, 180 to 43. Only, I think he's got it in hand. There's 5 supporters there, Mike.
That's 5 supporters. Is going to take the petrol and maybe try and
just
build
grab
more
another
of a
supporter,
hand.
right? You could just grab the Miracle headset. Do we have supporters in the discard pile already?
We already have a Proton in there, so this will just mean that we'll have a supporter for next turn.
Oh, so you could grab the Adriana back for next turn for the real Miracle headset, letting you grab 2 supporters from your discard pile. What do we have? Yep, the Proton. And the petrol back. What a heads-up play. I think this is going to be it. 300 damage, Rocket Feathers, Joshua Vanova shoulder.
What a
there it is!
Great use of that Miracle headset resetting.
Miracle, the crowd is loving it. The Rocket's Feather turn 2 Mega Evolution KO with a 1 prize Pokemon, Mike. 3 prize cards.
Mega Kangaskhan normally sponging hits, not against Team Rocket's Honchkrow.
Mega Kangaskhan, more like Mega Kangaskhan, gets sent straight to the discard pile. Fabio on the back foot. What can he do? Well, you have to try and KO this Team Rocket Honchkrow. How much damage is Full Moon Rondo doing? 4, 8. Okay, so we definitely take a KO with Full Moon Rondo, but you'd love a Lily's Pearl here.
But this is where that Miracle headset recouping the supporter back means that Joshua can get going again next turn, because he didn't have to use all 5 supporters from the hand.
Remember, if Joshua wins this game, he is advancing to top 4. Fabio needs to win this. It's going to be the Full Moon Rondo for KO. Oh, wow. This could be the turn here, folks. Can Joshua go down to 1 prize card remaining? Team Rocket's Factory lets you draw 2 if you play a Team Rocket support. There's the energy. There's Adriana drawing up to 8. I think this is a guaranteed KO here, Mike. There's already 3 in the hand.
He's going to draw another 2 on top of that with the Factory. Does get the Night Stretcher so he can get that Honchkrow back.
Oh, my goodness. Mike, I think he's going to do it. Gets the Porygoners out as well.
Just has so many ways to find supporters, whether it is the Roto Stick or the Transceiver. This is the deck working exactly how it's designed to work.
There's the nice stretcher. Team Rocket Honchkrow back into the hand, or into the field, I should say. 6, 12, 180. We need 4 Rocket supporters to discard here. Think has them in hand already.
Has them in hand, and look at the hand for next turn.
Has a Transceiver and the Roto Stick, Mike.
Just has everything for next turn too.
Throw it on, get that out of the deck. We don't need that now. Get it in the discard pile. This is that efficiency. Look, not a poker face there from Josh. He knows he's doing well right now.
And he's just been doing this all tournament long. 12-1-2. Found himself in such a strong position into the top cut.
He even has the Adriana in hand as well for next turn, just to bolster the hand again. Here we go. I think he's going to do it. Rocket Feathers, 240 damage. Lily's Clefairy sent to discard pile. 1 prize card to take for Joshua. It's over to Fabio now. And this is a scary situation. With only 1 prize card left. You can't just send something up to absorb like a Moltres or a Passimian, Mike. Does he play 2 copies of Mega Kangaskhan? Again, you guess you can try and... But the problem is they've got Giovanni and you've got 1 prize Pokemon down. It's so easy to Giovanni them up into the active and take a KO.
Yeah, everything a knockout at this stage. Even with an unfair stamp, Joshua has so many turns to play with to try and get back into the game. So
yes,
this is going to be really tough for Fabio to try and string together 4 KOs to win before Joshua can get just the 1.
Well, let's get to it of ourselves here. If Fabio is going to try and get back into this game, the unfair stamp would be lovely. That would be a great starting point, as we do see the Brock Scout. And I haven't seen that card in a while, letting you grab 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution. We do have Flip the Script down.
Well, you got to look at Joshua's board. Does have 2 Honchkrow on the bench and a Porygon. No energy committed at this stage, so there is still a little bit to ask. Oh, there's the unfair stamp.
Oh, due into the unfair stamp. Okay. Fabio said, all right, I see you flying high on those Rocket Feathers. Let's see if you can ground you a little bit here. Just want to have confirmation of another one of our top cut games. Kim is currently 1 game up against Luke Burke. Kim is currently 1 game up against Luke Burke.
And with Miloslav already through, Joshua in a strong position right now. It will be working out which of the Dragapults in the final quarterfinal.
Here we
gets
go.
Through.
Okay, this is the turn for Fabio. He needs that unfair stamp to stick. That's going to give Fabio a fresh new hand of 5. Joshua will get a hand of 2 to start his turn. Fabio still hasn't really got an attack going right now at this moment in time. Don't really want to have to use Passimian. We'll need to find Latias, actually. I mean, what's the best attack here? I mean, I guess Rapid Fire combo would be the dream, but was it Rapid? Could it be a Myriad Leaf Shower? Is Honchkrow weak? Honchkrow's weak to lightning, I should say. So
interesting. He even committed the Shen Pao without discarding the Stadium just to get it out of his deck.
Yeah.
Wants to see other important cards at this stage.
But he still has a lot of hurdles to jump over here, Mike. Unfair stamp's the first part, but we need to fire an attack off at the very least. 5 cards here for Fabio. We do see the Mega Kangaskhan. We do see a Meowth, so you could go grab Crispin. There's no energy in that hand, though.
Can get the Latias EX with the Ultra Ball.
Yep, can do that for sure, but we needed some energy, though, from this hand, though, to attack, right?
Yeah, we're lacking energy. We've already used a supporter, so Crispin's not live.
Oh, sorry, we have used a supporter. I apologize. Oh, yeah. So I don't think we see an attack this turn, Mike.
Well, I might have a few turns to play with. It really depends on what those 2 cards for Joshua are on the other side.
This is true.
There's so many good cards in his deck to get going, but by not taking a knockout on that Honchkrow, that takes away one thing he needs. You just need energy plus the supporters to take out the active.
That's the thing. When you're playing against these 1-hit KO, 1 prize decks, you want to try and force them to have as many combo pieces as possible. And yeah, not KO in Honchkrow is... You just draw 3 cards there.
No, he's just got no energy. Just a Lily's Pearl and an energy switch.
Okay.
What are these 2 cards, Joshua? Checking them out. And a draw for turn.
Okay. Here we go. Team Rocket's Adriana would be the dream. We haven't got that, though. We have got Team Rocket's Petrol. Okay, lets you grab any trainer from your deck. I don't think... Yeah, so this is the thing about the 1 prize. You can play it slow. I don't have to win this turn, Mike. I'll go to Adriana next turn.
Exactly, and has the energy in hand as well.
Has the energy, and that's the thing about these decks. If you let these decks get ahead, they can. Well, fine. I can play the game at my pace now.
Fabio's got to take 4 prize cards. That's 4 turns of knockouts on 1 prize deck. So much time to play with for Joshua. So in this case, we'll just petrol for a supporter for next turn and pass.
Okay, is over to Fabio now. So if we're Fabio, is the plan still just start attacking with Kangaskhan EX and ideally Area 0 under depths away well, to be fair, with 1 prize left, I don't think we can Area 0 away everything, can we? So is it just rapid fire combo, Mike?
I think so. He's got to draw 2 here, but has a Cypher Maniac. Needs more than a Cypher Maniac. There's an energy.
Okay.
Might be able to get an attack off this turn with that hand.
I think we can.
Looks good.
Think we can.
We'll have 1 energy switch there. So with the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, we'll be able to get the 2nd energy switch to attack here. If there's one available.
But we've won Aaron though, right? So how are we?
The next Teal Dance should be able to get it there. And the Crispin for next turn, perhaps. There's that energy switch. So we'll be able to put the energy switch. We'll have to make sure he chooses the right one to go on the top because we'll only be drawing 1 card here with Teal Dance.
Sorry, is there an energy switch in hand already then?
There's an energy switch in hand, 2 Night Stretcher.
Oh, the Night Stretcher. Okay, I see where we're going now. Okay.
So you can see, there we go. Night Stretcher, going to be getting that grass energy, which will Teal Dance the energy switch into the hand, and the other Night Stretcher can get a 3rd energy, and we can attack with Mega Kangaskhan in this moment.
And if you're Fabio, all you can do, put the biggest hit point Pokemon in the active and just force Joshua to go through. That's exactly what we're seeing here. Double energy switch, rapid fire combination, 200 damage. Don't need to bother flipping coins here. Here we go. Okay. Now, Joshua doesn't actually need to win this turn, but let's see if he can pull it off. There's the Pokepad. That's going to be for the Honchkrow. Remember, he has Adriana in hand, and that means he's going to be able to draw up to 8.
That first combo piece needed. The Honchkrow has the energy already.
Has energy in hand already.
So Ariana will look to try and find 5 supporters. That will be enough to take the knockout here and find a spot in our semi-finals.
5 supporters. Rotostick can help you get there. Team Rocket Factory can help you get there. Team Rocket Transceiver has the energy. Adriana, we're looking for 5 Team Rocket supporters here, folks, and people in the venue. Do we see it? 1, 2. I see 2.
That's not enough.
Is there any Rotom sticks? I don't think there's any Rotosticks either.
No, but might have to look to next turn to try and get the winning play and gust up something on the bench, but not finding it off that Ariana.
We do have the Team Rocket Factory that, in theory, could get you there if it drew you into Roto Stick, which then, well, hit a good few at that point.
Well, it does have good hand for next turn, so might just look to play it safe at this stage.
Doesn't actually need to overcommit here, to be honest. So I think it's just going to be the pass. Yep, don't mind it. Okay, back over to Fabio.
Yeah, just looking Fabio at all those targets on the bench, all those 1 prize Pokemon, which would be a lot easier to knock out if a Giovanni is found.
I think Giovanni is in the hand currently for Joshua, you know.
Could even use the Porygon 2 as well.
The R command. Here's a Crispin. Okay, so I think if you're Fabio, where's this energy going? I think we still want to attack with Mega Kangaskhan. So we're just thinning the deck here, right?
I don't know, maybe there's a chance you see a Pheasantipity EX play where you Cruel Arrow, gust something up, make it awkward, Cruel Arrow around it.
Oh, okay.
But with Giovanni, that just doesn't really work.
Yeah. We energy on Persimmon. Coordinated training. Going to Teal Dance the next one. Ultra Ball. Rapid fire combo. That's going to be the KO. Fabio's down to 2 prize cards remaining. Here we go, though. I'm sure Giovanni's in the hand. Do we have a Honchkrow? We have an Ultra Ball. Giovanni is in hand.
So we'll just be looking to string it together here. Discarding supporters means he's going for that Porygon 2 with the Ignition Energy in hand.
Ignition Energy, Giovanni, R command, Porygon, who? Porygon 2 for game, and Joshua advances to top 4.
Joshua in the lead the whole tournament long. Has shown exactly why Team Rocket's Honchkrow has made its spot in top 4.
Wow. That right there, Joshua Vanelva Shoulder putting on a show, putting on a masterclass, and it all started as early as turn 1, game 1, immediately getting down 4 copies of Murkrow, and then going 1, 2, and 3.
Protecting them from that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon that was looming, which meant there was damage stuck on board on that Honchkrow, and that Honchkrow was able to take a knockout back onto the Wellspring.
And then Joshua really, it was all gas, no brakes in game one. I think from when Joshua announced Rocket Feathers for the first time, he KO'd something every single turn. Here was that R command there with that ignition energy to pick up the Iron Leaves. And that was all Joshua needed, pretty much.
And with Unfair Stamp staying in the prize cards the whole time for Fabio, is unable to disrupt. Where game two was a little bit different. Fabio kicking things off meant Joshua's start was a little bit slower to get to a first knockout.
It was to get to the first knockout, but here we go. This was this was the turn two, right? We saw the big KO here on the Mega Kangaskhan from turn two in combination with the Miracle Headset.
Great use of Miracle Headset to get another supporter back so that you could keep the strongest supporter in hand after taking a big 300 damage knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan and then the Lily's Clefairy, and it was just too much for the 2-prize, 3-prize deck to take down 4 knockouts before Joshua was able to get the final one.
With that R command as well, everyone's joining in. Murkrow, Honchkrow, Porygon 2 as well. I think we saw all the supporters being played there, apart from the Archer as well. And it's just interesting because, you know, when Destined Rivals came out, right, I was looking at all these Rocket cards thinking, surely these have to be good at some point. Being able to pluck any supporter you want from your deck, draw with the Stadium and your supporters, hand lock your opponent with Archer. Safe to say, out the gates, not really. Just took a little bit of sprinkling from Ascended Heroes, and Team Rocket Honchkrow is rather strong.
Is it the best Team Rockets deck? Well, maybe after this weekend, we might be looking at it that way. I think a lot of people thought Rockets Mewtwo in combination with the Spidops was going to be the best Rockets deck, but Joshua had other plans.
I think it's safe to say if Joshua can take this all the way home, I would say it's the best Rocket deck at that point, because, you know, Team Rocket's Mewtwo Spidops, you know, it's had its moments, it's been doing well, but, you know, it hasn't had that big sort of massive signature finish here in the West. And Team Rocket Honchkrow at this point, at bare minimum, Mike, has a top 4.
Very good. There's lots of Dragapults around to take down for it. And you could see why it would be able to deal with that, because you have the Articuno, if anything's unevolved. And then once things evolve up, they're in that kind of mid-range 1-prize size with 130 HP is big enough that it's awkward for Phantom Dive, but small enough that they're not wasting any challenging evolution things like Stage 2s might. And so for something like Dragapult, there's a lot to take out the full Honchkrow line, but not a lot for a Honchkrow to return the KO.
Yeah, and we saw Dragapult has, what, 320 hit points. We saw how easy it was for Honchkrow to reach 300 there, so I can't imagine getting one more supporter would be too hard. But I think that's enough hearing from us now. Let's hear from the start of our top 8 feature match there, Joshua with Alex.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, the star of our most recent feature match, a player who's, you know, very frequently here as well. Joshua, congratulations.
Hi, Alex. It's nice to actually showcase that the birds can fly.
Absolutely. We finally got an opportunity to showcase your deck. You've had a great finish out in Prague previously. You brought it back again. I know you've spoken to Shay a little bit, but just remind us, why this deck?
Well, I recently found out that the Dragapult patch-up is not as bad as people claim it to be. I practiced 200 games with it, and it felt that Dragapult was okay. So I went some cool lines to just win against that, and when you're winning against the most popular deck in the room, it's going to be quite easy.
Absolutely. You got to feel pretty comfortable in that matchup if you're spending 200 matchups into that, right? I mean, how many Dragapults have you ended up facing across this weekend so far?
I think in total it's going to be 5. That's a whole lot. A handful, literally.
A handful. And then we've seen such an incredible record that you're on already, that you just faced up against Fabio's deck. Going into that matchup, I mean, talk me through just your thoughts and just, I mean, I guess you must be pretty comfortable into something like that, generally,
if I'm seeing multiple prize Pokemon, I tend to do okay into them. The only bad thing is that they are playing Wellspring, so they can take down multiple Pokemon at the same time. Luckily, in game 1, I was able to get the entire Honch squad up and ready to go by turn 2. Got 3 Honchkrow out. And his Unfair Stamp was Pride. That's the only card that can swing the matchup. But yeah, if you have 2 Murkrows on the bench, you always have protection with Deceit, the attack of Murkrow. And in the second game, I was like, I am not attacking here just because of the fact that they're bench locked. The Chimpao is also down, and that meant I could just relax and Porygon 2 for game with Giovanni.
Yeah, you can take your time with it. I mean, you've mentioned that Murkrow attack a number of times already in the interview we had with you before as well. I mean, it's just so impressive to see you bring like a deck like this, which not many people gave it much of a chance.
True,
right?
It's like the 20th most popular deck, like really down there, like maybe 2% meta share. But there are some success stories as well. People have been using my Proc 60 to this event as well. Someone got top 64. My teammate Florian also was able to get into phase 2. So the 60 is good.
Yeah, you're setting the standards and then everyone's just following along as well, right?
Yeah, they're flying along with me.
No, that's amazing. I mean, like, all of you guys playing a deck like that, really sort of carrying the kind of conversion rate as well, which is nice to see.
Yeah, it's cool because people always like take a look at meta shares and say like, this deck doesn't do well into it. But if you practice and find a way, when you're feeling comfortable with your 60, you know you're gonna do well, because the more time and effort you put into preparing for an event, the better you'll eventually do. I think it's like similar to an exam. If you're prepared, you'll do well.
I mean, absolutely. You've spoken about the 200 games that you've played. I know you've got a great friendship group when you come together and test as well.
That's the best thing about Pokemon. For me, without my teammates, all of them, shout out to you guys, I would have not made it this far.
Yeah,
like, they keep supporting me time and time again, and they're pushing me further.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of your social posts where you're boot camping together with your friends.
Yeah.
I know you get a chance to play at your local leagues and your local spots as well, because there's another opportunity to give back to the community. I know you're very big on that as well. I mean, how often do you get a chance to get to play in your local leagues, your local areas?
I don't do locals very much, but when I do them, the cups are stacked. We have regional winners like Rune Hermans. So it's like very hard to win cups. So the level in Belgium is higher than people think.
No, I don't think we can really knock that at all. We've seen just from the high-level play that you've had with a deck like that. And I think it's just great to say, just like the level of growth of the game across the different stores.
That's the craziest thing. Like, I remember venues with 300 master players do that. That's like ×7 now. Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to give you a chance to go take a break. Wish you congratulations again and good luck for your next feature match at some point. I'm sure we'll see it once again. Try and fly high. But just like Joshua here, who has a great testing group, great friendship group, sure born from just playing across tournaments at local events, at regional events and international events, there's an opportunity for you to do the same as well. Go find your local league. Make sure you check this out to do so.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
So if you want to be like Joshua and be detonating Mega Kangaskhan to advance in your way to top 4 on turn 2, you got to get yourself to local league. So get your phones out, scan that QR code. It's very easy, you see. You punch in where you live. It tells you where your local leagues are. You turn up and become, have a great community and have a lot of fun. Mike, I know you love a local.
I do. It's the start of everyone's journey. You find your local community, you play your first challenge, you play your first cup, you go to your first regional, and the world champions that we crown every season started at local. So definitely get involved, and you might meet some of your best friends, your testing partners, or maybe even your future best friends or fiance in my case.
Oh, look at him. Yeah, if you're lucky. If you're lucky. Yeah, obviously, I love a local league. I love playing, all these new strategies that probably aren't ever going to make it past local. They just go straight back to the binder. But that's where a lot of top decks have started. And at the very worst, even if you go to league and you lose all your games and your deck's rubbish like me, you're still going to be under a roof with a lot of like-minded Pokemon fans. And that's the kind of place I want to be.
Shay, I got a question for you. Earlier, you said you're going to be taking Mega Lopunny to locals.
Yes.
Is that maybe going to be a bit of Team Rocket's Honchkrow now? You're going to have to decide between the two.
Yeah, I know. Well, actually, funnily enough, on the back of Joshua's Pro, I have to buy in a couple Mega Lopunny, but let's say we'll sleeve them both.
Sleeve them both, take them along.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll meet someone, it's their first locals and they need a deck and you can give them one or the other.
Yeah, there you go. Watching that Rocket's Feathers was just, honestly, I loved it. So maybe that will be the deck for me. So as we get ready for our top 4 and beyond, if you're watching this game, you think there are some of these words like Gust and Toolbox that you don't know. Lucky enough, we have something ready to help you out. In the Pokémon TCG, there are some terms that you might hear that might not be so obvious what they mean at face value. So today, let's take a quick crash course on some of them. Toolbox. What is a toolbox deck? A toolbox deck is where you aim to build a deck that has a wide range of attackers. So you always have one attacker to use against every other deck in format. This, in theory, should help make your matchups more positive in your favour. Terrestrial Box is a very good example of this right now, since you play Lily's Clefairy EX for Dragon types, Tilmask Ogerpon EX for Dark types, and Wellspring Ogerpon for Fire types. And for basic attacking decks, you can sometimes use Terrapagos EX's Crown Opal attack to completely become immune against them. And for everything else, Topaz Bolt from Pikachu EX normally cleans them up. Now, while these kind of decks sound unbeatable on paper, they often lack consistency, since they have to play a lot of different energy cards and a lot of different Pokemon as well. But they normally are very fun to watch. Gust. The term Gust goes all the way back to base set, and has been very important to the game ever since. Gust relates to cards that swap your opponent's active Pokemon. Gust of Wind was the first one of these, all the way back in base set. But since we have had cards like Boss's Orders, Lysandre, Prime Catcher, Guzma, and Lycanroc GX, all of these are known as Gusting cards. As you can imagine, these cards are normally very powerful and are seen in almost every deck in format right now, making them a true cornerstone of every format they are available in. Safeguard. The term Safeguard refers to Pokemon that have abilities or attacks that make them immune to other Pokemon. For example, Crystal's ability makes it immune to damage from EX Pokemon, and Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability makes it immune to damage from Pokemon that has an ability. So these could be referred to as Safeguard Pokemon, even though their abilities aren't specifically called Safeguard, like Mimikyu for example. So now that we're all clued up to some Pokemon jargon, let's see if any of these terms will make it onto the show this weekend. So let's get back to the action.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Carburetor deck, which combined three of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between two decks and seeing how it should play out in theory and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Carburetor from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbotoxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Garburetor from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower, and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Garburetor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma or Acerola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zoroark GX with Golisopod GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the 2 Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 Kiowa Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbodor until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Avalanche and Rider speeding attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against a very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its Rider speeding attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it. Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokémon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokémon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hey everybody, I'm here in the fan zone and we've got so many exciting activities. Yippee! There are so many wonderful games and activities over here.
If you want to come and have a little go, you've got to make your way down to a regional event because it's not just the tournaments going on. If you come along as a spectator, get involved in this as well as loads of other activities going on around us. We have some colouring, we have the Spinneret game they mentioned earlier on, and all the wonderful staff here looking after everyone, so definitely get involved.
Oh, that quick change was pretty intense, but I made it back in time from the fan zone. Alex, we're getting into the thick of it now. We're in top 4, and we've got an interesting matchup, and it includes 0 Dragapult.
Yeah, just on this side of the bracket that we're going to be featuring shortly as well. It is an interesting opportunity for a non-Dragapult deck to make it into the finals and maybe take down a behemoth in the format right now. But let's see which 2 decks are going to be there, because this is the current bracket, just to kind of showcase exactly where we're at today. Right now, it will be just the bottom matchup I'm assuming we're actually going to be looking at. Just going to double check as well. It is Joshua Van Overshelter up against Hassan. Actually, this might be a more intriguing matchup than I thought it would be, because it is going to be the Honchkrow with Joshua, and Hassan is piloting Dragapult.
Absolutely. So it's a different side of the bracket than originally we were anticipating, but I'm curious to see how this works out. Surely Joshua has already had to go against many Dragapult during this tournament, but we haven't had the opportunity to see that for ourselves. And Miloslav will be up against whoever wins out of Kim or Luke Burke there in top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. So the other side of the bracket, it does have the opportunity for us to have a finals where we don't have Dragapult at all, or even a double Dragapult finals as well. So real interesting scenarios that we're gonna see ourselves in, but let's just see exactly how this plays out, because Hassan's just overcome Edwin Mesman in effectively a mirror match. It was a Dragapult versus Dragapult. Really interesting matchup. I had a chance to kind of glimpse over both shoulders as it was playing out as well.
impressive feat to be able to take down our EUIC champion at the opportunity of a victory themselves. And let's head down to the floor where the players are already getting set up. They've had a look at each other's deck lists, and now they're ready to get into the thick of it.
Yep, so we have Joshua on the left-hand side, who we did just see overcoming Fabio's deck there in sort of very clean, simple fashion. Plenty of accolades and achievements here, but he's looking to take down and become a champion at one of these major events. But that's to go alongside those top 32 at World Championships, the top 8's already at regionals that he's had in Lille before, EUIC's fantastic finishes, Liverpool regional there as well. He's just looking to add to that many list that he's got already.
Absolutely a fan favorite indeed. But then, of course, on the other side of the table, we have another impressive set of accolades as Hassan brings us a Toronto regional top 8 from 2025, NAIC top 8 in the seniors division. So been playing all that time, and when a player kind of has Pokemon in their veins, well, they've brought up all of those skills from the seniors division, that really does start to beg the question, are they going to have any chance of being stopped at this stage?
Yeah, absolutely. Hassan's had some fantastic finishes already, even this season. I mean, a 10th place finish in Seattle earlier this year, playing that Mega Absol box type list. So moving on to Dragapult, like so many other top players, and really sort of cementing himself as a fantastic player to be keeping an eye on for every tournament they turn up to, just simply because, I mean, when you get to a top 4, you're putting yourselves on a map more and more across the different seasons that you're playing Pokemon.
Ever so true. Now, this matchup between these two players, two decorated players who've been playing a very long time, both of them, this Masters top 4 here, Joshua versus Hassan here in Utrecht. We're just about to get into it. The players are almost set. The prize cards are about to go down, and we're going to get into the action right now.
We get a glimpse of everything here. Doesn't look too bad on Joshua's side. Vesendipity and Monkey Dory on Hassan's side. I think both players will be quite happy with those prizes once they work it out when they go through their deck as the part of the searches. So let's kick things off. This is Masters top 4, Joshua versus Hassan fist bump. We're kicking things off here at the Utrecht Regional Championships. Joshua starting things off with that Team Rocket's Articuno in the active spot straight away with that Team Rocket's Trans Receiver.
An important card in this deck to be able to search out our Team Rocket supporters, of which we need plenty. So just assessing how much kind of Honchkrow power we've got in the deck, checking on our energy counts. Joshua absolutely doing the do's and making sure that he knows exactly what his game plan is, what damage output he's going to be able to achieve, but also knowing how many resources need to be expended and how many need to be kept back until we have some of those prize cards in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I had the chance, of course, to interview Joshua after that top 8 match. He did say he's put a lot of time into this matchup. It's not as bad as many people think, as he does go straight down with the triple Murkrow onto his board as well. That Murkrow with that Deceit attack that he's been calling out throughout the times we've spoken to him so far, being able to also grab a supporter in a little bit of a bind sometimes, and then that picking a supporter is a fantastic way to get out of it. But can he find a way to overcome this Dragapult? He said he's played 5 already, and he's got a full bench of the Team Rocket's Pokemon, and it's a pass over to Hassan to see how he's going to navigate this turn. Crushing Hammers immediately.
Goodness gracious, right off the bat, and that is 1 energy down for Joshua. Is one of the weaker points of this game, as we have a limited energy count, and those Team Rocket's energy are incredibly important to keeping the consistency of our attacks going.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things when I did speak to Joshua was that, well, when I'm facing up against Crushing Hammer, usually those energies don't stick around anyway, so he's got to feel pretty bad about that 1 Crushing Hammer that's already hit heads from Hassan's side. I know Hassan had a pretty good run of Crushing Hammer heads just in his last matchup against Edwin as well. But we do get the Meowth now. Energy attachment to the active Dreepy. Meowth for the last ditch catch. Looking for a support card. It's, of course, going to be that Lily's Determination.
One of the most powerful draw supporters in our format right now. But first of all, we're going to use Ultra Ball to just continue to solidify this bench. further than we already have. Meowth, obviously not an ideal start on our bench. We want some Dreepy in there. Here comes Lilies for a fresh 8 cards in hand. We want as many Dreepy as possible, populating that board so that we can get this whole engine online as soon as possible. And a Dunsparce wouldn't be amiss either. We're running that 1-1 line again, which we saw to great effect earlier on in the day, and I'm sure it'll come through and be important in this matchup also.
Yeah, it's definitely something we're going to have to keep track of. Also, the use of the unfair stamp when it comes to fruition. Also, the judge, because we want to try and impact what Joshua has access to, especially when they're discarding all those supporters for big attacks. These are the 8 cards. Does find another Dreepy now onto the bench. Does have access to Ultra Ball and Drat Cloaks. But is there anything we really want to do? We're just going to actually use Dreepy's attack to deal 10 damage. It's just going to be a little tickle with that Petty Grudge on the Team Rocket's Articuno. And then the Team Rocket's Ariana draw up to 8 cards. Got a full board. Our Team Rocket Pokemon. 5 cards there with 3 in hand already. It's got to feel pretty good about that.
Absolutely, a brilliant supporter to be able to refresh the hand, but only if you've already played a lot of cards from it. So in this instance, just what we needed. We got the Honchkrow off the Pokepad, and now we're off to a great start. We just need another energy, maybe in play. We need a way to pivot that Articuno out of the way. Really frustrating start, although important to be a bench sitter in this matchup. Articuno prevents the effects of attacks from affecting your basic Team Rocket's Pokemon, so we'll just allow those Murkrow to be a little safer.
Yeah, so Joshua just playing that 1 Pokepad for the moment, just to grab that Honchkrow, get it ready for a future turn. There's no reason to kind of maneuver right now. We already lost an energy attachment to that Murkrow, so we couldn't attach twice to maneuver that Articuno out the active spot as well, as we get the first Recon Directive here. Second coming down from Hassan. Let's just see some of those choices. Does grab the Crushing Hammer to the hand as well.
Trying to keep up the pressure with the denial of energy for Joshua. One of the harder things in Joshua's deck to actually search for due to kind of not playing the traditional Hilda to be able to get an energy out of the deck. But because we need all those Team Rocket supporters, we need to go for them instead of the traditional sense of when you would support that you would use typically to get energy out of the deck. So unfortunately, it's harder to get into those 8 energy than with other decks.
Yep, so we do get the Ultra Ball for another Drat Cloak. A Crispin being played now. Let's get some more energies on the board state so that we can effectively make sure we can go back-to-back attacks at some stage as well. At this point, we just evolved up into the Drat Cloaks. So it's just going to be a Dragon Headbutt that is available here after the Crispin attachment and the hand attachment as well. Evil Roar to the bench, both the 2 Drat Cloaks there.
Now we've got our draw engine on board. It's just going to be continuing that to try and further our setup.
Nice pickup with the Dragapult EX. We're going to need that on the next turn so we can fire off a real attack. Dunsparce also hits the field. Things looking pretty good here. It's just going to be the Dragon Headbutt for 70 damage. Puts Articuno down to 40 HP remaining. It's not something that can be sort of, as you said, because that ability, you can't really Phantom Dive, I should say, sorry, to it on the next turn. We do get Honchkrow now onto the board, and here comes Team Rocket's Giovanni.
There we go. That's what we needed. We needed to be able to switch our active and our opponents to be able to claw Meowth forward. And there we go. Discarding 3 Team Rocket supporters. It does 60 damage per Team Rocket supporter discarded from your hand. And of course, the energy is ignition energy, so it goes to the discard pile as well at the end of the turn.
Yeah, and we'll keep track of those supporters where we can as well. It looks like there was roughly 5 in the discard pile for the moment. 1 is currently prize, so there still is access to 14 left in hand and deck. 5 cards in hand right now. Hassan's going to have to try and really turn this around. Remember, he is a 2-prizer attacking deck with Dragapult EX. We'll have to try and whittle away at some of these weaker Pokemon, but with Articuno giving it some protection, it's not so easy here. So we do find a risky Ruins via one of the...
Whoa, here we go with a Murkrow being targeted down. And then we can do some damage to the Honchkrow on the bench.
So can we find a way also to disrupt the hand? No unfair stamp right now. Poképad being worked into this turn here with the Dunsparce being identified as the Pokemon of choice. There you go.
To Cloak. Now we're flush with energy for a couple of extra turns set up. And of course, we're going for Phantom Dive, bellowing right into that Murkrow and doing the extra 6 damage counters on Honchkrow.
Yep, making sure as an evolution Pokemon is not protected from that repelling veil of Team Rocket's Articuno. So then it is taken 1 prize. So down to 5 prizes remaining. Still behind Joshua here. But can Joshua find a way to actually take a massive knockout here? Team Rocket's Honchkrow's Rocket Feathers is 60 times the number of Team Rocket supporters discarded from your hand. We'll need to deal 360 damage. That will be 6 Team Rocket supporters to be discarded from hand. Can we get there?
It's going to be tough, but not impossible. It's one of those decks where if we get the right card draw from our Team Rocket supporters, then we can absolutely do it. We've got brilliant item cards like Team Rocket's Transreceiver, and we've got the Roto Stick as well, which lets you look at the top 4 cards of your deck and reveal any number of supporter cards you find there and put them in your hand. So actually, we've got a lot of utilization. We've got a lot of tools that can help us out, but whether we've got them in hand or not is another matter, as we are really low on cards in hand and we don't really have a way of drawing more right now, unless one of those is going to help us out.
Yeah, this is the difficulty with this deck. Sometimes you do need to find certain Pokemon to be able to attack with and start swinging away with. But there's another Giovanni's. And that's straight onto the Dracloak. Again, another opportunity to remove energy from play, and it's an easier target. We know there are 5 supporters in the discard pile right now. Porygon's attack will be able to R-command 20 times the number of support cards that has Team Rocket in his name in your discard pile. So that is 100. Ignition energy goes to the discard. And now down to 3 prizes as well. Hassan can continue whittling away with that Phantom Dive as well, however.
Now that Porygon 2 is in play, it also does give us another target for potential kind of boss strategies with being able to utilize our few key resources around that Articuno and make sure that we're kind of diving around the basic Pokemon. Monkey Dory is going to be great in this instance as well, because Articuno doesn't prevent the effect of the Monkey Dory. It prevents the effects of attacks, not abilities. So we might be able to scatter some more damage around using Monkey Dory, take out the Articuno when we need to, take out the Honchkrow when we need to, and that Porygon is so much more susceptible as well because it's not protected via Articuno.
Yeah, absolutely. Called it out very clearly there, Amy, as we do now get the runaway draw. We get some free additional cards into the hand. Those Crushing Hammers now not really viable, especially when those Ignition Energies just pitch itself back into the discard once it's been used anyway. So he is working with some quote-unquote not playable cards in this moment, as we do have the Monkey Dory in hand. We do get the Risky Ruin. It's important to try and get those damage counters on the board so we can get some Adrenabrain going, and that could be a way to take the knockout on this Honchkrow here.
Gonna go ahead and put more pressure on, lining that Honchkrow up for that Phantom Dive, and there it is, Phantom Diving into Honchkrow and Porygon 2 for a huge 2-prize knockout, trying to even up that prize race a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's back over to Joshua. Can we weave in anything else here? What are we working with? We have energy, we have Team Rocket's Honchkrow and the Ariana as well, so we'll get a fresh 7 cards to draw from. Do we get the pieces here to take a massive knockout? We can still find a Roto Stick as well.
1, 2, 3, 4 supporters so far.
Not quite enough.
Oh,
240.
We've got a Transreceiver.
300. One supporter away from actually taking a massive knockout here. And this is the turn. Is this the moment where it gets a little bit away from Joshua? He's been setting the pace so far and taking the prizes. Poképad being played now. Is there anything we can do? Maybe prep your board up with another Honchkrow.
Yeah, just take that out of the deck as well. So when you do draw cards in the future, it's not an option that's likely to come off the top of the deck. Is it worth playing one of these Rocket supporters if we're not getting full value out of that attack instead?
We
could get the Roto Stick off for Petrol. I don't know if we had one.
He's already used the supporter to draw to 8.
Yes.
It's amazing we haven't even seen one of the Roto Sticks yet. And there's 4 of in the list. He just needed to hit 1 and potentially could have been there.
Not on this occasion, and that's just what falling us short of that extra damage push that we really need. And losing an energy to not knocking out a Dragapult feels so bad. And you're fueling Monkey Dory.
Yeah, absolutely. And even so, with missing the Roto Stick as well, also missed the Ace Spec of choice in his list, that Miracle Headset. He's just going to pass. He doesn't want to give damage counters for the crazy actual shenanigans that Monkey Dory can cause and really kind of create havoc on Joshua's side of the board. So Hassan's got to be feeling pretty good about himself right now. But what can we do to accelerate some additional prizes being taken? Right now, the basic Team Rockets Pokemon are protected from that repelling veil. It's just that Honchkrow in the active spot.
We could push Honchkrow to the bench again and kind of do some jiggery-pokery with that. We also can use Monkey Dory in this Risky Ruins. It's still in play, so that Dunsparce should have 20 damage on it, but we can move that across. So might be able to do another Monkey Dory with another Darkness Energy on it. That would increase our damage output as well. Let's see what we're getting. Yeah, the Pokepad off that, and that will help us to get more basics in play and continue to put pressure on that Articuno itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hassan making sure he has full value of those Monkey Dory damage counters as well. We do get a Crushing Hammers. I think that's just getting it out of your hand. I think that's the only reason why you're playing, because we're likely to take this knockout, I'm sure, and not leave it with an energy attachment. There's the Dunsparce now with the 2 damage counters on it. Monkey Dory is able to move the 1 anyway at some point. Oh, boss's orders.
I imagine we're going to go for the Murkrow possibly because we... Oh, no, the Porygon. Yeah, the Porygon's good as well because obviously we know how many Rocket supporters are starting to get into the discard, and Porygon 2 becomes more and more of a threat. So that is going to go down, and then we'll be able to target that Honchkrow on the bench. And we're going to move. There we go. Damage over to the Articuno. The Articuno now only needs 2 more damage counters to be knocked out, and we might be able to do that with a Monkey Dory soon.
Yep, so just going to be putting all 6 on that Honchkrow there, bringing him down to 2 prizes remaining. So it's an attack plus a potential Monkey Dory Adrenabrain that would give Hassan the opportunity to win this game 1 here in this Masters Top 4. I think Joshua's just double checking that hand. What do I have access to? Yeah, he's just looking at what his opponents also used as well. I think he's finding himself in a spot where he can't really control the pace of the prizes being taken now. So we take this knockout somehow. We end up down to 1 prize, but Hassan will have a number of ways to maybe just close out the game.
Although we only get 1 prize card off any of Joshua's Pokemon, we have few ways to manipulate damage with Monkey Dory. Articuno can't protect us against that, so it might be all over now. Considering what to promote, whether it's the Honchkrow or the Murkrow. Gonna go with the Honchkrow because it's already got the energy and some damage already. Okay, Team Rocket's Factory is in play. So now when we play a Team Rocket supporter, we'll also get to choose to draw 2 cards using the effect of that stadium.
So we get the energy attachment and the evolution up of that Murkrow now. We also get the Team Rockets Archer, one of the few cards that is a pure hand disruption card. In the Team Rockets sort of abundance of supporters, you may use this card if any of your Team Rockets Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn, which we obviously had seen.
Of course.
Each player shuffles their hand into their deck. You draw 5, your opponent draws 3. You also have access to the Team Rockets Factory, effectively going to 7.
There's a lot of cards, and of course, as we've established, you're also limiting what your opponent is getting back. As you said, is one of the few supporters that we can access right now that has that disruption effect, but it only really works well in these pure Team Rocket builds.
Right, let's see what both our players will be working with. Hassan still has access to a Dunsparce, which can evolve up to the Dunsparce, and also 1 Recon Directive on the bench as well.
Ooh, that's not looking like a great hand if you're Hassan.
But has found Roto. stick as well. And there's a number of supporters in hand. Do we have enough there?
Let's see how the Roto stick treats us and see. Okay, that's one supporter. Is that two?
It's just the
it's
one.
Just the one. I don't think that's going to be enough again.
To get 6?
I don't think so.
No,
I think
he's
it's
back
4.
down to 5.
Oh, it's 5.
Yeah,
no,
it's a concession. Joshua seeing the writing is on the walls there. Hassan played it completely well there to be able to overcome that annoyance of the Team Rocket's Articuno, but also take down a number of those Honchkrows and Porygons and put himself in a commanding position to make it to the finals here in Utrecht. But Joshua, I mean, he's been in this position before. He's played against 5 other Dragapults already. And despite this board state, that Crushing Hammer's pretty impactful just to kind of remove that for the moment. But then Hassan was able to continue building out that board, eventually putting a lot of damage, a lot of energies as well, and just start whittling away at some of these Pokemon that Joshua had, including taking down those Murkrows, which were protected, but not when they're bossed to the active spot.
No, indeed. Murkrow not very safe as a choice unless it's on the bench. So as we saw, Hassan was just able to go back to back with these attacks, spreading damage throughout the board, then using Monkey Dory to kind of put the pressure more so on the Articuno, leaving it only 20 damage away. And both times Joshua just didn't have enough damage output to close out a big KO on a Dragapult.
Yeah, just one card away. We get a chance to glimpse at those prizes once again. Double Rescue Stretcher, or Night Stretcher I should say, in the prizes, but also that key, the Dunsparce that allows you to draw cards, the Badoo also hiding away as well, as once again Joshua does start that Team Rocket's Articuno and does straight away go into the Team Rocket's Trans Receiver, into that fantastic supporter, allowing you to grab 3 Team Rocket's Pokemon, basic ones, the Proton, and then that way you can start setting up any way you like.
Yeah, you can play that even going first. So this is fine, this is legal. Don't worry, it says it on the card. We can play Proton right away to give us a huge advantage in beginning this game. Going off to a dramatic start, getting lots of Murkrow, a whole murder of Murkrow on the bench there, as they would say about crows. And of course, we've got Pokepads galore to help us find some Honchkrows as well. Of course, we've got to be aware that Badoo is typical in Dragapult decks, so we're able to kind of prevent that eventuality by playing as many item cards as possible. Of course, Joshua doesn't know that we know that Hassan's prized the Badoo. Shh.
Don't let them know, everyone. But just to give everyone a bit of an update as well, if they hadn't noticed, the other top 4 match is currently underway with Kim up against Miloslav. So Kim overcoming that Dragapult Dusknoir piloted by Luke Burke. And still undefeated in this tournament so far, but Miloslav with that Mega Lopunny EX deck will be trying to take him down. Let's see if we get there. But in the meantime, we're getting all these items piloted and played out by Joshua, just like you said, Amy, just to make sure we can actually continue playing, even if a Badoo comes into the matchup.
Hassan's turn now as we pass over. And once again, we're going to need to try and get as many Dreepy on board as possible. We have 1 Pokepad, but it doesn't look like we've got a lot more than that right now. So it might kind of be a slower turn. We might just be playing the Pokepad for 1 more Dreepy, a Crispin, and then it might be passing the turn over and just hanging on in there to get ready for a Dracloak next turn. But this is a weaker start for Hassan unless they're able to find anything that might be able to help them out a bit further. The only other choice would have been maybe to have gone for a Meowth. So yeah, we're just going to go the slow route, and I like it. Boss is ordering our Team Rocket's Articuno around, bringing it forward and trapping it back in the active.
Yeah, with that little petty grudge, we're just dealing 10 damage once again as well. Now for Joshua to maneuver around, we'll have to find the Team Rocket's Giovanni's, but we're just going to have to play the Team Rocket's Ariana. Right now, draw your hand up to 8 cards because your full board is, or are, Team Rocket's Pokemon. So there's 4 cards to draw there, there's 4 cards already in hand. And now it's down to what can we work with in this scenario. Just a number of different cards that we can go down, but has to be aware. He would have seen the deck list as well. Hassan is playing something like the Judge, so even if you don't take a knockout, he can disrupt your hand still, and then just kind of continue going into the game. But you also know Hassan doesn't play rare candies. So that way, you know attack's not really coming down anytime soon.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of knowing your opponent's deck list, isn't it? That we get to play with that bit more knowledge and we get to play to our absolute best. Now, still going ahead and trying to litter the bench with as many Team Rocket's Pokemon as possible. Kind of considering another Articuno here in case this one just gets knocked out. We want to make sure that that effect is so crucial to our basic Pokemon. Our basic Pokemon have low HP, especially with those Porygon only being on 60. It would be awful to think that an Articuno wasn't around to protect them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Joshua's still a little bit nervous about maybe finding a Badoo coming out at him shortly as well. He's got a couple of item cards that he just wants to decide to play. Here comes the Roto Stick. Look at the top 4. Select any number of supporters you find there. None.
All energy and another Roto Stick. So the deck was just too full right now to provide any more supporter cards.
Yep, there's a count of 20 supporter cards across everywhere in Josh's deck, of course, and we do find now the Team Rocket's Giovanni's from that Team Rocket's trans receiver. Saying Team Rockets a lot, Amy.
We are, but you know what? That's what happens when you have an archetypal deck, and it works so well. Joshua bringing this slightly unusual deck, one that people had really underestimated for this event, all the way to this Masters top 4 position here in Utrecht. And honestly, couldn't be happier to see it. Moving on to Hassan's turn, we finally got ourselves a Buddy Poffin. That's finally being announced, and I think this will be the tell to Joshua that maybe Badoo isn't around for this party. So looking like we're eyeing up a Dreepy and a Dunsparce, although I imagine that Dunsparce will be traded out for another Dreepy soon unless he hasn't noticed. But I imagine Hassan's going to be doing a thorough prize check. Absolutely did notice. Not too tired to not see that yet. So we're still in the game and still playing on full throttle.
Yep, now we're just going to see what this Recon Directive can bring to Hassan. The hand otherwise still isn't that strong, so being able to see 2 further cards is very useful here. Ultra Ball will allow Hassan to maybe pitch away some other cards that are less useful and maybe grab another Dracloak as well, which means in addition to the already Recon Directive in the active spot, we can get another one going, and every turn we can also try and go for more Recon Directives. Or, I mean, there's a risk, but you can use Meowth EX.
Oh, here's Meowth.
To grab yourself a supporter.
Wait a minute. Isn't Meowth a Team Rocket's Pokemon sometimes?
It is.
This is very confusing.
Not this one.
To the side. This Meowth is on the side of Hassan on this occasion, bringing Judge to the forefront to shuffle both players' hands into their deck and draw 4 cards apiece.
I feel like this Meowth's far too happy to be a Team Rocket's Pokemon, but yes.
I think you're right.
This is where I said this is where the Judge can be very impactful, but that does mean Joshua knows that one of those hand disruption cards has been played so far, so it's only then just have to keep an eye out for when that unfair stamp hits the field. So can Joshua maintain some board presence here?
What have we got going on in hand?
Energies, Miracle Headset, so that can bring in some supporters like the Ariana, but does mean that leaves the Team Rocket's Articuno in the active spot a little bit longer. Here comes the Recon Directive here. So he's found from that Judge.
Okay, we're going for the Crispin, putting the fire energy back into the deck where it belongs, because Crispin needs as much energy in the deck as we can get. And then we're just going to go for the Dragon Headbutt on Articuno to continue to kind of trap it there. So Hassan can continue to build this board.
Yeah, so now Joshua's scenario is really awkward because once again, it feels like he might not be able to actually fire off an attack because of that Articuno start. That Miracle Headset is kind of flashed to Hassan there, but double checking what supporters are there. We know we've played one Ariana, but he goes to the trans receiver instead, maybe getting it from the deck instead, keeping hold of the Miracle Headset for a future attack, because effectively that's 120 damage. It's like a 12 plus powers.
Absolutely, that's amazing. that's one of the best modifiers out there if you count it like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, fantastic ability to be able to get supporters back and a very underutilized ace-spec.
So we do get the Team Rocket's Ariana now. So by playing this, if we don't commit an energy, that means we will be drawing 4 cards. So here it is, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
We got a Roto Stick.
Got a Roto Stick. We don't need to necessarily play it now because we know we can't fire off an attack, but we know we can hold on to it for a future turn. but you're then giving sort of the impetus for Hassan to really just start applying a load of pressure. Here it is. I think, does he hit all four?
Oh my goodness!
The dream!
The dream! The dream team is here. 4. We didn't hit any last time, so I feel like this is just the correct way for it to go to even out the odds.
Absolutely, and even if you do hit all 4, you still have to shuffle the deck as well, because you take all 4, because it's up to, you can put as many as you find up there into your hand. So you could have chosen to put one back, but it's always good to have more cards in your hand, because then you're just drawing into the cards you might need at a later stage. But we know we can't attack once again, so there's a go. Yeah, Hassan did shuffle, so you do get the opportunity to cut back, and it's a pass over to Hassan. Can you do enough here to really take advantage of this position that Joshua has not attacked for a number of turns?
Yeah, it's difficult because all of those Murkrow are safe on that bench, currently being protected by double Articuno. And even moving a different Articuno into the active spot wouldn't allow you to move damage around either. So at this point, it is just kind of taking knockouts, maybe trying to avoid this Articuno in the active if possible. But it doesn't look like we're going to be able to as we use Lily's determination. And I think this is the right play. We're avoiding putting a Dragapult down because it is that 2-prize liability. Whereas at the moment, we can just use Dragon Headbutt for the knockout.
Exactly that. I feel it's a real testament to a player of Hassan's caliber, especially when he saw that opening hand and he didn't really have much going for himself, and now it's kind of in full flow. But just when he only had a boss's orders, I mean, if Joshua had just left the energy on the active, it means Hassan would have had to hit heads on Crushing Hammers rather than play the boss's orders to bring it back up again. But he's given himself plenty of time now. A second recon directive.
And we're going to get third. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So this is lovely things here. Gets to see 8 additional cards just from the ability of your support Pokemon that you evolve up into to your big bad attacker. There it is, the 4th recon directive now.
Huge being able to see so many extra cards every single turn. We still got the Dragapult, and now we have the flexibility of having one of each energy in hand, and we've got the Dunsparce. If we were able to utilize that, would have been nice, but for now, at least it's just hanging around. But other than that, you know, we got a Crushing Hammer. We can't do that right now. I think it's just Dragon Headbutt.
Yeah,
we are going to put the Dunsparce down.
I think it's fine just to essentially maintain the single prize board set as much as possible. Of course,
Definitely.
that Meowth EX is there. And that could be something that Joshua tries to target down to accelerate the game plan. Oh, he's sending up the Team Rocket's Articuno. He's basically saying, I'm going to use Team Rocket's Giovanni here.
Yeah, very much showing the opponent what the intention is. And there's Meowth right up to the active again. This is a game of cat and bird, not cat and mouse. And unfortunately for Meowth, it's not winning this one.
Finally gets Porygon down as well. Only needs 3 supporters, Team Rocket supporters, I might add, to take the knockout here. Meowth only a squishy 170 HP. And Rocket Feathers are going to be doing plenty of damage, just deliberating which supporters we discard here. Especially when you have Miracle Headset in hand as well. There it is, big knockout, Rocket Feathers. 3 supporters being discarded from the attack, 180 damage, and now applying the pressure on Hassan's side of the field, just by the lieu of actually taking more prizes every attack where possible.
The pressure is now on. Hassan needs to now accelerate their own play and attempt to take more prize cards where possible. It would be the ideal opportunity to attempt to try and get some more damage into play with Risky Ruins at this point, so we can start using Monkey Dory, but we just haven't seen those Risky Ruins yet, even through seeing so many cards. So we're going to evolve up into the Dragapult. Finally, we've got some more Recon Directive, and we've got, the attach for turn on our second Dracloak, which I imagine we'll leave unevolved for the time being. Going for this Crushing Hammer. It was a heads. So that Team Rocket's energy is long gone to the discard pile.
Yep, even if it's just to get the cards out of your hand and out of your deck effectively.
Whoa, here we go.
Unfair stamp as well.
That's rather unfair if you ask me. Joshua was just about to pick up the pace, and now Hassan's gone back in and said, actually, I know that your deck can struggle with card draw. How are you going to draw cards? If you don't hit a draw supporter now, that could be it. I could have you stalled out for a few more turns, and that's just enough to get me back in this prize race.
Yeah, so impactful, this unfair stamp, unfair by name, unfair by nature. It's one of those cards which is so prevalent in this Pokemon TCG format right now because it's one of those super effective hand disruption cards. 2 cards for your opponent, 5 for yourself, and you haven't even played your supporter for turn.
Or use the Isdra Cloak. So we've got 3 more Recon Directive. Monkey Dory there is a lovely pickup. And we've got another Recon Directive. Okay, probably the Dragapult there, unless you want the attach for turn on the Darkness Energy, which we're going to go for. We've attached it for turn already this turn, so won't be able to do that immediately.
Yep.
And one more, probably the Buddy Poffin. Yes, the Buddy Poffin. We want to keep some energy in deck for the utilization of Crispin later. We've got a boss's orders. It's tempting because then our Phantom Dive will be able to affect this Honchkrow. Worked well last round.
Yeah, and we start to whittle away at its HPs, 130. But then with just 2 Phantom Dives and maybe some Monkey Dory Adrenabrain chaos will mean we can take a multiple prize turn knockout on a future turn here. So just targeting a Team Rocket's Murkrow here. Being brought up, Phantom Dive, 200 to the active, knockout of Murkrow, 60 on the Honchkrow there. And now
no,
what are we working with?
Josh doesn't want to show us what's in his hand. He's being really careful not to show us. That's so mean, Joshua.
And he gets a top deck for his turn as well, working with 3 cards here. Energy.
Ooh.
What's that other card? Is that a supporter there?
There's a Porygon, and I couldn't see the 3rd card, but let's see. It's
Archer! Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That's one way to play the Pokemon trading card game. You hit some pretty good cards there from your Unfair Stamp to 2 and your top deck.
Wild.
All playable, and we have the energy to attack with as well. But we're going to need quite a few cards here. It's going to have to somehow hit 6 Team Rocket's supporters to take a knockout.
But I'd say this is a pretty good attempt at it. If I had to pick a card to get off of that Unfair Stamp, I've got to say Archer would be in my top 2.
We've played a couple of Roto sticks already, haven't we?
We have.
So what do we have access to? It doesn't look like we have much. 3 supporters, energy, and a Porygon. We can start trying to... We can't really throw away all of the supporters with the attacks. We're going to need one for the next turn as well. That's where it gets a little bit awkward.
It's definitely getting a little trickier now as we have to decide what the play is, whether we deal some damage to Dragapult or whether we pass. And it is just the pass. The Ignition Energy did nothing and detaches itself at the end of the turn. Back into our Recon Directives. We're going in with another Darkness Energy, another Recon Directive. We still haven't seen a Stadium. What is going on? Here's a Monkey Dory. We're going in for the 3rd. Is there a Stadium? There's a Stadium. I don't even know if that's the way that Hassan would like to go with this turn, but it was just surprising that we hadn't seen it yet.
Yeah, it does feel like at some point we will want to use that Stadium to get some damage counters on your own board state, because you can keep sort of giving yourself damage counters to play with that the Dunsparce CX is when you're kind of maneuvering around. That's one way to do so. We commit the energy attachment to the 3rd Dracloak now. Again, just saying, well, if things have to start going down, I need another attacker. So, or at least if I need to kind of retreat things where possible, it's one of those things we have to consider. Just double checking how much damage output a Porygon 2 also has access to as well with that R-Command attack.
I think I counted 8 supporters there along with Hassan. Tell me if I'm wrong in the chat. Oh, here we go. There's the Dragon Headbutt. Didn't need to promote the Dragapult.
Yeah, one of those key things now. That Dragapult could still be brought up, but it has to be done via Team Rocket's Giovanni's. And when you've already seen a couple of them hit the discard pile, it's just sort of essentially sacrificing maybe the one single prizer that can still do enough damage. Is more than enough. I think Joshua's just eyeing up, maybe using that Porygon 2 to attack with right now. Maybe just holding off, but it's going to evolve, going to attach. R-Command now live. Do we have a supporter maybe just to build up that hand a little bit more as well? We know there's no more hand disruption. Unfair Stamp and Judge now. That's, I'm sure, what Josh has just been checking. Can we build a hand back up? Maybe with something like an Ariana. Or is there something else we can use now? Just set up a little bit more. What else?
Possibility. But at the moment, we are knocking out, so this is okay. But Hassan has put themselves in a situation where they're only giving up 1 prize card here to slow Joshua down.
Yeah, remember that Porygon 2 now is and can be attacked with Phantom Dive's damage counter placements.
We are going for the Archer, gonna disrupt our opponent instead, saying, hey, you can do it and I can do it too.
Yeah, I think Hassan had 8 cards there, so let's bring him back down to 3. Team Rocket's Archer. Such an impactful card. 4 copies in the deck, of course, because there's another one of those that fit in nicely for Honchkro's attack and also Porygon's attack. But Porygon is a 90 HP Pokemon stage 1. Which does mean it's quite easy to take an easy knockout with Phantom Dives, damage counter placements, and something like a Monkey Dory if we can't take a knockout. But what are we working with here?
I mean, it's not an awful hand, but also not great. We have a Stadium and we have a Crispin, which is kind of nice. So that definitely has maneuverability. And of course, we've got our 2 Recon directives after the knockout on this Dragloak.
And Joshua has access to that Miracle headset for a future turn as well. So like we said, it's either trying to bail him out to grab and see more cards or potentially be additional damage modifiers because you grab 2 supporters from the discard pile and put them back into your hand as your ace spec of choice. So you do have a few different use cases for them. But is it enough to keep you in the game here? Porygon's going to be taking the knockout with Arcommand. Just double checking, I'm sure, but I think they both know how many and that there's plenty. So there is Arcommand for a knockout, leveling up this game 2 once again. Hassan still has that Dragapult EX, which hasn't taken any damage thus far. We did retreat with that Psychic Energy a moment ago as well, so it doesn't need to get another Psychic Energy on it. And then from then onwards, can we piece together a multiple prize knockout at points?
It's going to be Crispin. We're going to get that Psychic Energy, no problem, and probably a Darkness Energy to boot. Yeah, we're going to grab those. And of course, the attachment for turn will be on the Dragapult with that Psychic type energy. We are now ready to Phantom Dive our way back into the match and grab some more prize cards, but we currently can't do any damage using Phantom Dive to the benched Pokemon. So will Hassan be able to construct a way of changing that?
So with the Recon directives, you can just continue to build up the board.
Monkey Dory, I like it.
So even with the Archer, we know we're going to see plenty of cards throughout. This is the power level of those Dragon Pokemon. Recon directive we've seen so impactful just to be able to see more into the deck, cherry pick of the 2, and then kind of keep resources for later at points as well. So Dragapult EX coming into the hand at the same time. Stadium coming down, Risky Ruins. Monkey Dory taking 20 damage.
Attach for turn, here we go. Adrenabrain is live. We can move damage counters from our board onto our opponents. We will be able to do some bench damage by moving damage counters instead of inflicting them.
Yeah, but can't. Boss's orders, because we have played that Crispin to get the Psychic Energy, but just prepping that Murkrow if it does evolve up into a Honchkrow and a knockout there on that Porygon. So it's gonna be, I mean, Josh's gonna be looking for those 6 supporter cards once again to try and get a knockout alongside a Honchkrow and an energy card. Murkrow going to the active spot here. Working with 6 cards in hand.
Can we piece together a knockout? It's a big ask, but if Joshua manages it.
Got energy, got Honchkrow, got Miracle headset. I think that might be 5 again.
Oh, you're joking.
But what is this combo piece? Honchkrow coming down. Sure, it has to be. At least in this moment, we have to threaten it. We have to go down this angle.
Honchkrow is established. Just going to check the discard pile, see what resources we've already used up.
Can you gamble for a Miracle headset, get 2 supporters, and then maybe draw into more from Team Rocket's Ariana as an example? Just double checking how many supporters are already in deck. 20 across the whole 60 of Joshua's list are supporters. 5 there, another 4, so 9 in total. So it'll be 11 around, in and around the deck and hand in somewhere. So there goes the Ignition Energy. Can we piece together a massive knockout? So with Miracle headset, that will get to 5. But we need to find 1 more or find a supporter to try and reach into the deck further.
I wonder whether it's a... Okay, it's definitely a Miracle headset moment. Going for Ariana and Giovanni.
So then that's 5 in hand. Supporters, I should say.
Yeah, not quite enough yet.
So plays the Night Stretcher. Again, wanting to just try and get cards out of hand so we could draw more with Ariana, I'm sure.
Yeah, but
Gets
remember,
Honchkrow.
Risky Ruins wouldn't work on a Dark-type Pokemon, so if we did have a Murkrow, that wouldn't be a problem. So we evolve up into Honchkrow now, which is susceptible.
And this is a big 4 cards we're going to see drawn here. Team Rocket's Ariana. He needs 2 supporters. Do we find it?
I think it was. I think it was 2 supporters.
It's a massive turn if it is, and this could be one way to take a massive knockout. Leaves himself with just 2 energies in hand. 6 supporters here. He's fanned it out. 6 times 60, 360 damage. Massive knockout. Bring him down to 1 prize remaining. Now, can we find a way to close out the game, or can Hassan close out the game on his side with 2 prizes remaining for his board? Oh, this is really back and forth at this moment.
This is going to be close. There's a lot in it. We need to take 2 prize cards here or prevent Joshua from taking a knockout next turn.
Buddy popping from that Recon Directive in the active spot. Dragapult EX with the 6 discarded after picking up 2, playing 1, and went back down to 8. 6 discarded. There's 14, I believe, in the discard pile right now, leaving 4 remaining, but we'll double check. Hassan, I'm sure, is going to double check as well.
Yeah, it's an important factor in this matchup.
Or even just with the Team Rocket's Giovanni's, I think that's important because the gusting ability, the Guzma gusting ability is effectively no longer. So it's now just the active that Joshua has to find and battle his way through.
So if Hassan thinks that a Dragapult's just going to be too big to fight through, then that might be the way that we go. Otherwise, Hassan can present a single prize board state. We're going with the Meowth, so we are risking going ahead with a 2 prize Pokemon, knowing that Giovanni isn't really a problem. We're using Boss's orders to take down Articuno.
Maybe not even having to take down. You can't commit 2 energies per turn.
True.
On Joshua's side, and Team Rocket's Giovanni now
unavailable.
Hassan would have been created a scenario with all 4 having to be discarded. Maybe that was the unfortunate draw from the Ariana. Maybe it was a different supporter. We'd have a better chance here, but Hassan could take his time, it feels like.
It's true.
Hassan identifying a different win condition to just try and slow the game down that little bit, gets the Monkey Dory down, gets more damage counters on the board because of Risky Ruins.
Actually, a really solid play here. We're going to be able to maneuver around this Articuno and just place some damage counters until a big turn in a minute when we can actually take our final prize cards in tandem.
Adrenabrain now, it looks like it's being activated as an ability. The 2 damage counters on that Meowth looks like it might be moving around.
Deciding where to place those.
Over the Risky Ruins onto Joshua's side of the board.
That would leave Honchkrow on 100 HP if they choose to put it there.
Just a chance to deliberate exactly the actions here. I think Hassan is going down that direction of Honchkrow, so that will go up to 3 damage counters on it. And now Hassan's just gonna Dragon Headbutt. 70 damage on the active Team Rocket's Articuno. Does Joshua have a way out of this scenario?
I don't know if it's going to be possible. We don't have any of that pivot left. The double Articuno play might have been too risky in the end. Maybe it was too dangerous to put both of them into play.
Do we commit and then send up a Pokemon like one of the Honchkrows just to leave it there and force Hassan to maybe boss his orders again? Can't really leave that Porygon around as well because we need to start checking how many supporters are definitely in that discard pile. I counted roughly 14. I'm not 100% sure, but Hassan is going to double check as well. There's 10. There's 4 more.
Yeah.
There you go. Trying to keep track for everyone so we're all in this together. 14 times 2 because of the R-Command attack would mean 280 damage.
It's just a little while off. If we can get some more supporters into the discard pile, that would be enough with our Porygon too. Here's our Night Stretcher, so we are able to get back a Pokemon, probably that Porygon.
Yeah, and it looks
There
like...
it is.
It actually looks like Joshua's side is... He's also just counted the 3 boss's orders that Hassan's piloted and played already as well. At this moment, do you just commit the energies? Do you then just retreat at this point? Or do you leave it there? Because then it can be Crushing Hammered off. And this is maybe where Crushing Hammer can come into the matchup.
Here we go. There's a pass. We've got Dragapult, Lily, and an Ultra Ball, 2 Recon Directive yet. So that's going to be the Poképad there taken. But actually considering the Badoo, Poképad isn't really useful right now, but we can use it to search the Badoo. And then at least that's burning 2 cards from the deck rather than 1. There we go. That's a way to have both of them.
So Poképad coming down, grabs the Badoo, shuffles the deck back up as well.
Recon Directive number 2. Okay, we got Night Stretcher. That's quite nice. I think just, yep, having a look as to what resources are in there. I think, yeah, going for the Poképad at the moment. Once again, we can just fish out like the Pheasant Dip. No, we can't take the Pheasant Dip.
No,
We can't take anything.
not.
So just, again, getting that card out of play just to put it in the discard pile to use it up. There's a Dragapult, and there's our Lily. A much thinner deck now that we've burned some cards. Might not have used them to their full effect, but honestly, not drawing into those when they're not useful right now is great.
So this is a massive knockout on the Porygon as well. Monkey Dory, if you find a Dark Energy or access to a Dark Energy, I'm not sure if we haven't committed an energy this turn yet, but we'll be able to Adrenabrain with both the Monkey Dories. There's 3 damage counters on Hassan's side of the field. 30 over to the Porygon 2 would leave it with 60 HP remaining.
That would close up this game. So do we get it? Here we go. We need that Darkness Energy. There it is! Team Rockets blasting off again as Hassan will take the win with a huge Phantom Dive.
Just taking it in, I think, both our players there. It's unfortunate for Joshua. He's been testing this matchup against various Dragapult variants, but Hassan has been able to overcome the Team Rockets Honchkrow deck, which gave everyone a massive surprise, the fact that it's been doing so well. But Joshua, it's commiserations and congratulations for even getting this far to top 4. But Hassan proceeds to the final, and we get a chance to watch it all back as well. Game 1 here is when Hassan set up the board really well, really sort of confidently, really able to utilize every bit of the damage counters that was placed on Joshua's side, including the initial just kind of start poking on that Articuno at the same time, but eventually Monkey Dory with that Adrenabrain moving only 10 damage counters over 2 Phantom Dives means Honchkrow does go down, and eventually we could just keep trickling away with Phantom Dives, and Joshua just twice, not once, but twice, missed out on massive knockouts by 1 supporter card, and that was the turn there in game 1 where he just couldn't find the final piece.
It was tragic, and then we saw game 2 where both players had a really strong start, but Joshua did go for that slightly risky double Articuno play. Turns out we did need the second Articuno, and we had to have it in play because it did get knocked out, but Hassan did a wonderful job of keeping single prize Pokemon in the active when necessary and only taking these big Dragapult knockouts when it was needed. Of course, then we had the unfair stamp come in and make a bit of a mess of Joshua's hand, and we did have a little bit of a struggle getting back up there. Of course, energy was not on Joshua's side either, as we did have a few not used in the way that we would love them to have been. So although Joshua did have a really strong start, Hassan was able just to keep littering damage across the board. And when I say that every damage counter matters, in this matchup more than ever, every single 1 damage counter mattered to take this final knockout, taking out the Articuno and the Porygon 2, thanks to this Lily getting that final Darkness Energy for Monkey Dory to Adrenabrain.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame. I mean, it just looks so intriguing, this kind of matchup as well, when you have a Pokemon like Honchkrow, which can deal massive one-hit KOs, and Dragapult sort of diminishing returns on that Phantom Dive because of Team Rocket's Articuno. But it doesn't matter. We found ways around it. well, I say we, Hassan, found ways around it.
Absolutely. And although I would have loved to have seen Rocket's Honchkrow just come over that cusp and defeat Dragapult one more time, it was intriguing that Hassan was able to use Dracloak in the matchup so well and was able to work around the Team Rocket's Articuno really effectively to string together important knockouts.
Yeah, didn't have to sacrifice the Dragapult EXs, the double prizes, you know, to really give Joshua that opportunity to kind of run away with the prize lead, right? That's what this single prize decks love to do every single time they face up against these big bad EX Pokemon. And that's why we saw Joshua target down those Meows very early, very quickly, really set the pace. Hassan had already built the board, even just being able to just sit behind the active Team Rocket's Articuno with his own Dracloaks or Dreepies. Even Petty Grudge was an attack we heard and announced twice, right?
Yeah,
just for 20 or 10 damage each. It's just a really unique way on how we can slow the game down without actually having to be too far behind.
Absolutely, and every single damage counter mattered. Every damage piece was meticulously placed. We needed exactly 90 damage, and we had exactly 90 damage, but we just needed that dark energy to activate that second Monkey Dory to get that win. Otherwise, could have gone a very different way for that game too.
Yeah, very possibly, because that Porygon was evolved up. Does mean it wasn't under that protection of that Articuno's wing anymore. But alas, it was Hassan who takes it. I mean, congratulations to him. He will be in the finals, be up against either Miroslav or Kim. It'll be either up against either another Dragapult variant, I think it's Dragapult Hammers as well, or Miroslav's Mega Lopunny EX deck.
It could go either way. We either see that Dragapultapalooza, or we've got a hop, a skip, and a jump away from our new champion. So we are very close to that finals.
Yep, and I think we are very close. And who's closer to the final? One who's in the final right now is Hassan, and Mike's with him right now, because I want to find out exactly how he's feeling after that.
Well, I can tell you now, Hassan is buzzing, but I want to hear from you. How are you feeling right now?
Excited, a little surprised. Didn't really know the matchup going in, so happy it worked out well.
Well, you made some incredible decisions. Watching backstage, I was just thinking everything you did was the right answer to that situation. So the fact you worked that out, having not played against the deck before, was incredible. But let's talk a bit about why you're here in Utrecht. So rarely do you travel to Europe, but this season you're in Stuttgart and you came to Utrecht for what reason?
So after LA, I did pretty badly there, and I didn't want to risk my entire invite on NAIC. So I checked if Utrecht spots were open. I booked it, and I said, well, you know, make a trip out of it. I'm here right now, and I'm going to Turkey tomorrow, so
make a little holiday of it as well.
Exactly.
And you said you're looking to try and get your Worlds invite. So I'm guessing based off of making the final, you're in a pretty good position right there. Maybe getting the guaranteed invite with the win.
Hopefully.
And so for you, you know, this is the furthest you've got in a tournament in the Masters division, a successful senior in the past. How does it feel making that longer run all the way through to the final?
Yeah, I mean, I've always wanted to win a medal and really go on the stream stage because, you know, when you're just getting those playmats and not really showing up on stream or getting a medal, it doesn't hit as hard. But now that I'm in Masters, I actually have this like second place pace, maybe first, you know? It feels really good. It feels a little validating after losing in top 8, losing in ASIM. So, yep.
Well, I tell you what, you made the right decision to jump over here after LA. Let's talk a little bit about your deck. So you've chosen to go with Dragapult with the Crushing Hammers after Andrew Hedrick did so well over in LA with it. Was that the deck you played in LA, and how have you found it?
So I played Pult with the Duns and Yveltal, so a Tree Lock package in LA. I did pretty poorly, like I said. But after LA, I had exams, so I had my friend Noah Donnan start testing Pult in general. He came up with a list that was pretty close to Andrew Hedrick's with 2 fans. Friday night, I didn't really like the fans, so decided to cut them. Got to 59 out of 60 of Andrew Hedrick's list, and then I was considering a Watchtower over the 4th Psychic, but I never played with the deck before, and you know, I trusted Hedrick, so that's how I ended up on it.
Of all the players to trust, I think Andrew Hedrick is one that we can say is a good decision. And I think for you, Crushing Hammers must have been incredibly valuable throughout the tournament. How have those flips been?
Quite good. You know, I got pretty flippy. You know, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And so far, I've been pretty lucky.
I mean, that's one way to put it. We saw on stream there, able to get the Rocket's Honchkrow resources down and taking out those energies and all sorts of things like that. How has your experience been here in Europe? There's been such a variety of decks. Have you played against anything unusual?
Yeah, I hit a bunch of different low punny variants. One with the fire energies, one with water energies. I hit a couple different bolts, you know, some with Clefairy, some without. It's been a really varied metagame because in LA, I actually hit a lot more Dragapults. So here I got a little bit more of a varied metagame taste.
Yeah, I think we can always count on the players over here in Europe coming up with something different. And for you now going into this final, I'm sure you're aware of what the decks are on the other side. And now with the new Top Cut rules, seeing the deck list, you'll know exactly what it is. You mentioned that Lopunny. You know, Miloslav is in the other semi-final right now. Is that something you're worried about playing against, or is it something you're feeling confident into?
So I hit 3 of those, I think, over my run, and I 2-0'd every single one. So, I mean, I feel confident, but at the same time, it's pretty dependent on hitting heads on my hammers to get rid of their energies and then hitting into them. So, I mean, I'm a little afraid of flipping tails, and Miloslav's a pretty good player, so just can't go in too confident, you know?
Yeah, and we got that final coming up later. We'll be going straight into the final after this interview, so definitely stick around because you're going to be having to flip heads to try and win those games. There's going to be lots of exciting moments. I guess this is a really good chance for you to sort of shout out anyone who's been supportive to you. You mentioned a few people helping with your deck list. Anyone else you want to shout out?
Yeah, like I said, shout out to Noah. Shout out to my family, both back in the US and who I'm going to visit in Turkey. Shout out to my girlfriend. And shout out to the people I'm staying with and just everyone from the Germans who have been really helping me figure out the matchups and the decks. So, yep, you have well,
you made your way out here to try and secure a Worlds invite. You might be able to guarantee it by winning your next match. If not, you've got plenty of CP to be going on with. I'll give you a little bit of a chance to break now. Get yourself ready for the final. But Hassan, it's been amazing chatting to you.
Thank
you. And we'll see you in just a moment. Over to you, Amy and Alex.
Thanks so much, Mike and Hassan. You've been amazing, and honestly, it's been such a fantastic journey to get up to this point with everyone, and it's great to hear from our feature match winner themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible to hear from him himself. I mean, talk about being lucky rather than necessarily being good, but you have to be good to be in those positions at the same time. So he's obviously put himself in that position. I've seen some of the game plans that he's kind of come up with in some of the other matches. I had a little chance to glimpse over his shoulder and Edwin's shoulder in that matchup in that top 8 as well, and that was a real intriguing back and forth. So congratulations to him for making it all the way to the final, and he's one step away from taking down a regional championship, earning himself that direct invitation. I think I heard in the background a little bit earlier when he was talking with some other players that he was really hoping for a good finish here and then maybe something like a good finish in NAIC to lock up an invite, but who needs even more now when you're in this position?
This could be all they need, and even then I imagine they're still going to have so much fun at NAIC, but it might take the pressure off a little bit. Maybe they'll be able to have some fun and play around with a different deck archetype they're not used to with the pressure off. And regardless of their position in the end of this tournament, they are confident they're going to be seen at the World Championships, which is exceptional, and I honestly cannot imagine the feeling that must be going through their mind, their veins right now, feeling elated that is the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Or he could be thinking, well, now I'm after accumulating so many good points in this sort of period, maybe I can go for something like a stipend for a future event as well. So, you know, that level of consistency and just knowing that you're a fantastic player, able to pilot a deck that he's just picked up, you know, trusting in some of the other top level players as well, especially when they construct a deck that's already won a regional championships. You've got to feel pretty good about yourself. And like I said, he looks over to the other side of the semifinals and like, actually, I can do this.
I've got this. Yeah, I absolutely have this in my wheelhouse. I know I can do it. He's proved his skills up until this point and has really shown what a star player they are. And regardless of the result at the end of the day, I think he's going to be very happy. Came in looking for a good result, came out with potentially a win or, you know, a finalist position regardless. So I think that's spectacular.
Yeah, he's walking home with a medal that he was after and a feature match opportunity as well. So that's incredible. And, you know, we'll be keeping an eye on just the finals shortly, but there still is that other semi-finals that's happening right now. And that is between that Dragapult, another Dragapult, Crushing Hammer's list up against that Megalophony, and it's a real sort of back and forth there, especially between two fantastic players in Kim and also Miloslav. So I can't wait to find out exactly what's going on there as well.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that match right now. So I imagine anyone who's out there having a little peek and trying to watch the match go on is going to be having a great time learning from two masters of their craft.
Yeah, speaking of learning, however, we've seen a lot of Dragapult, and we've seen Dragapult's journey throughout time. But how about you get a little glimpse into how we've seen Dragapult across all of our tournaments thus far?
Hi Pokemon trainers, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to take a crash course into the Dragapult EX archetype, the deck that won Dortmund Regionals and got second place at Lille as well. Let's Phantom dive in. Dragapult EX is built around the amazing attack Phantom Dive, which for a fire and a psychic energy deals 200 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon, and then you can spread 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. This, as you can imagine, applies a ton of pressure on your opponent's board state, since not only are you dealing massive damage into the active, that 2-shots everything in format, but you're also peppering your opponent's bench, meaning their bench sitters like Fezandipity or Hoot Hoot now have a big target on them. Worth noting that the stage 1 Draclock can provide a ton of value here too, since its Recon Directive ability lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and then you can put one in your hand and the other one goes to the bottom of your deck. Letting you see more cards in a turn is never a bad thing. With the aim of the game being bench damage, Dragapult EX decks can play Dusknoir, whose ability fits this strategy perfectly, letting you KO the Dusknoir with its ability, but then you can place 13 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, making Phantom Dive even more terrifying. Some players even opt to use Hawlucha now as well, whose flying entry ability lets you put 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon when you put Hawlucha into play, which would let Phantom Dive KO 70 HP benched Pokemon, like Charmander or Dreepy. The most awkward part about Dragapult is that split energy cost, so Dragapult players will now use Sparkling Crystal as their ace spec to help alleviate that, since it reduces the attack cost of the Terra Pokemon it's attached to by 1 energy of any type. So now Phantom Dive can be used for 1 energy. Crispin can help out here too, since it lets you search your deck for 2 basic energy cards, put 1 in your hand, and the other one you can attach to one of your Pokemon. So at any point, Crispin basically reads start using Phantom Dive. With all these tools in the tool belt, Dragapult EX has become a spectacular deck in this format, and it's something that on any given weekend could take the event down. Speaking of which, let's get back to the stream and see if any damage counters are being spread right now.
Resource management is a topic that we hear about in the Pokemon TCG all the time, but what exactly does this mean? Resource management is the process of allocating resources to achieve the greatest value, or in our case, winning the game. To do this optimally, it is necessary to remember all of your win conditions of the TCG. Take all of your prize cards, leave your opponent with no remaining Pokemon in play, or decking the opponent out. A player's main objective should be to use their cards optimally toward the best winning line each turn. One of my favorite E-Block decks to showcase the strength of resource management is Lost Box. With countless micro decisions to make in the opening turns and a lot of information to digest, we often find players can lose the game with the decision made in the first few turns. So how do you avoid this? First, learn your prize cards. This information is often crucial for the optimal opening turns, especially with Comfey's Flower Selecting and Colress's Experiment placing cards in the Lost Zone. In these turns, you should begin to develop a prize map, a way to take all of your prize cards as efficiently as possible. This can require a bit of finesse to pull off. If a matchup calls for Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken into Sableye Lost Mine, followed by a big attack from a Pokemon like Dragonite V, then you better have the resources to pull that off. Hold a water energy for that Radiant Greninja, so that only one Mirage Gate is required to meet the energy requirements. This potentially leaves an extra Mirage Gate for that late game Dragonite V or Kyogre. Another important resource is the discard pile. Certain supporters and items interact with the discard pile to help turn that stack of cards into a winning game plan. Cards like Clara to bring that energy back, as you often have the perfect energy type waiting in the discard pile for your next attack. Whether it be water energy from Moonlight Shuriken, or psychic energy to spread damage with Sableye Lost Mine. Kyogre's Aqua Storm attack requires all of the resource management tools to join forces on the route to victory. In a beautiful combination that often includes emptying your own deck of cards, refilling with many energies, accelerating energies for the attack cost, and of course a clear prize map, Aqua Storm is nearing the apex of resource management. Let's take a look at how some of the best in the world use resource management skills to blaze a path to victory. In the top 4 of the 2023 European International Championships, Pablo Meza faced off against Tord Reklev in a battle for the ages. Pablo brought Mew VMAX into a new matchup in Tord's Gardevoir EX deck. In a pivotal spot, Pablo had an opportunity to use a power tablet for 30 additional damage and preserve the hit points on his Mew VMAX. The casters also took notice.
Well, he had the power tablet in hand previously.
Pretty sure it wasn't played before the judge.
No, I'm fairly sure it wasn't.
Instead, Pablo used Judge and saved the item. The game ultimately reached a climax with Gardevoir EX versus Mew VMAX. With 290 hit points remaining, only one line of play could knock this Pokemon out.
There's a second power tablet.
And Ultra Ball, incredible.
Oh, and
multiple Ultra Ball. This hand is insane.
Pablo goes all in, drawing as many cards as possible, and finally uses his V-Star ability that he held onto all game in order to find all 4 power tablet and take the knockout and Game 1 victory. Resource management is a vital pillar of successful gameplay. Working on these steps over time can help develop the skills to compete at the highest level. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you find the lines in future tournaments.
Hey there, champions in the making. Freya Pierce here, bringing you a little refresher of the previous stop on our 2026 season European competitive circuit, Sevilla. As the last major in Europe before rotation, there was a lot of intrigue surrounding the metagame development in Sevilla. Ascended Heroes brought new developments to the previously established Big Four of metadecks. Charizard EX fell off slightly as Marnie's Grimmsnarl and Zoroark, bolstered by the new Zekrom, made their way into the top of the metagame breakdown. But could there be more surprises down the line? The answer was a resounding yes. A new build of Goldengo emerged, featuring Legacy Energy for prize denial over previously debated A-Spec choices Prime Catcher and Secret Box. This would be the only build of Goldengo to make its way to top 8, piloted by first-time Top Cup finisher Daniel Veres, as well as previous regional champion Christian Fontenot. One look at the rest of the top 8 and it became evident this wasn't the only surprise in store. Terrabox, Crustle, and yes, Festival Lead of all decks all made their way into the top 8. Oh, and who was piloting Festival Lead? None other than Ethan Wild, our most recent European regional champion in Birmingham just a few months ago. He wasn't the only repeat feature either. Ted Tobin, a new rising star fresh off his own top 8 finish at Birmingham, managed to make top 8 again in Sevilla. Hungry for his first win, he took down Caleb Barber's Terrabox and Daniel Veres' Legacy Energy take on Goldengo, only to be met with the most fearsome and perhaps unexpected of final bosses, Ethan Wild with Festival Lead. In Game 1, Ethan set up a wide board, but a heads-up knockout by Ted on a Goldeen whilst establishing item lock with Frillish's Oceanic Gloom, followed by a knockout on Dipplin, left Ethan with no Pokemon with Festival Lead, prompting a quick concession to Game 2. In Game 2, the festival truly kicked off, with Ethan never missing a beat, or rather, a boom boom groove, picking apart Ted's board before finishing things off with an unexpected beat from Thwacky to knock out a Screamtail. So it all came down to Game 3, and it was truly down to the wire. Curlier took a KO on an Applin with Psyshock and help from Monkey Dory. Picnic Basket healed Ted's cleverly placed Adrenabrain damage on Ethan's side of the field. But with a Mind Bend setting up the perfect amount of damage to win next turn, Ethan saw the writing on the wall, conceded, and Ted Tobin took home the crown, giving Gardevoir EX one last victory before leaving the standard format. And with that, we say goodbye to G-Block. With a fresh new post-rotation format, there's never been a better time to get into the Pokemon trading card game, so make sure to go to pokemon.com/compete to discover all the different ways you can get involved with competitive play.
All right then, Pokemon fans, we are marching towards the final where a regional champion will be crowned, booking himself an auto invitation to the World Championships in August, all the way in San Francisco. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Mike Ellis. What's going through your head right now, my friend?
Oh, it was just great to chat with Hassan. Using this as a last-ditch attempt to make Worlds after not doing so well in LA. Flew all the way out here and is going to be on their best finish yet. Potentially getting the guaranteed invite to Worlds, but securing enough CP to be confident that a Worlds invite is coming.
And got a holiday on the next week as well.
Yeah.
It's all going well for Hassan, isn't
it?
You can't go wrong with that. You know, come in, get a cheeky little, money in your back pocket, auto invitation, could be walking away as a regional champion and then have a holiday afterwards. That's a good week or two.
Yeah, and taking the list from the previous champion over in LA, Andrew Hedrick, inspiring the list, trying out various others just before, but recognizing that the 60 from our most recent champion, the best one to go with. So there is a crushing hammer Dragapult waiting in the final. On the other side, a semi-final still going on.
Yep, still going on. I believe that is a Dragapult versus that Mega Lopunny Wally Compassion-esque deck. That one is still going out there in a game 3. What do you think, if you're Hassan, which one of those would you rather see?
Well, we spoke to him in the interview and he said that he played against Mega Lopunny and had success there, but he did say that it was thanks to that crushing hammer flipping heads in the important moments. So the judge, the unfair stamp and those crushing hammers could be enough to take the victory. Otherwise, we saw how powerful Miloslav's deck is. It just kept recovering from all that damage.
It did. It's going to be a sort of battle of the immovable object versus the unstoppable force there, if that is the matchup. But then if it is going to be the Dragapult mirror match, we know we've all been there and seen that. We're sure we can see how that one would play out. The hammers could be rather impactful there as well.
100%. And this is how it went down in our top cut. A few extra players on top of the top 8 trying to make their way through. Luke Burke taking down Hermione, which was interesting because Enzolrock by Hermione was touted to be a deck that could beat Dragapult, but Luke showing that not the case. And down the bottom there, our previous champion of Seville, Ted Tobin, getting knocked out in ASIM.
Yeah, then we did see Joshua Vanelvershoulder having that auto all the way there to top 8. Had that fantastic Barnstormer match against Fabio Battistella, but then going into the semi-finals, he did succumb to Hassan with that incredible play, that patient play, was able to dissect that Team Rocket Honchkrow right there and that.
And he said he hadn't played against it before, but the way he was playing, it was incredible, just recognizing the weaknesses. And I guess that's one of the advantages of the top cut, is you get to see the list beforehand and work out those 60 cards, so you can start checking things like the discard pile, as both players were doing, to work out what resources are missing and play around them. And in those final moments, gusting up the Articuno, recognizing the Giovanni are gone, and that Miracle headset, so it's going to be stuck there, which earned a turn back and eventually the win.
Yeah, he said he had never played against it before, but it seemed like the game plan going into that was fantastic. He was working that out on the fly, so maximum congratulations to Hassan. He earned his spot there in the finals for sure. Let's talk about our other semi-finals then, Mike. We have Kim, who battled against Luke Burke, who did topple the Enzolrock, as you did say, and he is now currently playing against Miloslav. And Miloslav is someone we've had on stream already today.
Yeah, a few times, and really showing the power of that Mega Lopunny EX in combination with the Dunsparce. The games tend to be in favor of the Mega Lopunny into the Dragapult meta, but we've seen it's not infallible. You can see there one game dropped already to Kim, and Kim dropped a game to Miloslav, so that will be game 3 over there. So it is a closer matchup than maybe it seemed on stream, but we've seen it really run away with victories. So much recovery with that Wally's Compassion to take away the damage from every turn.
Well, that's the thing. In theory, the further you go through the event, the harder all your round should go. So even if you do, in theory, have a favorable matchup, but you have a game plan that should work into a certain archetype, when you get into top cut and beyond, Mike, every player is going to be top tier. They know what they're doing. So even though you should be favored, you can see upsets and results go the other way.
And for Utrecht, it's been a long journey for these players, a massive tournament, over 2,000 players competing here in this post-rotation meta, looking to try and show whether Dragapult is still the best deck in format, or if they found a solution to beat it.
Yeah, because we are going to find out real soon, as we do have some footage here of the top 4 match. That is Kim versus Miloslav. That is currently going on right now. This is a game 3. The winner of that match will be scurrying to the finals and try their hardest to become a regional champion themselves.
We talk a bit about those two players, and they've got a history, whether it's Miloslav's LAIC victory, which was phenomenal over with Regidrago V-Star, or for Kim, he's been around so long.
Yeah, Kim's one of those players, I'm sure if you ever get to these events, you always see him, a fantastic guy, a stand-up guy, always have a chat with him. And, you know, he's, again, knows his way around the high-end tables as well. So, yeah, either one of those is going to be a formidable opponent there for Hassan.
And for Hassan, just confident that the deck pick was right, confident that the journey out to Utrecht was the correct one, but there is one final hurdle, and it's that scariest match any player can have at any tournament is making your way to a final. You're always going to be on stream. It's always going to be a lot of pressure. It's the most you've ever played for, and that's waiting around the corner. And Hassan right now is having to watch and wait nervously, not knowing which of those two decks he's going to be playing against, and whether it is another Mirror or another Mega Lopunny.
Well, there is something to be said for if you can wrap up your route to the final nice and early, you can sort of, you know, take a breather, catch your breath, get your mental back, because whoever is going to win out of Kimnet and Miroslav, they're not going to have that. They're going to have to scurry straight over, in theory, to the finals table and play that. So I think if you are Hassan, you got a good few minutes to relax, decompress, deep breath in, deep breath out, and get ready for a big game of Pokemon.
Maybe go out for a quick bike ride. We are in Utrecht after all.
Yeah, the home of bicycles. Over 12,500 bicycle spaces here in Utrecht. I've done my homework.
That came out of nowhere. I was not expecting that fact. Have you got any more facts about Utrecht here, Shay?
That in the next 60 to 75 minutes, we're going to crown a new regional champion.
That's true. We've been here 3 times before. This is our 4th time back in Utrecht. The previous 3 have all been special events, and this time we'll be crowning a regional champion in Utrecht.
Just thought I have got another fact for you here about Utrecht. The tallest church tower in the Netherlands is in Utrecht.
There we go.
There you go.
Facts all day long here in Utrecht, but the fact for you guys is that the semi-finals is currently playing out. We'll be waiting for them to make their way to the stage to take on Hassan in the final.
Got some more facts. Let's have a look at our meta game. Don't worry. Let's have a look at our meta game and how it all panned out this weekend. This was our phase 1, and this was no surprise to anyone. There shouldn't be any facts here that Dragapult EX was the most popular deck, actually coming in a slightly lower percentage that we have seen versus a Prague and or Los Angeles. But what else stands out to you here as we look at this, Mike?
I think it was clear that Raging Bolt EX was going to be a strong deck going into this weekend, knowing that it has a strong matchup into most of the Dragapult decks, especially the Crushing Hammer build, which we've seen recently. Discarding most of your energy means that you're not that fussed about a Crushing Hammer, but it is also these other archetypes. Cynthia's Garchomp made top 4 in Prague, was unable to take down the victory there, but also a great deck into Dragapult, as well as Mega Starmie, as well as Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX. It seems like you're either a Dragapult player or you're trying to beat Dragapult.
That's literally the aim of the game. Here's one thing I like about this best of the rest here, is that if you add up the Mega Lopunny, coming in at 7%, that would be the 2nd most popular deck here. Mega Lopunny has a bit of a resurgence. We've seen some top players like Tord Redcliffe pilot this deck, and Miroslav obviously has made it the furthest, only 1 game away from getting the finals.
Those 3 mega archetypes you see at the end there, all able to use Wally's Compassion to heal that damage away, which is why they have such a strong matchup into the Dragapult, and it's thanks to the 2-hit knockout strategy that we often see from Dragapult. Phantom Dive 200 into the active and sprinkle around the board. And when you can heal all that away, it's mighty effective. Meanwhile, Festival leader Alakazam, great into the majority of the field, but can struggle a little bit against Dragapult if they set up a bit slowly, as the Phantom Dives just cause chaos over those low HP basics.
It's interesting because Festival lead over Prague, and I believe Festival lead here has had a fantastic conversion rate, but hasn't really been able to catapult itself into the top cut and beyond. So it seems to be a good pick if you want to make a phase 2, but if you want to try and get that big prize in, Festival lead hasn't been showing up.
Well, talking about making phase 2, the decks that made phase 2 certainly shifted up a little bit, and it was Dragapult that rose in quantity, as well as that Raging Bolt that we mentioned before being a strong matchup into those Dragapults.
Yeah, 31%. It's got higher, everybody. Dragapult Phantom diving its way from phase 1 into phase 2, the most represented there, 122 different variants. Raging Bolt does stay the same there at 2nd place. And then, yeah, Festival League, Meganium, Mega Lopunny coming all the way up here. Remember, that was at the bottom of the best of the rest in phase 1, actually sneaking in here.
And it seems like Alakazam and Festival Lead found enough of those 2-prize decks. We saw what it was like with Team Rocket's Honchkrow. If you're a 1-prize deck that can take big knockouts, you are very favored into most of these 2-prize and 3-prize archetypes. It is just Dragapult that's able to spread around and control the board a little bit better. That can be a bit trickier, but the format is wide. Outside of Dragapult, there are so many decks that can do well. We saw Ethan's Typhlosion in the final few rounds of Swiss, as well as that Honchkrow making it into the top cut. I think that wouldn't have been on anyone's list of decks to do well at this event.
No. You have to be a really eagle-eyed meta game predictor to predict that one to do well. But yeah, it just does seem like it is Dragapult versus the rest. I mean, in theory, there isn't that much variance between these. You've got 12 for the Mega Lopunny, the Dunsparce, and then 17 there for the Team Rocket species. That's only 5 difference there. So it really is Dragapult versus the world.
Only 3 Grimmsnarl made it through, which makes me rather sad. But it is just how harsh this format is to the decks that can't beat a large chunk of the meta, and there's a lot of grass decks out there which make it hard for the dark archetypes, which is why Enzoroc, despite being piloted by so many top players, especially our player to watch, Constakalama, played it, Hermione and Irvin, all such strong players previously before the rotation, opting to move over to it, thinking it had that strong anti-meta pick. But there are a lot of other decks that make it a little bit tricky to sometimes make your way through, and it is grass types that tend to be the case for Enzoroc.
Yep, there are a ton of grass types in format. Tilmas, Ogerpon, Meganium, Hydrapple. Got that, and then we got Festival League grass type attackers. Not the best time to be a dark type right now.
Team Rocket's Spidops too. I mean, Hydrapple's had a bit of a breakout this tournament. We saw a lot of good players taking it to the event, but none of them really thriving right through to the top. It was more Tilmas, Ogerpon in combination with Crispin in those Raging Bolt type decks, or with a bunch of attackers able to utilize them. So perhaps not the event for Hydrapple here, but definitely one to watch out for in the future.
Yeah, keep an eye on that one, because when it was flying on stream, it was flying. So speaking of flying, Phantom Dive, is the big, bad, scary sort of archetype of the format. But what is really interesting about Dragapult at the minute versus other top archetypes that we've seen in formats gone is that there's actually quite a few different variants of it. We've got the Hammers that did well in Los Angeles. We've got the Blaziken. We've got Dusknoir. We've even got Straight. There's so many different variants right now, and they all have their merits.
Exactly, and I think what's really been interesting is how evenly spread they've been. It seems to be that none of them are standing out above the rest. I guess Crushing Hammer came through as an unexpected part of the last tournament in LA, but has now risen in popularity here after Andrew Hedrick piloted to a win in LA. But you do have Blaziken, Dusknoir, Dunsparce, and other variants that are pretty evenly spread out across the format.
Yeah, so Dragapult Blaziken, this is an interesting one. I think this would be the variant if you was to really respect the Andrew Hedrick LA winning deck. This is where Blaziken comes in, because it just lets you have that versatility via that Seething Spirit, which offers that energy acceleration and then also protection against Crushing Hammer. So you can sort of get into your Monkey Dory a bit easier, gives you an alternate attacker in Blaziken against those grass stuff as well. Perhaps that could come in very helpful, like a Hydrapple or something like this. But the downsides are, you are getting another stage 2 into your deck. It can hurt your consistency, but if you do get it all out, it's quite scary. You can start retreating, attacking with new things out of nowhere, get the Monkey Dory fast. Blaziken is one to watch.
Kind of reminds me a bit of Charizard EX as a partner in the pre-rotation format. A little less consistent, but the power opportunity is there, and they work synergistically together, where you've got that energy acceleration required to make Dragapult that bit better. And I think with our semi-final starting to wrap up on the other side, we'll be getting to our final shortly. So thank you for your patience. We are almost there, ready to start the final of Utrecht. It's been the biggest Utrecht we've ever had. Been so many players here competing to try and become the first Utrecht regional champion. And it will be an opportunity to take home that $10,000 for the player who comes out on top, and an automatic invite to Worlds.
And a lot of booster packs as well.
A lot of booster packs.
A lot of booster packs. We all love booster packs. Open up booster packs, straight as soon as you get to the hotel, get them cards out, see what we've pulled. $10,000 US, Mike, for a weekend's work. That's not too bad.
And I think with Worlds coming up, this is the tournament where a lot of players were hoping to secure their big finish that would get them enough CP to get the Worlds invite, as it is a shifting leaderboard as to who can make it in, and it has to be within that top 135 players of Europe trying to make it all the way.
Yeah, so as you can see, if you do want to get yourself to San Francisco and you live in the North America or European region, you've got to stay in the top 135 Masters at the end of the season. And to do that, you've got to earn championship points, as you can see there on the left. And that actually cascades all the way down to, I think, they're top 512 or 1,000 if the regional's big enough, right? So
yeah, this event, top 1,024 players.
There you go.
Got access to 20 CP, and you can see there, getting a top 16, 200 CP is a massive boost, and you only get your top 5 finishes at regional level events or IC level events in the season, in combination with your challenges and cups. So many players aiming for around 600, 700 will be coming into the event thinking of a number they want to hit to be able to be confident they'll make Worlds, but there's no guarantee. So the more points you get at this event, the more confident you can be that you'll be sitting within that top 135.
And it makes it interesting because, as you say, you know, a lot of players would have adored to try and have their invitation already wrapped up at this moment in time. As we get to the tail end of the season, you know, Hassan did say, you know, I kind of want to have my invite wrapped up already, so I had to come here. I didn't want to leave it all there for NAIC, so, you know, both of our players here who will make it to the final, I'm sure they're going to really relax and put their feet up if they can turn their auto, if they can get their auto invitation, because that top 135, that's a moving goal. You know, players have to keep an eye on that. So if you're sort of in that 120, 130 mix, you might have to keep attending these events to keep your invite alive.
Well, speaking of making it to the final, we knew that Hassan was there already as we watched that semi-final just previously, but let's see how the other semi-final has gone down. And it will be Miloslav making his way into the Utrecht Grand Finals.
Okay, so we have Dragapult Hammers, the Andrew Hedrick Los Angeles list, versus the up-and-coming sort of mega low pony deck that's trying to target the Dragapult. This is interesting because I'm sure if you were to ask Miloslav right now, he'd say, oh yeah, I played lots of Dragapult today and I've done really well. But then you asked Hassan in the interview and he said, yeah, I played a lot of that mega low pony deck and I won as well. So
not just beating them, he said he 2-0'd them.
Yeah.
So confident that it's not a close matchup. He feels like he can take them down, but a lot of it comes down to those crushing hammers, the new inclusion to try and disrupt the board. We don't have a huge amount of hand disruption right now in the format. Unfair Stamp, the ace spec of choice for many decks, a great way to disrupt. Judge featuring in many lists too, but disrupting the board through other means like those crushing hammers to take away energy is a great way to put yourself ahead in a matchup. And thankfully for Dragapult, it doesn't need to rely on it. It can often have enough power on board to be able to take down a game, and the crushing hammer can often give you that alternative win condition in the ones where you're behind.
Yeah, you know, it's just watching Hassan in that last match. So good, honestly. He played that matchup so well, and I believe we can actually look at some highlights here. I mean, look at this. Like, he said he never played this matchup before, but some of the lines he was coming out with were just, as you watch, you think this is just objectively the best thing he can do. You know, really didn't get out of hand. This could be a scary match to play against Mike, but he knew what he was doing.
And with that Team Rocket's Articuno protecting the basic Team Rocket Pokemon, was able to play around that with the singularly evolved Honchkrows, putting them on the bench and sprinkling on them, and you just saw Joshua missing out by one supporter on a few of those knockouts. And that's where Dragapult EX 320 HP makes it protected, makes it really hard to hit those big knockouts with Rocket's Feathers. And there it was, a huge knockout on the Porygon 2, sprinkling some damage about. But it was in those final moments some really smart lines by Hassan, bossing up the Articuno, recognizing there was no way to get it out the active, and earned a turn back to set up for the win.
Yeah, so many heads-up plays there, using the Dragon Headbutt, not evolving up into a 2-5, and we really didn't have to, immediately realizing that all the Team Rockets Giovanni had been discarded. So, you know, movement for Joshua was going to be hard, so he immediately capitalized on that, did Hassan. He's definitely a player that's got a heads-up plays on his shoulders there. Let's see if he can carry that through to the final.
What you often see with players at this stage of the tournament is they either feel more nervous because there's a lot on the line, or their nerves completely go because they've made the result that they're incredibly proud of. Everything now is a bonus. And I think we saw that in that game. I think Hassan was playing some of the best Pokemon he'll have ever played. The way he was checking every detail, recognizing those lines. And that seems like he's being boosted by this high pressure situation.
Yeah. I think he's also got a little bit of time to relax now. I think, I've already got my invite wrapped up. I got a holiday next week, so I can just put my feet up a little bit here. But let's talk a little bit about Miloslav, as a player we've also had on stream, and watching his deck absolutely dismantle Yari here. It was just honestly Gale Frost, Wally, Gale Frost, Wally, Gale Frost, Wally every single turn, and Yari could just do nothing about it.
Yeah, some of these highlights are going to look almost identical, as they're just going to be Mega Lopunny healing for damage, hitting for 230 once again, and doing it over and over, and using a combination of the Dunsparce on the bench and the Abra. There you go, another heal, and take that energy back, and we're going to swing one more time. And there it was, that final boss's orders. That's the thing about the deck, is it can wait and play smart until you need the boss's orders, and then you can take the final knockout to win the game. So very much controlling the board. You mentioned about control. We don't have that hand disruption now, so the way that Mega Lopunny gets around that is removing the damage from play that has been left there, and that's exactly what Dragapult hates to see, because it's all about spreading damage and finishing things off in combination.
Yeah, it's literally trying to really pull the opposite scenario to Dragapult. It's, as you just say, loves to get damage into play to try and leapfrog, 4, maybe even 6 prize cards turn, and the Wally's Compassion just cleans that damage away, says not today, battle caging, forcing you to only do damage into the active. And it's why this farm is going to be really interesting, because what we have is the best deck in format, in most people's opinions, Dragapult, and now we have the counter deck. Which one is going to win?
And I think it just shows you the strength of Dragapult, that even the counter deck doesn't feel like a guaranteed win. We're going into this final not knowing which way this is going to go. Typically, when you hear of counter decks, you think, well, there we go. That's it, we're done. We know that this deck is going to win. But at this stage, both of them have outs to the other person's archetype, and we'll be able to see both players trying to find those outs throughout the game. Plenty of draw on either side. They're not going to be missing resources once they set up. It will be a very high skill matchup here between our two finalists.
It really, really is. But Mike, I think it's time. This is it. The final two have been chosen. They are in their seats. We are gonna get started our finals real soon. Only one player will walk away with the regional championship crown.
And that's going to be decided in a best of 3, 75 minutes, the final match for both of these players to decide. They've done a lot of winning to get to this stage, but now it'll be down to them in just one singular best of 3. It will be just another game of Pokemon for them, but probably the most pressure they'll be feeling for Miloslav. He's been in a final before in LAIC, where he crowned champion, but can he do it again here in Utrecht?
Only one way to find out, as we are getting ready to head down to the table. The Utrecht Regional Championship is going to be concluded in the next 75 minutes. Is it going to be Hassan with Dragapult EX toppling a second regional in a row with the exact same list? Or will it be Miloslav with the counter deck, utilizing Wally's Compassion to try and heal his way out of this to a regional championship title and $10,000 in the process? Who is it going to be, Mike? There's only one way to find out. That's by keeping our eyes glued to this stream.
75 minutes added to the clock, 6 prize cards apiece, and it will be both players trying to take all of those prize cards in back-to-back games. Hassan here, as a senior, made top 8 at NAIC. When I spoke to him, he said he's won a regional as a senior, but it doesn't feel the same as the Masters division. This is a big moment for him. This is a chance to put his name on the map as he traveled all the way from North America. And you can see locked in this big game.
Did rather well there in Seattle. That was recent as well. So Hassan definitely has some momentum on his side. However, he is playing against Miloslav, a titan of the game, a previous LAIC champion, world's top 16 ×2, by the way, in 2024 and 2022, and EUIC top 32. This is going to be a clash of titans here. Who's it going to be? Dragapult? Is it going to be the counter deck? Lopunny? I'm not so sure. Both players, I'm sure if you spoke to both players now, they both say, I think I'm confident here. I think I'm favored. But both of those statements can't be true.
Both of them inspired by previous finishes, whether it was Hassan by Andrew Hedrick in LA or if it was Miloslav from the top 8 finish of the archetype in Prague. And there we go, our prize cards for our Utrecht final as our players are ready, anticipating their moment to become the champion.
2 copies of Crispin in the prizes and 2 copies of Mist Energy in the prizes. Keep an eye on that. But here we go, let's make some noise for our Utrecht Masters finals here. The winner will get an auto invitation to the World Championship, $10,000 US on the line.
And it looks like Miloslav will be starting things off here with a poker pad. And you just see Hassan taking some notes. Both players would have had a chance to check out each other's deck lists and see what's available. And now they have to look ahead at the rest of the game, starting with that Fezandip EX. Not the best start for Hassan.
No, it's really not. That is Gale Thrust territory right there. So as Miloslav is starting off this Pokepad and will conclude this fan call, let's have a little run through of this Mega Lopunny deck. It is a rather new one. It does revolve around Mega Lopunny EX. That Gale Thrust attack 60 plus 170 if you can maneuver the Mega Lopunny into the active this turn. However, it does have some other tips and tricks, Mike.
And that fan call, bringing it all together, finding all those basic colorless Pokemon, anything with 100 HP or less, and that colorless typing can be brought out, and you see a Dunsparce and 2 Baneri coming to the board.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Ultra Ball being played here as well. So what this deck is really going to want to do is draw cards with the Dunsparce. We do see that being taken from Ultra Ball there, but also really use and abuse Wally's Compassion.
Able to heal all the damage on a Mega Pokemon and putting the energy attached to it back to the hand, which works so synergistically with the A-Spec of choice in the deck. That enriching energy, which allows you to draw 4 cards. But Wally's Compassion, a 4 count here in Miloslav's deck, and is really the reason why it's favored here into Dragapult. There's also other tips and tricks with this deck. You have Mist Energy in a 4 count, the Battle Cage as well. All of these cards specifically designed to win this very matchup. But on the other side, Hassan has so many tricks himself, whether it is Disruption, whether it's Crushing Hammers. And so Miloslav will have to play around all of that with his expert experience and set up as stable a board as possible.
Yeah, it's interesting. Mirsav's going to really want to play musical chairs with his active spot by using Air Balloon, by using Runaway Draw, so he can get that Mega Lopunny back into the active turn after turn after turn. So that is going to be Miloslav's first turn, a fantastic turn. Who needs a precious trolley? Not him. Is over to Hassan now. What can he cook up?
Buddy Poffin kicks things off, and a great way to start any of these evolving archetypes, as you'll be looking to find those Dreepy. What's the great thing about Dragapult that many people overlook sometimes is how consistent it is thanks to that Dracloak, sometimes featuring in decks without the Dragapult EX. It's that powerful. So Dracloak with Recon Directive, allowing Hassan to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, take one and put the other one on the bottom. And so it will allow for those early turns of building big hands and set up for consistency, but it will be the Dragapult EX, the main attacker of the deck.
Yep, that Phantom Dive attack, 200 damage, and you sprinkle 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. Terrifying, arguably the strongest attack in the format. Looks like Hassan is going to bench a Badoo and then use Lily's Determination, Mike, one of the best supporters right now.
If you asked any Dragapult player what their first turn dream would look like, it's pretty much always Buddy Poffin, Lily's Determination, and get into that Badoo. And Hassan has done all of that before even looking at the 8 cards from this Lily Determination.
Yep, Lily's Determination. Shuffle your hand into your deck, draw 6, unless you have 6 prize cards remaining, in which case draw 8. That hand is looking rather good. I can see a Draclo, I can see a Pokepad. There's a lot going on here. I think, yeah, if you're Hassan, going to bench Monkey Dory as well. I think if you're Hassan, you definitely take this turn 1. Pay retreat, Mike, Badoo.
And has that Pokepad ready to get another Dracloak, so much for the future turns to do for Hassan, but one of the advantages for Miloslav is it doesn't take much to start swinging early on, and you can already see the Mega Lopunny EX in play. Can retreat into that and start applying pressure. Early knockouts are the key for Miloslav to get ahead and stay ahead.
Using that Hilda, letting you grab an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. Can grab special energy, as it is going to grab that Mist Energy, which is really important in this matchup because the Pokemon it's attached to isn't affected by any effects from your opponent's attacks. That means any Pokemon that has a Mist Energy on can't get hit by Phantom Dive.
And typically you'd think Phantom Dive is what it's protecting from, but we've actually seen it be a great way to protect against Mind Bend on the Monkey Dory, looking to try and confuse the active Mega Lopunny. but actually just the fact that it's a colorless energy that has extra utility is a great addition, as there are those 4 Hilda to find it, which we just saw used. And an early simple turn for Miloslav will get the first knockout of our final, just looking to stabilize behind this Mega EX, which will be able to sponge hits for the rest of the first game here. You just see the Dudunsparce, whether he's going to use the runaway draw or not, or just keep him on board in case of disruption.
Runaway draw, one of the game's most premier drawing options right now. We saw it win in Prague, and now it's featured in a 1-1 in a lot of decks. Then you shuffle itself away, and you can do it from the active, by the way, to help Galefrost. But then you get to draw 3 cards, and you actually draw the cards before shuffling it away. So it's just honestly so efficient.
And as the game goes on, it just gets more and more effective, because a lot of your cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin in other decks are not effective towards the end of the game. But for this deck, you're able to bring back Dunsparce. And the first knockout there, Gale Thrust onto the Budu.
Big KO there. Miloslav taking his first prize card, forcing Hassan to start answering questions, I should say. Hassan is going to kick us off there with a Buddy Buddy Poffin.
And we'll be looking to get more of those Dreepy out. The Itchy Pollen pretty much ineffective at this stage for Miloslav, as the supporters in his deck are so key to setting up. The Hilda, finding you your evolution and energy, where many other decks require items to get going. So Hassan tried his best to slow things down, but an early knockout from Miloslav, putting a clock on Hassan's strategy now.
One thing I want to keep an eye on, as we are going to see Flip the Script being used there from the Pheasant Deputy, draw 3 if one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, is that Hassan has prized 2 copies of Crispin, so only has 1 more available. And with no energy developed right now, keep an eye on that. Remember, Phantom Dive does need 2 energy to attack. Adrenabrain does need a dark energy to be developed as well. So while Hassan can, you know, slow this game down, at some point we'll need to start firing off attacks here.
Looking to establish those Drakloaks now, draw some cards. But you're right, energy is the key here. On both sides, in fact, as Hassan will want to try and use those crushing hammers. For him, just needs to start manually attaching and hoping those energies stay in play, despite the 4 bosses orders in Miloslav's deck. And you just see there, Judge or Unfair Stamp, the 2 disruption cards, the hand disruption for Hassan. If you play it now, you might get a few turns back, but it might be more effective later on in combination with a big Phantom Dive.
Yeah, see if you can remove some of these Dunsparce or the Dunsparce before you fire that off right now. I quite like the idea of holding on to. We are going to see a turn attachment to a Drakloak. Remember, Unfair Stamp is currently in hand. That is his A-spec of choice. If one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, shuffle both hands away. They draw 2, you draw 5. But it is just going to be the pass now over to Miloslav.
How many players would have just slammed that Unfair Stamp right down there? But you can see Hassan recognizing the timing is important. You only get 2 chances to hand disrupt when you've got a Judge and an Unfair Stamp, and now is not the time for Hassan.
He's over to Miloslav. Does have a boss's orders in hand, but currently cannot get access to that Drakloak. Hasn't got an energy to attach so you can do Spiky Hopper, and we haven't got an Air Balloon or any way to pivot this Mega Lopunny around yet. Pokepad could find a second Dunsparce here. Draw 6 cards. I think you'd love to try and chase that energy, wouldn't you?
Forcing those Dunsparce to run away draw as well will help make the hand disruption a little bit more effective. So
this is true.
Hassan recognizing he needs patience here in this moment.
Okay. Opting not to go for any boss lords. We are going to go for the Hilda here. This is where we're going to start developing that enriching energy, that A-spec, Mike. A premier card in this archetype.
4 cards drawn when you attach this to one of your Pokemon, and in combination with that Wally's Compassion, is able to retrieve it back and draw another 4. We saw it earlier on, how powerful this is. But when there's Crushing Hammers about, you've also got to be conscious that once that goes, you remove one of your main draw cards, but such a strong A-spec here.
Really is. And when we get into the Wally's Compassion loop, you'll see it soon. We'll explain that a little bit more, as we are going to see runaway draw, shuffling away like the Dunsparce and drawing 3. Now, Miroslav does have a Buddy Buddy Poffin in hand, so can look to get these Dunsparce back. I imagine he probably would like to, as we are going to see the Buddy Poffin there, so at least going to grab that one and another one. There we go. 70 hit point ones, worth noting, outside of range of Phantom Dive.
Yeah, playing the 270 HP Dunsparce and the 260 HP Dunsparce. So you can see, even using Runaway Draw with the one with 70 HP, every little decision here by Miloslav working in his favor, as that little 60 HP Dunsparce hiding underneath the Dunsparce that evolved earlier on. So now the board is looking pretty stable for Miloslav. We'll put that Battle Cage down and the Enriching Energy, just everything set up to be as stable as possible.
Battle Cage stopping your opponent from manipulating damage counters on your bench Pokemon via abilities and attacks. So you can sort of see just how many checks and counters. We are going to see the Spiky Hopper, 160 damage and a KO.
Great second attack there for Mega Lopunny. Great into a lot of these walling archetypes like Crustle, but also allows you to have a simpler attack into low HP Pokemon like Monkey Dory.
Yep, you're not having to, try and find Air Balloon and use it when a draw. 160 damage, perfectly fine. Is over to Hassan now. Going to Recon Directive into a Pokepad.
Now for you who's watching at home and might be wondering which of these turns is the big turn for Dragapult, this is it right now. The turn where an attack can be done and disruption can happen. And we'll just be grabbing the Monkey Dory and has put it in play and was hoping to do that in combination.
Had the Risky Ruins in hand, Mike, but didn't put it down first.
So that damage might come back to bite in the future, but this turn is the pivotal turn for Hassan. This is the chance to take a knockout, disrupt, and do everything you want to do to try and get a big 3-prize knockout on one of those Mega Lopunny.
Yep, Phantom Dive, 200 damage, Night Stretcher, going to bring back Monkey Dory. Cannot bench there, we'd have a full bench there. But yeah, this is the turn where you're going to have to start making Miloslav answer questions. Here is that unfair stamp, going to reduce Miloslav's hand size down to 2, and Hassan will get 5. Hasn't played a supporter yet either.
And has that Dunsparce on the bench ready to go. Has 2 Dunsparce there too. So we'll be able to start drawing some cards if he sees the right things. But this unfair stamp turn is the key moment against pretty much every deck in the format. Dragapult has so much power built into the deck, and it's this ace spec that allows you to have a potential other win condition by taking all options away from your opponent, and that's exactly what Hassan's going to be hoping for off of these 2 cards for Miloslav. Meanwhile, the 5 fresh cards for him, looking to establish more of a board.
We do see some Ultra Ball. We do see Flip the Script as well. So that's another 3 before a supporter has been used here. And a Recon Directive number 2. So many cards, Mike.
Yeah, 5 cards off the unfair stamp, and then already up to over 10 now with that Flip the Script. 2 Recon Directives, and the Dunsparce in the active is going to have to run away draw at this stage to draw another 3.
Wow. Did draw into a boss's orders. I imagine we're not going to be using that, but could go after the Dunsparce if you like. Big turn here, Mike. This is the turn Hassan needs. Has already given up 2 prize cards. Needs to stabilize. Could this be the turn?
Well, might look to try and find a Crushing Hammer at this stage to get rid of that Enriching Energy. It would be taken out of play with a knockout, but you're not going to be able to take a knockout on the Mega Lopunny right now. And with a Wally's Compassion, that'll go straight back to the hand to reset its effect.
Oh,
so Crushing Hammer number 1.
Right on cue. Here we go. If heads, we're moving energy. Tails. Is there another one? Doesn't look like it.
That would have been a huge heads, taking away the ace spec.
Yeah. Wow. That would have been the icing on this already very good comeback turn cake.
Just there, that Tails lingering on the table. Going to be feeling that, just thinking through the game plan now, because that was a key part of this turn for Hassan, not only putting damage in play, not only taking rid of that Enriching Energy, but, the damage we saw earlier on is going to be a boss's orders onto the Dunsparce.
I like this. If this is the turn that Hassan needs, he needs this unfair stamp to really stick it to Miloslav. So remove any draw options, 200 damage into the active, 6 damage counters on the bench.
Can put this on either the Dunsparce that are there, and even that Fan Rotom, which cannot be taken out of play due to it being just a basic Pokemon, can't evolve into the runaway draw, so going to be thinking about where to spread it.
This is awkward. This is awkward now, because if Miloslav wants to Gale Thrust, we need to try and maneuver around the active. Could use Spiky Hopper, of course, for 160. Oh, those 2 cards, Mike. Boss's Orders and Lily's Determination.
Yeah, Miloslav has got options in hand, but it's whether he goes for them here really wants to start drawing up to another big hand, because once that unfair stamp's been played, you're much less likely to get disrupted. There is a judge in Hassan's deck, but you know, you want to build up to another big hand size to force more out of the opponent. And a Buddy Poffin off the top, Lily's Determination and Boss's Orders in that hand for Miloslav.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to use this Buddy Poffin, maybe reload some Dunsparce. Problem is with those, they have 60 hit points though. They could get hit by a Phantom Dive, so it's like we're not going to grab anything. So it's just going to be the Lilies here. Here we go.
Well, the advantage of a Lily's Determination is it's not a Boss's Orders at this stage, so a swing into the active Dragapult is likely to come down here, which would create damage for those Monkey Dories on the bench. Just not ideal. You want to see that disruption stick a little bit longer, and Lily's Determination just going to get 6 cards here for Miloslav.
Yep, could even get some runaway draw. Could start developing air balloons, perhaps could develop a Battle Cage. Speaking of Battle Cage, one is in hand. There we go. Risky Ruins has been replaced.
And with the deck lists being shared beforehand, Miloslav will be aware that he can win the stadium battle by placing Battle Cage first and replacing the future 2 Risky Ruins from Hassan. So has got rid of one of them now, and with that last Battle Cage going down, will be secured for the rest of the game. And that's a key part of this Mega Lopunny deck to try and block off the bench damage from Phantom Dive.
We are going to see a Pokepad going to conclude for that the Dunsparce. And here's the thing, is like both players just constantly asking questions. Miloslav saying, can you replace this Battle Cage? Can you get around my mist energy? You know, can you try and remove this enriching energy? And then for Hassan, it's like, can you get out of this unfair stamp? Can you heal this off in time? And we are going to see runaway draw. There's a Wally's Compassion mark, very important.
Future turns it will be for sure, and that's been the chain we've seen for Miloslav. Not just getting the Wally's Compassion for this turn or the next turn, it's about getting every single one of them out turn by turn, so you've got one banked ready for the next time you need it.
Some heads-up play there, using the runaway draw, replacing the stadium, then you can Buddy Poffin back out the 70 hit point Dunsparce without that 1 damage counter now, so that is outside of range. Here comes another, the Dunsparce, which is more safe, even though it has 60 hit points, because of the presence of that Battle Cage.
And we've seen it in the previous games for Miloslav, just comfortable having Dunsparce be taken out, knowing that once you get down to 4 prize cards remaining on the other side, or 1 prize card remaining, you can just have a single Mega Lopunny in play. And so you ask a lot of questions that way. So you have a few of them to play with, but it will just be that 160 from a Spiky Hopper into the active Dragapult.
Okay. Strong turn there for Miloslav. Has navigated out of that unfair stamp rather nicely, it's safe to say. Over to Hassan. Recon Directive used ×2. Is that Meowth and Boss, I think, off those 2?
I think so. Did get a Dark Energy on the first one. Would love to move 60 damage over after bumping the stadium and try and take out 2 Dunsparce here, but
yeah, you would.
Looks like it's going to be quite hard to do with the 2 Crispin and the prize cards.
That would have been a beautiful turn if you could manufacture that one. Has got a Dark Energy in hand now, so Adrenaline Brain is live, letting you maneuver 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon over to your opponent if Monkey Dory has a Dark Energy attached. There's the Risky Ruins. That is the last Risky Ruins available to Hassan. Adrenaline Brain use, mid-turn KO on the Fan Rotom. That is a prize card for Hassan.
And if he goes down to that 3 prize cards remaining, the Mega Lopunny knocked out at any moment would win the game. So this is the strategy we've seen into the Mega Lopunny deck. Take 3 little guys and then take out the big one.
I wonder if Hassan was trying to hunt for one of those Crispin there to develop another Adrenaline Brain. Obviously didn't take it from the prize cards there, so it's just going to be a Lily's.
Now has access to a swing into the active and can KO either of those Dunsparce with 60 HP remaining, which would put Hassan on 3 prize cards remaining. And that's where you start wondering, can you chain together enough damage on a Mega Lopunny? Even if it's the active and the bench one, you might be able to set it up for a guaranteed knockout at some point in the future.
Yep, and that will be the mini game there for Hassan. Once you get down to 3 prize cards, it's just by all means necessary. Just KO a Mega Lopunny. Then Miloslav knows the gameplay changes to where I need to preserve my Mega Lopunny at all costs. And that is what we are marching towards here in this finals game 1.
So just going to see 6 fresh cards off the Lily's Determination. A Crushing Hammer on the Enriching Energy would be great here, but no more draw available and didn't get it off those 6 cards.
So I think with the Adrenaline Brain being used here, Recon Directive being used here, Flip the script obviously is not live. Once this Ultra Ball concludes, I don't think we're going to see any other plays here. Ultra Ball for Meowth. We are currently bench locked. There we are. So we aren't going to see that this turn.
This is a huge turn for Hassan. We said the last one was big. The knockout on 2 single prizes means that Hassan just needs to take a 3-prize knockout to win this game. Miloslav now has damage in play. We'll need to try and chain those Wally's Compassion. Otherwise, Hassan will take a 3-prize knockout and win here in the final, our first game of the Utrecht final.
We are going to see a pay retreat now into the fresh Mega Lopunny. Wally's Compassion, get that enriching energy back. Now with Crushing Hammer, do you immediately develop that to draw more cards, or do you hold it? We are going to immediately re-establish to draw 4. We'd love to try and evolve up or find a battle cage here for those of Dunsparce. Oh, we find 1. That's huge. Do we have another? Pokepad.
And that's going to help protect you from that disruption. Miloslav will know that the Judge in Hassan's deck is the last form of disruption available. So at this stage, we'll be conscious of that in the back of his mind, whether he keeps the Dunsparce in play to protect himself or whether he looks to use them now to see more cards. It's going to depend on whether that Wally's Compassion's in hand.
Strong turn there. It is going to be the Gelfos for the Kero Miloslav. 2 prize cards left. Is going to be a Boss's Orders away from winning on the Serendipity. Mike, what can Hassan do?
He needs disruption at this stage. As you mentioned, Boss's Orders, a single card out for Miloslav to win the game.
And I think this is why he took the Meowth earlier, so this Meowth can go and find that Judge, I imagine.
I mean, it's the only way you can win.
Yep, there it is.
It's going to be a tough one. Judge will put 4 cards into Miloslav's hand, and with 2 Dunsparce in play, that's a lot of cards still.
It is a lot of cards, and now you've got Meowth as another Boss's Order target here as well. But that Judge, a supporter, forcing both players to shuffle their hands into their deck and draw 4.
And won't even have enough energy here to do a Phantom Dive.
Nope.
So Crushing Hammer or Crushing Hammer here. We'll look to try and get rid of that enriching energy.
Be important.
And it looks like
that was a Tails.
That's a Tails there. Attachment Judge.
Here we go. Okay, so Hassan had 1 previous swing turn with the Unfair Stamp. That was unsuccessful. For Hassan to win this game 1, this Judge needs to slow Miloslav down, who is currently a Boss's Orders away from winning.
With the Dunsparce runaway draw, ×2 on board.
×2, yeah.
This is going to be an opportunity for Miloslav to quickly find game in hand. And it's that start of the Serendipity that we mentioned.
Yep.
Not an ideal start, and this is exactly why, as it is in range of a Gale Thrust. Just drawing some cards here, trying to find more resources for next turn. Trying to find that Dragapult EX at this stage, just to swing into the active. I don't think he even found that here.
No, I don't think he has. I think it's going to have to be a pass after this with a turn attached. Yeah. Oh, we're going to do Adrenaline Brain. Move over. 20 damage. Okay. Oh, boy. It's over to Miloslav now. Boss's Orders. Now, there is a Pokegear, and we do have Runaway Draw ×2. Battle Cage coming down as well. Runaway Draw number 1, Mike. Boss's Orders.
I don't think
Not
it was
yet.
there, but you're going to go so deep into the deck as we see that first Runaway Draw conclude.
Has so many ways to go and find it. Could even start to Ultra Ball to try and get that Dunsparce back, just to thin the deck. Wow, Mike, this could be the turn. This could be the turn that Miloslav wins game 1 here.
Just checking through that deck to see the outs. That's a thin deck, and the Pokegear will allow him to look 7 cards deep after this Runaway Draw. Might get it off the Runaway Draw alone, but if not, has the backup of a Pokegear. Here's another 3 cards.
Runaway Draw.
Is there a boss?
Was that a boss? There's a Boss's Orders to Gale Frost, the Meowth, and or the Serendipity. Miloslav taking his last 2 prize cards to win game 1.
Game 1 for Miloslav here at Utrecht has been showing exactly why this deck can take down Dragapult. At moments, it looked like Hassan had done enough, but then Dunsparce drew it back in for Miloslav, and we'll get a chance to see how that panned out. Early pressure from Miloslav certainly set the pressure high.
Yep, from turn 1, Miloslav was making Hassan starting to jump through hoops. And Hassan, to be fair, did a fantastic job, was navigating around. But the thing is, when your opponent's deck is just so designed to make your life so hard, at some point, if you can't jump over every single hurdle, it can start to get out of hand.
And the Crushing Hammer hammers did flip tails on both occasions. That could have changed things, but in the end, it was just too much pressure from Mega Lopunny. You see it here. Move into the next one and heal the first. There we go. All that damage going away. Not only that, but you get to draw more cards with that enriching energy.
And that's how he was able to develop those Dunsparce and have them ready for their second disruption turn there from Hassan to fire off that judge. Miloslav knew all he had to do was just draw cards, get boss's orders, and keep the Mega Lopunny in play. That's exactly what he did, and he's one game up.
It's always very satisfying when you're holding onto a poker gear. You get to draw some cards first, knowing that you might see it with those draws, and if not, you get to look 7 cards deeper after the fact. And in this case, Miloslav on the second runaway draw was able to do so. And you could see exactly why he filled his bench with Dunsparce to make that happen. Looking at these prize cards, there's the Budu, which might be useful to slow down for Hassan, but now getting to go first, thanks to that first game loss. Will it make enough of a difference here?
Okay, so this is our game 2 getting started at our Utrecht Regional Finals. If Miloslav wins this, he will be our champion. Hassan needs to win this to keep his regional championship dream alive. Consulting those prize cards there for Hassan, 1 GP and the Budu. I think are the most impactful, was 2 copies of Poképad could actually come up.
All these lists in our tournament so consistent. 4 counts of many of those cards. I think Poképad in 4 counts, Buddy Buddy Poff in 4 counts, and Dreepies to boot 2. On the other side, Miloslav will be looking to go wide here with his colorless Pokemon, Dunsparce and Baneri. How's he going to be able to do that with that current hand? Starting off with a Hilda.
I think he has an Ultra Ball, so he can at least use that to go grab Fan Rotom and grab all the little guys for what it's worth. Bit costly, but we are going to start to turn off there with a Hilda. A lot of supporters in that hand, Mike.
Might even need to use that enriching energy at this stage just to draw a better hand. But does make it vulnerable to that potential crushing hammer heads, which could come through early on and completely slow down Miloslav's game plan.
One thing I want to keep an eye on is Miloslav has actually prized Battle Cage, which is a really impactful stage, and we saw it get used a lot in game 1. That's currently in the prizes, and it is kind of in the middle, so Miloslav would need to take a few to sort of get there. As well as the 2 copies of Fire Energy. So that means hasn't got as many energy to work with here. Crushing Hammer could make that impactful.
Energy cards, often the hardest bit of Miloslav's deck to find.
Yep.
Looking to try and get those turn by turn. Able to get them with the Hilda, but often not able to use Hilda as the supporter for turn. Early on will be the supporter of choice here to get that enriching energy and a Mega Lopunny EX. And drawing 4 cards is a mighty good effect, and it will be on that active Dunsparce. Just looking to see some more cards before playing that Ultra Ball. What have you got?
Oh, Buddy Buddy Poffin and an Ultra Ball. Fantastic. I think that's what we needed to get in this race.
Buddy Buddy Poffin, a great way to set up with any of these colorless decks on your first turn, as you're able to find that Fan Rotom as well as your Dunsparce, sometimes not even looking to get the Fan Rotom, as it can be a little bit of a liability, as we saw in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get away without using it, that's great. Because it is, as you say, a basic Pokemon with low amount of hit points that cannot evolve. So as the game goes on, it just does become, you know, an opportunity for Hassan to start leapfrogging in prizes, as we did see in game 1. So we are going to see Buddy Buddy Poffin here from Miloslav. Looks like he's going to go for Fan Rotom. Is going to find Dunsparce, and a Baneri. All the 60 hit point, well, 2 60 hit points won this time, I should say. Oh, because he has prized the second 70 hit point one.
Very true. And at this stage, you can see how consistent that Fan Call is. 3 Pokemon of the colorless type with 100 HP or less. Can't find any of the evolutions like you might do in a Noctowl deck. But with Hildas and Ultra Balls and Pokepads, you'll be able to find plenty of those throughout the game. So we'll just be using the attack of that Dunsparce just to protect it, as trading places will put it to the bench and the free retreat Dunsparce to the active.
That's nice. That Dunsparce active can get KO'd to a Mind Bender, as it has got 60 hit points. Big crushing hammer here, Mike. This could be impactful. Heads. And it's heads. Enriching energy gone. We saw how impactful that is in combination. Oh, and we are going to see the Mind Bend as well. That is a big turn, removing the A-Spec and taking a prize card. Miloslav needs to respond here. There's Mega Lopunny.
I mean, I think Hassan's hand was forced there a little bit. Doesn't have much else going on in it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, of course. No other playables. So it is just going to be the retreat into a Gelfos. It looks like we do have the Dunsparce getting developed as well. And I think if you are Miloslav, you're right, you could be smelling blood in the water. You actually didn't do much playables there, Hassan. All you did was attach, attack, and flip a coin with the crushing hammer.
And one of the spaces that's made by having these 4 crushing hammers is you don't have any rare candies in Hassan's build of Dragapult. So those Dreepy are not going to be a Dragapult anytime soon. They need to evolve up through the Dracloak. And so a lack of evolution last turn means that Hassan is quite far away from getting an attack off. But the enriching energy gone now means that for the rest of the game, Miloslav will not be able to use it. For Hassan, he's going to have to try and find a way to stabilize on the other side of this knockout.
You're going to see the Lily's determination being used here. And I'll tell you what, if you're Hassan, if you don't have any playables and you're watching your opponent's board just develop like this, your heart has to sink a little bit. He's got everything rolling. All he needs to do is just evolve that other Dunsparce there, and you could argue this is the perfect... Oh, there we go. Right on cue.
There it is. And we'll be looking to evolve the 70 HP Dunsparce and use it, as the 60 HP Dunsparce is better when it's underneath a Dunsparce. And so we'll be able to get back out the 70 HP there. And just these tiny little decisions, you can see exactly why Miloslav has made his way to this final, not only by his deck choice, which is great into a large majority of the field with Dragapult, but also by his execution of it. Every little decision going exactly how it needs to. As we see the only energy on board for Hassan attached to that Monkey Dory, which is about to be knocked out. The only evolved Pokemon in play are on Miloslav's side. Hassan is going to have to do quite a lot of rebuilding after this knockout.
There's a lot going on here. There's the air balloon as well. That's going to make maneuvering around much easier. There was the Gale Frost, though. Hassan, what have we got there? Ultra Ball, Crispin.
Does have the unfair stamp, but we saw in the previous game how important the timing of that was.
Yes.
And at this stage, might have to use his best hand disruption as a way to get more resources, which is not ideal at this stage.
I think you're right. I think you can't really afford to give up any more turns of pressure here. Miloslav is developed. You haven't got any energy developed at this point yet.
And looking at Miloslav's side of the board, with that air balloon on the Mega Lopunny and the Dunsparce on the bench, we'll be able to reset a Gale Thrust next turn, no matter what's in his hand. So this unfair stamp being used as a back foot attempt to get back in the game for Hassan. Not ideal, but very much needed.
Sometimes, if needs must, you have to play to your outs. You'd love to try and hold on to that unfair stamp. I mean, at least you have removed the enriching energy. Miloslav has only got one array draw developed versus 2 in the last game. And I think it's safe to say in the last game, everything went well for Miloslav. He hopped over the unfair stamp and the judge turn spectacularly. Will the cards fall that way for him again?
We'll be able to get both Dracloak in play. The one from before the unfair stamp and now one afterwards here. And so we'll be able to see some cards and might be able to get something into the active that's a little less vulnerable. And it's really tough to do that at this stage. Something like the Budu would have been a great target to the other side of this, but it is prized for Hassan, so not going to be able to disrupt. We mentioned how weak the Budu was in the other game, but on this occasion, Budu would have been the perfect attacker at this moment, but it is prized, so everything feeling a little bit tough for Hassan, who's really trying to establish something under the pressure of Miloslav's early knockout.
And that's the thing, Mega Lopunny is so low to the ground. In theory, all Miloslav needs is just, at the bare minimum, just another energy to attack. To do Spiky Hopper. Or you could retreat into the next one and use Gale Frost. We're not really asking a lot from him here.
The downside of those early knockouts is your Lily's Determination quickly becomes less valuable. Only 6 cards for Hassan here, where typically at this kind of board state, you'd be seeing 8.
That is a fantastic point, actually. But again, if needs must with that Mind Bend. Okay, we do see some Buddy Pop, and we do see a Crushing Hammer here as well. And that would be nice. Hassan needs this unfair stamp to slow Miloslav down. Has drawn into Pheasantipity again. Gonna have to use that flip the script. Okay, Hassan, I see you now. Getting back into this game.
Setting up a little bit. Does have that energy to attach. Will look to try and Crushing Hammer here.
Here we go.
Energy on the active.
That's a Tails.
Will be staying.
If that flip could have been very impactful there. Crispin. If we played, we've used Lily this turn, haven't we? Yep. So we're always going to see a turn attached to Dracloak. And I think we might be staring down a passive now from Hassan.
mean, putting Dreepies down would be great, but then you're taking up your bench from the Monkey Dories, which becomes so vital as the game goes on, because you will be sponging a hit from that Mega Lopunny, so you do want to use those monkeys, but it's tough when you don't have energy in play. You don't really get an opportunity to attach a Dark Energy as well as the requirement for the Dragapult too.
Yeah, we're going to see an Ultra Ball. Buddy Puffin did grab one Dreepy, as you did rightfully say. Ultra Ball here. I wonder if this grabs a Dragapult EX or if this does find a Monkey Dory. Or the Dunsparce, that also works. Runaway Draw, looks like we might be using it here as well. That does free up a bench spot, as you did say.
I wonder if the Buddy Puffin on the other side of this Dunsparce would have been more effective to be able to get the Dunsparce back into play. But, you know, at this stage, a lot to ask of Hassan, as everything seems to be set up for Miloslav.
It really does, doesn't it? And again, Hassan's hand has gone quite small again, only down to 3 cards. One of those is a Meowth. We are going to use Runaway Draw to back up to 6. Risky Ruins did get found there as well.
Just going to shove that Dreepy, and will likely pass at this stage. All actions have kind of been complete.
Yeah, there's the pass.
Miloslav now going to try and find his way out of the first hand disruption, the unfair stamp of Hassan's last turn.
Just Ultra Ball, Boss's Orders, and a Wally currently in the hand.
And we'll be able to reset the active, so we'll be able to target down that energy now, which will be huge this turn.
I think that's fantastic. I mean, the Runaway Draw didn't give you much in the way of extra resources, but I think chasing energy here, just making life as hard as you can. You'd love to try and get a Battle Cage, actually, but...
Yeah, going to be able to shuffle the Runaway Draw back in and maybe get another Dunsparce going, but with the Boss's Orders in hand, we'll be able to take out that Drakloak on the bench. Miloslav recognizing weakness in Hassan, and we'll be looking to take away the most important resources, just thinking deeply about every turn, as one wrong move could be the difference between winning and losing the Utrecht Regional.
It really could be. You don't want to be making any mistakes like that, especially any catastrophic ones, so really think about every play. The Dunsparce has been shuffled away, just debate. It looks like Miloslav's debating on play like Ultra Ball. Would have to discard Abra and a Boss's Orders, it's looking like. So there's the Ultra Ball being played. What are we getting rid of here? Air Balloon. We have got one developed already.
I mean, that Abra is so key in the end game.
It is.
You see how much holding on to it, might be thinking about discarding it, knowing he can get it back with a future stretcher.
Night Stretcher. It's going to be a Boss. Does he have a second one?
I think has a second one in hand there.
He definitely, maybe he drew into one off the Runaway Draw. Definitely had one in hand on the back of the unfair stamp.
I'll tell you what, whenever you see someone Ultra Ball away at Boss's Orders, you're a bit concerned.
Yeah, you are. Like, wow, what other good cards are in the hand there if Boss's Orders is the ones hit the discard pile?
You can see that exact thought coming out as the discard pile is checked.
Yeah, for sure. You're thinking, oh no, if Boss's Orders are getting discarded, there's some good stuff in that hand.
I mean, the Pheasantipity now in play will be that easy target towards the end of the game.
There is a second Boss in hand. Gets this, we can see it there.
Oh, just going to want to try and re-establish 2 Dunsparce on the other side of this. Is there going to be a Buddy Puffin there? No, doesn't look like it. So no draw on board now for Miloslav. So this is where you start to wonder, is that top decking going to really negatively affect Miloslav? Doesn't have the ability to use Wally's Compassion with the enriching energy.
No.
So that early Crushing Hammer might come back to be the key to Hassan's route into this game.
Yeah, you're right. That enriching energy, the deck sort of really relies on it here. So we are going to play a Hilda. Not even going to go for the Boss, might I say. So what's Hilda going to find us here? Mist Energy and then a Dunsparce. Yeah, we haven't turn attached because we've been using the same Mega Lopunny. So this Mist Energy could, could go on to Phantom Rotom to stop any Phantom Dive. Damage counter placement. Could go on Mega Lopunny to protect it as well on the bench. You could attach to the active and go for Sparky Hopper. It's going to be on the bench, Mega Lopunny.
Just recognizing next turn might need to retreat into another attack. Now Hassan has energy in play, has the Drakloak and the Pheasantipity, so could start to build up a big hand. And this is the opportunity to take things away.
I do think that unfair stamp was a lot more successful than in game 1. Miloslav's board is not looking very developed. There is no Dunsparce developed, so there will be no Runaway Draw next turn. Here comes the Meowth here from Hassan. Could we be going for the judge here, saying your board is not very good? Good luck getting out of this. And it looks like that is what we're on. I love this play. Basically saying you have no draw power in play, my friend. You have not got enriching energy. So Here's a fresh hand of 4. Good luck with that.
A great read. Recognizing the discard of the boss's orders previously means that the other cards in that hand must be good.
Yep.
So if you can get rid of those, make it as hard as possible, this judge could be the key to victory.
Fantastic heads-up play there, Mike. You're right, reading this perfectly well. We are going to see a turn attachment to the active as well. All we have to do is find a Dragapult. Is there one in the discard pile? Well, there is. So nice stretch. You're going to get back the big, the bad, the scary Dragapult EX. And there's the judge.
And that judge is going to disrupt Miloslav for the final time in this game. As far as the hand is concerned, both players shuffle their hand into their deck and get 4 cards. For Miloslav, those 4 cards in the top deck will all he'll be able to play with, as there's no draw on board.
Nope.
The enriching energy is gone.
Yep.
So this could really slow down Miloslav in these big moments.
And if you're Hassan, you still have Flip the Script available. Okay. Big turn here. This is the turn Hassan needs to try and win this game too. Buddy popping. Could grab back Dunsparce. There we go. Wow.
Key card here. Seeing plenty more with the Pheasantipity and the Dracloak on board. So that 4-card hand less disruptive to Hassan, as he will be able to get the attack off here and see more resources. And now it will be a battle of who can swing and survive for the longest, as both players will trade.
Crushing Hammer.
Oh, here we go.
This could be really big. Oh, unfortunate. That could have been the icing on the cake there. We're going to see Recon Directive use number 2.
Good for next turn, that Lily's Determination.
Yep, really is.
And I think at this moment, a swing into the active, 200 damage with Phantom Dive, sprinkling 6 onto Fan Rotom. And now, how are you going to rebuild this Miloslav? What do you have? And is it too dangerous? If he puts some of those Dunsparce in play, then there's an opportunity here for Hassan to take a big knockout, as well as taking out 2 little guys. And with 5 prize cards remaining, that could be the win. So Miloslav now has to think deeply about how he establishes this board.
So I think there's a Wally in hand. There's an air balloon battle cage. Maybe there isn't a Wally, actually. No, there isn't. Sorry, no. There's a battle cage, which is obviously very nice, but there is not a Wally. There is an Abra. Going for the Abra there. Very useful card when it's in the active spot. You can just shuffle it away back into the deck, letting you, use 1 Mega Lopunny as a recursion and keep using Gale Frost over and over again.
But combination of Risky Ruins, Monkey Dory, Phantom Dive, a Boss's Orders. There are combinations here for Hassan to win next turn with the way Miloslav has set up his board. And that's why he's really thinking deeply here. It looks like it's hard for Hassan to win in a near future turn, but 5 prize cards quickly goes when one of them is a Mega Pokemon.
Yep, it's not that hard at all. So we are going to see a retreat. We are going to see the teleporter now back into the Mega Lopunny. So Gale Frost is live for that extra damage. That will be swinging for 240 right now. Let's have a look. What else is in that hand then? Yeah,
playing it like he has the
battle
Wallies.
cage. No, there definitely isn't a Wally. I thought there was, but I don't think there is yet. It's going to be the Gale Frost for 240. Finally, one of Hassan's questions hasn't been answered by Miloslav. This could be the turn that Hassan needs to win this game.
And a huge swing, 230 damage onto that active Dragapult. Won't be able to take a big victory here. You saw in the final moments there, Miloslav opting to not put the Dunsparce down, recognizing that that could have opened up a victory here. So just going to make this as hard as possible for Hassan, but with no draw on board, this is going to get increasingly difficult for Miloslav to chain together attacks, hoping to find those final 4 prize cards with everything he's got on board right now. And meanwhile for Hassan, so much draw for him that he can start establishing as much as he needs.
Yeah, I think we saw this earlier on stream, didn't we, where Miloslav started to play with 1 Mega Lopunny. But this is tough. With that Fan Rotom in play, though, and a damaged Mega Lopunny, it's 4 easy prize cards, I should say, leaving Hassan with only 1 more to take. Lily's Determination.
Gonna be 6 fresh cards and a Dunsparce on board.
And a Dunsparce if you like as well, yeah.
And you can really see, I think the key here is being able to attack with a future Dragapult, hoping that the Pheasantipity EX or the Meowth EX on the bench are not a target for Miloslav's second Mega Lopunny EX, and really wants to try and bump that stadium too.
Yeah, that would be nice. Oh, it does it. Risky Ruins.
See how that pans out in the rest of this term, but bumping the battle cage away is key.
And remember, Miloslav's third battle cage is prized. So that means until he takes some extra prizes, that Risky Ruins will still be in play. Runaway Draw News, Crushing Hammer. That's a massive flip there. That means when this Mega Lopunny gets KO'd, Miloslav will need to find an energy and a way to maneuver the Mega Lopunny around to deal massive damage.
And there's that Dunsparce coming back with 20 damage on it from the Risky Ruins. We'll get the Poképad back, so he's going to be taking a 4-prize turn here. No energy on board for Miloslav. No draw on board. We'll have to play out of that 3-card hand he's been left with.
I mean, how do you even do that? Air Balloon, Abra Energy? That's the only thing I can think of.
It's going to be a lot to ask. There's a big 4-prize turn here for Hassan.
Big, massive 4-prize turn. Going down to 1 prize card remaining. Miloslav with this Mega Lopunny versus the world. What can he do? There's the Air Balloon. Wally isn't actually going to be the pass.
Just a pass there. A chance now for the Dragapult to get loads of damage on board as we see a Crispin energy coming into play.
Here we go. Finally, Hassan's questions wasn't answered by Miloslav. He is slowed down. No enriching energy, no to Dunsparce means no actions at all. And Hassan can start to weave in Adrenabrain, weave in damage, and weave in a win.
And in the other side, Miloslav has that Wally's Compassion. Will be looking to try and take as much time up as possible for Hassan.
Oh, it's going to be the concession mic from Miloslav. That's all he needed to see, and Hassan takes game 2.
Incredible performance. You can see he's loving it.
He knows
here.
He got away with that one there. Have your head up high. We're going to a game 3.
Unfair stamp wasn't enough, but it was that judge that came through to finish everything off. No draw on board means that those Wally's Compassions become increasingly difficult to chain. And it was early on in this game, a key moment in the early stages that will be remembered. That enriching energy going with Crushing Hammer really decided that game.
It really did, as well as that turn. This turn here, the judge, this was the turn that Miloslav just wasn't able to get back in the game. Crushing Hammer heads here as well, tails there I should say. That judge, honestly, just immediately identifying that there was no Dunsparce or Dunsparce around, meaning those 4 cards were likely going to be all Miloslav had. This was the heads on that missed energy, meaning that once that Mega Lopunny in the active went down and that fan rotor, Miloslav was not able to announce an attack, and that's all Miloslav needed to move on to a game 3.
4 prize card turn, and that's the downside of these Mega Pokemon. They do give up 3 prize cards, but they are able to sponge those hits from the Dragapult. Without Draw Engine, though, Mega Lopunny ran out of steam. And when we said before this final, yes, the Mega Lopunny...
Oh, that's his only fan Rotom in the prizes there, Mike. Just want to draw attention to that one. But it is going to a game 3 here, our Utrecht Special Championship. Let's make some noise. The winner will be a champion and walk home with $10,000 US. And it looks like Miloslav is kicking us off.
Mega Lopunny, the counter deck touted to be coming to this event to take down Dragapult. Even that isn't good enough to 2-0 the almighty Dragapult. Andrew Hedrick's list inspired Hassan to come here after LA Regionals and play it back. And the Crushing Hammers clearly coming in clutch in the last game. But Badu starting for Hassan will be great. One of the optimal starts when you're going second. Meanwhile, on the other side, the free retreating Dunsparce will be a great way to get into an early attack. And this Poképad will discover there is no fan Rotom available, and that is in the prize card, so going to be less explosive here for Miloslav.
Hang on. How many? 1 more Poképad in hand. I can see a couple Dunsparce. Are we going to end the turn if only 1 Baneri in play?
I guess so.
I think we might be.
When you're staring down the Budu, you need to play all these items ASAP.
This is true, yeah.
They're going to be going down. And no fan Rotom means it's going to be a narrower board than before.
That fan rotor, I just say, just really limits the explosiveness that these colorless decks love to have. We saw in game 1, Miloslav had a turn 1 of 5 bench. I mean, to be fair, this is equally quite impressive. 4 bench Pokemon.
I mean, you'll take
all
that,
4
wouldn't you?
Dunsparce, to be fair. All 4 Dunsparce in play.
Yeah, you know, you're lacking your fan Rotom, but when you got them in your hand,
needs it? Yeah.
That's the perfect way for it to go. So we'll be able to get 4 Dunsparce and 1 Baneri. Energy attached. It's now on Hassan to establish his own board.
Okay, Hassan. What can you do here in this game 3? This is a win or go home scenario for our players. Buddy Puffin starting us off.
And again, we mentioned the dream start for Dragapult typically consists of Buddy Poffin, Lily's Determination, and a Budu in the active. So the Buddy's already there. The Dreepies will be coming down at this stage. The question is there a Lily's Determination to help set up your future turns for Hassan? I peeped a few Pokepads, so we'll be able to get some Pokemon going. But recognizing how quick Miloslav took knockouts in game 1 when he went first, we'll be concerned about that early pressure coming through.
He really would. It's just so interesting. There's wow, got a lot of Pokepads here, and this is what you want in a game 3, right? You see your opponent get a good setup, thinking, okay, let me get set up as well. Let's have a good back and forth here. Let the Budu. We'll be able to item lock straight away. Turn attachment of a Dark Energy to the Dreepy. And yep, just going to be the Ichipollen, 10 damage and no items for Miloslav. Okay, what can we do?
Lacked the supporter for turn there. Hassan will be relying on that Dracloak next turn in hand. Meanwhile, Miloslav has the Dunsparce here and will be able to see plenty of cards, even taking away that 10 damage put in play by the Budu.
We'd love to try and find a boss's orders here. Just find Enriching Energy.
Oh, wow, this is looking pretty perfect for Miloslav.
Okay. Do you have Megalopo in your hand? I think we definitely have a Hilda, so we can get the KO with Gale Frost just doing 60.
I mean, move the Baneri up early, so if that evolves into the Megalopony, won't be able to hit for the full damage, but when there's a Budu facing down, it doesn't matter. 60 from Gale Thrust is more than enough.
There we go, Hilda finding an Evolution Pokemon and an Energy. Can be Special Energy, it's going to find the Mist. No Baneri developed yet, though, no Battle Cage. I mean, I guess the sign is quite far away from announcing Phantom Dive, so it's not really end of the world for that one.
And with the open deck list going into this final, Miloslav will be very aware there's no rare candy for Hassan, so will not be able to get into that large Dragapult EX early stages. Instead, a quick knockout on the Budu, and pressure begins for Miloslav.
Yep, Spiky Hopper or Gale Frost, both of which would be fine. First prize card taken. Has Hassan got a supporter now? It's like Crushing Hammer. No supporter. No supporter yet, Mike. Apart from boss's orders.
I mean, does have that Pheasantipity EX, flip the script for 3, but it is a liability. Was the final knockout for Miloslav in game 1 when it was in play. Does have that Pokepad, another Dracloak available.
Okay. It's not too bad. Ending the turn there with 2 Dracloak in play. You'd love to try and retreat this one out of the active. What would you put in the active, though? Dunsparce, perhaps?
I mean, it's a good question. You maybe want to try and find that Budu back. I don't know. Nothing is safe at this stage.
Oh, no, nothing's definitely safe. There's a Monkey Dory in hand. Maybe you could put that one in the active, perhaps?
The only Pokemon that is safe from this Mega Lopunny pressure is a Dragapult EX, which is unavailable at this early stage of the game.
Another Recon Directive here. Just consult in the hand. What are those two cards? Ultra Ball and a Crispin. You've got to keep the oh no, gonna take the Ultra Ball. Okay, guess Ultra Ball could find me out to find Crispin as and when you need it. Speaking of Ultra Ball, is being played here. Monkey Dory and the Dragapult.
Just trying to find another Dracloak maybe to get things going.
Oh no, Meowth, Lilies. Okay.
Really valuing that Lily's Determination here, but now a Meowth EX and a Pheasantipity EX are in play, which means that the liabilities are increasing. Miloslav has 5 prize cards still to take. A 1 prize knockout and 2 knockouts on those 2 prize Pokemon would be enough, and that would make him our Utrecht champion. Meanwhile, Hassan has a lot to do here to try and establish a Dragapult EX, begin putting pressure on and dismantling that board.
And that Lily's Determination will be for a fresh new hand of 8. All abilities have been used in play, so, Flip the Script and Recon Directive have both been used ×2. So 8 new cards here. We've seen a turn attachment. We've seen a supporter now. Crushing Hammer, can use that, of course. 2 Crushing Hammers, I believe, actually. And the Judges in hand as well. Keep an eye on that one.
Wonder if he's going to hold those and keep them for a future Enriching Energy, maybe. But there we go. Dreepy just going to get shoved to the active and hope that no big attacks come from Miloslav on that energied up Dracloak, as it will be a pass to finish things off here.
I think just debating the cross damage. It's going to be the pass now. That's a very sensible turn there from Hassan. You do mention has left some 2 prize liabilities in play though. Miloslav is setting up battle cages coming down. The Dunsparce ×2 in play now.
I mean, can use that enriching energy on a Dunsparce.
Yep.
When it gets shuffled back in, it will put it back into the deck, so not available for the Crushing Hammer, which was such a key part of Game 2's victory. Enriching energy, the ace spec of choice for Miloslav, draws 4 cards.
No boss's orders found from there, though. Wow, the draw opponent's deck is insane, though, isn't it? 4 from enriching, then 3 from a runaway draw. That's 10 cards without playing a support. Ultra Ball being eyed up here. He's going to find second Baneri.
I mean, you know a deck's consistent when it plays 4 poker gear, one of which is in the hand for Miloslav. Just going to draw another 3 here with runaway draw.
No bossels. An air balloon could be useful, though. We'll need to try and develop these Dunsparce again, though. There's a Baneri. There's an air balloon. Here's an Ultra Ball. Going to discard Moltres. Not super helpful in this matchup. Moltres and Hilda. Could this find back to Dunsparce? No, the Dunsparce, I should say.
You see both of them on
and the
board.
Lilies.
In a past game, we did see that the Dunsparce were left on board to protect from that hand disruption. Miloslav really getting far ahead in the board state here, able to establish 2 Dunsparce, won't even need to use them as a KO on the active is possible. And just looking to try and establish around this Mega Lopunny in the active. Hassan has a lot to do again in this game and will be staring down a scary prospect of a 330 HP Mega Lopunny.
Yep, and Miloslav is doing everything he needs to, setting up the Dunsparce, getting them ready for that turn where the judge and or unfair stamp does come down.
See, putting the 60 HP Dunsparce in play. If that gets knocked out, it's not the end of the world. You have a few prize cards to play with when you have these 3 prize Pokemon, because you can force an 8 prize route towards the end of the game. At this early stage, Miloslav is aware of that. He's been playing fantastically throughout the tournament and takes his 2nd prize card here in Game 3.
Yep, Spiky Hop, 160 damage, going to KO the GP. Back over to Hassan now. We'll be trying to work his way towards a Phantom Dive. Would like to try and replace that stadium if possible. Crispin is the supporter here.
We'll be trying to get ahead on energy, which is a key part of this game. You want to be setting up those Monkey Dory later on, but if you're putting energy onto your Dragapult every turn, it becomes increasingly difficult to do so.
It's going to be the Fire Energy and the Dark Energy taken. Fire Energy has been attached. Haven't used Flip the Script yet. Have got use of 2 Recon Directive as well.
See so many cards with this deck. You can see why it's done so well, both in LA and Prague previously, and now here trying to make it 3 regional events. What's going to be seen off the Flip the Script? Buddy Buddy Poffin, not great at this stage, but could be used to discard with that Ultra Ball.
Yep, and there exactly they go. It's going to be for Monkey Dory, perhaps. We saw the Dark Energy get taken off to Crispin. It's going to be for Dracloak. Thin Inning is winning.
One of the Monkey Dory has been discarded already, the other in the prize card.
Oh,
so
good
for
shout.
Hassan, that Monkey Dory is going to be hard to retrieve from the typical search outs of PokePad and the Ultra Ball, but another Recon Directive here will allow him to see more cards. What does he need at this stage? It's that Dragapult EX really that's going to be the key to finish off this turn.
Surely we have that access to that already, because we played the Ultra Ball, right? Yeah, so there's a Dunsparce being used. Oh, he's picking his pace of play here. What has Hassan seen? What is he so excited about now? Something. Dragapult EX is in hand. Crushing Hammers are in hand. Supporter has been used, of course. Flip the Script have been used. Recon Directive has been used.
I mean, you want to combine those Crushing Hammers with a disruptive turn.
Good point.
So we'll be holding on to those, just building up a huge hand. No hand disruption for Miloslav, just playing his own pace of game, but is susceptible to a big disruption turn that I think Hassan is trying to build up to here.
I think Hassan maybe been really trying to work towards that Risky Ruins, but I haven't seen that hit the hand yet. Oh, right on cue.
Speaking of which, there's that Risky Ruins. Battle Cage will be gone. And a huge card to find at the end of that turn of draw. As Dragapult EX in hand, Risky Ruins comes down.
That means Battle Cage has going to be replaced. That means those 6 damage counters will be live from Phantom Dive. There is a 60 hit point Dunsparce there. It's looking rather juicy. A nice prize card there for Hassan. Yep. And there it is, 200 damage into the active, Mike, and 6 damage counters on that Dunsparce that has been KO'd.
200 damage on the active is the key, though. Is that Mega Lopunny going to be taken down next turn, or is Miloslav going to prioritize recovering it with a Wally's Compassion? And if so, energy will be removed from play, making those crushing hammers that bit more effective. So a huge turn now for Miloslav as the Battle Cage slams straight down.
Yeah, Battle Cage slamming firmly shut there. Is over to Miloslav. Has a boss's orders in hand. No Wally's in hand currently. I'm sure he would love to try and get away with just keeping the Dunsparce in play, but no energy in hand either. Remember, 5 energy is prized currently, so energy could be a lot harder to come by here. It's just debating, yeah, what do I do? Here's an Ultra Ball.
I guess thinning before the draw, maybe.
70 hit point. Dunsparce potentially. Abra being eyed up here.
Maybe using the Abra to reset the attack so that the Dunsparce can remain. Or looking to just set up another Dunsparce here to try and put more damage and more scary prospects of draw in the future.
Oh, and a Pokepad. Find them both then, Abra and Dunsparce. Remember that Abra, that teleport ability means Miloslav can just retreat into it, get into the active and teleport it back into the deck. You can promote the Mega Lopunny, then Gale Frost extra damage would be live.
1 card left in Miloslav's hand. Will be able to reset this Mega Lopunny straight away. So that's now a attack. Oh, I don't know if he's attacked here. He's just explaining that he's gone into the active. Will be bossy up
boss's orders for the Gale Frost. That is going to be a KO there.
And this means that next turn, Miloslav will only need a boss's orders on the Meowth EX to win. So this is going to be a key moment for Hassan, who has to not only take a knockout, but disrupt as much as possible.
Wow. All Miloslav will need is a boss's orders, and we'll have 2 uses of runaway draw to try and find it. Hassan will be able to carry the Mega Lopunny, of course, with Phantom Dive. Will he be able to find the unfair stamp? We know Judge is currently in hand, but then Miloslav's hand isn't actually that big, so Judge might not be as impactful right now. Unfair stamp might not be impactful right now. What can you do? Watching hammers aren't effective. You're moving energy in play.
What better way to say you want to disrupt me here than take away all of your cards and leave your draw on board? Disruption as an option for Hassan does very little. 2 cards in hand for Miloslav, taking off the prize cards, and it was energy and Wally's Compassion. So
wow.
Just not really going to change much at this stage. And what an amazing turn from Miloslav, establishing such a stable board, saying, if I get boss's orders next turn, I win the game.
And energy as well. We'll have to find energy, but yeah. Wow. Deep breath in. What a turn. And it's interesting, because as you say, he has played the hand down. So unfair stamp and Judge aren't really super impactful. Currently, it has got a 5 energy in hand, as that was taken from the prizes, sorry. So it is just the boss's orders needed.
Unfair stamp taken from that first recon directive. No Pheasantipity in play will mean draw is tougher, but we'll be looking to try and establish the Monkey Dory with a Risky Ruins perhaps here.
Risky Ruins was found.
Wow, could be putting together the perfect response, although it's not infallible. There is going to be a chance for Miloslav to draw on the other side of any kind of disruption. And there it is, Risky Ruins off that last runaway draw, going straight down.
Literally playing hot potato with the stadiums here, been replaced every single turn in a row here. There is the Monkey Dory. Extra 20 damage in play.
Wow, I mean, at this stage, could take out the active and the Dunsparce. A 4-prize turn, which was enough in the last game to win it. But on this occasion, will it be enough? Unfair stamp from Hassan to disrupt Miloslav in these final stages.
Big swing turn here needed for Hassan. With Miloslav only needed such limited resources, Hassan will need to disrupt. Will be taking at a minimum 3 prize cards carrying the active. Can obviously manipulate damage counters to get that 70 hit point Dunsparce as well.
Getting a little judge shuffle on both sides here.
Don't mind it.
Key moments like this really do define finals. Miloslav has set up as good a board as possible to win next turn with a boss's orders. Does he get it off the unfair stamp, or will he need to draw cards?
I saw a Wally, I can tell you that. Didn't see the second card though. What has Hassan got? Pokepad. The turn continues, of course, with unfair stamp. That is draw power from an item. So the turn will continue. Gonna find that Dunsparce again. Pokepad ×2 is confirmed. Dunsparce. There we go.
Wow.
Ready to go next turn.
I'm sure.
Crushing Hammer, I saw. Crispin. Okay, I like that. Gonna get that other Jackluck, I imagine, into the mix.
I mean, his heart must be beating hard right now. Anytime you know your win condition is reliant on hand disruption, especially when there's 2 Dunsparce on board, you're going to be feeling the pressure of this moment. For Miloslav, he has to watch patiently before he's allowed to draw some cards. As Hassan establishing as much of a board as possible to try and win in a future turn. But he's going to be asking the question after this big turn of knockout. 2 damage over to the Dunsparce, KO the active, 4 prizes for Hassan.
Here we go, big 4 prize card turn there from Hassan, getting dangerously close to winning. What can Miloslav do? Promotes runaway draw. What do we have in hand? I see a Hilda, I see a Dunsparce, and I see a Wally, none of which are super helpful right now.
Needs energy card and boss's orders to win this game. Does he find any of it off this first draw?
No, nowhere near. All 3 of those cards not useful for this win condition.
Still needs 2 cards to get into this game. He's going to be able to draw another 3, but shuffles back in that Dunsparce.
Does have the battle cage. So you can put that down to slow down Hassan's attempt to win in. We would have to use this to Dunsparce here because Hassan is only at 1 prize card. So you can't leave the Dunsparce in play. Could get boss's orders. Okay, promoted.
Another 3 cards drawn here with runaway draw. Miloslav working out if it's right to do it at this stage. Maybe you're thinking of Hildering first to guarantee the energy instead.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Here we go, runaway draw.
What's he going to get?
Energy boss's orders.
Energy boss's orders. There's the energy.
Energy boss's orders. Miloslav, hop, skip, and Gale thrusting his way to become the Utrecht Special Champion.
Incredible performance from Miloslav. We've seen him topple those dragons over and over again. And for one final hurdle, Hassan made it hard. Went to game 3, and it was just too much draw that allowed him to stabilize. Here were the moments throughout the game. Miloslav just running away with it in game 1.
Wow. Woo, try and get my own heart rate down after that. Goodness gracious. But yeah, so let's have a look at how this game 1 panned out. Miloslav was firmly in the driver's seat, being able to set up those Dunsparce and announce the Gale Frost turn after turn. Hassan did prize those 2 copies of Crispin, which I do think was impactful, but there, Wally's Compassion having its mitts all over this one, healing up, and Miloslav was able to keep firing back.
And you saw Miloslav leaving the Dunsparce in play to try and draw after these hand disruptions, and it was key to stop Hassan. And finding those boss's orders in the key moments to get that final knockout was what allowed Miloslav to win the game. But the unfair stamps from Hassan timed well with a little bit of disruption, whether it was crushing hammers or a big knockout on the draw engine, allowed him to get back in the game. And it was that second judge that took away all momentum from Miloslav.
Yep, that judge there was the game-winning judge for Hassan there in game 2. Miloslav, without having any Dunsparce or Dunsparce developed, wasn't able to catapult that hand back to where it needed to be. And Miloslav just slowly ran out of steam here. Crushing Hammer was just the icing on the cake there, really making it hard. Basically, I'm going to carry you active, and you definitely can't attack with your bench.
When your deck pretty much just needs an energy and a boss each turn to string together attacks, you have a pretty powerful turn with Crushing Hammer. You can ask a lot of it, and Miloslav in game 2, just scooping up in the final moments, recognizing not enough. But game 3, the early pressure, KOing the Budu, and for a little while staying in the lead, forced Hassan to put down Pheasantipity EX and put down that Meowth EX, which ended up being the very liabilities that led to his demise.
That's the thing about Megalopony. that Gale Thrust attack is so well equipped at dealing with 2 prize Pokemon, well, basic 2 prize Pokemon, I should say. Serendipity is in range, Meowth is in range, all of the terrestrial box Pokemon are all in range of that as well. So if Hassan had to put those down to get in the game, it was only a matter of time before Miloslav was able to get them. But here it was, the last runaway draw, finding the missed energy and the boss's orders to bring up Meowth and secure Miloslav a regional championship title.
What a deck, what a player, and what a performance. All of those pieces coming together in the final moments, and we saw it so many times on stream, how well it was executed, healing away that damage with Wally's Compassion and finding those key boss's orders. 4 counts of both, 4 poker gear, and plenty of draw. It seems to be a pretty consistent deck.
Yep, when you play so many 4 off on your stage 1 that attacks 1 energy, turns out good, consistent things happen. So now that we have crowned our champion, let's have a look at the bracket and see how it all panned out and how Miloslav got there.
It was a asymmetrical top cut where Miloslav was able to make a straight run through to the top 8, thanks to that early performance in the Swiss, and had to take down Yari in the top 8.
Yep, every single one going to a game 3, by the way, so having to navigate out of those holes, but was able to do it. And then for Hassan on the bottom of our bracket, 2 Owen Matchheads there in a top 16 playing that Dragapult Frostlass deck, then 2-1 in Edwin Mesman, and then we saw on stream the 2-0 against Joshua Van Elvershoulder with that Team Rockets Honchkrow.
Flying all the way over to Utrecht from the North American region to try and secure the World's invite as soon as possible. Didn't want to rely on NAIC, and a 2nd place here will have definitely achieved plenty of CP and likely enough to make that World's trip, and plenty of money to go with it to help go towards the travel. So an amazing chance for Hassan to come out this far, and has definitely achieved the goal and probably exceeded the goal, as a final is definitely a great place to finish. And here is that top 8, where they got to and what decks they were playing. There was plenty of Dragapult, but a few of our competitors here looking at ways to counter it.
5 Dragapult, I make that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 Dragapult, and then Joshua, Fabio, and Miloslav with the Dragapult counters. And once again, the Dragapult doing a fantastic job of advancing through that top cut. But there was one deck, one man who stood against the Dragapult and the Dragapult horde, and that was Miloslav, and he walked away a champion.
I mean, we say Dragapult counters, and unfortunately for those Dragapult counters out there, it's never guaranteed, as Dragapult's such a powerful deck. We saw it in the final. Hassan able to take a game despite Mega Lopunny having so many cards designed to beat the very matchup, whether it was Battle Cage, whether it was Mist Energy, or whether it was that Wally's Compassion continuously used to heal the damage away.
I mean, doesn't that just demonstrate the absolute raw power and damage output of a Dragapult EX, where you could play a deck like Miloslav's, where you play 4 Mist Energy, 3 Battle Cage, 4 Wally's Compassion, and all of these to try and stop the Dragapult, and it still steals the game.
Oh, you say that, and I think it's fair play to Hassan. He played that perfectly.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, hand disruption is such a key part of our current format. So many players opting to play unfair stamp for that very reason, and we saw it come through clutch, including that judge. So, you know, great recognition from the board. Crushing Hammer, definitely a card we need to look out for. And do you know what we said at the beginning of the show? You and I, we got to watch a Mega Lopunny to Dunsparce at the start.
We did.
We spoke about which other decks might be able to include a Crushing Hammer. And we said Mega Lopunny has a little bit of space. It seems to be consistent enough without it. So maybe that's the next bit of Crushing Hammer glory will be in combination with Mega Lopunny.
Maybe it will be, so keep an eye on that. However, there is something I want to keep an eye on, and that is our stage, where I believe our finalists and our champion are ready. Let's head down to Alex.
Thank you very much, guys. Utrecht, what a weekend it's been. Some amazing games throughout across all of our 2,000 plus players, 14 rounds of Swiss, multiple top cut matches, and then the final. An opportunity to see 2 fantastic players with some fantastic high-level play. Well, let's hear it first for our runner-up, Hassan Kanukcu.
Hello
over here. Congratulations. It's great to have you come all this way. You played a blinder throughout the weekend. How are you feeling after making it all the way to the final?
I feel pretty excited. You know, I mogged my way through this weekend, but in the finals, I just couldn't mog enough. So also, thank you, Andrew Hedrick, for the list.
There you go. We've already had you shout out a number of people. Just one last final time. Anyone you want to dedicate this run to alongside Andrew Hedrick?
Yeah, thank you to my family, to my girlfriend, to all the people supporting me with testing, with lines, and the people I stay with. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Like I said, one last final time. Congratulations. Our runner-up, Hassan Kanukcu. And finally, your Utrecht Regional Champion, Miloslav Posledny. Come over here, my friends. Right, you've been an international champion. You've finally become a regional champion as well. How does that feel?
Oh yeah, it's great. There's one last thing remaining. I hope I can add it to my collection sometime later, but yeah, it feels amazing right now.
I feel like you've got that opportunity to come very soon. I mean, you've had fantastic finishes at Worlds already. I mean, this must be a great achievement on your accolades already. I mean, it's just another medal around your neck. What's next for you? Will you be able to do it at the World Championships?
I mean, I hope so. I will try my best for sure. There's never any guarantees in card games, but I will definitely try.
I mean, it's amazing to have a champion once again up here on stage. The level of consistency that we've seen throughout the weekend has been amazing. One last time, let's make some noise for our Utrecht Regional Champion, Miloslav Posledny!
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, but su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Psyduck.
So, what's your favorite?
What a weekend filled with action-packed drama from start to finish. Welcome back to the couch, guys, where we're just coming to the end of our day. And Shay, you have something in particular you'd like to announce.
Oh, it's not something I'd like to announce. It's something that I'm going to absolutely love to announce. Thank you for giving me this camera for this. So, at the start of the day, I said I was wearing all black to pay respects for Dragapult. I think its time has been and gone. I said I don't think it was going to win this regional championships. Got a little bit dicey, but Albert was correct. Mega Lopunny coming in, making my prediction true. Thank you very much, Miloslav.
That's a far cry from Melodic EX, though, surely.
It is, but look at that event winners. That is not a Dragapult there under champion graphic.
But fair play to Hassan, making the trip out here to try and get those last few CP to make Worlds. Didn't want to rely on NAIC. And what better way to do it than get to the final, taking home 325 CP as well as some great cash prizing.
Let's add Miloslav to our EU regional champions. There it is, one more slot to be filled.
What a lineup of champions we've got here in Europe. So many exceptional players who've made deep runs before, some previous regional champions. And for Miloslav, an international champion, now a regional winner.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always interesting to see that. You know, you had Daniel Magda before, already shout out Miloslav, who's been an international champion, just like you said, and he's finally added himself to that list. And it's just an impeccable lineup of champions there heading into the World Championships coming up soon in San Francisco.
Speaking of the US, of course, we've got our event very soon in Indianapolis.
Definitely one to check out. If you're interested in seeing how the format goes, this will be the place to see it. Adaptations were done here in Europe after Prague. This will be the chance for the North American region to do the same.
Yeah, and how do you adapt to this Mega Lopunny deck? I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world to counter. There's sort of Crushing Hammers in the mix as well. So if you want to see how the metagame adapts to this, quite honestly, unexpected, unless you're with me, of course, result here in Utrecht, you're going to have to watch that stream there in Indianapolis.
And of course, that one remaining event here in the EU, we've got Turin.
Yeah, an amazing place to head for our final event before the final international championships. Turin, Italy will be one for the ages as we prepare for an international championships in New Orleans, I should say.
Always great to see so many of the local players coming along, and many of them exceptional players. And so definitely one we might see a new face taking their way to the top cup, maybe even winning the whole thing.
And you know what? You guys can catch every second of the action by going to pokemon.com/broadcasts. You don't want to miss any of our Twitch schedule either, so make sure that you are tuning in to every little moment. What are you looking forward to, Shay?
Well, to be fair, Pokemon the series, that sounds quite good. But quite honestly, I think on Wednesday with that Pokemon 2025 NAIC rerun, so you can get all caught up, you know, just ahead of our 2026 one that's coming out here in a few months.
Absolutely. So don't forget to follow us on all of our social media, Twitch and YouTube, and catch all the action on pokemon.com/broadcasts so you don't miss anything. When we're talking about Indianapolis, we're talking about Turin, but they're coming up ever so soon. So tune on in using our social media to keep and follow along. Make sure that you're following us on YouTube and Twitch and have those notifications switched on so you don't miss a minute of the action. And of course, let's take a look at that schedule.
I think we are rounding out the season pretty strong. We mentioned that this event was a chance for many to secure their Worlds invite. There's a few more opportunities coming around the corner. Turin, New Orleans for NAIC, but it's all about Pokemon XP and Worlds in San Francisco.
And that's what we're all leading up to, that pinnacle of the season, the very end. And it's been a long time coming. But for now, we're going to bid you adieu, and we'll see you next time, friends.